In the East End of London in 1930, the child of Providence, Bardel, was raised by the church. He crossed paths with Tom Riddle, the child of the devil, whom all in the orphanage shunned. In a rain-soaked alley, their hands, capable of levitating objects, simultaneously reached for the same Bible. Thus began the intertwining destinies of light and darkness. From the depths of the Slytherin dormitory to the hidden chamber in the Forbidden Forest, from the first snowfall of Christmas to the scarlet glow emanating from the Horcrux ring. Bardel exchanged 15 years of slumber for Tom's immortality, while Tom endured a millennium of solitude, merely to grasp his hand once more after the reversal of time. Immortality is the divine gift you yearn for, yet it serves as a punishment for all that you have done. When Voldemort fell in the Battle of Hogwarts, and the golden specks of light dispersed with the wind, as the youthful form of Tom knelt in the center of the square, trembling as he reached out his hand. This time, could they reclaim one another across the intertwined timelines? Chapter 1. The Divine Child and the Demon. In the deep autumn of 1930 London, the cold rain pierced the collars of passers-by like fine needles. The cobblestone streets of the East End gleamed, saturated with muddy water, while the old-fashioned gas lamps at the corner cast dim circles of yellow light, barely dispelling the shadows of the alley. Bardel Dwayne clutched the Bible tightly in his arms, golden locks tousled by the wind, revealing eyes of the same hue that sparkled as if the sun had melted them. He was a child abandoned at the church's doorstep, taken in by the priest and nuns who pitied his plight. "Oh, look, that is the child of St. Mary's Church." The flower seller abruptly ceased her calls, making the sign of the cross in his direction. "God bless. With such hair and such eyes, he is undoubtedly a child of divine favor." Several women seeking refuge from the rain nodded in agreement, one rummaging through her basket to offer him some hard bread, saying, "Here, little Bardel, take this quickly, lest you freeze." Their gazes were filled with tenderness, as if he were a fragile relic. Ever since 3 years prior, when he restored the shattered stained glass in the church, the entire neighborhood had regarded him as a messenger sent by God, with an orphanage at the corner housing a child known as the son of the devil. Bardel murmured his thanks, but as his fingertips brushed the warmth of the bread, a flicker of unease stirred within him. He understood that this was not a miracle, much like the previous day when the old priest had picked up a fallen candlestick that had floated into the air. This power both terrified and intrigued him. He sought a shortcut back to the church, but as he turned into a narrower alley, he collided with another boy whom Bardel recognized as the one referred to as the child of the devil. Rain-soaked black hair clung to his forehead, and a pair of dark eyes bore into Bardel's. The boy cradling a half-eaten pie, crumbs adorning the corners of his mouth. It was Tom Riddle, who had stealthily escaped from Wool's orphanage. "Step aside." Tom's voice was cold and harsh. He had endured scorn at the orphanage, where the other children called him the child of the devil. For every person who bullied him would unexpectedly trip under his glare, or small stones on the ground would suddenly rise to strike those who tormented him. Bardel instinctively recoiled, causing the Bible to slip from his grasp. Just as the pages were about to touch the muddy ground, two hands reached out simultaneously. Astonishingly, the Bible levitated into the air. In their shared gaze, the air became palpable. Bardel's eyes were wide with astonishment, while Riddle's dark orbs flickered with disbelief, swiftly replaced by caution. Both understood that this was no ordinary feat. "You." Bardel's voice trembled. Riddle abruptly withdrew his hand, and just before the Bible could meet the ground, Bardel guided it back into his embrace. A faint scarlet glimmer flickered in Riddle's pupils as he muttered a low, almost delirious, "Monster," seemingly cursing himself yet also addressing the other. At that moment, a commotion echoed from the alley's entrance, where several drunken men staggered past. One of them caught sight of Riddle, exclaiming, "Oh, look, it's that devil spawn. Stay clear of him. Bad luck awaits." Another individual noticed Bader, his countenance instantly transforming into a pious expression. "Oh, it is the divine child, Bader. Quickly distance yourself from that little wretch, lest you be tainted by him." Such starkly contrasting evaluations struck the boys' hearts like two resounding slaps. Riddle's fists clenched until they turned white, the crimson rage spilling forth from his eyes. He realized he stood no chance against those drunken men. Like a wounded beast, he darted into the depths of the alley, seeking refuge in the encompassing darkness. He could feel the scornful gazes directed at him from behind, entirely dissimilar to the tender glances cast upon Bader. Bader clutched the Bible tightly in his arms, gazing toward the direction where Riddle had vanished. For the first time, a complex emotion surged within him. He discovered that there were others in this world who shared his sense of difference. Sharing the same unique power, why was he exalted upon a pedestal, revered as a child of the divine, while that other forsaken child was regarded as a demon? In his youthful innocence, he struggled to comprehend the adult's disparate treatment. The cold rain continued to fall. The oil lamp flickered persistently, its halo swaying within the curtain of rain, casting two solitary shadows toward the extremes of light and darkness. Bader understood that from a moment the Bible was raised, everything had irrevocably changed. Chapter 2. Are we friends? As the third toll of the morning prayer bell echoed through the church, Badel slipped out through the side door, clutching 2 warm loaves of bread. The morning fog had yet to dissipate, and the light filtering through cast a dreamlike quality over everything, illuminating his lashes as he walked along the slick alleyway from yesterday. Each step he took sent soft splashes echoing as he tread through puddles, with a growing hesitation accompanying every move. What are you looking for? A cold voice suddenly emerged from behind a wall, startling Badel to the point where he nearly crushed the bread in his grasp. He looked up to see Riddle curled atop a wooden crate. His dark hair, dampened by the morning dew, appeared even frilier than the day before, and something seemed to be concealed within his arms, which rose and fell slightly. Steadying himself, Badel extended one of the loaves towards Riddle, saying softly, "This is for you. I thought we could have a conversation." About what? Riddle narrowed his black eyes, as if assessing whether Badel bore any ill intent. He scrutinized the loaf for a moment before ultimately accepting it, though he made no move to eat it, merely holding it in his hand. About how you are a messenger of the divine, while I am the offspring of a demon. No, not at all. Badel fervently shook his head, his golden locks shimmering in the morning mist. I wish to discuss the Bible from yesterday. It floated up. Riddle's fingertips tightened instantly, crumbs of bread cascading from his grip. He fell silent for a moment. And what of it? Do you intend to report me to that group of fools? Of course not. How could I? Badel stepped closer, his proximity allowing Riddle to see the intricate details of his lashes. I am special, just like you. He raised his hand, endeavoring to levitate a few stones from the corner of the alley. Riddle's pupils dilated rapidly. Badel could indeed make stones hover in the air, just like him. Soon, his eyes shifted to a more intricate emotion. Hasn't the priest told you that such feats are heretical tricks? The priest claims it is a miracle, but I beg to differ. Badel shook his head. I do not know what it is, but it is certainly not heresy, just as you are not a demon. These words seemed to strike a chord within Riddle, who turned his gaze towards the shadow at the end of the alley. There, a series of hissing sounds emerged, and he suddenly hissed a few times in response, oddly, as though engaging in dialogue. A slender shadow promptly slithered forth, a small, dark green snake, its scales glimmering subtly, affectionately rubbing against Riddle's shoe. By this point, Riddle had already jumped down from the crate. This is Sylvanus. Riddle extended a finger, and the little snake promptly coiled around it. His voice softened. She is my only friend. Badel looked at Riddle, astonished. So, you are not afraid of snakes? Riddle let out a scoff, hissing at the small serpent, which immediately raised its head in response. Badel was surprised to realize he could comprehend their exchange. Did you just say that I smell strange? He asked, astonished. As soon as he spoke, Riddle and Sylvanus froze. Riddle abruptly seized Badel's wrist with a grip so tight it felt as though it might shatter his bones. His black eyes were awash with shock and scrutiny. You can understand her? Badel winced in pain as he struggled slightly, yet was more intrigued by another matter. She mentioned I have the scent of sunlight. So your communication with her is not merely random hissing? Sylvanus appeared equally surprised, slithering down Riddle's arm and circling around Badel's boots before releasing a series of hisses. This time, Badel understood more clearly. He can understand, Tom. Just like you. Riddle's grip gradually loosened. He had nurtured Sylvanus for 3 years, and this was the first instance he encountered someone other than himself who could converse with her. The ability to communicate with snakes was referred to as demonic whispers among the children of the orphanage, a secret not solely belonging to him. Since when have you been able to understand? Riddle's voice was unexpectedly hoarse. Just now, Badel replied, rubbing his sore wrist, feeling a tad aggrieved yet managing to smile. His golden eyes curving like new moons. It seems our powers are more alike than I had imagined. Riddle turned his head away and bit into the remaining half of the loaf, chewing slowly, while Sylvanus coiled back onto Riddle's lap, gently tapping his hand with her tail, emitting a soothing hiss. Tom, he does not seem like a bad person. He is different from the children at the orphanage who mocked you. Witnessing this, Badel felt the ice of loneliness within him shatter. He imitated Riddle, finding a crate to sit upon and breaking off a small piece of his loaf to offer Sylvanus. The little snake hesitated for a moment, but indeed slithered over to take it. "Thank you for the bread. It is far tastier than the crumbs from the trash bin. Next time, I can catch you some mice to eat." Sylvanus blinked her tiny eyes. Riddle's lips curled subtly, and he began to recount the tale of Sylvanus. 3 winters ago, when I discovered her beneath a tree hole at the orphanage. She was on the brink of freezing to death. I had to secretly hide her beneath the floorboards, stealing bits of milk from Principal Cole to feed her every day. That is how I nurtured her back to life. When the other children saw her, they screamed, declaring I was a messenger of the devil. As he spoke, he lightly touched Sylvanus's scales, adding, "In truth, they are far more polite than humans, are they not?" Bardel listened intently, suddenly recalling the awe expressed by those in the church towards his miracles. Both he and Riddle were different from the ordinary. Yet he was exalted to a pedestal while Riddle was cast into the mud. But at this moment, in this forsaken alley, they found solace in the whispers of a small snake, sharing a world that remained incomprehensible to the rest. "So are we friends now?" Bardel's voice fell to a whisper, tinged with caution, fearing rejection from Riddle. Riddle remained silent, but handed over the unfinished half of the loaf. Sylvanus took the opportunity to slither up to Bardel's lap, the cool snake emitting a contented hiss. "Tom means he agrees. He wishes to be your friend, albeit too shy to say so." With a smile, Bardel accepted the bread from Tom's hand, noticing that Riddle's ears had subtly flushed a hint of red without him realizing. As the morning fog gradually lifted, sunlight poured through the gaping rooftops of the alley, casting a patchy glow between the two boys. Sylvanus' scales sparkled in the sunlight as if adorned with tiny diamonds. From that day forth, this alley became a secret haven for the two children, with Sylvanus occasionally teasing Tom about his bread-stealing habits, while also reminding Bardel to be cautious of the Godfather and nuns who might discover his escapades. Bardel began to understand that the labels of divinity and demonhood were mere constructs imposed by society. Just like now, as Tom bent down to listen to Sylvanus' chattering, sunlight illuminated his side profile, dusted with fine fuzz, and in his usually tempestuous black eyes, there glimmered a hint of the same reliance on kindred souls that Bardel felt. Chapter 3. A Letter from Hogwarts. In mid-August, London felt as though it had been tossed into an oven. The cobbled streets were scorching hot, and even the breeze sweeping through the East End alleys carried a wave of heat. Bardel was assisting the priest in polishing a statue when he suddenly heard the flapping of wings outside the window. A mottled brown owl alighted, clutching a parchment envelope in its beak. "Is this for me?" Bardel gently opened the window and caressed the owl's head, to which it nodded in acknowledgement. He took the envelope and placed it on the table before dashing to the kitchen, breaking off half a piece of bread and tearing it into small bits to feed the owl. Upon closer inspection of the envelope, he noticed the red wax seal emblazoned with the images of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, with a prominent letterhead at its center. As he tore open the envelope, the words within greeted him: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Deputy Headmaster, Armando Dippet, addressed to Mr. Bader Phoenix Devine. It is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The following details are provided for your consideration. 1. The term begins on September 1st. Please board the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station, Platform 9, at 11 o'clock a.m. 2. The school will supply all necessary textbooks and equipment, including wands and cauldrons. A detailed shopping list is attached, and you may purchase these items in Diagon Alley. 3. Should you have any special family circumstances or require assistance with your enrollment, please contact the school's reception. Post is sufficient. Attached, required supplies list, neatly handwritten: wand, Ollivander's wand shop, brass cauldron, size 2, standard spells, beginner, history of magic, and 7 other textbooks. Telescope, brass scales, glass potion bottles set, black wizarding robes, with crest, plain work robes, scarf, and gloves. Pets other than owls are strictly prohibited. Note: this is a special regulation during the Dippet era. Bader felt a surge of excitement as he clutched the envelope and descended from the tower, the golden strands of his hair shimmering in the sunlight. In his hand, he held a buttered roll, a treat the priest had reserved for him, as the priest, though never explicitly stating so, always ensured Bader left with a little extra food whenever he visited this alley. "Bader, you're a bit late today," Tom remarked, leaning against a wooden crate, his fingers unconsciously tracing the scales of Sylvanus. Riddle had been watching the skies lately, a peculiar feeling stirring within him as he sensed that something was amiss. "Oh, I apologize, Tom. This morning, I was helping the priest organize old Bibles, and a few pages from a 17th century Latin edition were stuck together. I managed to separate them using that peculiar power, and the priest said it was a sign from God." Bader chuckled softly. "Moreover, I received a letter today, and I'm quite thrilled. It mentions a school of magic. Here, take a look. He handed the letter to Riddle and broke off half of the roll to offer him. Riddle accepted the envelope and the bread, scoffing lightly. God has little to do with our affairs. Just as he opened his letter, a flurry of wings sounded above, and another letter fell, identical to the one in his hand. Frowning, Riddle reached for it and swiftly opened his own letter, skimming through its contents. His voice tightened. How remarkable. This means we are not the only ones with such extraordinary magic. It appears we have a name. We are not monsters or the spawn of demons, but wizards. Vader recalled the forbidden section of the church, where a few books depicted witches and wizards, illustrated with figures in pointed hats riding broomsticks and wielding wands. The priest had warned that they were wicked practitioners of dark arts, yet it now seemed that not all of this was entirely false. Shall we go? Vader inquired. Glancing up at him, the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the alley above, illuminating his golden locks. The letter stated that classes commenced on September 1st. With a designated platform. Of course, we must go. Tom's voice was resolute, his dark pupils seemingly ignited with fervor. Here they call you a messenger of God, while I am branded the son of a demon. But once we arrive there, we shall be kindred spirits. Riddle fell silent, his fingers white-knuckled around the parchment. Memories of the orphanage loomed like a nightmare. The jeers, the beatings, and the curses of demons spawned nearly drowning him. Yet this letter felt like a key, unlocking the door to a new world. September 1st, Riddle murmured, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. Sylvanus climbed down from the crate, nudging Riddle's pant leg with his head. Can I go with you? Ah, my good girl, are you worried that we might leave you without any food? Vader gently lifted Sylvanus and wrapped her around his arm. Riddle, rarely prone to smiles, allowed a small curve of his lips, lightly tapping Sylvanus's small head. Once we reach that school, there will be far better things than bread and milk. Vader pondered for a moment before formulating a plan. Ahem. Although the letter states that no pets other than owls are allowed, Sylvanus, I trust you will be obedient, yes? Once at school, do stay in the dormitory and not frighten the other students, all right? Sylvanus nodded eagerly. Of course, I promise to behave and remain in the dormitory. Tom meticulously folded the parchment and tucked it away, concealing this monumental secret. Do not speak of it to anyone. Riddle's voice was low yet firm. Before we arrive, no one must know. Vader nodded vigorously, understanding that this letter, in this fearsome and wondrous world, was special and should remain a secret from all. Chapter 4, Dumbledore, Diagon Alley, and Wands. As the winds of late August swept through the church spire, rustling the withered leaves, Vader was diligently polishing a holy statue while Tom, as usual, squatted at the alley's mouth, feeding Sylvanus until the unmistakable half-moon glasses appeared in the shadows. Good afternoon, children. Albus Dumbledore's voice was like warm tea infused with honey, gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. His silver-gray robes fluttered in the breeze, and the blue eyes behind the crescent lenses resembled two deep lakes, resting upon both the golden-haired boy and the dark-haired boy. Vader's cloth fell from his hands, while Tom swiftly concealed Sylvanus in his arms, his dark eyes narrowing with caution, sensing an unsettling aura from the man, as if he could see through all the shadows of his thoughts. I am a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore said, inclining his head slightly, his fingers adjusting the peculiar glasses. You possess extraordinary magical talents, and I have come to guide you in gathering the supplies necessary for your enrollment. Vader's golden eyes sparkled with newfound hope, ignited like a candle's flame. He recalled the priest's occasional mention of another world. It seemed those inexplicable powers truly had a place of belonging. Tom, however, merely pressed his lips together, while Sylvanus nuzzled against his wrist, emitting a soft, questioning chirp. Navigating through the bustling Muggle streets, Dumbledore halted before an unassuming stone wall and gently tapped it with his wand. The cold stones rippled like water, revealing a vibrant world beyond, with shops displaying glimmering signs, wizards strolling in their robes, and owls flapping overhead, clutching packages in their beaks. Diagon Alley, Dumbledore smiled, stepping aside. This is the marketplace for wizards. Vader couldn't help but gasp in awe, his golden hair dancing in the motion of his turn. He gazed at the animated magical portraits in the shop windows, at the bubbling, colorful liquids in the cauldrons, and instinctively tightened his grip on the Bible at his chest. It was indeed a place where the extraordinary became utterly commonplace. Tom's gaze softened somewhat, no longer taut as it had been in the alleys of the East End. The glimmering magical lights reflected in his dark eyes, and he could not resist reaching out to touch a self-woven scarf hanging at the entrance of a shop. Their first destination was Ollivander's wand shop. The ancient wooden door creaked as it opened, and the air was infused with the scent of dust and sandalwood. Mr. Ollivander's pale eyes swept over the two boys, appraising them like uncut gemstones. Elder wand, 13.5 inches, phoenix feather core. Ollivander presented a deep purple wand to Tom, exuding resilience and power. Suited for great achievements, yet he cautioned, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. The moment Tom grasped the wand, a warm current surged from his fingertips throughout his body, as if he had rediscovered long-lost kinship. Instinctively, he waved it, and an old wooden crate in the corner suddenly exploded, splinters flying as a spark of excitement flickered in his dark eyes. Elder Wand, 13.5 inches. Also with a phoenix feather core. When it was Bardel's turn, Ollivander handed him a wand of pristine white, its handle intricately carved with sun patterns, radiating a gentle sheen in the dim shop, a pure, luminous embodiment of healing and protection, perfectly attuned to his soul. As Bardel gently held it, the wand's tip burst forth with delicate golden specks, resembling scattered sunlight. He watched in astonishment as these specks landed upon the shattered wood, and remarkably, the disarrayed fragments began to piece themselves back together, restoring the crate to its original form. Fascinating, mused Dumbledore, chuckling softly to himself, his blue eyes twinkling with profound meaning. Two wands of the same origin had chosen entirely different masters. As they exited the wand shop, Dumbledore produced two elegantly wrapped chocolate frogs from his robe pocket and offered them, saying, "Care to try? A delightful treat from the wizarding world." Bardel cautiously unwrapped his, and the frog leaped out with a loud croak, prompting him to fumble in surprise, eliciting a low laugh from Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Tom, having unwrapped his, swiftly caught the frog before it could jump away. He stared at the wizarding image on the card for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are these people real?" "Indeed. They are all great wizards," Dumbledore affirmed. "Perhaps one day, your portraits will grace such cards as well." Tom remained silent, stuffing the card into his pocket. As he took a sizable bite of the chocolate frog, the sweetness burst on his tongue while he cast a furtive glance at Bardel, who was marveling at the image of Nicholas Flamel, his golden lashes casting delicate shadows in the sunlight. Sylvanus peeked out from Tom's pocket, emitting a yearning hiss at the chocolate frog in Bardel's hand. Without hesitation, Bardel broke off a small piece and handed it over. Tom's lips instinctively tightened. Yet as he turned, he slyly slipped his remaining half of the chocolate frog into Bardel's hand. The setting sun elongated the shadows across Diagon Alley, and Dumbledore observed the two boys walking side by side, one like the rising sun, the other like a star in the dark night, each wielding wands that glimmered with the essence of phoenix feathers. These two wands were destined to intertwine throughout their lives, much like their shadows on the cobblestone path, gradually merging indistinguishably. Chapter 5, Platform 9.75. King's Cross Station was bustling with people on September 1st, the roar of the steam train vibrating the ground beneath them. Bardel clutched his ticket for the Hogwarts Express, his golden lashes flecked with nervous anticipation as he gazed at the peculiar address, Platform 9.75, which stood out starkly amidst the throngs of Muggle travelers. "That platform doesn't even exist," Tom's voice sliced through the air, his narrowed eyes scanning the cold brick wall between platforms 9 and 10, suspicion flickering in his dark gaze. "Surely that old man isn't deceiving us." Bardel shook his head, unconsciously rubbing the edge of his ticket with his fingertips. "Professor Dumbledore doesn't strike me as a liar. He said to walk through that wall." Perhaps he suddenly recalled the shifting stone wall at Diagon Alley. His eyes brightened at the thought. "Is it akin to the entrance to Diagon Alley?" Tom raised an eyebrow and remained silent, yet he stealthily approached the brick wall. He watched as several robed children pushed their luggage carts, laughing as they rushed towards the wall, only to vanish into thin air. "Hey!" A red-haired boy, pushing a cart piled high with boxes, nearly collided with Tom. He flashed a grin, revealing two small canine-like teeth. "New here? Just follow me." Before he finished speaking, he dashed towards the wall, his figure instantly disappearing into it. Bardel and Tom exchanged astonished glances. Tom, seizing his worn suitcase, tilted his chin towards the brick wall. "Shall we give it a try?" Bardel took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his wand, and followed Tom as they ran toward the wall. The wind whistled past their ears, and he closed his eyes, bracing for impact with the hard stone, yet he felt only a mild dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he was met with an entirely different scene. A scarlet steam train puffed clouds of white mist, its body adorned with the gleaming golden letters of Hogwarts Express. Robed wizarding children raced and laughed on the platform, owls flapped their wings in cages, and cats and toads were cradled in arms, while the air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and caramel sweetness. "We really made it," Bardel murmured, his golden eyes reflecting the train's silhouette, sparkling as if dusted with starlight. Tom's lips curled into a faint smile as he pulled his suitcase onto the train, where the sound of lively chatter filled the compartments. They found an empty compartment by the window, watching as the platform receded into the distance. The din of the Muggle world sealed behind the thick glass. "What's this?" Bardel rummaged through his bag to produce a book with a snake emblazoned on its cover. Curiously flipping it open, "A History of Magic?" Tom, engrossed in a volume titled 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, looked up at the mention. Professor Dumbledore said these are part of the curriculum. His fingers traced the illustration of the mandrake on the page, intrigue glimmering in his dark eyes. Do you think the mandrake's cries can truly drive one mad? The book states ear protection is necessary, Bardel pointed out, laughing suddenly. Perhaps it's akin to the soprano in a church choir, just a bit more potent. Tom chuckled softly, but refrained from arguing. He turned to another page, pointing at a silver plant. What about this? Moonstone powder mixed with sneezewort juice. What can it do? I believe it's a remedy for cuts and scrapes, Bardel pondered, tilting his head before retrieving a book titled Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 from his bag. Look at this. It glimmers. Could it make a wand glow? Tom immediately fished out his dark purple wand and attempted to recite a spell. The tip indeed ignited with a ghostly purple light, illuminating the excitement in his eyes. Bardel raised his own white wand, softly uttering the incantation. A gentle golden glow poured from its tip, intertwining with the purple light and bathing the small compartment in a warm, bright radiance. Your light is brighter than mine, Tom remarked, a hint of discomfort in his tone. Your light is more focused, Bardel replied earnestly, his golden eyes crescent-shaped. Like stars in the sun? Tom turned his gaze towards the window. I do not wish to be your star. I do not want to be merely one of the countless stars in the sky. His ears turned slightly red. He tucked his wand away and resumed reading. Yet he could not help but glance sideways at Bardel, who was engrossed in a history of magic. Sunlight streamed through the train window, casting a soft golden halo over Bardel's golden hair, making even the hefty tome appear less dull. The compartment door had been pulled open several times, with children peering in, searching for seats. Upon encountering them, each was momentarily taken aback by a radiant golden-haired boy, resembling an angel who had stepped out from a painting, and a dark-haired lad whose brooding demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. Ultimately, none dared to enter, and silence enveloped the compartment once more, save for the soft rustling of pages and the occasional murmur of hushed conversations. Do you suppose Hogwarts will sort us into houses? Bardel suddenly inquired, his fingertip tracing the emblematic illustration of the school. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Which would be the finest? Tom closed his book, a glint of sharpness flickering in his dark eyes. Slytherin, he proclaimed. The book asserts that many great wizards hailed from there. Bardel remained silent, gently caressing the sun motif on his wand. He recalled the stained glass of the church, tales of light and guardianship, perhaps, irrespective of the house. As long as he was with Tom, it would not turn out too poorly. The train jostled along the tracks, carrying the two boys toward an unknown magical realm. The scenery beyond the window transformed from urban landscapes to sprawling fields, gradually shrouded in twilight, as the light within the compartment dimmed. Tom waved his wand again, the tip of his purple wood wand glowing steadily, while Bardel adjusted his own golden light to a softer hue, just enough to illuminate the pages before them. Occasionally, owls swooped past the window, carrying letters toward distant destinations. Bardel watched these winged creatures and suddenly felt a corner of his heart filled. He had been lonely for so long, merely awaiting someone to share the brilliance of magic with him. Chapter 6, Sorting into Slytherin. But this place is not suited for you. The train halted abruptly in the pitch darkness, the door creaking open with a clang as a rush of icy air surged in, laden with the unique dampness of the lake. Everyone off. Move quickly. A gruff voice echoed in the darkness. It belonged to Grop, the Hogwarts caretaker, a towering man holding a flickering lantern that cast a dim glow over the gravel path. Boats await by the lake, one for each of you. Follow the light. Bardel instinctively grasped Tom's sleeve, his icy fingertips brushing against the other's similarly cool skin. Tom did not pull away but merely tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes shining brilliantly in the gloom. Follow me. They trailed the crowd to the lakeshore, where a dozen small boats lay moored, their prows adorned with ancient serpentine carvings. Grop whistled, and the boats began to sway as if inviting them aboard. Bardel and Tom shared a vessel, the oars moving autonomously, gliding silently away from the shore. The lake mirrored the distant outline of the castle, its spires and towers sketching a mysterious silhouette against the night sky, the lights from the windows resembling scattered stars. Bardel leaned over the edge of the boat, watching the reflection of his golden hair ripple in the water, engaging in silent conversation with the small silver fish that occasionally swam beneath, seemingly comprehending. As they brushed against the boat's hull, "That is Hogwarts," Tom suddenly remarked, pointing toward the castle, now growing clearer ahead. Bardel looked up, his golden eyes reflecting the castle's lights, his heart racing. He could feel an extraordinary energy coursing through the air, gentle yet powerful, as if the entire castle possessed a life of its own. The small boat docked at the pier beneath the castle, where Grop awaited, brusquely directing the children to disembark before gesturing towards the castle doors. Professor Dumbledore is inside, waiting for you. They traversed through the vine-draped stone entrance, warmth immediately dispelling the chill. Dumbledore stood in the grand foyer, his silver-gray robes shimmering with a soft glow in the firelight, while moving portraits on the stone walls engaged in quiet conversation. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall. Before entering the Great Hall, "I must impart to you the principles of the four houses. Gryffindor values courage and fervor. Hufflepuff upholds loyalty and diligence. Ravenclaw seeks wisdom and innovation. And Slytherin prizes ambition and pure blood. But remember, the house you are sorted into does not define you. What truly defines you is your own choice." He raised his hand to open the door leading to the Great Hall, where a dazzling light erupted forth. For long tables lined the sides, adorned with golden plates and goblets, while the ceiling, enchanted to resemble a starry night, showcased floating candles like true shooting stars. Hundreds of students, clad in robes of varying colors, curiously scrutinized the new arrivals. At the forefront, on a raised platform, Professor Dumbledore held an old sorting hat, its brim wrinkled like an elderly face. "When I call your name, please come forward and don the sorting hat." Cygnus Black, a golden-haired boy, stepped up, and as the hat touched his hair, it proclaimed, "Slytherin." Applause erupted from the table on the right, and the boy strode forward proudly, chin held high. Cecilia Brown, Hufflepuff. Felix Green, Ravenclaw. One by one, names were called, and children were assigned to different houses, waves of cheers and comforting applause resonating through the hall. Bardel's palms grew slightly clammy as he discreetly glanced at Tom, who was pressing his lips together tightly, an unmistakable glint of determination shining in his dark eyes. "Tom Riddle." Tom inhaled deeply, striding confidently to the front, placing the hat upon his head. Almost simultaneously, a loud declaration emerged from beneath the brim, "Slytherin." Reserved applause echoed from the Slytherin table as Tom straightened his back, hastening to his seat, casting a brief glance back at Bardel, his expression laced with a subtle expectation. Bardel's heart skipped a beat. Watching Tom settle among the Slytherins, in that instant, he suddenly felt irrevocably certain of his own destination. Bardel Phoenix Devane. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. As the rough sorting hat descended upon his golden hair, an ancient voice resonated directly in his mind. "Ah, a most intriguing soul, pure, bright, brimming with protective power. Gryffindor would suit you well, where your courage would harmonize with your radiance. Or Ravenclaw, your wisdom deserves to be recognized." "I wish to join Slytherin," Bardel resolutely declared within his mind. The sorting hat hesitated momentarily, surprise lacing its voice. "Slytherin? Child, are you certain? The ambition and machinations there are at odds with your essence. You would melt away like snow in the sun." "I am certain." Bardel's voice echoed in his mind. "My friend is there. I wish to be with him." "Friend?" The hat seemed to weigh the word carefully, "Yet your soul belongs to the light. The shadows of Slytherin will consume you. Consider it again. Gryffindor truly suits you well." "No, I shall go to Slytherin." The hall gradually fell silent. Whispers began to ripple among the students. "What is happening? Is the sorting hat stuck? That golden-haired boy seems so pure. Which house will he join? I wager Gryffindor. Or perhaps Hufflepuff. He appears quite fitting for either." Dumbledore, however, continued to smile, a flicker of contemplation sparking in his blue eyes. Time seemed to freeze. Bardel could feel the sorting hat straining atop his head, grappling within his mind, endlessly presenting the many reasons Slytherin would not suit him. Yet he remained steadfast in his singular answer. At last, the sorting hat emitted a weary sigh, its voice laden with exhaustion. Very well, you obstinate child. I have never encountered a Slytherin so determined to tread a path that defies your very essence. While I must assert that it is the least fitting among the four houses for you, this is your choice, and I can only acquiesce." As the hat's words fell, a moment of silence enveloped the Slytherin table, which was soon broken by a sparse yet spontaneous applause, evidently surprised by this outcome. Tom abruptly rose, his dark eyes gleaming with incredulity as he watched Bader approach him. Bader took a seat beside Tom, his golden hair glimmering warmly in the candlelight. He turned to Tom and smiled, akin to sunlight piercing through clouds. "I told you, I would be with you." Tom's throat moved slightly, remaining silent. Yet he discreetly brushed against Bader's hand beneath the tablecloth. In the distance, Dumbledore gently swirled his goblet, his gaze resting upon the overlapping shadows of the two boys, his silver-blue eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chapter 7, Day 1. The head of Slytherin was an upperclassman named Avery, whose silver-green robes carved cold, rigid lines through the corridor. He surveyed the first years with a critical eye, his brow furrowing even tighter when it landed on Bader's excessively radiant golden hair. "Keep up. Don't lag behind." Avery's voice was as sharp as ice. "Remember, the Slytherin common room is not accessible to everyone. The password changes weekly, and this week it is pure blood." Tom hesitated for a moment, a flicker of complexity passing through his dark eyes. Meanwhile, Bader instinctively tightened his grip on the hem of his robe. He did not grasp the deeper meaning of the term, but could sense the almost haughty expressions on the faces of several older Slytherins surrounding him. They followed Avery through the dim corridor, stopping before a stone wall adorned with a carving of a giant serpent. Avery cleared his throat and pronounced the word pure blood in a low tone. The wall slowly slid open, revealing a dark, profound passage from which a damp chill rushed forth. Carrying a faint hint of brine, the Slytherin common room lies beneath the lake, Tom whispered to Bader, his dark eyes particularly bright in the gloom. Sylvanus would adore this place. At the end of the passage stood a spacious, circular chamber, its walls constructed of smooth black marble, while the ceiling was embedded with countless green lights, simulating the starry sky beneath the lake. Several intricately carved black wooden benches encircled the fireplace, the flames flickering with an eerie green hue, casting a cold glow upon every face. A few students clad in Slytherin robes were seated, engrossed in their books or conversing. Upon noticing the newcomers, they merely glanced up before returning to their activities. The dormitory is down the right corridor, find your name. Avery tossed over his shoulder before turning to leave. Tom and Bader proceeded along the corridor and soon spotted their names inscribed on a door, Tom Riddle and Bader Phoenix Devine, elegantly painted in silver on a black wooden plaque placed side by side. Pushing the door open revealed a dormitory more spacious than anticipated, with two four-poster beds draped in curtains flanking either side. Nightstands adorned with serpent-patterned candlesticks stood beside the beds, while the window opened to the gently rippling lake, where silver fish occasionally swam by, casting shimmering shadows on the glass. Not bad, Tom remarked as he approached the bed by the window, tossing his worn suitcase at the foot of the bed. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his dark eyes, certainly 100 times better than the hard cot at the orphanage. Bader, on the other hand, reached the other bed and gently traced the exquisite patterns carved into the bedpost, his golden eyes reflecting the shimmering water outside. Can the fish in the lake talk? Like Sylvanus? Perhaps, Tom replied, the corners of his mouth barely curling upward. I'll ask them tonight. That evening, Bader found it difficult to fall into a deep sleep. The gentle sound of the lake lapping against the window resembled tender whispers. And occasionally, he would open his eyes to see Tom sitting in a chair by the window, reading by the eerie green firelight, the outline of his profile starkly defined in the shadows. Once, in a drowsy turn, he discovered Tom had returned to his bed, yet the curtains remained slightly drawn, allowing him to see Tom still clutching his wand made of purple wood, his fingertips gently caressing its shaft. On the following morning, the crisp chime of bells penetrated the lake water, awakening the entire common room from slumber. Tom and Bader rose almost simultaneously, donning their freshly pressed Slytherin uniforms, the deep green robes complemented by silver-green ties on Tom, enhancing his fair complexion and deepening the intensity of his gaze, while on Bader, the same attire seemed to cast a cool hue upon the sunlight, creating a curious sense of dissonance. The first lesson was Transfiguration. When Professor Dumbledore entered the room, the Gryffindor students erupted in a low cheer. Good morning, children. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. He removed his crescent-shaped glasses to clean them, his blue eyes sweeping across the classroom. Today, we will start with the basics, transforming a matchstick into a needle. But remember, the essence of transfiguration lies in concentration. Envision the core of the object undergoing transformation. He picked up a matchstick, elegantly waved his wand, and articulated a clear incantation. The ordinary matchstick instantly twisted, elongated, and ultimately transformed into a slender silver needle, glimmering with a cold light. Gasps of awe filled the classroom. Tom's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the needle, his fingers tightening around his wand within the pocket of his robe. Bader, meanwhile, swiftly recorded notes in his notebook, his golden eyelashes fluttering with each blink. When it was time for the students to attempt the transformation, chaos erupted in the classroom. Some matchsticks morphed into twisted metal blobs, while others ignited in flames. Only a handful succeeded. Tom was the first. His matchstick confidently transformed into a silver needle, albeit slightly thicker than Dumbledore's, yet sufficiently standard. Very well done, Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore smiled, nodding approvingly and awarding Slytherin 5 points. Tom straightened his posture, a flicker of pride illuminating his dark eyes. When it was Bader's turn, his matchstick initially trembled before emitting a gentle golden glow, ultimately becoming a silver needle adorned with subtle sun patterns, the tip cleverly bent into a small circular loop. Remarkably excellent, Mr. Devine. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the needle for a moment, recognizing the innate talent for form control, and awarded Slytherin another 5 points. The Slytherin students looked at Bader in astonishment. Even Tom could not help but turn his head, a hint of approval glimmering in his dark eyes. The second morning class was potions, held in a chilly underground classroom. Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin, was a portly man with a perpetually affable smile. His robes splattered with various hues and exuding a faint herbal aroma. "Welcome to my potions class." Slughorn clapped his hands, his plump fingers pointing at the densely written chalkboard. "Today, we shall not engage in practical exercises, but rather discuss theory. What is a potion? It is a healing elixir, a deadly poison, and moreover, the key to altering one's destiny." He retrieved a row of jars from the cupboard, filled with vividly colored liquids. "This is a mandrake restorative, capable of awakening those who have been petrified. This is a joy potion, which can induce euphoria. And this bottle," he lifted a transparent vial containing swirling liquid. "A soft pink hue, is a love potion, the most potent of its kind in the world. But remember, it does not create true love, it merely invokes an illusion." Bader's eyes brightened instantly. He leaned closer to the jars, curiosity sparkling in his golden gaze. "Professor, can the combination of different herbs truly yield entirely different effects? Just as the diverse aromas of various spices in a church can create distinct atmospheres." Slughorn raised an eyebrow in surprise, followed by a smile of appreciation. "An exceedingly apt metaphor, Mr. Devereux. It appears you possess a remarkable talent for potions, earning Slytherin 3 points. He paused momentarily before adding, "If you are interested after class, you may visit my office. I have a few rare tomes on ancient potion recipes." Bader's face immediately flushed, and he nodded gratefully. Tom, seated beside him, observed the neat handwriting and meticulous herb sketches in his notebook, a fleeting softness glimmering in his dark eyes. The atmosphere in the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class was markedly different. Professor Mellis was a stern-faced witch, her black robe embroidered with silver thorn patterns, holding a book with a menacing cover. Defense against the dark arts, as the name suggests, teaches you how to withstand darkness. Her voice was deep and commanding as she opened the book, and the illustrations sprung to life. The grotesque boggart twisted on the page, and the wings of a vampire bat flapped as if about to take flight. "First, you must understand your enemies. Today, we will familiarize ourselves with several common dark creatures. The boggart, which transforms into your greatest fear; the Grindylow, dwelling in murky waters, delighting in dragging swimmers under; and vampires, who feast on blood and dread sunlight and garlic." A gasp echoed through the classroom, with several Gryffindor students recoiling in fear. Yet Tom listened intently, his gaze fixated on the illustrations, his fingers gently tapping on the desk as if calculating something. "Mr. Riddle," Professor Mellis suddenly called, "can you tell us the most effective spell against the Grindylow?" Tom immediately stood, his voice clear and calm. "The binding curse, Professor. Bind it with ropes or chains, and then drive it away with flames." Professor Mellis nodded in satisfaction. "Very correct," demonstrating a keen understanding of dark creatures' habits, earning Slytherin 5 points. As the bell rang for class dismissal, just as Tom sat down, Bader seized him by the arm, pulling him towards the library. "Wait, I still have a few notes from potions class that I haven't fully written down. May I borrow yours?" Bader's voice brimmed with excitement, his golden hair streaming behind him as they ran. Professor Slughorn mentioned a potion called Wolfsbane that allows werewolves to retain their sanity during a full moon. "Isn't that fascinating?" "It's adequate," Tom replied nonchalantly, yet his pace matched Bader's enthusiasm, his dark eyes reflecting Bader's gleaming golden ones. "However, I am more concerned about the dark arts defensive spells that Professor Mellis mentioned. She indicated she would teach us the disarming charm tomorrow." The Hogwarts library resembled a vast labyrinth, with towering bookshelves reaching the ceiling, sunlight streaming through stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns upon the floor. Tom navigated to the section on defense against the dark arts with ease, extracting a book titled Compendium of Dark Creatures and leaning against the shelf to peruse it. Meanwhile, Bader lingered in the potions section, cradling a thick tome titled 1,000 Potion Recipes, seated by a window, his fingers delicately brushing the yellowed pages, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation or breaking into a smile of sudden realization. As the afternoon sun gradually sank lower in the sky, their shadows elongated and intertwined on the floor, Tom occasionally glanced up to see Bader entranced by an illustration of herbs, golden sunlight illuminating the tips of his hair as if sprinkled with gold dust. Conversely, whenever Bader looked up, he would catch a glimpse of Tom's focused profile, his dark hair glinting with a hint of light brown in the sun, his expression sharp and intent. "Tom," Bader suddenly spoke, waving a book at him. "Look at this. When the leaves of the muggle-repellent plant are ground together with aconite, they create a potent antidote, but used alone, the toxicity is quite severe." Tom approached, leaning down to examine the page. The muggle-repellent plant shared the same material as his wand. His fingertip gently tapped the words "highly toxic," a glimmer of profound understanding flashing in his dark eyes. "It seems that everything possesses a duality." Bader, not fully grasping his words, merely smiled and nodded. Indeed. Just as sunlight brings warmth, it can also scorch the skin. Tom gazed into Bader's pure golden eyes, suddenly reaching out to brush away a stray golden hair that had fallen onto the page. The touch of his fingertips was soft and warm, akin to a genuine ray of sunlight. It is time for dinner. Tom withdrew his hand and turned to leave the library, his ears subtly reddening. Bader paused momentarily, then chuckled and followed. Outside the window, twilight began to descend. Stars at the lake's bottom began to twinkle upon the ceiling of the Slytherin common room, infused with the scent of sunlight and ink, as if narrating the tale of two distinctly different souls gradually walking towards each other along the same path. Chapter 8. Exclusion. The morning mist at Hogwarts always carried a hint of the castle's unique dampness. As Tom and Bader walked side by side into the Great Hall, the raucous chatter at the Slytherin table abruptly ceased, akin to a snapped violin string. The silver-green-robed students either turned away to feign conversation or cast furtive glances their way, the scrutiny in their eyes unmasked, akin to observing two interlopers in their territory. "Look, it's that muggle-born," a boy with slick black hair whispered to his companion, his voice pitched just right for Bader to overhear. "I can't fathom what the Sorting Hat was thinking, placing such a holier-than-thou fellow in Slytherin." His companion scoffed. "And that one from the orphanage, I hear he doesn't even know who his parents are. Does he truly deserve to wear our Slytherin robes?" Bader faltered for a moment, his golden lashes lowering to obscure the emotions beneath. Tom, however, acted as if he had not heard, striding directly to an empty seat at the end of the long table. He cast a cold glance at the two boys, his dark eyes unyielding. The boys promptly fell silent, lifting their teacups and pretending to drink, though the tension in their grip betrayed their unease. "Ignore them," Tom said, sliding a plate of toast in front of Bader, his voice calm and steady. "They are merely a group of fools who measure worth by bloodline." Bader lifted his gaze, newfound light sparking in his golden eyes. "I know." He picked up a piece of bread and suddenly laughed. "They must be envious that we've earned so many points on our very first day." A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Tom's mouth. Indeed, since their classes in Transfiguration and Defense against the Dark Arts, Slytherin's house points had increased significantly due to their contributions, yet this had not garnered acceptance from their peers. Instead, it was akin to casting a stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred deeper waters. The pureblood students, both disdainful of their origins and envious of their talents, resorted to silence and isolation to mask their complexities. The morning's History of Magic class took place in a room overflowing with old books. Professor Bin's voice was akin to rusty gears grinding, monotonous enough to lull one into slumber. Yet Bader listened with rapt attention, his notebook filled not only with dates and events, but adorned with small illustrations. The goblins of Gringotts, medieval wizard duels, and even a round little house elf. "What purpose do these drawings serve?" Tom inquired, peering over to catch a glimpse, his dark eyes revealing a hint of confusion. His notes were always succinct and clear, containing only the most vital information, much like a precise incantation. "They aid memory," Bader replied, adding a tiny hat to the little elf, just as stained glass in a church helps one remember the stories. Just then, a stifled laugh echoed from the back row. A group of Slytherin girls covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, their eyes flitting between Bader's notebook and his golden hair, as if they were gazing upon some curious exhibit. Bader feigned indifference, merely shifting the notebook closer to himself while continuing to listen to the lesson. However, Tom abruptly turned his head, a hint of crimson flickering in his dark eyes, causing the girls to immediately lower their heads, silenced by fear. During the break, the corridor was teeming with students from various houses. Gryffindor students laughed jovially with their arms draped over each other, Hufflepuffs exchanged snacks, and Ravenclaws huddled together, engrossed in discussing riddles. Yet, Tom and Bader stood apart, like two solitary fish swimming outside a school, quietly leaning against the corridor window. The afternoon heralded a flying lesson, shared with Gryffindor. Bader perused the schedule, his golden hair illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, resembling a fiery blaze. "Can you fly? It shouldn't be too difficult." Tom's gaze wandered to an owl circling high above the Quidditch pitch, his dark eyes glinting with eagerness, akin to mastering a wand. Balance was all that was required. At that moment, a group of boys clad in Slytherin robes sauntered by, one of them deliberately bumping into Tom. Tom staggered back slightly, his dark eyes darkening as if brewing a storm. "Sorry, didn't see you," the boy said nonchalantly, though his gaze provocatively swept over Tom's worn shoes, which he had brought from the orphanage, the edges already frayed. Instinctively, Bader stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Tom. He said nothing, merely regarding the boy with his golden eyes, pure and untainted, which made the boy feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to mutter a dismissive remark before hastily departing with his companions. "No need," Tom tugged at Bader's sleeve, his voice tinged with an imperceptible awkwardness. I can handle it myself. I know, Bader replied, turning to him with a smile, sunlight casting delicate shadows on his eyelashes. But we are friends, are we not? Friends should stand together. Tom's throat moved slightly, and he fell silent, reaching out to adjust Bader's collar, which had been ruffled by the wind. When his fingertips brushed against Bader's warm neck, he recoiled as if scalded, his ears subtly reddening. The incident during the flying lesson did not affect their demeanor. As Madame Hooch instructed everyone on mounting their broomsticks, Tom effortlessly hoisted himself onto his, the broom responding obediently to his command like Sylvanus, while Bader, initially tense, quickly found his rhythm, his broom ascending with a trail of golden sparkles, reminiscent of a tale woven from sunlight. Look at that Slytherin boy with the golden hair, exclaimed a red-haired Gryffindor boy in awe. He flies like an angel. The one with dark hair is impressive too, remarked another girl. More stable than most in our house. Listening to the accolades, the expressions of the Slytherin students soured further. A boy named Axley, feeling defiant, surreptitiously cast a leg-locking curse at Tom's broomstick, which merely wobbled slightly. Tom, however, turned sharply, his dark eyes locking onto Axley's position with precision, sending the boy into a flurry as he hastily withdrew his wand. When the class bell rang, Madame Hooch specifically commended Tom and Bader. Riddle and Devane have demonstrated exceptional control over their broomsticks, earning Slytherin an additional 2 points. This time, the Slytherin table remained silent. Devoid of even sparse applause, the students left in silence, following their prefect, not a single glance cast back, as if the two boys were entirely inconsequential. They seem even more displeased, Bader observed softly, watching their classmates' retreating figures. Let them be, Tom replied, leaning his broom against the wall with indifference. I would rather be in the library than with a bunch of wastrels who only flaunt their bloodline. Bader chuckled. He had anticipated Tom's response. The library in the evening was always particularly serene, filled only with the soft rustle of turning pages and the occasional cough from the matron. Tom lingered for a long while before the shelf on dark arts defense, cradling a tome titled Advanced Defense Techniques, his fingertips repeatedly brushing over the page on the disillusionment charm. Meanwhile, Bader had discovered a book on ancient healing magic, engrossed in its contents, oblivious to Tom's approach. What are you reading? Tom's voice startled him. Look at this, Bader exclaimed excitedly, pointing to an illustration on the page. Their essay magic that can make withered plants bloom again. You just need to tap it gently with your wand and recite an ancient incantation. Boring, Tom retorted, although his eyes involuntarily followed the illustration. The depicted wizard held a white wand, its tip radiating a soft glow, strikingly similar to Bader's white wand of you. It's not boring, Bader quietly countered. Making things better is far more meaningful than letting them decay. Tom refrained from further arguing. He leaned against the bookshelf, observing Bader's focused profile, watching the sunlight dance upon his golden hair, and suddenly felt that the isolation and exclusion from their peers did not seem as significant. They indeed stood apart from most of Slytherin, one illuminated by the sanctity of a church, the other shrouded in the shadows of an orphanage. Yet they found in one another a shared essence, that unrecognized solitude, that curiosity for power, and a tacit understanding known only to the two of them. As dusk deepened, they finally departed the library. Traversing the empty corridors, moonlight streamed through the arched windows, casting a silvery veil upon the stone floor. Tom abruptly halted, straining to listen. What's wrong? Bader inquired. Tonight is a full moon. Tom's voice was soft, as if sharing a secret. He turned to face Tom, whose dark eyes sparkled with the moonlight, resembling a galaxy trapped within. Tom, Bader suddenly said, no matter how they perceive us, as long as we are together, it doesn't feel truly lonely, does it? Tom regarded his pure golden gaze, pausing for a moment before softly affirming with a nod. They continued onward, their shadows elongated by the moonlight, closely entwined, as if merging into one. The suit of armor at the end of the corridor blinked, and the lady in the portrait lowered her fan, while even the dust motes in the air seemed to dance an unspoken ballet for these two souls isolated by the world. In the cold depths of Slytherin's lake, they became each other as only light. Chapter 9, Attitude. The chilly autumn rain pelted against the stained glass windows of Hogwarts, causing the candle flames in the great hall to flicker erratically. At the Slytherin table, Tom was deeply engrossed in writing his history of magic essay, the quill gliding across the parchment, leaving behind lines of sharply defined script. Each letter appeared as if meticulously crafted silverware, succinct, incisive, imbued with undeniable strength. Seated beside him, Bader was calculating formulas for arithmancy, his handwriting gentle and rounded, akin to a flowing brook, occasionally adorning the margins with small sun motifs. The golden ink glimmering on the parchment, Although they were separated by a half-arm's distance, it formed an independent little world between them, oddly harmonious amidst the surrounding clamor. "Look, it's them again," whispered Axley from the back row to his companion, his tone laced with a hint of disdain, yet tinged with complexity. "Last week in Transfiguration, Riddle transformed a mouse into a living golden snake." Even Professor Dumbledore nodded in approval. His companion curled his lip, casting a glance at the House Cup leaderboard where Slytherin's silver-green gem was visibly closing in on Gryffindor. Next to the newly added points, the names Riddle and Devine were conspicuously marked. Devine's prowess in potion-making was remarkable. Professor Slughorn remarked that his calming draft was purer than even that of the 7th years. Upon hearing this, several Slytherin students fell silent. The previous isolation and exclusion gradually transformed into an unspoken awkwardness in the face of their remarkable achievements and the ever-increasing house points. They still harbored disdain for these two oddities, yet they could not deny that it was these two despised orphans, taught by muggles and products of orphanages, who rekindled Slytherin's hope of reclaiming the House Cup. What unsettled them further was the ambiguity surrounding the lineage of these two individuals. Bader occasionally conversed with the fish in the lake, a skill that only ancient pure-blood families might inherit. His white ash wand contained a phoenix feather, and phoenixes are known to choose only the most powerful wizards. Rumors circulated that the surname Devine had appeared in the annals of medieval magic history, linked to an ancient family associated with the sun. Who could be certain that these seemingly ordinary orphans did not harbor extraordinary backgrounds? During the morning's charms class, Professor Flitwick instructed the students to practice the bluebell flames. While the other students struggled to maintain a stable flame, Tom's purplewood wand erupted into a plume of violet fire, deftly tracing serpentine patterns in the air. Meanwhile, Bader's white ash wand conjured golden flames that blossomed like a blooming bluebell, warm and radiant, holding its own against the former's might. Remarkable. Professor Flitwick's voice chimed like a jubilant bird. Mr. Riddle's control is unparalleled, and Mr. Devine's creativity is astonishing. 5 points to each. This time, the Slytherin students did not remain silent. Scattered applause arose. Though not fervent, it was genuine. Tom merely nodded slightly, while Bader beamed and nodded at everyone, his golden eyes crescent-shaped with delight. During the break, the Quidditch team captain approached them unexpectedly. Devine, the captain, a senior student, said with an awkward expression, "Your flying talent is exceptional. The team is in need of a seeker. Would you like to try out?" Bader was taken aback, his golden eyes suddenly sparkling like ignited stars. "Can I?" He had been enamored with Quidditch since the first flying lesson, feeling exhilarated each time he watched players pursue the golden snitch in the sky. "Of course," the captain replied, then hesitated, turning his gaze to Tom. "Riddle, your reflexes and strength would suit you as a beater. What do you say?" Before he could finish, Tom nodded. "All right." Bader looked at him in astonishment, knowing that Tom had little interest in Quidditch, even viewing it as a frivolous pastime. Yet Tom avoided his gaze, an unnatural glint flickering in his dark eyes. "No one is better suited to protect the seeker than I." At this, several attentive Slytherin students exchanged surprised glances. Everyone knew that Riddle was a lone wolf, never willing to expend effort for anyone but Devine. Yet his recent remark clearly betrayed a protective instinct. During the first Quidditch practice, the entire Slytherin team was astounded. Bader soared on his broomstick with the agility of a lark, his golden hair streaming in the wind, effortlessly capturing the snitch from the most challenging angles. Tom, meanwhile, darted like a streak of black lightning, his hits precise and fierce. Each time an opponent's bludger approached Bader, he would retaliate with a powerful stroke, enough to leave the opposing beater's hands numb. How is he so accurate on his first try, even surpassing veteran players? The team's chaser murmured. The captain observed the two's seamless coordination in the air, suddenly realizing that while Tom's flying talent might not rival Bader's agility, he possessed remarkable strategic insight and control, always predicting the opponent's moves, acting as a loyal guardian, shielding Bader within a zone of absolute safety. After practice, Bader, broom in hand, laughed radiantly. "Tom, you were incredible. You actually managed to hit that bludger into the goal." Tom tossed his broom to the caretaker, a hint of barely perceptible amusement in his dark eyes. Just a stroke of luck. He reached out to brush the dust from Bader's cheek, but swiftly withdrew his fingers upon making contact with Bader's warm skin. "Let us head back. We have defense against the dark arts this afternoon." The two walked side by side toward the castle, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun. In the distance, atop the astronomy tower, Dumbledore lowered his telescope, the depths of his blue eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. He observed the burgeoning ambition and power emanating from the dark-haired boy, akin to a newly ignited star, brilliant yet perilous. And then he turned his gaze to the golden-haired boy, whose radiance was as pure as the rising sun, yet who was drawn dangerously close to the shadows that could sear him. These two children, one concealing a yearning for power within the light, and the other clinging to warmth amidst darkness, found their fates intertwined, like two phoenix feathers from the same source, destined to entangle, and inevitably filled with uncertainty. At dinner, an unprecedented event unfolded at the Slytherin long table. A pureblood boy named Carlo boldly pushed a plate of roasted potatoes toward Tom. Riddle, could I borrow your paper on the history of magic for reference tomorrow? About the medieval wizarding council? Tom raised his eyes, his dark gaze coldly assessing Carlo. Yet without a word, he nudged his paper toward the other. Carlo blinked, taken aback, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his face betraying disbelief. Bader, witnessing this exchange, quietly smiled at Tom and drew a small smiley face on his bread. The corner of Tom's mouth subtly curved upward as he reached for the carrots on his plate, which he disliked. Surrounding Slytherin students stared in astonishment at the scene, suddenly realizing that perhaps this was not so bad after all, regardless of their backgrounds. Regardless of whether they conformed to Slytherin standards, as long as they could bring the house cup back to Slytherin. As long as these two formidable companions stood by Slytherin's side, the so-called pure-blood glory seemed far less significant. As night fell, Tom and Bader returned to their dormitory. The moonlight shimmered on the lake outside, and Tom sat by the window conversing with the fish, while Bader organized his Quidditch gear, humming a little tune learned from the church. The fish in the lake remarked, "A storm is expected next week." Tom suddenly interjected, "Quidditch practice may be cancelled." "No problem," Bader replied, leaning his broom against the bedpost, his golden eyes sparkling in the candlelight. "I can go to the library to read the newly acquired Quidditch Through the Ages." Tom turned his head to observe his earnest profile, the flickering candlelight reflecting in his dark eyes. And he suddenly felt that the isolation and exclusion that had once weighed heavily on his mind had, unbeknownst to him, become trivial. For what he possessed was far more precious than any shallow acceptance. A companion who understood his solitude in Parcel tongue, a light that made him willingly set aside his brilliance. Meanwhile, in the distant headmaster's office, Dumbledore gazed at the two boys' figures within the crystal ball, gently rolling a lemon drop between his fingers, his blue eyes deepening with contemplation. He perceived the darkness lurking within Tom's depths, the warmth radiating from Bader, and the increasingly taut, invisible bond forming between light and dark. What would the future hold? He was unaware, yet he felt that perhaps had Bader always been by Tom's side, the fears that haunted him would never have come to pass. Chapter 10, Snowfall. The chill in the cellar had yet to disperse as Tom assisted Bader in placing the final vial of freshly brewed shrinking potion into the storeroom of the potions classroom. The torches on the stone walls flickered, casting their shadows upon the ground, resembling a pair of entwined vines. The tip of Bader's white ash wand still bore a trace of shimmering silver elixir. As he lowered his head to brush it with his fingertip, he suddenly heard a delicate sound from outside. It was snowing. He spun around abruptly, his golden locks sweeping over his shoulder like a shaft of startled sunlight. Tom followed him to the window, pushing open the heavy oak casement. A gust of frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in, instantly brushing against their cheeks. The sky had darkened, and large, swirling snowflakes descended, cloaking the castle's spires and the eaves of its towers in a fine layer of white frost. Even the distant forbidden forest became obscured, resembling a watercolor painting blurred by gentle strokes. It truly was snowing. Bader's eyes sparkled with remarkable brilliance, the golden hues reflecting the flurries, as if filled with crushed starlight. He had witnessed snow in the courtyard of the church, but he had never seen such a heavy snowfall, as if the entire world had been tenderly enveloped in a blanket of white velvet. He seized Tom's wrist, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin fabric of his robe. "Come on, let us build a snowman." Before Tom could respond, he was yanked out of the cellar. Snowflakes landed upon Bader's golden hair, instantly melting into tiny droplets, making that golden hue shine even brighter, resting on his long eyelashes. They resembled a scattering of delicate diamonds, falling softly with each blink. Here. Bader stopped in an open space in the courtyard, excitedly stamping his feet in the snow beneath him. "Let us build it right here, close to the fountain, where it won't be trampled by patrolling professors." He crouched down, scooping up a handful of snow to form a small snowball. The snow was icy and bone-chilling, yet he appeared oblivious, engrossed in rolling the snowball across the ground to enlarge it gradually. "Tom, come join me." He lifted his head, the tip of his nose reddened by the cold. Yet his smile was more radiant than the sun. "Let us make a small one, as adorable as little Sylvanus." Tom stood motionless, his dark eyes fixed upon him. Bader was focused on rolling the snowball, his golden hair swaying gently with each movement, the droplets at the tips shimmering under the snow's reflection. His profile was tinged with a faint blush from the cold, yet his lips remained rosy, akin to ripe cherries. Even the white vapor he exhaled seemed to carry a golden halo, dispersing slowly in the cold air. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Bader suddenly noticed Tom's stillness and tilted his head in curiosity. What's wrong? Are your hands cold? I brought a warming charm. Tom snapped back to reality, a fleeting sensation of warmth coursing through him, perhaps due to the chill. He furrowed his brow, his tone remaining nonchalant. It's nothing. Saying this, he too crouched down, grasping a handful of snow. His movements were far more agile than Bader's, swiftly crafting a solid snowball. Just the right size to serve as the body of a snowman. Bader immediately placed his smaller snowball on top for the head, rummaging through his pocket for 2 black pebbles to serve as eyes, and found a slender twig to act as arms. We just need a nose. Bader glanced around. Suddenly his eyes lit up, plucking a bright red berry from a nearby holly bush and carefully inserting it into the center of the snowman's face. Thus, a small snowman was born, standing barely taller than their shins, with a round, plump body, crooked arms, and a red berry nose that stood out vividly against the white snow, resembling a bundled-up Sylvanus. Beside Sylvanus stood 2 equally rotund snowmen. Look, isn't it adorable? Bader clapped the snow off his hands, stepping back to admire his creation, his eyes gleaming with pride. Tom followed his gaze. The snowman was indeed not exquisite, perhaps even somewhat clumsy, yet under the gaze of Bader's luminous golden eyes, it appeared remarkably lively. He said nothing, merely observing as Bader reached out to gently tap the snowman's head, and as his fingertip descended, a small tuft of golden hair sprouted atop the snowman, conjured by magic, resembling his own hair color. Now it looks even more like him. Bader laughed with even greater joy, but as he turned, he accidentally slipped, teetering backward. Tom, quick-wit, reached out to steady his waist. The warmth of his palm, though separated by the thin fabric of the robe, allowed him to distinctly feel Bader's warmth and the delicate curve of his waist. Bader's weight pressed lightly against his arm, carrying the chill of the snow and a faint herbal scent, reminiscent of his frequent encounters in potions class. Thank you, Tom. Once Bader regained his balance and looked up, he was exceedingly close enough for Tom to discern his own reflection in Bader's dark eyes. Your reflexes are incredibly quick. Tom swallowed hard, abruptly releasing his grip and stepping back a pace. Snowflakes settled upon his eyelashes, yet unlike Bader, he did not blink, merely observing the tips of Bader's ears, now flushed from the cold, as he quietly said, "Steady yourself." Bader remained oblivious to his unease, simply nodding with a smile before turning back to adjust the scarf around the snowman, which was actually a piece of silver-green satin blown down by the wind, likely a scarf dropped by some student from their house. Tom watched his busy figure, suddenly feeling as if the swirling snow had become his backdrop. Bader resembled a persistent ray of sunshine, capable of radiating warmth even in the coldest of places, causing even the winter's snow to appear gentler in his presence. He recalled those winters in the orphanage, where only the cold floorboards and thin blankets existed. He had never seen such snow. Nor had he ever experienced a moment where someone pulled him into making a snowman, where someone laughed so joyfully because of a snowfall, where someone's brilliance was so blinding he could scarcely look away. In the tower above, Dumbledore opened the window, his gaze traversing the falling snowflakes, settling upon the 2 figures in the courtyard. Bader was on tiptoe, attempting to place a small hat made of snow atop the snowman, only to slip and be steadied once more by Tom. They leaned in closely, engaged in whispered conversation, and Bader suddenly burst into laughter, while Tom's head remained slightly lowered, obscuring his expression, save for the suspicious flush on his ears, which appeared particularly vivid against the backdrop of the snow. A complex emotion flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes, akin to a lake's surface disturbed by the wind. He was reminded of many years ago in Godric's Hollow, when he and Gellert had run through the fields, Gellert's laughter more exuberant than Bader's, his wand tip having once emitted a light more dazzling than the sun. At that time, they believed they could change the world, thought their destinies would forever intertwine, until that fateful duel unraveled all their fervor into ashes. Now, Gellert faced the snow and wind alone behind the high walls of Nurmengard, while he stood atop Hogwarts, watching 2 equally young boys, both endowed with extraordinary talents, sharing warmth only understood between them in the snowy expanse. Tom mirrored the young Gellert, harboring an unquenchable thirst for power and an untamed brilliance. Bader resembled the youthful Dumbledore, possessing pure light and an unintentional charm. Yet this time, they chose to stand in the same house, choosing to hold tightly to one another's hands. Would it be different? Dumbledore mused softly, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the snow accumulated on the windowsill. Snowflakes landed upon his silver beard, instantly melting into droplets, akin to a silent sigh. In the courtyard, Bader suddenly sneezed. Tom furrowed his brow, tugging at his wrist as he made his way back to the castle, insisting, "We must return." Lingering any longer could lead to a chill. However, the snowman, Badger, glanced back at their small creation with reluctance, feeling a twinge of attachment. It would remain here until spring. Though Tom's voice remained monotonous, his pace slowed slightly, allowing Badger to keep up. Come along. Professor Slughorn mentioned that tonight's dinner will feature hot apple cider. P.S. The cider is non-alcoholic. Children are not permitted to drink alcohol. Badger's attention was instantly piqued. His eyes sparkling. Really? Then let us hurry. The two figures vanished beneath the arches of the castle, leaving behind the little snowman, standing solitary amidst the swirling snow, its red berry nose glimmering faintly in the twilight. The snow continued to fall, gently cloaking the footprints in the courtyard, obscuring the marks left by potion bottles at the cellar entrance, as if quietly concealing some nascent emotions that even the parties involved had yet to recognize. Meanwhile, Dumbledore atop the tower continued to gaze in that direction, the contemplation in his blue eyes deeper than the tempest of snow outside. Chapter 11. The Christmas holidays. As the chimes of Christmas echoed through the castle, the great hall had been adorned to resemble a fairy tale realm. 12 towering Christmas trees stood in various corners, their branches festooned with twinkling lights and silver bells, while the long tables were laden with roasted turkeys, puddings, and piles of candies. Most students had packed their belongings and departed with their families, leaving the empty corridors resonating with the footsteps of a few remaining students and the occasional creaks of armor. Are you certain you won't return home? Tom leaned against the library's bookshelf, observing Badger as he rested his head on the table, penning a letter with a hint of concern in his dark eyes. He was aware that Badger had grown up in a church, which, while not a true home, was always attended to by priests and nuns. Badger lifted his head, his golden eyes crinkling with a smile. The priest mentioned that the church is quite busy at the year's end. I've written. There's no need to make special arrangements for me. He paused, gently tapping the parchment before him. Besides, here I have you. Books. And Sylvanus, it's far more interesting than going back. Tom's ears flushed with warmth as he turned away, feigning interest in a tome titled Defensive Magical Theory. His voice muffled. Suit yourself. Badger chuckled softly, returning to his writing. The parchment lay open before him as he dipped a sun-patterned quill into golden ink. His handwriting gentle yet earnest. Dear Father, I hope this letter finds you well. The winter at Hogwarts is far colder than in the churchyard. The snow has fallen for 3 whole days. Even the castle's spires have turned white, reminiscent of the gingerbread tower you made for me last Christmas. Most of the students have gone home, and the corridors are so quiet that I can hear the armors conversing, their Latin more archaic than what you taught me. Tom and I have stayed at school. He is my friend here, very clever and quite formidable. Together we've discovered many fascinating books in the library, such as one that turns its own pages, a guide to ancient magical plants, where the illustrations of mandrakes make faces at you. Haha. Oh, and we've joined the Quidditch team. I'm a seeker, and he's a beater. Last week during practice, he sent a bludger soaring 20 feet, nearly knocking over Filch's cat. Professor Slughorn gifted me a bottle of mead as a Christmas present. It's far sweeter than the church's wine. I've hidden it in the box under my bed to bring back for you to try next year. Tom says the fish in the lake enjoy breadcrumbs, so I save a little each day for them. They thank me and say that beneath the lake's surface at Christmas, there are stars, though I haven't seen them. It sounds beautiful. The magic here is wondrous, yet not as daunting as you described. I've learned to ignite candles with my wand, and can even revive a wilting plant. Just as you always said, everything possesses a spirit, and it's all about being sincere. Tom says I'm too soft-hearted, but I believe it's a joy to make things better. I hope the fireplace at the church remains warm as usual, and please don't forget to cover the statue with a blanket before bed. Do not worry about me. I am quite well here, with friends, books, and plenty to learn. When spring arrives, I will bring back some mistletoe from here. It is said to symbolize blessings in the magical world. Wishing you and the nuns a Merry Christmas. Yours faithfully, Badger Phoenix, Dwayne, December 25th. Hogwarts Library. Having penned the final word, Badger carefully dried the parchment, folding it into a neat square and sealing the exterior with red wax. The insignia, a small sun pattern conjured by his wand. Tomorrow, he would send it with the owl. He tucked the letter into his robes, patting it as though he had accomplished something significant. Tom observed his actions and suddenly remarked, Did you say in your letter that I'm formidable? Badger paused, then laughed. Isn't it true? In Transfiguration class, you turned a beetle into a jeweled brooch, and Professor Flitwick praised you as a once-in-a-century talent. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Tom's mouth, yet he feigned seriousness. That was merely because you turned a beetle into a sunflower. It was rather foolish. Not foolish at all, Badger retorted, defiantly. Sunflowers are beautiful, radiant like sunlight. Childish, Tom dismissed with 2 words, turning to venture deeper into the library, though his steps were noticeably lighter than before. In the days that followed, the library became their exclusive domain. Madame Pants, the stern librarian, was particularly lenient with these 2 children who immersed themselves in literature, permitting them to remain until closing and even granting access to the restricted section, albeit limited to books suitable for gifted lower-year students. Each morning, Badger would first venture to the kitchen for sustenance. The house elves took a liking to the golden-haired boy, often slipping him extra honey candies and warm milk, which he would always share half of with Tom. Initially, Tom would awkwardly decline, but soon it became routine. Although he would silently assist Badger in organizing the scattered parchments while he studied potion recipes, they explored various fields within the library. Badger became enamored with ancient healing magic, engrossed in a book titled Magical Relics of Medieval Saints, filling his notebook with various rune patterns, some resembling suns, others wings, annotated with notes on healing frostbite and soothing startled animals. Tom, on the other hand, focused on defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, dog-earing the pages of Advanced Transfiguration Guide, his fingers repeatedly tracing the section on animagus with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Look at this," Badger nudged Tom's arm. Pointing to an illustration in the book, 13th century light wizards could nourish the dying with their magic, much like watering a plant, though it required immense energy. Tom leaned in for a closer look, a flicker of complexity passing through his dark eyes. "The cost is too high. It's not worth it." "But it could save a life," Badger whispered earnestly, his golden eyes reflecting pure sincerity. "If it were someone important, wouldn't it be worth the energy expended?" Tom's heart skipped a beat as he gazed at Badger's focused profile, the other boy's lashes casting soft shadows on the page, fluttering like butterfly wings. He suddenly recalled that day in the snow, when he instinctively reached out to catch Badger as he fell. If Badger had truly gotten hurt, would he have? Lost in thought, Badger's voice pulled him back to reality. Tom suddenly snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and pointing at his book. "Look at this. An animagus can transform into an animal. With the right method, it can be accomplished." "Really?" Bardel's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What would you like to transform into?" Tom pondered for a moment, a glint of mischief flickering in his dark eyes. "A snake. Little Syl will be pleased to have a companion." Bardel chuckled, then returned to his reading, oblivious to the softness that had crept into Tom's gaze. On the third day after Christmas, Bardel received a reply from the church. The priest's handwriting was robust and vigorous, assuring him that all was well at the church and urging him to focus on his studies. He also mentioned that the nuns had knitted him a woolen cloak, which would be sent in the spring. Bardel read the letter twice, carefully tucking it into his history of magic, as if concealing a precious warmth. "What did the priest say?" Tom inquired nonchalantly. "He praised you as a good companion," Bardel replied, grinning mischievously. Tom's ears flushed crimson once more. He grabbed his book and turned towards the reading area, muttering, "Boring." Bardel watched his retreating figure, laughter bubbling within him. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the library, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor, illuminating their open pages, Tom's softly curled black hair, and the golden tips of his own locks. The air was infused with the scent of old ink and a faint hint of honey. The remnants of the candy he had given Tom that morning, now mysteriously placed beside his book, in the shadows of the restricted section. Sylvanus coiled in the crook of Tom's arm, flicking its tongue and whispering in serpent speech. "He treats you well, better than anyone at the orphanage." Tom glanced down at the little snake, then stole a look at Bardel, who was engrossed in his reading. A softness flickered in his dark eyes, unnoticed even by himself. He gently stroked Sylvanus's scales and responded in serpent tongue, "I know." The clock in the library ticked steadily, marking the tranquility of this peaceful Christmas holiday. Outside, the snow continued to fall, the castle's spires still cloaked in white, while the two figures within the library resembled entwined vines, quietly growing in the soil of knowledge. Inseparable and intertwined. As Mrs. Pants pushed her cart past, she caught sight of their focused demeanor, and a rare smile graced her lips. She softened her footsteps, wary of disturbing the winter's serenity. Chapter 12. Tom's birthday and the second half of the academic year. The snow melted into droplets beneath the castle's eaves, tapping gently against the stone window like a tender farewell melody. Today marked the final day of the year, as the first warm rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the lake in the Slytherin common room. Bardel crouched by the window, his fingertips lightly tapping the glass. Outside, a few silver fish were wagging their tails, chattering in a language only he could comprehend. Spring is coming. The water plants at the lake's bottom are sprouting. The breadcrumbs you gave last time were delicious. "I know," Bardel replied softly, grinning, his fingertip tracing a small sun on the glass. "I'll bring you new bread soon." Behind him, the sound of fabric rustled. Tom stood there in a silver-green robe, his dark eyes reflecting the warming light outside. "Talking to the fish? They say spring is on its way." Bardel rose, his golden hair glistening softly in the morning light. "Look, the snow in the courtyard has melted, revealing green shoots." Tom followed his gaze, and indeed, A few clusters of tender green grass peeked out from the courtyard's corners like forgotten emeralds. He said nothing but reached into his pocket, producing a piece of bread wrapped in oiled paper, offering it to Bardel. It was something he had taken from the kitchen that morning, knowing Bardel always saved food for the fish in the lake. Thank you. Bardel accepted the bread, and suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a small wooden box from under his bed. When the box opened, it revealed an object wrapped in red satin, its corners glinting with a hint of golden sheen. What is this? Tom raised an eyebrow, watching Bardel carefully cradle the package as if it held a fragile treasure. It's for you, Bardel said, extending the bundle toward him, his golden eyes reflecting a mix of nervousness and anticipation. I prepared it for Christmas, but I never found the right moment to give it to you. Tom unwrapped the satin, revealing a brooch in the shape of a sunflower crafted from gold. The petals, layered and delicate, were adorned with tiny golden crystals that shimmered warmly in the morning light. The center of the flower was inlaid with obsidian, forming a spiral pattern that, upon closer inspection, subtly resembled the shape of a snake, the emblem of Slytherin. I made it using transfiguration. Bardel's voice was low, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothing. The material was taken from discarded armor, which I magically transformed into gold, adding a few crystals. You see, sunflowers always face the sun, just as you always find the right direction. Tom's fingers trembled slightly as they grasped the brooch. He had never received a gift. During his decade at the orphanage, only cold walls and a harsh matron surrounded him. No one had ever invested such thought into him. The sunflower brooch may not have been extravagant, yet every detail radiated care. The snake-shaped center was evidently designed with him in mind, cleverly merging Slytherin's identity with the warmth of the sunflower. He opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. An unfamiliar wave of emotion surged within his dark eyes, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling outward in layers. Do you not like it? Seeing Tom's prolonged silence, Bardel's expression dimmed slightly. I know it might seem a bit childish. Sunflowers don't quite match Slytherin's style. No, Tom abruptly interrupted him, his voice rough. It's beautiful. He raised his hand, carefully pinning the brooch to the collar of his robe. The golden sunflower stood out strikingly against the silver-green fabric, yet curiously, it did not clash. Rather, it resembled a ray of light permitted to pierce through the shadows. Bardel's eyes sparkled instantly, as if ignited by a celestial flame. Really? Yes. Tom turned his head away, his ears flushed like they had been brushed by the evening glow, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at the brooch, which sparkled in the morning light like a fragment of captured sunlight. Suddenly, the fish at the lake's bottom erupted into a joyful chorus of bubbles, exclaiming in their unique language, "He loves it. He's blushing." Upon hearing this, Bardel couldn't help but laugh, his golden eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Tom, noticing his amusement, shot him a glare but was not genuinely angry. He merely reached out to brush a stray blade of grass from Bardel's shoulder, his movements more tender than usual. As winter faded into spring, Hogwarts courses transitioned into the latter half of the academic year. The content in class had become as simple as children's introductory reading for both Tom and Bardel. In Transfiguration class, while other students struggled to transform teacups into hamsters, Tom could already transfigure a living dove into a silver dagger, its blade gleaming coldly. Bardel, on the other hand, could turn a stone into a singing robin, its beak holding a small rose crafted from petals. Mr. Riddle's precision had reached a fourth-year level. Professor Dumbledore stood at the podium, his blue eyes filled with approval, yet shadowed by contemplation. Mr. Divane's creativity was particularly rare. Magic should be brimming with vitality. Tom nodded slightly, while Bardel beamed and bowed to the professor, his golden eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Professor, I would like to know, can transfiguration be applied to the bones of living creatures? For instance, could one enable injured animals to regrow severed bones? This inquiry momentarily startled Dumbledore, who soon revealed a gratifying smile. A splendid question. In theory, it is indeed feasible, but it necessitates extraordinary control and an understanding of the magical structure of biological bones. Do visit my office after class. I shall procure several pertinent tomes for you. The scene in potions class was no less remarkable. As Professor Slughorn elucidated the formula for a swelling solution, Bader was already engrossed in the study of an enhanced version, into which he had incorporated dried unicorn tail hair powder, capable of tripling the potion's efficacy without leaving any scars. My dear child, you are truly a natural potion master, Slughorn exclaimed, his cherubic face beaming at the improved formula inscribed in Bader's notes, which surpassed the intricacies recorded in magical potions and elixirs. Quickly, tell me, how did you conceive the idea of adding unicorn tail hair? I heard from a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest that their tail hair possesses the power to soothe wounds. Bader replied earnestly, I thought, since potions are meant for healing, perhaps we could harness their strength. The surrounding Slytherin students had long grown accustomed to this peculiarity. They were well aware that this golden-haired boy had a unique gift. He could comprehend the language of animals and communicate with plants. Yet, this did not diminish their admiration for his talent. After all, it was this oddity that ensured Slytherin's potions class consistently ranked first. Tom, on the other hand, exhibited an astonishing aptitude for defense against the dark arts. When Professor Mellis introduced the vulnerabilities of vampires, he suddenly raised his hand. Professor, garlic and sunlight are merely basic defenses. What can truly be lethal are silver artifacts imbued with the power of light, particularly those blessed by sacred rites, which purified dark creatures. Professor Mellis raised an eyebrow in surprise. How do you know this? Such knowledge is typically reserved for upperclassmen. I read it in the library's Origins of Dark Creatures, Tom stated calmly, his dark eyes glinting with a sharpness for knowledge. The book mentioned that in the 13th century, wizards crafted daggers from holy silver capable of slaying millennia-old vampires with a single strike. Professor Mellis nodded approvingly. Excellent, Mr. Riddle. Do come to my office after class. I shall show you the manuscript of that book, which contains more detailed accounts. Thus, each day after class, Hogwarts corridors would witness a familiar scene. Two boys clad in Slytherin robes walking side by side, one radiant with golden hair, the other enveloped in a brooding darkness, cradling books of a complexity far exceeding classroom standards, alternately knocking on the doors of various professors' offices. When visiting Dumbledore's office, Bader was invariably captivated by the phoenix, Fawkes. The magnificent bird would nuzzle his palm, sharing tales of ancient magic in a voice only he could comprehend. Tom, meanwhile, would meticulously study Dumbledore's collection of Transfiguration manuscripts, occasionally glancing up to see Bader and Fawkes exchanging knowing smiles, sunlight streaming through the windows upon them, casting a warm tableau. When they ventured to Slughorn's office, a rich aroma of mead would waft through the air. The professor would invite them to sample his latest potions, with Bader diligently recording the taste and magical fluctuations of each concoction, while Tom would coolly analyze the merits and drawbacks of the formulas, occasionally offering suggestions for improvement that even Slughorn could not help but applaud. Conversing with Professor Mellis was markedly more serious. The office was filled with various specimens of dark creatures, and Tom would scrutinize them for their weaknesses, while Bader would softly converse with the potted plants nearby, which could sense the lingering dark aura of the specimens and would quiver their leaves to warn him of the most dangerous creatures. Can you truly understand the language of all creatures? Tom suddenly inquired as they exited Mellis's office. They had just passed a patch of moss, and Bader stopped to murmur something to it, causing the green plants to lean slightly towards him, as if bowing. Indeed, Bader nodded, a hint of confusion in his golden eyes. The priest said it's a gift I've had since childhood. Their words are quite simple. Mostly they express hunger, cold, or gratitude. Tom observed his earnest profile and was suddenly reminded of the sunflower brooch. Bader, in his gentle way, effortlessly engaged with the world. Even moss and small fish were inclined to show him kindness. As for himself, he had always been accustomed to scrutinizing everything with a discerning gaze, like a watchful serpent. That is quite commendable, he murmured, his voice as soft as a whispering breeze, better than not understanding at all. Bader smiled, reaching out to touch the sunflower brooch at Tom's collar. Just like this brooch, it suits you splendidly. Tom's ears flushed once more, and he quickened his pace, instinctively slowing down as they turned a corner to allow the one behind to catch up. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's windows, casting two parallel shadows upon the ground, akin to elongated time entwining tenderly together. From afar, atop the astronomy tower, Dumbledore observed their retreating figures, twirling the crescent-shaped spectacles in his hands. He noticed the sunflower brooch glimmering in the sunlight at Tom's collar, and saw Bader smiling at every plant they passed, suddenly contemplating that perhaps the mere existence of these two children constituted a marvelous enchantment. Darkness and light could indeed coexist in understanding. The spring breeze swept through the castle's spires, carrying the scent of fresh grass and flowers, as if narrating a tale just beginning. In this story, the two boys walked side by side into a deeper realm of magic, their steps resolute, each other's presence a warm light amidst the shadows. Chapter 13, Welcome. The early summer sun filtered through the trellises of Hogwarts, casting dappled light upon the cobblestone path. Tom stood in the courtyard, patiently elucidating advanced formulas of arithmancy divination to several Ravenclaw students. His profile appeared particularly gentle in the sunlight, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice clear and soothing, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor in the Slytherin common room. Here, the variables require the introduction of the star cycle, he articulated, tracing a silver arc in the air with his wand, outlining a complex star chart, much like the ancient runes you are studying. The essence of magic often lies within patterns. Senior Riddle is remarkable. exclaimed a bespectacled Ravenclaw girl, her cheeks flushed. We've been grappling with this for 3 days. And you discerned the issue at a glance. Tom nodded slightly, his smile remaining warm. I merely happen to have encountered relevant literature. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to visit me in the Slytherin common room. This amiable demeanor was a carefully crafted facade. Ever since he realized that popularity could yield greater advantages, he learned to temper his brilliance in the presence of strangers, employing just the right amount of kindness and impeccable talent to garner favor. Only when he turned to see Bader, who was laughing with a group of Gryffindor students not far away, did that smile subtly fade, revealing a trace of weariness. Bader was surrounded by several Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students, cradling a small bouquet of purple flowers freshly picked from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. These are forget-me-nots, he said with a smile, his golden eyes sparkling with warmth. I inquired of them. They said they can help one remember important things. Here, for you. Lena, last time you mentioned always forgetting your cauldron for potions class. The Hufflepuff girl named Lena accepted the flowers with delight. Bader, you are so kind. By the way, do you remember what I told you about the entrance to the kitchen? It's near the Hufflepuff common room, behind that fruit painting. If you tickle the pear, it'll turn into a door handle. Really? Bader's eyes lit up. Are there many delicious treats inside? Absolutely. The syrup pies crafted by the house elves are undoubtedly the most delectable delicacies in all of Hogwarts. Fred, the red-haired boy from Gryffindor, clapped Tom on the shoulder and exclaimed, Next time, we shall go together. I know how to persuade the elves to reserve an extra portion for us. Absolutely. Bader replied, his radiant smile illuminating his face, as his golden locks danced gently in the wind, resembling a cascade of flowing sunlight. He possessed an innate ability to engage tenderly with the world, effortlessly winning the affection of all without the need for pretense. Tom observed this scene from a short distance away, a flicker of complexity passing through his dark eyes. He envied Bader's purity, yet he was acutely aware that he could never attain such innocence. His kindness was a meticulously calculated asset, and his gentleness a carefully woven web, allowing him to lower his defenses only in Bader's presence, revealing the underlying coldness and weariness that lay beneath. Are you teaching others again? Bader bounced over, still clutching a forget-me-not, which he casually tucked next to the sunflower brooch at Tom's collar. Lena mentioned that there are syrup pies in the kitchen. Shall we go sample them tonight? Tom gazed down at the little purple flower, its hue contrasting beautifully with the golden sunflower, and was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable warmth. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. I still need to visit Professor Mellis for manuscript review this evening. Let us discuss it later. Are you tired? Bader immediately sensed his fatigue, concern evident in his golden eyes. Perhaps we should skip it today? I heard from Fox that overusing magic can tire one's wand, and the same goes for people. Tom paused for a moment before gently affirming with a soft In this world, perhaps only Bader would notice the fatigue hidden beneath his facade, treating him as an ordinary person in need of rest rather than the omnipotent genius, Riddle. The two of them walked side by side towards the castle, greeted by numerous acquaintances along the way. Ravenclaw students approached Tom with questions, while Hufflepuffs offered freshly baked cookies. And Gryffindors enthusiastically invited Bader to join them for an adventure at the edge of the Forbidden Forest over the weekend. See, everyone adores you, Bader remarked with a smile. Even those Slytherins who used to ignore you now speak to you willingly. Tom cast a sidelong glance at Avery, who was nodding in his direction, a cool smirk gracing his lips. They do not favor me. They favor the genius who can earn points for Slytherin, a tool to help them solve their problems. Not at all, Bader insisted earnestly. Lena told me that the transfiguration paper you helped her revise earned her an outstanding. She is truly grateful to you. Tom refrained from countering this statement, merely slowing his pace. Perhaps Bader was right. Amidst those gestures of goodwill, there might indeed be a measure of genuine gratitude. He had simply grown accustomed to scrutinizing everything through a lens of skepticism. As evening descended, a gentle chill wafted from the top of the astronomy tower. Dumbledore stood at the railing, his blue eyes observing the two figures walking side by side in the courtyard, his hand idly rolling a lemon drop. His expression was laden with complexity. He noted Tom's gentle smile directed at the Ravenclaw students, reminiscent of a youthful Gellert, who had also possessed the talent to charm hearts and attract followers, while harboring an undeniable ambition beneath. He also witnessed Bader's sincere smile towards everyone, mirroring his former self, who believed in love and light's power to transform all, yet remained oblivious to the lurking darkness. Albus, what are you observing? Fox perched on his shoulder, inquiring in a tone only Dumbledore could comprehend, his golden feathers fluttering slightly in the breeze. I am watching the two young souls, Dumbledore replied softly, a flicker of worry crossing his blue eyes, so similar to our past, yet entirely different. He saw the weariness etched on Tom's face when he lowered his mask before Bader, a softness Gellert had never possessed, and Bader's unconditional trust in Tom. A steadfastness Dumbledore had failed to offer Gellert in their time. Perhaps these two children could indeed carve out a path distinct from their predecessors? Yet, when he observed Tom explaining formulas to the Ravenclaw student, a sharp glint in his eyes evoked memories of Gellert's gaze during speeches, a longing for power, an obsession with control. Bader's unguarded kindness towards all reminded him of his own naivete, how ambition had exploited it, culminating in irrevocable tragedy. They will be all right, won't they? Fawkes nudged his cheek, his voice imbued with a soothing warmth. Dumbledore offered no response, simply releasing a gentle sigh. He retrieved a small silver mirror from his pocket, its surface reflecting the silhouettes of Tom and Bader as they entered the castle. He recognized that his concern for these two children had far surpassed the ordinary care a professor might hold for his students. He yearned for them to support one another and navigate towards a luminous future, yet he feared they might replicate the tragic cycle he and Gellert had endured, consumed by ambition and innocence. As night fell, Tom and Bader indeed slipped away to the kitchen. Following Lena's instructions, Bader gently scratched the pair on the fruit portrait, which immediately transformed into a brass doorknob. Upon pushing open the door, a warm aroma enveloped them, the scent of freshly baked bread, the sweetness of syrup, and the savory fragrance of stews, all mingling together, awakening their appetites. A dozen house elves busily attended to their tasks, and upon noticing their arrival, ceased their work. Bowing in unison, "Welcome back, young masters. We would like some syrup pies," Bader said somewhat bashfully. "Of course, certainly," exclaimed a little elf donning a teapot lid as a hat, who promptly bounded to the back of the kitchen and soon returned with a platter of pastries, still steaming, proclaiming, "Freshly baked for the kindest young master." Tom and Bader settled at a small table in a corner, taking bites of the pies. The sweet, non-cloying syrup melted on their tongues, evoking a warm sense of happiness. "Delicious, I assentiate." Bader grinned, his eyes squinting with delight, as if his golden lashes were dusted with sugar. Tom nodded, a rare hint of relaxation gracing his dark eyes. He gazed at Bader's contented smile and suddenly felt that all the carefully maintained facades, all the meticulous calculations, seemed inconsequential in that moment. "Tomorrow, Lena said she would teach me how to make Honeyduke's lemon drops," Bader continued excitedly, swallowing a mouthful of pie. "She claims the process is simple and with magic. The sugar cubes will shape themselves." Tom replied, reaching out to wipe the syrup from the corner of Bader's mouth, the touch of his fingers soft and warm. "Don't eat too many, you'll have a toothache tonight." "Understood," Bader obediently nodded, pushing the last piece of pie towards Tom. "Here, you have taught all afternoon. You must be hungry." Tom picked up the pie and savored it slowly. The flickering firelight in the kitchen danced upon their faces, creating a warm tableau. Moonlight filtered through the small window, casting a gentle and tranquil glow upon their intertwined shadows. In this small corner, enveloped by food and warmth, Tom temporarily shed all pretense, while Bader indulged in simple joy, though they traversed divergent paths, one accustomed to using disguise as protection, the other embracing the world with sincerity. They found their balance in each other's company. Meanwhile, at the top of the astronomy tower, Dumbledore observed the two figures sharing their pies through the mirror, gently rolling the lemon drop in his hand. The worry in his blue eyes gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Perhaps darkness and light could indeed coexist, and ambition and innocence might redeem one another. Chapter 14, Bader's Birthday. In the Hogwarts kitchen on July 7th, the warm yellow light flooded every corner like molten honey. The house elves had long since adorned the long table with a fiery red tablecloth, while porcelain plates overflowed with mountains of strawberries and blueberries. The rich aroma of cream wafted from the oven, a testament to Bader's labor throughout the morning, a three-tiered chocolate cake, its surface drizzled with flowing caramel and adorned with fresh raspberries, crowned with a golden candle ignited by magic, its flame dancing gently with the entrance of guests. "Bader, happy birthday." Lena from Gryffindor burst in first, cradling a wooden box tied with a red ribbon. Her spirited personality resembled a flickering flame, her words imbued with a lively enthusiasm. "These are honey cookies baked by my mom, said to have fire lizard scales in them. They'll keep you warm all day long." Bader smiled as he accepted the box, his golden eyes curving into crescents. "Thank you, Lena. I adore honey-flavored treats." He turned and placed the cookies at the edge of the table, his apron dusted with flour, a smudge of white on his nose, resembling a small creature that had just indulged in cream. Following closely was Samuel from Hufflepuff, a boy who always donned round spectacles and spoke at a leisurely pace, holding a pot of succulent plants. "This is a moonlight flower pot. It glows at night and is said to bring good luck." His cheeks flushed slightly as he nearly bumped the sugar jar while placing the pot on the table. "I've been nurturing it for 3 months. I assure you it's quite hardy." How delightful. Bader carefully set the pot beside the cake, his fingertips brushing the thick leaves. I will water it daily. The Gryffindor twins, Kai and Colin, squeezed in next, their appearances nearly indistinguishable, save for a small mole on Kai's left brow. While Colin often tilted his head with a grin. Birthday star, look at this, Kai exclaimed, holding up a magical music box that bounced with excitement. Upon opening, a golden snitch spun out. We pooled our pocket money for 3 months to buy this. It plays the Phoenix's Lament. Colin chimed in instantly, and it recognizes its owner. It will only sing for you. Anyone else will be showered with colored powder. Just as Bader grasped the music box, he was met with a burst of colored powder to his face, causing Lena to laugh heartily, while Samuel couldn't help but smirk. Bader wiped his face, and instead of being upset, he laughed even more joyfully. This is splendid. Thank you all. The last to arrive was Tom, who walked slowly, the hem of his dark robe brushing against the threshold, stirring a gentle breeze. He bore no ostentatious gift, merely carrying a simple velvet bag. He lingered at the doorway for a moment, observing Bader as he was pulled by Lena to showcase a newly received feather quill, watching Samuel clumsily assist in arranging forks, and observing the twins sprinkling ribbons over Bader. Tom, you finally made it. Bader broke free from Lena's grasp and dashed over, his apron strings half undone, oblivious to the disarray. Come try the cake I made. I added your favorite dark chocolate chips. Tom's gaze fell upon Bader's loose apron, his fingers twitching instinctively to help him tie it properly, but hesitated halfway, merely whispering, "Happy birthday." He handed over the velvet bag. This is for you. Inside was a silver serpent-shaped bookmark, its eyes set with tiny emeralds, shimmering softly under the light. I carved it myself. Tom's voice was quieter than usual. Wood is too brittle. Silver is more durable. What he didn't say was that the bookmark had consumed 3 of his nights. The scales of the serpent etched more meticulously than the illustrations in textbooks. How exquisite. Bader tucked the bookmark into his well-thumbed magical plant compendium, and as he looked up, the flower on his nose brushed against Tom's sleeve. He hurriedly tried to wipe it away, but was halted by Tom's gentle grip on his wrist. Don't move. Tom produced a handkerchief, awkwardly helping him wipe the flower from his nose, his fingertip inadvertently grazing Bader's cheek, like a feather gliding over a lake's surface. The cake is melting. As he released his hold, a lingering warmth remained on Bader's skin. His gaze swept over the pile of gifts on the table, pausing for half a second on the cookie box from Lena before turning back to Bader. Let us cut the cake. With enthusiasm, Bader picked up the knife, just about to plunge it into the cake when Colin suddenly shouted, "Wait, you must make a wish first." The golden candle flames flickered before Bader's eyes as he closed them, his eyelashes still dusted with remnants of colored powder. Tom stood beside him, observing his earnest profile, suddenly raising his hand to block Lena, who was attempting to take a photo. Be quiet. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. Lena paused, momentarily taken aback, and reluctantly lowered her wand camera. Bader opened his eyes and blew out the candles in one breath, the kitchen erupting in cheers. As he cut the first slice of cake and was about to hand it to Lena, Tom gently tugged his wrist. The first piece should go to the birthday star. Tom's voice was soft, yet it prompted Bader to obediently place the slice onto his own plate. Only then did Tom take the knife, slicing the largest piece, piled high with raspberries, and placing it before Bader. Enjoy it. Samuel quietly nudged his own slice towards Bader, while Lena clamored for Bader to taste her cookies. As the twins performed magic to make the cream atop the cake dance, Tom sat beside Bader, slowly savoring his own slice, the slight bitterness of dark chocolate unfurling on his tongue. He spoke little but was always quick to offer a handkerchief when Bader had cream at the corner of his mouth. He discreetly steadied the juice cup with his foot when Colin nearly knocked it over. Tom, try the strawberry. Bader forked the largest berry and held it up to Tom's lips, his eyes alight with anticipation. Tom instinctively opened his mouth to bite, and as the sweet juice burst on his tongue, he noticed Lena intently watching Bader's hand, her brow slightly furrowing, chewing the strawberry. He casually nudged his cup closer to Bader's, almost touching, then turned to him with a nonchalant tone. It's a bit sour. Is it? Bader took a bite himself. It's definitely sweet. He leaned closer to Tom, nearly brushing his nose against him. Do try again? The warmth of his breath caressed Tom's cheek, causing his ears to flush slightly. He turned his head to avoid the closeness. No need, though as he looked down, his finger lightly brushed the back of Bader's hand resting beneath the table, as if seeking confirmation. As the dinner progressed, Samuel was beckoned by the house elves to assist with fetching honeymead, while Lena and the twins pestered Bader to showcase his new music box. Seizing the moment, Tom pulled Bader into a corner of the kitchen pantry, producing a small vial from his robe. This is for you. It was a shimmering silver potion. The label reading waking draft. You've been staying up late reading the plant compendium. Tom's gaze lingered on the faint shadows under Bader's eyes. This will help you sleep a bit more soundly. Bader accepted the vial, their fingers brushing together, sending a faint spark through him. How did you know I was having trouble sleeping? Heard it from the house elves. Tom averted his gaze, his throat bobbing slightly. Don't always stay up too late with Colin and the others. They have too much energy. His tone carried an almost imperceptible awkwardness, a blend of complaint and concern. Bader chuckled as he tucked the potion into his pocket. Got it, caretaker. He stood on tiptoe and quickly placed a delicate kiss on Tom's cheek. As gentle as a butterfly's touch, Tom's face flushed instantly, and he touched the spot where Bader had kissed, watching his retreating figure merge back into the crowd. Emotions swirling within his dark eyes, akin to grasping a molten gem, wishing to hold it tightly, yet fearing its heat might scald. Lena's laughter echoed from outside the pantry as Tom slowly stepped back into the main area, spotting Bader placing a slice of his homemade cake onto Samuel's plate. He approached naturally, sitting beside Bader, picking up a fork and transferring the chocolate shavings from his plate onto Bader's cake. Don't you enjoy this? Bader inquired. Too sweet. Tom replied. Tom spoke, yet his gaze remained firmly fixed upon the corner of Bader's lips, dampened by cream, as if declaring an invisible boundary. The kitchen lights continued to cast a warm glow, while the sweet aroma of cake mingled with the laughter of friends. No one noticed that Tom's hand, resting beneath the table, had quietly grasped Bader's wrist. Chapter 15, The Holiday. The mid-July sun streamed through the windows of the Hogwarts Express, casting diamond-shaped patterns of light upon Tom's open copy of Advanced Potion Making. The compartment was infused with the scents of peppermint and aged books. As Bader leaned over the opposite seat, diligently scribbling and sketching in his notebook with a quill, his golden hair cascading onto the pages like a cascade of flowing sunlight. Professor Slughorn had mentioned that the potion notes we compiled could fetch 3 galleons per set. Bader suddenly looked up, the nib still ink-stained, and said that many upperclassmen were clamoring for them, particularly for the antidote modification formula you wrote. Even he praised its innovative approach. Tom's fingertips gently caressed the edges of the pages, his dark eyes reflecting the fleeting green fields outside. Those fools couldn't even grasp the concentration of mandrake juice. They deserved to squander their money, despite the harshness of his words. The corners of his mouth curled ever so slightly as he recalled Slughorn's excitement when he handed him the pouch filled with galleons. That expression of "I knew you were brilliant," while Bader was then cradling Sylvanus, the little snake coiled around his wrist, flicking its tongue, eyes squinting with laughter. Sylvanus seemed to comprehend the mention of the pouch, suddenly sliding from Bader's wrist onto the table, wrapping its tail around a fallen galleon, emitting a faint hissing sound. It proclaimed that this shiny object was far more appealing than the pebbles in the lake. Bader chuckled as he disentangled the galleon from the snake's tail, returning it to the pouch. When we get back to the church, I'd like to use this money to buy the priest a decent bottle of wine. He mentioned in his last letter that his wine jug always leaks. Tom lifted his gaze, watching Bader's serious demeanor as he counted the coins, his fingertips brushing over the silver pieces, unconsciously tapping lightly, as if signaling to Sylvanus. He suddenly spoke up. The orphanage's caretaker has been skimping on food lately. I understand this money. Bader immediately pushed the pouch towards him, his golden eyes sparkling. Let us split it. You can buy some bread for the children at the orphanage. By the way, you mentioned that a girl named Amy is often bullied. Should we get her a piece of honey candy? She would surely enjoy it. Tom did not take the pouch, but merely regarded him. You always think of others first. His tone was ambiguous, neither praise nor reproach. Yet he reached out to gather the scattered silver sickles, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Bader's hand, sending an electric shock through both of them. They paused momentarily before nonchalantly averting their gazes. Sylvanus twisted upon the table, nudging Tom's fingers with its head, as if urging him onward. It said it was nearing the station and wished to see what the Muggle trains looked like. Bader returned the little snake to the pocket of his robe, leaving only its small head visible. Do you think Sylvanus will be afraid of steam? It has more courage than you, Tom scoffed. Yet he stood up to draw back the curtains, allowing more sunlight to flood the compartment. Last time in the Forbidden Forest, it dared to bite the leg of a giant spider. Bader recalled that thrilling moment and couldn't help but laugh. That was because the giant spider was trying to catch me. It was protecting me. He leaned closer to Tom, lowering his voice. I know you secretly used the binding curse back then. Otherwise, Sylvanus wouldn't have been able to entangle the giant spider's leg. Tom's ears turned slightly crimson as he turned to feign interest in the window. It was simply clever on its part. As the train pulled into the station, the sun cast a diagonal beam over the exit. Bader clutched a wooden crate filled with his notes, while Tom carried the pouch. And Sylvanus was placed in its cage as they walked side by side through the crowd. A few fellow students spotted them and greeted them with laughter. A Ravenclaw girl, Cecilia, rushed over, her cheeks flushed, inquiring if they could reserve their transfiguration notes for the next semester. Tom responded non-committally, saying they would see, while Bader readily agreed. saying, "No problem, just remember to remind us." "You always agree too easily," Tom murmured once Cecilia dashed away. "Everyone is a friend," Bardel replied, shaking the wooden crate in his hands. "Besides, they said your notes are as neat as printed text, clearer than the professor's blackboard writing." Tom remained silent, merely slowing his pace to allow Bardel, who was carrying the crate, to keep up. Sylvanus shifted restlessly in its cage, prompting Bardel to poke it gently. "Be good. Once we reach the church, I'll let you out to soak up the sun. There are rose bushes in the priest's yard that you will adore." At the fork in the road, Tom halted. The left path led to the orphanage, dust swirling as the low, gray buildings loomed in the distance. The right path wound toward the church, flanked by sunflowers, their golden heads turned toward the sun. "Then I'll hold the crate," Bardel said, somewhat reluctantly. "Will you come to see me during the holiday? The church bell tolls at 3 in the afternoon. When you hear it, you'll know I'm waiting for you." Tom gazed at the sun-kissed tips of his hair, his throat tightening. "I will come once I finish with the orphanage." He paused, retrieving a small cloth pouch from his pocket. "This is for you." Inside the pouch lay a small sun carved from ebony wood, its edges etched with delicate patterns, identical to those on the sunflower brooch Bardel had given Tom. "I carved it," he said softly. "The church windows always let in drafts. Hanging it above your bed will help keep the cold at bay." Bardel accepted the wooden sun, his fingertips gliding over the patterns, and suddenly rose onto his toes, swiftly embracing him. "Thank you, Tom." Tom's body stiffened at once, inhaling the faint herbal scent from Badel's hair, a fragrance that always lingered after potions class, mingled with the warmth of sunlight. By the time he regained his composure, Bardel had already run off with the crate, glancing back to wave at him. "Remember to bring Sylvanus. I'll prepare fresh milk for it." He stood frozen, still holding onto the warmth of their brief contact, while Sylvanus in his pocket emitted a satisfied hiss, as if mocking his rigidity. On the way to the orphanage, Tom purchased a bag of honey candy for Amy. As the timid girl accepted the candy, he suddenly recalled Badel's earlier embrace. His heart stirred as if something had gently nudged it. Meanwhile, in the churchyard, Bardel was hanging the wooden sun above the window at his bedside. The priest entered, observing him carefully adjusting its position, and asked with a smile, "Was it that boy named Tom who gave it to you?" "Yes." Bardel nodded, his eyes sparkling. "He even helped me organize my notes. We earned quite a bit of money and bought you a bottle of good wine." The priest ruffled his hair, his gaze drifting to the sunflower field outside, where two butterflies danced in pursuit of one another, one as dark as ink, the other as bright as light, entwined and unwilling to part. "Good boy," the priest murmured. "Cherish such friends." Bardel remained silent, simply gazing at the wooden sun above his bedside, which glimmered softly in the sunlight. Chapter 16, Summer Break 1. Tom pushed the creaking milk cart along the cobblestone path, the glass bottles in the cart clinking merrily. Bardel followed beside him, cradling Sylvanus, the little snake hidden within the coarse apron, revealing only its small head, its silvery green scales glistening in the morning light. The third stop was at the baker's house, where she always requested an extra half bottle of skim milk for her newborn grandson. Bardel murmured, lightly tapping his apron pocket. "Sylvanus says the mint on her windowsill is nearly dead. Shall we water it after we deliver the milk?" Tom cast a sidelong glance at the tightly shut wooden door, his lips forming a straight line. "Mind your own business. Muggle plants have no bearing on us." Despite his words, as he placed the milk bottle on the doorstep, he deliberately let a few drops of clear water trickle onto the roots of the mint. Bardel chuckled, bending down to secure the brakes on the milk cart. "You clearly care." As he leaned closer, the morning dew mingled with a hint of the sweetness of milk wafted from his hair. "You even gave the leftover bread to that old woman rummaging through the trash yesterday." The tips of Tom's ears flushed slightly. He turned to lift another crate of milk. That was because the bread was on the verge of spoiling. As the milk cart navigated through the narrow alleyways, they frequently encountered a diverse array of people. A gentleman in a suit hurried past, his briefcase clutched tightly, the heels of his shoes clicking sharply against the cobblestones. A housewife in an apron hung clothes outside her door, scolding her unruly children, and a barefoot little beggar squatted in a corner, his eyes fixed hungrily on the milk cart. It seemed they hadn't tasted anything warm in ages. Bader's gaze lingered on the little beggars, his voice softening as he pulled 2 pieces of bread from the pocket, left over from the church, and quietly placed them beside them. The little beggars scrambled for the bread, mumbling their thanks. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "See, they know how to express gratitude." Tom pushed the cart forward, the gray sky at the end of the alley reflecting in his dark eyes. "Once we earn enough money, we won't have to witness this anymore." He recalled the crystal chandeliers and the warm hearth of Hogwarts, a place devoid of hungry gazes, drafty wooden shacks, only endless knowledge and power. During their midday breaks, the two would invariably venture to the free library at the corner. It was an old red brick building, its wooden shelves brimming with worn-out books. the sunlight streaming through the high windows casting beams of dust-dancing light upon the floor. Bader always nestled in the corner by the window, engrossed in a Flora illustrated book. He could decipher the Latin annotations beside the botanical specimens, and when his fingertips brushed against the dried petals, he would murmur, "You must have been lovely in your prime," prompting the elderly librarian to shake her head with a smile. This child speaks to the flowers. Tom, on the other hand, drifted between the history and science sections. He pored over tomes on medieval history, seeking traces of magic within Muggle records. Upon reaching the chapter on the principles of the steam engine, he would frown and sketch diagrams on paper, muttering that magic was far more efficient. "Look at this." Bader suddenly leaned in, pointing to an illustration of a sunflower in the book. "Doesn't it resemble the brooch I made for you?" The book noted that it was native to the Americas and that Muggles cherished it as well. Tom glanced down, the annotation beside the illustration reading, "Symbolizes sunshine and loyalty." His fingertips grazed the words, and he suddenly spoke. "After we finish delivering the milk, let's buy a bottle of ink. Your quill is nearly out." Bader hesitated for a moment, then laughed. "But our money is limited." Tom interrupted him, pulling a few coins from his pocket. Having secretly saved his own wages after the baker had given him extra tips yesterday, but not revealing the truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky crimson, the milk cart finally stood empty. The two pushed the cart back, their shadows elongated and intertwined like a winding river. Sylvanus peeked out from Bader's arms, gazing at the evening glow, emitting a soft hissing sound. It remarked that the sunset resembled the stained glass of a church. Bader translated, then suddenly stopped, pointing toward the nearby library. "Shall we read for a bit longer? I want to learn how to sow sunflower seeds." Tom regarded the light in his eyes and nodded. The library was nearly deserted, the elderly librarian tidying up the tables and chairs, upon seeing them enter. She smiled and inquired, "Have you not had enough reading today?" "Just a little more." Bader tugged Tom toward their familiar corner. As he opened the illustrated book, a yawn escaped him. Leaning against the bookshelf, he unknowingly drifted into slumber, his golden hair resting on Tom's arm like a warm ray of sunlight. Tom looked down at him, the sharpness in his dark eyes gradually softening. He gently extracted the book trapped beneath him, replacing it with a thicker one to cushion his head, then draped his own coat over him. The coat still bore the scent of milk from their morning deliveries. Yet surprisingly, it offered a comforting reassurance. Sylvanus crawled out from Bader's embrace, coiling around Tom's wrist, nuzzling his fingers. "Shoo," Tom whispered, his fingertips tracing the contours of Bader's slumbering brow, his touch as delicate as if he were afraid of disturbing a butterfly. "Don't wake him." The evening glow outside faded gradually, leaving only the soft rustle of turning pages and the rhythmic sound of the boys breathing within the library. The milk cart stood at the entrance, the empty bottles reflecting the last remnants of daylight, resembling a string of silent wind chimes, capturing the essence of this ordinary yet warm afternoon. Chapter 17, Summer Vacation 2. The afternoon sun filtered through the oak leaves in the park, casting dappled light upon the grass. Tom leaned against an old oak tree, clutching a copy of Principles of Mechanics borrowed from the library. Yet his gaze was fixed on Bader, who was chasing a squirrel nearby. The boy's golden hair shone brightly in the sunlight, moving like a rolling ball of golden fire. While Sylvanus poked its head out of Bader's apron pocket, its silvery green scales shimmering in the interplay of light and shadow. "Tom, come look." Bader suddenly halted beneath a fruit tree, looking up excitedly at the rosy fruits hanging from the branches and waving enthusiastically at him. "This tree claims its fruits are sweeter than the plums in the churchyard." Tom closed his book and strolled over leisurely, casting his eyes upon the not overly tall fruit tree. "Be cautious with wild fruit. It may upset your stomach." "I want tea." Bader rolled up his sleeves, using both hands and feet to climb, the bark scraping against his apron. "The tree says it provides fruit for the children every year. No one has ever gotten sick from it." He clambered onto a sturdy branch, shaking his legs once he settled, reaching out to Tom. "Come up. You can see the entire park from here." Tom took a step back, frowning slightly. Childish. He had never been fond of engaging in such frivolous pursuits. Climbing the trees at the orphanage would earn one a beating. And now his mind was preoccupied with calculations for the milk deliveries. He had collected 2 pennies less from the household on 3rd Street yesterday and needed to find a way to make up for it. Come on. Bader plucked a red fruit, wiping it on his sleeve before popping it into his mouth, juice trickling down his chin. "It's truly sweet. How would you know if you don't try?" As he spoke, he stuffed his pockets with more fruits, Sylvanus poking its head out, seemingly eager to taste as well. "Hold tight." Tom remained still, his gaze fixed on Bader's swaying figure, his fingertips curling unconsciously. Bader chuckled, gathering a handful of fruits before hugging the tree trunk as he began to descend. Perhaps his footing was unsteady. As he neared the ground, he stumbled and, with a startled cry, began to fall backward. Tom instinctively rushed forward, his hand steadying him. Bader's weight surprised him with its lightness. And as he tumbled into Tom's embrace, he brought with him the sense of sunlight and grass. The fruits from his pockets scattered across the ground, bright red dots against the green grass, resembling tiny suns. You scared me to death. Bader clung to Tom's neck, his heart racing, his golden hair brushing against Tom's chin. Thank goodness you caught me. Tom's arms stiffened momentarily, his throat tightening before he found his voice. You are not to climb that high again. As he released his grip, his fingertips accidentally brushed against the apron strings at Bader's lower back, the fabric damp with perspiration, warm to the touch. Once steady, Bader hurriedly gathered the scattered fruits, stuffing a generous handful into Tom's hands. You have to try it. It's truly sweet. He picked one for himself, taking a hearty bite, with juice splattering onto his nose like a mischievous little squirrel indulging in a forbidden treat. Tom, captivated by the juice glistening on his nose, instinctively reached out to wipe it away, his fingertips as gentle as cotton. He hesitated before plucking another fruit and, upon tasting, discovered its delightful sweetness, infused with a warmth reminiscent of sun-drenched days, far surpassing the stale bread occasionally distributed at the orphanage. Right? Bader chuckled, his eyes curving into crescent moons, suddenly recalling something as he tugged Tom towards the park entrance. Hurry, I just saw an ice cream vendor around the corner. Let us buy two with the money we earned today. Under the canvas awning of the ice cream stall, a silver-haired old man scooped pale pink and dark brown ice cream with a gleaming spoon. Bader, on tiptoe, leaned eagerly against the counter, his eyes sparkling. I'll have one strawberry and one chocolate. 2 pennies, the old man chuckled, accepting the coins Tom offered, placing 2 tubs of ice cream on the counter. You lads are lucky today, these are the last 2. Bader seized the strawberry ice cream, unable to contain his excitement as he scooped a generous spoonful into his mouth, the icy sweetness erupting on his tongue. He blissfully squinted his eyes, declaring, it's even better than the cream pudding at Hogwarts. Tom, holding the chocolate flavor, savored it slowly with a small spoon. The slight bitterness of the dark chocolate melted in his mouth, perfectly balanced with sweetness, evoking memories of the hot cocoa in the Hogwarts kitchens, where Bader would always add 2 sugar cubes to his drink, claiming it countered the bitterness. Is yours good? Bader leaned in, his gaze fixed on Tom's ice cream tub. Let me try. Before Tom could respond, he scooped a spoonful and popped it into his mouth, smacking his lips. A bit bitter, but very rich. Tom observed the chocolate syrup smudged at the corner of Bader's mouth and suddenly felt that his own ice cream was not so bitter after all. You should try mine. Bader offered his strawberry flavor, the spoon still adorned with pink cream, reminiscent of summer sweetness. Around them, a few children were frolicking, their laughter ringing in the air. Tom hesitated for a moment. Then, under Bader's expectant gaze, he slightly lowered his head and took a bite from the ice cream on the spoon. The strawberry sweetness, tinged with a hint of tartness, was strikingly similar to Bader's smile, refreshing and vibrant. How is it? Bader pressed, his eyes gleaming like 2 strawberries. Tom averted his gaze, scooping a bit of his chocolate ice cream with a small spoon. It's average. But no one saw the way his hand, hanging by his side, silently clenched, his ears blushing faintly under the sunlight, as if stained by strawberry syrup. Sylvanus peeked out from Bader's pocket, flicking his tongue, seemingly mocking Tom's contradictory feelings. Oblivious, Bader continued to share the ice cream, taking turns with Tom, occasionally colliding their spoons and giggling as they pulled back. The setting sun elongated their shadows, intertwining upon the pavement, resembling a stretched canvas. Tomorrow, we can finish the milk delivery early and come to the park to feed the pigeons. Bader licked the cream from the corner of his mouth and suddenly proposed. The pigeons said they haven't had breadcrumbs in a while. The last ones were from you. Tom recalled tossing a half piece of bread to the pigeons yesterday, mumbling an affirmative. Yet, he yearned to visit the library sooner. He had yet to finish reading A History of Medieval Witch Trials, which contained several magical traces that piqued his interest. But looking at Bader's sparkling eyes, he suddenly felt that going to the library a little later wouldn't be so bad after all. They strolled back side by side, the ice cream tubs gradually emptying, while Sylvanus yawned in Bader's pocket, perhaps feeling drowsy. Passing the fruit tree, Bader paused to softly say to the trunk, "Thank you for your fruits. We'll come back tomorrow." Tom followed behind, watching Bader converse earnestly with the tree, a soft warmth quietly enveloping his dark eyes. He squeezed the 2 remaining red fruits in his pocket, suddenly feeling that this summer seemed longer and sweeter than any before. Chapter 18, Summer Vacation 3. In the early morning by the lake, a thin layer of mist lingered, and the dew on the lotus leaves sparkled like shards of silver in the morning light. Bader crouched by the shore, gently tapping the water's surface, enticing several little fish to swirl around his fingertips, producing delicate gurgling sounds. They claimed that today the water was warmer than yesterday, and the lotus flowers bloomed even more vibrantly. He turned back to Tom with a grin. his golden hair dampened by the mist, sticking to his forehead like a soft veil. Look at that largest one. Its petal tips still have a hint of pink. It says it's the first to bloom this year. Tom stood beside the boathouse, haggling with the boatman, an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles, clutching an oar and mumbling about how many lotus pods the two boys could pick. Eventually, he was swayed by the few pennies Tom offered, waving them onto a small wooden boat. Hold steady. Tom pushed off with the oar, sending ripples across the water and startling a few dragonflies. His motions were somewhat unsteady, causing the boat to sway, yet Bader was unfazed, reaching out to grasp the nearest lotus leaf, shaking the dew into the boat as if collecting a handful of stars. This boat says it once carried newlyweds, Bader suddenly remarked, tracing the smooth wooden grain of the boat's edge with his fingers. It also says you should pick the pods with darkened shells. Only then will the seeds inside be plump. Tom followed his gaze and indeed spotted several heavy lotus pods floating not far from the shore, their deep green shells gleaming with an oily sheen. He adjusted the boat's direction so that Bader could easily reach those pods. Pick fewer, they're too heavy to row back. Got it, Bader replied, already plucking the first lotus pod, peeling back the outer shell to reveal the pale green seeds inside, casually tossing one into his mouth. Yum. Sweet and slightly fragrant. He continued to eat while picking, soon forming a small pile at the boat's stern, while Sylvanus peeked out of his pocket, flicking his tongue as if he wished to sample as well, only to be playfully teased by Bader with the lotus seeds. As the sun rose higher, the mist dissipated, and the lake's surface resembled a piece of green satin, freshly ironed. Bader, perhaps having risen too early, leaned against the boat's side and soon fell asleep, his golden locks cascading onto his chest, his breathing steady like the ripples on the lake. He still held on to an unpeeled lotus pod, two round seeds peeking through his fingers. Tom's strokes with the oar grew gentler, his gaze occasionally drifting to Bader's slumbering profile. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the lotus leaves, casting soft shadows on his eyelashes, as his nose twitched slightly with each breath, resembling a peaceful little creature. He maneuvered the boat to a spot where the lotus leaves were densest, stopping the oar and allowing the wooden vessel to drift gently on the water. While he settled at the front, watching Bader's serene face for a long while, the reeds along the shore rustled in the wind, and the distant sounds of children playing echoed, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Tom's fingertips unconsciously caressed the boat's edge, suddenly feeling a sense of inexplicable stability. More comforting than the hard cot in the orphanage, and more relaxing than the corners of the Hogwarts library. He glanced at the pile of lotus pods at the boat's stern, reached for one, and, emulating Bader, slowly peeled it open. As the fragrance of the lotus seeds wafted through the air, Bader stirred, blinking sleepily, and upon seeing Tom bent over, peeling the lotus pod, he rubbed his eyes. His voice still hoarse from sleep. When did you start peeling? The sunlight forced him to squint. Tom handed over the lotus seeds, his ears slightly flushed. Wake up and get up. It's time to head back. Bader grinned as he took the seeds, oblivious to the awkwardness in Tom's tone, and instead picked one to hold up to Tom's mouth. Want to try? Freshly picked. Tom instinctively opened his mouth to take a bite, the sweet flavor unfurling on his tongue as he locked eyes with Bardel, whose sparkling gaze resembled the light reflecting off an entire lake. He turned his head aside, reaching for the pole. Time to leave. By the time the wooden boat docked, the ferryman had vanished, likely preoccupied with other tasks. Tom heft the lotus pods ashore, glancing back to find Bardel still rubbing his eyes, his steps a tad unsteady. Without hesitation, he bent down and lifted him up in a horizontal embrace. Bardel gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping his arms around Tom's neck, his cheeks flushing crimson. I can walk on my own, don't. Tom's tone was firm as he carried him toward the grassy bank. Bardel was light, akin to cradling a bundle of sun-warmed cotton, with the lingering fragrance of grass and the sweet scent of lotus wafting from his hair. The boat's planks were slippery, and a fall might invoke tears. Embarrassed by Tom's words, Bardel buried his face in the crook of Tom's shoulder, mumbling softly, I won't cry, though he obediently ceased his struggles. Upon reaching the lawn, Tom set him down, and he immediately laid back on the soft grass, stretching out luxuriously like a cat basking in the sun. Tom settled beside him, resuming the task of peeling lotus pods, placing the finished seeds on a pristine lotus leaf, forming a small hill of white pearls. You've peeled so many, Bardel remarked, leaning closer to grab a seed and popping it into his mouth. Observing Tom's focused profile, he noted his long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyelids, his fingers deft and precise, swiftly removing even the innermost lotus hearts. Try this, Tom offered, handing him a peeled seed, its pale, moist kernel glistening. Bardel opened his mouth to catch it, bursting into laughter. Yours seems sweeter than mine. Tom remained silent, merely nudging the lotus leaf closer to him for easier access to the seeds. The warm sunlight enveloped them, the distant lake shimmering with flecks of light. As the refreshing fragrance of lotus mingled with the scent of grass, gradually permeating the air, Sylvanus emerged from Bardel's pocket, coiling near his hand and eyeing the pile of lotus seeds, emitting a soft hiss. "I want to eat one," it said. Bardel picked up a seed, carefully offering it to the little snake, watching it swallow joyfully, his eyes crinkling with delight. "See, it thinks it's delicious too." Tom's gaze lingered on Bardel's sun-kissed golden hair, drifting to his cheeks speckled with grass clippings, ultimately resting on the mound of white lotus seeds between them. He plucked one and tasted it, the sweetness blossoming on his tongue, suddenly feeling that this morning was both extraordinarily long and fleeting. Much like all cherished moments, slow enough to discern every intricate line of the lotus seeds, yet swift enough to inspire a desire to grasp it tightly. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, carrying the scent of lotus flowers and ruffling Bardel's stray hair. Turning his head, he met Tom's gaze, smiling as he extended another lotus seed. "Want another?" Tom, captivated by the light in his eyes, nodded, their fingertips brushing inadvertently as he took the seed. A faint spark of electricity jolting through them. Both paused momentarily before averting their eyes, while the lotus seeds on the leaf continued to quietly emit their sweet fragrance. Chapter 19. The second year begins. The return to school arrived sooner than anticipated. As Bardel stuffed the last bundle of deep blue yarn into his trunk, the priest stood at the door, watching him with a parcel wrapped in oiled paper in hand. "These are almond cakes baked by the nuns, for your journey," the priest said, handing him the package, his gaze falling on the yarn peeking from the trunk. He chuckled, shaking his head. "Making something for that child again?" "Yes," Bardel replied, pushing the yarn deeper into the trunk, concerned it might get wrinkled. "Winter comes swiftly, and Tom always dresses lightly. I spoke to the old woman who knits sweaters. She said deep blue is durable and looks lively." He continued, placing the almond cakes into a corner of the trunk. Then, remembering something, he carefully retrieved the small, ebony sun from his bedside, tucking it into a pocket close to his heart. It was a gift from Tom, meant to be carried always. The priest patted his shoulder. "Be careful on the way. Send me a letter once you arrive at school." "Got it," Bardel exclaimed, lifting the trunk, his golden hair dancing in the sunlight at the door. "Goodbye, father. I will take good care of myself with Tom." The train station was already bustling with students, the steam locomotive resembling a colossal steel dragon, puffing white clouds as it awaited departure. Just as Bardel spotted Tom, he was called by two familiar voices. "Bardel, over here." Cecilia from Ravenclaw peeked out from a carriage, seated next to Samuel from Hufflepuff, whose round glasses framed a slightly flushed face, clutching a copy of Magical Birds. "May we sit together?" Cecilia waved a box of sweets. "I brought honey candies, made by my mother." Bardel turned to Tom, who was lifting his trunk onto the luggage rack, receiving only a nonchalant in response, which sufficed as consent. The four of them squeezed into the same compartment, as Cecilia opened the candy box, the colorful wrappers glinting in the sunlight. "What did you all do during the holidays?" she asked, unwrapping a lemon candy and speaking with her mouth full, her gaze first landing on Bardel. "Tom and I went to deliver milk," Bardel exclaimed. His enthusiasm peaked as he pulled out a dried lotus seed he had saved, having even gathered lotus pods from the lakeside. "They're so sweet." "Samuel, look. This is lotus seed. It can last a long time when dried." Samuel took the seed carefully, examining it in his palm. "I spent my holidays helping at the botanical garden and saw the mandrake blooming, but the cries were so loud," he recounted, pulling out a pressed specimen from his backpack. "This is mugwort leaf. It can treat insect bites. Here, for you." "Thank you." Bardel accepted the specimen gingerly, slipping it into his magical plants book. The front page still holding the snake-shaped bookmark Tom had gifted him, the silvery green eyes glimmering as he turned the pages. Cecilia leaned in to examine the specimen, suddenly clapping her hands. "What about Riddle? What did you do during the holidays?" Tom, leaning against the window admiring the scenery, turned his head at the mention, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. "Just read." "Really just reading?" Cecilia clearly didn't believe him, and Samuel lifted his head in curiosity, unable to suppress his laughter. Bardel chimed in. "He even helped me calculate the milk delivery accounts. The money we earned was just enough to buy ink and parchment for next semester. By the way, he peels lotus pods so quickly, much cleaner than I do." Tom's ears flushed slightly as he turned back to gaze out the window, feigning ignorance. However, Cecilia noticed the sunflower brooch pinned at his collar, gleaming brightly in the sunlight, the edges of the petals sparkling with tiny glimmers. "That brooch is lovely," she exclaimed sincerely. "Did you make it yourself?" Tom did not look back, his voice muffled. "It was a gift." A moment of silence enveloped the compartment, and Cecilia, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from pressing further, shifting the conversation back to the upcoming semester's courses with Bardel. He animatedly recounted his new spells, gesturing enthusiastically as he demonstrated how to revive a wilting potted plant. Tom leaned against the window, ostensibly gazing at the fleeting fields outside, though his attention occasionally drifted toward Bardel. The boy's golden hair shone like molten gold in the sunlight, and when he grew excited, he would instinctively clap his hands, causing his sleeves to slide down and reveal a small brown scar on his wrist, a remnant from when a cart had scraped him while he was chasing a runaway milk can. He remembered how Bardel had laughed off the pain at the time, only to grimace and rub it later that evening in secret. Tom, look at this. Bardel suddenly leaned over, holding a lotus seed conjured by magic in his hand. The seed was slowly sprouting in his palm, unfurling tiny lotus leaves. It's my new practice. Impressive, isn't it? Tom's gaze fell upon the delicate leaves in Bader's hand and then moved to his sparkling eyes. He nodded slightly, his tone remaining unremarkable. Yet he reached out to brush away the sugar paper fragments clinging to Bader's shoulder, remnants from Cecilia's earlier candy offering. Bader paused for a moment, then laughed even more joyfully, bringing the lotus leaves closer to Tom. This is for you. Tom did not take it. He merely watched the tiny leaves gently sway in Bader's palm, as if performing a silent dance. Outside the carriage, the sun gradually dipped in the west, casting elongated shadows of the two boys that intertwined on the floor, resembling a painting soaked in sunlight. As night fell, the train finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station. Students rushed towards the carriages, which stood motionless under the moonlight, drawn by the thestrals. The hollow eye sockets of the thestrals appeared particularly eerie in the darkness. They seemed so pitiful. Bader stood beside a carriage, watching the thestrals' drooping heads, his voice tinged with compassion. They say they feel very lonely, few are willing to approach them. Tom stood beside him, his gaze resting on the thestrals' sleek, black coats. They are thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Bader was taken aback. But I have never seen death. He had grown up in a church, and the most sorrowful thing he had ever encountered was when the priest's elderly cat passed away, which had made him cry for a long time. The priest had said that the cat had returned to God, which did not equate to what Tom referred to as death. Perhaps, Tom paused, his dark eyes appearing particularly profound under the moonlight. You have seen something more precious than death. He did not elaborate on the meaning of his words, but instead took hold of Bader's wrist and led him to a carriage. Come on. We shouldn't keep the professors waiting. The thestrals let out a low whinny and began to pull the carriage towards the castle. Bader lifted the carriage curtain and watched the black figures galloping under the moonlight. Their wings unfurled like two enormous black sails, yet they surprisingly evoked a sense of reassurance. They say thank you for being willing to come close. Bader lowered the curtain and told Tom. They also said you carry something heavy inside you, urging you not to keep everything bottled up. Tom's fingers tightened suddenly, gripping the handle of his luggage. He said nothing, merely turned his gaze towards the window, where the castle's lights drew nearer in the darkness, resembling a string of diamonds scattered across black velvet. Upon entering the castle, students poured into the great hall. The long dining tables were laden with food, the banners of the four houses fluttering gently beneath the vaulted ceiling, and countless floating candles illuminated the entire hall. Just as Bader and Tom settled at the Slytherin table, the sorting ceremony commenced. Professor Dumbledore ascended the stage, holding the sorting hat, which twisted and turned in her hands before suddenly bursting into song, filled with welcomes for the new students and praises for the four houses. After the song concluded, she picked up a list and began to call names. Alphard Black, a boy with black hair, stepped onto the stage, wearing an ill-fitting wizarding robe and a cold expression as he placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat lingered for only 2 seconds before proclaiming loudly, Slytherin. The boy expressionlessly removed the hat and walked toward the Slytherin table. He did not approach the eagerly waving pureblood students, but instead headed straight to the end of the table, sitting down beside Tom and Bader with a thud as he placed his luggage down, as if announcing his detachment. Sitting not far away, Walburga Black, Alphard's sister, instantly turned pale, whispering something to her companion, her gaze shooting icy daggers at Alphard. Unfazed, Alphard merely retrieved a book from his bag, engrossing himself in its pages as if the surrounding commotion were of no concern to him. He seemed rather unhappy. Bader whispered to Tom, holding a freshly baked piece of bread. His robe looks like it has been torn multiple times, and stepped on. Tom's gaze briefly lingered on Alphard's back before returning to Bader's face. Noticing the crumbs of bread at the corner of his mouth, he frowned and offered a handkerchief. Wipe your mouth. Bader took the handkerchief, wiped his mouth carelessly, and then, recalling something, broke his bread in half and offered it to Alphard. Would you like some? It's just out of the oven, still warm. Alphard turned his head, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. He glanced at the bread in Bader's hand, and then at his sincere smile. After a few seconds of silence, he accepted it. Thank you. His voice was soft, as though afraid of disturbing something. Tom observed this exchange without speaking, simply nudging the roasted potatoes on his plate towards Bader. The sounds of singing and laughter filled the great hall, as new students discovered their houses amidst the calls of the sorting hat. The candlelight danced upon everyone's faces like countless beating hearts. Bader bit into the roasted potato, watching Alphard's profile as he read. Suddenly, he felt that this seemingly cold boy might not be as unapproachable as he appeared. He turned to Tom, who was intently cutting his steak. Tom's profile appeared particularly gentle in the candlelight, the sunflower brooch at his collar flickering in the light and shadow. A new term had begun. Bader touched the ball of yarn in his pocket, recalling the sweater he intended to knit, and glanced at Tom, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 20. Making friends. Morning sunlight filtered through the diamond windows of the Slytherin common room, casting fragmented light spots upon the stone walls. As Tom closed his history of magic notes, Bader was on tiptoe, reaching for advanced potion making on the top shelf. His golden hair brushed against the dark green drapes, resembling fragmented sunlight falling upon moss. They were late for Professor Slughorn's class. Tom's voice carried a morning chill as he reached out to pull the book down for him. The spine of the book still bore the sticky note Bader had attached the previous night, written in rounded handwriting detailing the proportions of daffodil root powder and mugwort. Bader took the book, his fingertips grazing Tom's hand, as if touching a piece of warm jade. Here, he stuffed the book into his bag and, recalling something, retrieved a mint candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into Tom's mouth. Cecilia gave this to me yesterday, saying it helps stay alert in class. Tom held the candy in his mouth, the coolness of the mint spreading across his tongue. He said nothing, merely discreetly tucked the ball of deep blue yarn hanging from Bader's bag further inside as Bader turned away. The yarn had been swaying annoyingly, yet for some reason, he had not truly removed it despite seeing it for 3 days. The potion classroom was filled with a mixture of sulfur and lavender scents. Professor Slughorn stood at the podium, his round face beaming with smiles, holding a crystal vial. Today, we will brew a shrinking solution. Remember, a single drop of moonstone powder misused could render the potion toxic. Last year, young Avery made that mistake, didn't he, Lionel? A few chuckles arose from the back of the classroom. Lionel Avery's face flushed red. His father was an official at the Ministry of Magic, and he had always walked tall within Slytherin, yet at this moment, he could only awkwardly tug at his tie. His gaze crossed the crowd to rest on Tom in the front row, carrying a hint of servility. Last week, Tom had successfully blocked his uncontrollable bat bogey hex with a precise shield charm, saving him from embarrassment before the entire school. Bader was focused on heating his cauldron, the silver-green serpentine wand swirling in his hand, the flames instantly adjusting to an even pale blue. Tom, pass me the moonstone powder. He did not lift his head. His tone as casual, as if he were commenting on the weather. Tom picked up a small silver spoon, scooped out a spoonful of powder, and handed it over, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Bader's wrist. Don't spill it, he cautioned. Avery is watching. Only then did Bader notice Lionel's gaze, blinking in confusion. What does he want from us? He probably wishes to ask you to assist him in brewing a potion, Tom replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, recalling how his last concoction had transformed a frog into a tadpole. Bader chuckled softly, hastily covering his mouth, only to be called out by Slughorn. Bader, it seems you have quite the proficiency with shrinking solutions. Would you care to demonstrate how to extract the slime from a daffodil root? Bader took the silver knife and approached the platform, his movements fluid as if performing a dance. As the slime dripped from the blade into the cauldron, a layer of pearl-scent foam formed, eliciting a chorus of hushed gasps from the classroom. Lionel led the applause, his claps resounding. Bader, your skills are remarkable. Are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to some sweets at Honeyduke's. Just as Bader was about to agree, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Tom. Tom, you plan to go to the library at noon, right? Tom, occupied with tidying up the cauldron, looked up at the mention. Yes, I need to look something up. Then I want to go. Bader immediately shook his head at Lionel, though the light in his eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm going to the library with Tom. He said he would teach me how to decipher ancient runic. Lionel's smile faltered, and Dolphine Rose whispered in his ear, don't waste your efforts. Can't you see? Bader's focus is solely on Tom. Rose's father was an early member of the Order, and he understood the significance of allegiance from a young age. Tom Riddle possessed an aura that commanded respect. Even the prefects treated him with deference. During lunch, at the Slytherin table, Lionel and Rose approached Tom's side with their trays. Riddle, Rose began, his tone tentative. My family is hosting a party this weekend, and my father said I could invite a few classmates. We have some fire whiskey brought back from France. You want to be attending? Tom interrupted him, as he placed roasted potatoes onto Bader's plate. Bader and I will be gathering unicorn horn shavings at the edge of the forbidden forest. Bader, with his mouth full of roasted chicken, mumbled in agreement. Yes, Professor Mells said, with Tom around, we need not worry about encountering giant spiders. He remained blissfully unaware of how intimate his words sounded, only noticing that Rose's gaze upon him felt peculiar. Lionel, undeterred, turned to Bader. Bader, don't you enjoy collecting magical plant specimens? There's a chameleon wisteria in my family's greenhouse. Its petals change color with the mood. Would you like to see it? Bader's eyes lit up. Really? He looked at Tom, like a creature awaiting commands. Can we go? Tom paused, glancing up at Lionel with a calm but pressing gaze. The sap from the wisteria is harmful to the skin. Didn't you inform Bader? Lionel's face paled. I forgot. It seems your memory leaves much to be desired, Tom remarked, setting down his knife and fork, his voice low yet cutting through the surrounding noise. Next time you wish to extend an invitation, ensure you have your facts straight. Rose tugged at Lionel's sleeve, and the two left in a hurry. Bader finally reacted. Tom, were you doing that on purpose? The wisteria sap is harmless as long as one wears gloves. Indeed, Tom admitted candidly. They wish to befriend you because of your victory over Gareth Axley in dueling class. They aim to use you to get closer to me. Don't be deceived. Bader took a bite of bread and suddenly laughed. I don't care what they want. If you don't let me go, then I simply want tea. He leaned in closer, his voice lowered. Besides, I only want to gather horn shavings with you. You mentioned that unicorns are drawn to pure souls. I want to see if that is true. Tom felt the tips of his ears heat up slightly, averting his gaze to the window. Headmaster Dippet was strolling across the lawn with Dumbledore, who seemed to glance in their direction, his eyes filled with curiosity. He suddenly recalled the prophecy he had seen in the library yesterday. 2 clusters of candlelight, one bright and one dim, illuminating the darkness, either succumbing to it or dissipating into it. At that moment, he had dismissed it as nonsense. Yet now he couldn't help but remember the flames that Riddle had demonstrated in potions class, blue as ice-forged light. In the afternoon's ancient runic class, Tom suddenly remarked, Rose will undoubtedly find an excuse to sit beside you, so just ignore him. Oh, Bader nodded obediently, then recalled something. Will you sit beside me? Tom looked at his sparkling eyes, hesitating for a few seconds before softly affirming. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a silvery green light upon the backs of their intertwined hands, resembling the serpent on the Slytherin crest, quietly coiled with an undeniable possessiveness. Tom lowered his head, slicing his steak while contemplating the significance of Lionel's father overseeing wand registration at the ministry and that Rose's family vault key was hidden on the 7th floor of Gringotts. Information that might prove useful in the future. As for Bader, he need not grasp these intricacies. As long as he remained by his side, just as he was now. That was enough. Bader suddenly nudged his arm, offering a piece of candy. Would you like one? It's lemon-flavored, given by Cecilia. You said you liked it before. Tom accepted it, his fingertips brushing against the wrapper, listening to Bader chatter about which book he would bring in the afternoon. And suddenly found that the din of the bustling dining hall was not so bothersome after all. At least here. There was someone willing to forego all the merriment at the mere mention of his reluctance to join, their eyes reflecting only each other's shadows. This feeling was not unpleasant. Chapter 21. The Full Moon in the Forbidden Forest. The night enveloped the Forbidden Forest like a velvet cloth soaked in ink. The full moon hung above the treetops, casting elongated shadows of branches and leaves, resembling countless hands reaching skyward. Tom, carrying a tin gathering basket, walked ahead, the tip of his silver-green wand glowing faintly, illuminating the tangled roots beneath his feet. Bader followed behind, cradling a ceramic jar filled with freshly collected moonlight flower sap, stopping every few steps to lean down and inhale its fragrance, fearful of spilling it. Just ahead lay the territory of the unicorns. Tom suddenly halted, listening intently to the sounds of the forest, holding his breath, for they were sensitive to scents. Bader quickly covered his mouth, but as he turned, he accidentally bumped into an ancient oak tree, causing the jar to clink lightly. In an instant, the forest's chorus of insects fell silent, leaving only the rustle of leaves as the wind whispered through them, as if a myriad of eyes were watching from the shadows. Fool, Tom muttered quietly. Yet he reached out to pull Bader behind him, dimming the light of his wand further. Stay close, and don't touch the branches. As they ventured about half a mile into the forbidden forest, the moonlight grew sparse, and a massive shadow lay sprawled across a clearing ahead. Just as Bader was about to speak, Tom covered his mouth. The shadow slowly rose, towering to the height of a horse, its pitch-black coat shimmering with phosphorescence under the moonlight. It was the legendary Thestral. Do Thestrals reside in the forbidden forest? Bader's voice slipped through Tom's fingers, trembling with disbelief. As the creature's wings folded like a dark purple cloak, Tom released his grip, signaling him to remain still. The Thestral seemed indifferent to their presence, merely lowering its head to graze on the moss below. After a moment's hesitation, Bader cautiously stepped forward, as his fingertips neared the Thestral's wing. It surprisingly inclined its head in a gentle manner. It seems it does not dislike me, Bader whispered in delight, his fingers lightly brushing against the Thestral's smooth feathers. which felt cool to the touch, like satin wrapped in ice. The knight's steed emitted a low whinny, nudging its head against his palm as if in response. Tom observed this scene with a furrowed brow, yet he refrained from intervening. It was not until the knight's steed gently brushed against Bardel with its wing that he solemnly reminded, "That's enough. We must collect the starleaf grass now." As the two gathered their materials and made their way back, the moon had ascended to its zenith. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced through the forest, followed by the sound of heavy objects snapping branches. Tom swiftly pulled Bardel behind a tree, aiming his wand toward the source of the noise. A werewolf. Tom's voice dropped to a hushed tone. The werewolves are most ferocious on a full moon. Do not make a sound. But it was already too late. A massive werewolf lunged from behind the trees, its slate gray fur matted with mud, fangs glinting ominously, and a foul stench assaulting their senses. Tom immediately conjured a protective armor, a pale golden barrier intercepting the werewolf's claws, yet he was forced to retreat under the impact. "Bardel, the moonlight flower essence," Tom shouted. Bardel reacted swiftly, flinging the essence from a ceramic jar toward the werewolf. Upon contact with moonlight, the essence solidified instantly, enveloping the creature in a transparent icy shell, slowing its movements. Seizing the moment, Tom incanted a spell, binding ropes ensnaring the werewolf's hind legs. The werewolf emitted a furious roar, breaking free from the bonds and lunging back. Its claws aimed directly at Tom's face. Bardel, quick-wit, scattered the starleaf grass powder from their collection basket into the werewolf's eyes. The powder ignited upon contact with blood, causing the beast to howl in agony, temporarily blinded. "Now's our chance." Tom leaped onto the werewolf's back, pressing his wand against its neck. "Sleep now." The werewolf's colossal form staggered and then crashed to the ground. Bardel hurried forward, binding it securely with vine spells. Both of them panted heavily, cold sweat mingling with dirt trickling down their foreheads, yet upon locking eyes, they shared an unspoken laugh. "Thank goodness you were quick on your feet." Tom wiped his face, smearing the mud across his cheek. "And what about you? You nearly let its claws swipe at you," Bardel retorted, handing over a water flask. As Tom tilted his head back to drink, he noticed the curve of his Adam's apple, feeling suddenly that the peril they had just faced was worth it. After gathering the scattered materials, the two of them carried their basket toward the edge of the forbidden forest. Passing the spot where the knight's steed had been resting, Bardel picked up a black feather from the ground, tucking it into his cloak. He glanced back at the depths of the forbidden forest, in the moonlight. The knight's steed seemed to remain in place, like a silent statue. "Let us go," Tom urged, tugging at Bardel's arm. "If we linger too long, the caretaker will arrive to patrol the forbidden forest." Bardel nodded, clutching the feather tightly, and quickened his pace to follow. Chapter 22, The Quidditch Match. The grass of the Quidditch pitch was drenched from consecutive autumn rains, the air heavy with the scent of moist earth and inferior butterbeer. With half an hour remaining before the Slytherin versus Gryffindor match, the atmosphere in the players' lounge was taut, like a drawn bowstring. Lionel Avery repeatedly adjusted his wrist guards in front of the mirror, the clinking of metal betraying his mounting anxiety. Dolphin Rosier gripped his broomstick so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, muttering about Gryffindor's weaknesses in a manner reminiscent of reciting a spell dictionary. The raucous cheers from the stands had already penetrated the stone walls, the red Gryffindor flags tangled with the green Slytherin ones in the wind. Intermingled with shouts of derision and taunts, "Slytherin is bound to lose. Wait until you see Riddle break his leg." The cries seeped through the window gaps. Avery slammed his hand on the table. "These fools. Just wait until we win. I will treat them with the bat bogey hex." Tom sat in a corner, polishing his Comet 271 broomstick, the silver-green handle gleaming coldly in his grasp. Upon hearing Avery's words, he did not lift his gaze. "Let us talk about winning after we've achieved it." His voice was flat, yet it instantly quelled the commotion in the lounge. Bardel squatted beside him, spinning a pair of silver seeker's goggles in his hands, his golden hair tousled by the breeze from the window, resembling an unruly flame. "Lena and the others must be in the stands," Bardel suddenly remarked, the lenses of the goggles reflecting the daylight outside. "Samuel mentioned yesterday that Gryffindor's beaters have practiced new feints, so I should be cautious." Tom finally raised his eyes, glancing at the bandage on Bardel's temple, a remnant from being struck by an uncontrolled bludger during practice yesterday. "Stay focused." He reached out, tugging at the elastic band of Bardel's goggles, tightening the loose fit. "Your task is to catch the golden snitch, not to watch your friends." "I know," Bardel grinned, revealing his small canine teeth, "but seeing them gives me more motivation." He leaned closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Tom, after we win, shall we head to the kitchen and ask the house elves for some delicious pies? That dark chocolate filling you mentioned last time sounds divine." Tom's ears flushed slightly, and he pushed his face away. "Focus." As they exited the lounge, the players' tunnel was packed with people. Lena waved a Gryffindor scarf at Bardel, her expression a mix of excitement and complexity. Bardel, good luck. But Gryffindor will not lose. Samuel stood beside her, clutching a bottle of pep potion. Upon seeing Bardel glance over, he hurriedly thrust the bottle into his hands. You can use this if you feel dizzy. Just as Bardel took the bottle, Tom discreetly snatched it away, tucking it into his robe. Thank you. Tom nodded at Samuel, his tone devoid of warmth, but we do not need it. Lena's expression darkened immediately, about to retort when the referee's whistle blared. 14 Comet 271 broomsticks took to the sky simultaneously, the wind swirling grass clippings into their faces. Bardel soared high on his broom, his gaze darting over the stands. He saw Lena nervously clenching her fists, Samuel with his head bowed in prayer, and finally landed on a point in the Slytherin section where Tom was signaling him, the silver-green robe billowing in the wind like a poised serpent. Watch for the bludger. Tom's voice carried on the wind. Bardel suddenly veered to the side, dodging the whistling black ball, a deliberate misfire from the Gryffindor beaters. Gritting his teeth, he pulled up on the broom, a flash of golden light suddenly catching his eye. It was the golden snitch. The tiny creature darted close to the goalpost, its wings flapping at a speed that left only a blur in its wake. Bardel immediately accelerated, the Comet 271 vibrating slightly in his grip, the wind transforming into a sharp whistle in his ears. Just as he was closing in on the snitch, a Gryffindor seeker suddenly charged at him from an oblique angle, deliberately colliding with his broomstick. Foul! Bardel's broom shook violently, and he gripped the handle tightly, his knee crashing against the broom's crossbar, pain making his vision blur. The Gryffindor seeker merely grinned at him. The match never stated you couldn't make a little contact. Bardel glared back, suddenly lowering his center of gravity, the broom nearly skimming the ground as he glided smoothly, catching the opponent off guard, before sharply ascending. This was a feint he had practiced countless times with Tom. The Gryffindor seeker was indeed left behind, and Bardel focused intently on the golden glimmer, his heart racing as if it might burst. The distance closed, and he could even see the intricate patterns on the wings of the snitch. Just as he reached out, the Gryffindor seeker charged at him again, swinging the broomstick harshly against his arm. Bardel's body instantly lost balance, yet in the final second before falling, instinct took over as he lunged forward. His fingertips grazed the icy sensation, the golden snitch thrashing desperately in his palm. He had caught it. As soon as he shouted, he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. The rush of wind filled his ears, and the ground loomed larger in his vision. He could even see Tom's face blur in the heights, his silver-green figure hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Bader. The broomstick emitted a piercing whoosh, and the wooden handle of Comet 271 grew slightly warm under the strain. Tom finally caught up just as Bader was about to fall less than 10 meters from the ground, grasping him tightly in his arms and yanking the broom upward. The broom lost its balance, performing a somersault in the air before sliding across the grass, leaving a long trail of dirt before coming to a halt. Bader lay sprawled in Tom's embrace, his palms still tightly clutching the golden snitch. Tom's heart raced like a drum, his hands trembling. He tore off Bader's goggles to find the Band-Aid on his temples soaked with sweat, yet his lips bore a foolish grin. Have you lost your mind? Tom's voice quivered, not from fear, but from an overwhelming fury born of near disaster. He wanted to shout louder, but upon seeing the blood seeping from Bader's knee, his voice faltered. The cheers from the stands surged like a tidal wave, Lena's screams mingling with the raucous shouts of Slytherin, reverberating painfully against his eardrums. Bader struggled to sit up, raising the golden snitch high above his head, sunlight glinting off the little object and casting a dazzling reflection. We won, Tom. He turned to face Tom, his eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars, thrusting the snitch towards him. Here. Tom did not accept it, his gaze fixed on Bader's wounded knee, suddenly pulling him into a fierce embrace. Bader froze for a moment, hearing Tom's voice muffled from his chest. If you ever dare to risk yourself like that again, the unspoken words trembled with an ineffable emotion. Bader slowly returned the embrace, burying his face in the crook of Tom's shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of grass clippings. I didn't mean to, he murmured softly. I just didn't want to lose. Tom's arms tightened around him, as if trying to meld him into his very being. In the distance, the referee was announcing Slytherin's victory, the cheers swelling in waves, while Tom felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Chapter 23, Red Maple. The waters of the Black Lake had deepened since last month, resembling a sapphire weighed down by autumn rains. The maple trees along the shore rustled in the breeze, their brilliant red leaves cascading to the ground, forming a thick layer that crunched underfoot. Bader sat cross-legged amidst the pile of leaves, his golden hair warmed by the sun, a coarse cloth spread across his knees, laden with honey biscuits brought by Cecilia and pumpkin juice pilfered from the kitchen by Samuel. He was busily sifting through the leaves when he suddenly lifted a maple leaf in triumph. Look at this. The edges are perfectly intact. The leaf blazed like a small flame, its veins so distinct one could count the patterns. Tom sat beside him on a stone, a copy of Advanced Magical Theory in hand, yet his gaze was drawn to the leaf shimmering in the light. Vader crawled over, pressing the leaf into Tom's palm. You should use it as a bookmark. It will look stunning. Tom's fingertips brushed the leaf's cool surface, tinged with a hint of moisture. He remained silent. Yet he indeed opened the book, placing the leaf on the page he had last seen, which discussed the emotional guidance of nonverbal magic. The red edges of the maple leaf contrasted beautifully with the black text, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Cecilia and the others should be arriving soon, right? Vader looked up the path, suddenly remembering something, and pulled out a paper bag from his pocket. I brought the almond biscuits the priest baked. You said they were delicious. Tom unwrapped the paper bag, the nutty aroma blending with the crisp scent of maple leaves wafted through the air. He picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth, catching a glimpse of Vader watching him intently, as if to gauge the flavor. Not bad, he mumbled, offering a piece back to Vader. Just then, laughter echoed from the end of the path, and Cecilia appeared, clad in Ravenclaw's blue robes, carrying a wicker basket brimming with candies, with Samuel trailing behind, clutching a large thermos, his round glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose. We brought hot cocoa. Cecilia placed the basket onto the cloth, a cascade of colorful wrappers spilling out. My mother said it has cinnamon in it, so it won't get cold. Samuel cautiously opened the thermos, a plume of white steam escaping, filled with the rich scent of chocolate. I also brought baked potatoes, he said, his face reddening as he handed over a foil-wrapped parcel, still warm from Hufflepuff's kitchen. Vader accepted the hot potato, flipping it between his hands. Yet he couldn't help but smile. Did you know? Yesterday, Gregory was picking on the first years again in the corridor. Gregory was the school's caretaker, often patrolling with a rusted chain, earning him the nickname Iron Rooster among the students. He made one first-year scrub the trophy room until midnight. Cecilia exclaimed indignantly, biting into a lemon candy. All because that kid accidentally knocked over his quill, which was already falling apart and should have been thrown away ages ago. Samuel adjusted his glasses and whispered, I saw him sneak some bread from the kitchen last time, hiding it in his dusty office, apparently for a limping black cat. Really? Vader's eyes lit up. So yes, not all that bad, then. Very bad. Cecilia poked his arm. Last week, he deducted 20 points from Ravenclaw, just because our common room carpet was a bit wrinkled. The group chattered animatedly, while Tom leaned against the stone, unconsciously stroking the maple leaf. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, warming his face gently, unlike the usual harsh glare. He recalled the orphanage's caretaker, who often used a switch to discipline disobedient children, with bread that was perpetually moldy, contrasting starkly with Gregory. Tom, do you think Gregory might actually be afraid of the dark? Vader suddenly asked, turning to him with bright eyes. The last time I saw him patrolling at night, he was always carrying a glowing lantern. You could see him from quite a distance. Tom raised his gaze to meet Vader's, while Cecilia and Samuel turned to await his response. He remained silent for a few seconds before a faint smile curved his lips. Perhaps he fears students cursing him in the shadows. Cecilia burst into laughter. Definitely. Last time, I heard someone muttering the trip jinx, but unfortunately, it missed. Samuel chuckled along, pushing up his glasses. Actually, he helped me retrieve my fallen handbook from the edge of the Forbidden Forest last time. He didn't scold me. Vader handed him the last piece of almond biscuit. See, he has his good moments. Suddenly recalling something, he fished out a maple leaf from the cloth and pressed it into Samuel's hand. Here, this can be your specimen bookmark. It's as red as fire. He then selected a leaf shaped like a butterfly and offered it to Cecilia. This one suits you. Cecilia accepted it with a smile, then suddenly nodded towards Tom. Vader, why don't you pick one for Tom? It was only then that Vader noticed Tom still held the leaf he had given him. Just as he was about to say something more, he saw Tom return the leaf to the book, raising his gaze to meet Vader's, his dark eyes reflecting the swirling red maples, an unusual softness present. That's enough, Tom said, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, yet he extended his hand, placing a piece of baked potato into Vader's palm, the one Samuel had just given him, the hottest and most fragrant piece. Vader paused for a moment, then grinned like a child who had just stolen candy, unwrapping the foil and shoving it into his mouth. As the warmth of the potatoes mingled with the aroma of butter and melted on his tongue, he suddenly felt that this autumn seemed much warmer than in previous years. Perhaps it was due to the presence of those around him, the comforting hot cocoa in his hands, and the carefully pressed maple leaf nestled within the pages of his book, all imbued with an unshakable warmth. The wind swept through the maple grove, causing the red leaves to flutter down like confetti. Some landed on the tablecloth, others clung to Cecilia's hair, and one gently settled upon the pages of Tom's open book, lying side by side with the one he had tucked in, resembling two perched crimson butterflies. Chapter 24. Fabric mornings at Hogwarts began to frost over. a delicate layer of ice flowers crystallizing on the windows of the corridors, while boots crunched on the stone floors with a satisfying crackle. As Bader hurried into the Slytherin common room, Tom was seated on the carpet before the fireplace, illuminated by the flickering flames as he read Dark Magic, Origins, and Taboos. "Look," Bader exclaimed, thrusting a bulging fabric bag into Tom's arms, his nose reddened by the cold still glistening with sweat. "I finished it." Out tumbled a pair of deep green woolen gloves, accompanied by a matching scarf. The stitches were as precise as those of a machine, the edges adorned with silver embroidery. Upon closer inspection, one could see a tiny stitched at the end of the scarf, encircled by delicate vines, an intricate technique Bader had practiced in secret for half a month, leaving tiny pricked marks on his fingertips from the yarn. "Try them on," Bader urged, crouching before him, looking up with his golden hair illuminated by the firelight, shimmering as though dusted with gold. Tom donned the gloves, which fit perfectly, the warmth of the wool seeping into his fingertips, dispelling the chill accumulated from reading. His fingers grazed the letter on the scarf, the silver thread glimmering softly in the fire's glow. "What a waste of time," he remarked, yet he did not remove it, instead wrapping the scarf around his neck twice. "Not a waste at all." Bader retrieved several more pairs of gloves from the bag, some in Ravenclaw blue, others in Hufflepuff yellow, all equally well-crafted but devoid of embellishments. "Cecilia says she always loses her gloves, and Samuel's hands crack in winter, so these are perfect for them." Tom glanced at the colorful assortment of gloves, his gaze returning to his own deep green pair, which had plush lining at the fingertips and a non-slip pattern woven into the palms, clearly designed for comfortable wand handling. Suddenly, he recalled the other night when only the two of them remained in the common room. Bader had been secretly knitting by the fire's light, and the yarn ball had rolled to Tom's feet, which he had picked up 3 times. "Are your fingers still sore?" Tom asked unexpectedly. Bader paused, realizing he meant the wounds from the yarn, and quickly hid his hands behind his back. "They're fine now. Look, there's not a mark left." Tom remained silent, merely reaching out to gently touch the knuckles of Bader's fingers, which were indeed smooth, as if they had never been injured. He suddenly remembered how gentle Bader was when grooming the nocturnal horse, his fingertips always so light that even the most delicate moonflower bloomed into a fiery blossom under his care. It seemed as if he was born to undertake such meticulous tasks. As they walked toward the dining hall, they happened upon Cecilia and Samuel in the corridor. Cecilia was stamping her feet and rubbing her hands together when she spotted the gloves in Bader's hands. Her eyes immediately sparkled. "Are those for me?" "Yes." Bader handed her the blue gloves, lined with warming fleece, far cozier than ordinary ones. Cecilia twirled in delight, exclaiming, "They're prettier than what my mother makes." "Bader, you should open a shop in Diagon Alley." Samuel shyly accepted the yellow gloves, his face flushed as he murmured, "Thank you. I'll bring you some dried herbs tomorrow. They're excellent for frostbite. By the way," Cecilia suddenly noticed Tom's scarf. "Did you knit that? The silver-lettered initials are so beautiful." Just as Bader was about to nod, Tom interjected coolly, "P.S. just bored." Despite his words, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, the expression that only appeared when Bader called his name. Cecilia winked mischievously, tugging Samuel along to the dining hall. "We'll go snag a seat. We'll save you some pumpkin juice." With only the two of them remaining in the corridor, the warmth from the fireplace gradually dissipated, and the wind slipped through the window cracks, stirring a few dried leaves on the ground. Tom suddenly halted, glancing down at Bader's reddened ears. "Where are your gloves?" Bader patted his pockets, realizing he had forgotten them. He stuck out his tongue sheepishly. "I was in such a rush this morning. I left them in the common room." Tom said nothing but simply removed his left glove, firmly sliding it onto Bader's hand. The warmth of the wool enveloped him, causing Bader's fingertips to quiver. "I'm not cold," he protested. "Just wear it," Tom replied, his voice deepening as he grasped Bader's wrist and led him toward the dining hall. The end of the deep green scarf brushed against their intertwined hands, the silver glinting in the morning light. Bader, being pulled along, looked at their matching gloves. His left hand was clad in Tom's, while his right remained bare, yet he felt no chill. The aroma of breakfast wafted from afar, mingling with the comforting scent of wool, as if wrapping the entire winter in a gentle embrace. As they reached the entrance to the dining hall, Tom suddenly stopped and looked down at him. "Don't lose the scarf." "Got it," Bader replied with a smile, suddenly rising onto his tiptoes to quickly pat the scarf. "You two, stop thinking about unraveling yarn." The tips of Tom's ears flushed slightly beneath the scarf, and he said nothing more, merely holding Bader's hand as they stepped into the dining hall filled with the aroma of food. Chapter 25. The holidays. The flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, eventually transforming into a pile of dark red ashes. As Tom closed the pages of the ancient runic dictionary, the soft rustling of the paper echoed like snow falling upon pine branches. Bader curled up in the armchair opposite him, His golden hair sprawled across the deep green upholstery. Clutching half a knitted wool sock intended as a Christmas gift for the priest, the opening still awaiting the embroidered cross. "Tom, are you really not coming home with me?" Bader's voice carried a hint of sleepiness, his eyelashes casting faint shadows on his eyelids. The priest said he baked gingerbread and tidied up the attic. "We can sleep in the same bed like last year." Tom's fingertips traced the cover of the dictionary, the gilded letters already somewhat worn. "No," he replied, his gaze falling upon the surface of the black lake, which had formed a thin layer of ice, reflecting the moonlight like shards of glass. "Professor Slughorn promised to lend me Modern Studies of the Philosopher's Stone. I can finish it over the holidays." Bader straightened slightly, the knitting needle spinning in his hands. "But how boring it is to be alone in the castle during Christmas. Even Gregory, the caretaker, said he is going home to keep his black cat company." "I'm not alone," Tom interrupted, glancing at the top shelf of the bookcase where the restricted section of borrowed tomes resided. "Alfie Black will be staying too." Bader pouted, clearly unimpressed by the reclusive Slytherin first year. He shoved the unfinished sock into his pocket and approached Tom, crouching to look up at him like a puppy about to be left behind. "Then can I save the almond biscuits for you?" The priest said he added cinnamon this year. "They're better than last year's." Tom regarded Bader's reddened nose. Likely from the cold wind he faced while delivering a letter to the Ollery. He suddenly reached out, his fingertips brushing against Bader's cheek, imparting a cool sensation. "No need," he said. "I'll go to the kitchen." Bader's eyes brightened as if he had received a promise. "Then I'll write to you every day," he exclaimed, "to tell you how many sunflowers bloom at the church, and how many stray cats the priest has adopted. Oh, and I left Sylvanus by the fireplace in the common room, okay? He loves curling up on your old robe to sleep." Tom recalled the silver-green serpent, which coiled around the ball of yarn every time Bader wove, resembling a gem that seemed to move. "As you wish," he said, his tone betraying no emotion, yet. As Bader turned to gather his belongings, he discreetly picked up the ball of yarn that had fallen onto the carpet and tucked it into his robes. On that morning before their departure, fine snow began to drift across the Hogwarts sky. Bader stood in the foyer with his enormous knapsack, while Cecilia and Samuel waved him farewell. Upon seeing Tom approach, he hurried over and thrust a wax paper package into his hands. "Almond biscuits. They're hidden at the bottom. Don't let the owl snatch them away." Tom accepted the package, his fingertips brushing against the firm shape inside. Likely freshly baked by Bader overnight, still warm to the touch. "Be careful on your journey." "You too," Bader exclaimed, rising onto his toes to quickly embrace him. Snowflakes from his woolen coat falling onto Tom's scarf, instantly melting into water. "Remember to check the letter." Tom watched as he joined the crowd heading towards the carriages, his golden hair dancing in the wind and snow like a flickering flame, only turning back to walk towards the library once the carriages became mere distant specks. The snow settled upon his deep green scarf, the silver-threaded letter T becoming slightly darker from the melting snow, yet remaining distinctly visible. The library was deserted, save for the old clocks ticking echoing in the stillness. Tom seated himself by the window, opening the Origins of Magic, yet lingered on the pages without turning them. Outside, the snow intensified, blanketing the surface of the black lake like a vast slab of white jade. He suddenly recalled the Christmas Eve 2 years prior. With the church's fireplace ablaze, Bader asleep on his lap, a half-eaten gingerbread in his mouth. The priest sat across from him, reading the Bible, while Sylvanus nestled in Bader's hair, emitting faint hissing sounds. The snow had fallen quietly then too, as it did now, yet it did not evoke a sense of cold. Tom retrieved the ball of yarn from his robes, the deep blue thread entwining around his fingertips. He remembered how Bader would always wrap the yarn around his left pinky while knitting scarves, pouting when he made a mistake, and secretly unraveling his work to redo it. Suddenly, he seized the quill from the table, dipped it in ink, and drew a simple, round ball of yarn in the blank space of the page, reminiscent of the ones Bader loved to tuck into his pockets. The clock chimed 10 times, the echoes reverberating through the empty library. Finally, Tom turned the page, his gaze falling upon the chapter on the permanence of the Philosopher's Stone, though his fingers unconsciously traced the paper. The snow continued to fall, and the castle was so quiet that he could hear the sound of snow landing. He knew that this holiday would be lengthy, ample enough for him to peruse all the books he desired and delve into the magical theories that had long troubled him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of an owl, a letter from the church. He lowered his gaze to the pages, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, fleeting as an illusion. Chapter 26, The Forbidden Section of the Library. The corridor of the library glowed with a cold white light under the moon, Tom's boots gliding silently over the carpet like a nocturnal cat. The librarian's snores seeped through the crack of the duty room door, mingling with the crackling of the fireplace embers, resonating through the empty hall. He pinched the brass key he had borrowed from Slughorn between his fingers, the metal's chill creeping along his skin like a silent urge. The door to the forbidden section was heavier than he had anticipated. When the key turned in the lock, it emitted a soft click that resonated clearly in the silence. Tom pushed the door open, a mixture of dust and old ink wafting towards him, the dust cover hanging from the top of the bookshelves like a faded shroud. Swaying gently in the draft, he refrained from turning on the lights, instead raising his wand, the silver-green light coalescing at his fingertips and sweeping over the towering shelves. Most of the spines were worn and faded, the gilt letters nearly indecipherable, save for the third shelf of the innermost row, where a black-covered tome emitted an unusual sheen, The Origins of Dark Magic. The cover bore no author's name, only a skull outlined in gold, with two dark red gems embedded in its eye sockets, resembling congealed blood. As Tom extended his hand, his fingertips grazed the spine, and he felt a faint tremor, as if the book concealed some living essence within. As he withdrew it, a yellowing parchment slipped out, inscribed with hasty annotations in runic script, ending with a distorted symbol, one he recognized from the history of medieval witch trials, said to be the exclusive mark of the 16th century dark wizard, Marcus Belby. Finding a corner by the window, he settled down and opened the first page. The paper was brittle as dry leaves, the scent of ink mingling with a subtle hint of rust. The opening lacked a preface, diving straight into the primal bone-binding curse, which required fresh animal bone powder mixed with mandrake juice, granting the caster temporary powers far exceeding their own. Tom's fingers lingered momentarily on the phrase fresh bone powder, recalling how deer bones often lay scattered at the edge of the forbidden forest, gnawed by werewolves. He did not immediately turn the page, but instead closed the book and glanced out the window. The ice of the Black Lake shimmered under the moonlight like a vast slab of obsidian, the silhouette of the forbidden forest hidden in the darkness beyond. Silent as a lurking behemoth, Bader's letter must be on its way now, perhaps resting on the talon of some owl, filled with images of the church as fireplace, the priest's gingerbread, and those trivial, warm moments he would never regard. A self-deprecating smile flickered across his lips as he reopened the book. This time he read slowly, his fingertips gliding over the obscure descriptions of spells, as though caressing some forbidden pattern. One page detailed the bloodbond spell, which used one's own blood as a conduit to forcibly forge a pact with magical creatures. The annotations included a rudimentary diagram, marked in a vermilion hue to indicate where blood should fall, with hastily scribbled notes beside it. Nightmare blood is optimal, followed by unicorn. The latter has severe backlash. The mention of nightmare blood made Tom recall the way Bader had caressed the wings of a nightmare, his youthful fingers so delicate as if touching fragile stardust. Suddenly, he retrieved a small silver dagger from his robes, a prize won from Avery the previous year, its edge sharp enough to slice through spider silk. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew it across the index finger of his left hand, blood immediately welling forth, staining his pale skin a vivid crimson. He did not staunch the flow but opened the book and let droplets of blood fall onto the center of the diagram. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The blood did not spread but rather flowed along the lines of the diagram, ultimately coalescing into a small bead at the center, like a beating heart. Simultaneously, a faint hum resonated from the book, and the skull on the cover suddenly glowed with a red light, casting a shadow over Tom's pupils, tinting them with a dark crimson hue. He felt no fear. Instead, a secret thrill coursed through him. This was far more intriguing than the mundane potions taught in Slughorn's class, akin to taming an untamed beast. He flipped through a few more pages and paused when he reached the chapter on souls, his breath momentarily catching. Using magic to tear fragments from one's own soul and encase them in objects could, in a sense, grant immortality. The annotations on the parchment grew particularly dense at this point, Belby's trembling handwriting stating, "The pain of tearing is like being consumed by fire. However, once successful." The ink smudged, rendering the remainder illegible. Tom's fingertips repetitively traced the words tearing the soul, until the paper became faintly stained with blood. Time slipped away, and gradually, the moonlight outside began to shift, altering the angle at which it illuminated the pages. Tom closed The Origins of Dark Magic, carefully tucked the parchment back into the book, and returned it to its place, making a mental note of the shelf shadow for his next visit, so he could find it with precision based on memory. As he exited the restricted section, he washed the blood from his fingers in the lavatory at the end of the corridor. The cold water splashed on his face, bringing a semblance of clarity to his chaotic mind. The boy in the mirror appeared pale, yet his eyes gleamed with an astonishing brightness, reminiscent of venomous ice. He lifted a hand to touch the scarf around his neck, the deep green while still retaining Bader's scent, incongruous with the iron tang that lingered in his memory. Upon returning to the common room, he found the fire in the hearth extinguished. Sylvanus coiled within Tom's old robes, lifting his head upon hearing movement. his silver-green scales shimmering in the moonlight. Tom approached and gently brushed his fingertips against the little snake's head, suddenly recalling Bader's words about how this creature loved to curl up and sleep in his garments. He did not ignite the fireplace, but sat on the carpet, gazing at the delicate snowflakes drifting outside. The incantations he had encountered in the restricted section swirled in his mind like a host of serpents poised to strike. The sensation of blood dripping onto the ritual diagrams still lingered on his fingertips, a faint tremor seemingly coursing through his veins into his heart, imbued with a beguiling power. Perhaps tomorrow, he might venture into the Forbidden Forest to collect some deer bones. Tom mused, unconsciously tracing the twisted symbol of the rune upon the carpet. The light in his eyes colder and brighter than the moonlight beyond the window. Chapter 27. Awakening or Descent. On the morning when the snow ceased, Tom traversed the fractured ice of the Black Lake surface toward the Forbidden Forest. The soles of his boots crunched over the frozen twigs, emitting a crackling sound akin to shattering some invisible shackles. Concealed within his robe was a vial of mandrake juice pilfered from the kitchen, the glass clinking gently against the hilt of his dagger at his waist. This was to prepare for his experiment with the bone-conjuring spell. The deer bones had already been gathered the evening before last, buried beneath the old oak at the forest's edge. The tree's bark was fissured like an old man's palm as Tom cleared away the snow, digging a palm-sized pit. Inside lay several deer bones, bearing teeth marks, their edges still glistening with a fresh white. He crouched down and poured the mandrake juice over the bones, the green liquid meeting the frigid air and instantly releasing white steam that meandered through the crevices of the bones like tiny serpents. The syllables of the bone-conjuring spell rolled off his tongue, imbued with an ancient obscurity. As the final note fell away, the deer bones began to tremble violently, fragments coalescing as if animated by some unseen force, ultimately forming a diminutive skeletal hand, its joints still flecked with unmelted snow. Tom extended his wand, and the skeletal hand obediently crawled up along the wand's tip, resting in his palm, its bony fingers curling with a surprising dexterity. He stared at the hand, devoid of any astonishment, merely observing it with a near-cold scrutiny. Was this the shortcut to transcending one's own power? Merely a collection of lifeless objects animated by spells. However, when he attempted to direct the skeletal hand to grasp a stone 3 meters away, it complied, awkwardly pushing the stone back towards him, slower than his own levitation charm, yet exhibiting a peculiar obedience. Worthless, Tom muttered under his breath, gesturing with his hand to obliterate the skeletal hand into a fine powder with the shatter spell. A cloud of white bone dust billowed into the snow, swiftly dispersed by the wind, as if it had never existed. As he rose, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting deep within the Forbidden Forest. Sylvanus, his silver-green scales glinting briefly in the snowy light, had followed him, now coiled upon a low branch of a spruce, flicking his tongue as he observed him. Tom ignored it and turned to walk back toward the castle. The little snake slid down from the branch, following him at a respectful distance, the sound of its scales brushing through the snow as delicate as threads. He recalled Bader mentioning how Sylvanus always trailed behind him, like the most loyal of dogs. This thought caused him to frown, yet he did not dismiss it. In the ensuing days, Tom's visits to the restricted section became increasingly frequent. The sound of the librarian's snoring provided the perfect cover, and he even discovered a concealed niche in the furthest corner of the restricted section, just large enough for one to sit and read. It was there that he found the secrets of advanced dark magic, its deep brown cover embossed with silver serpentine patterns. Upon opening the first page, he encountered the author's name elegantly inscribed in ornate script: Gagson Everly Lionel's grandfather, a dark wizard affiliated with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This tome contained far more detailed accounts of Horcruxes than the origins of dark magic. It not only elucidated the specific steps for soul rending, but also enumerated suitable objects for containing fragments of the soul. The more precious and imbued with special significance, the better, ideally crafted by the spellcaster's own hand. Sandwiched between the pages was a hand-drawn sketch of a necklace, its pendant shaped like a serpentine skeleton, with emeralds set into its eye sockets, annotated with, "The serpent symbolizes immortality, most suitable for soul preservation." Tom's fingertips lingered over the serpentine pendant for a long while. He recalled the ebony sun he had gifted to Bader and the silver T embroidered on his scarf. Significant objects. His gaze drifted to his wand, 13.5 inches, made of yew and containing a phoenix feather core. Ollivander had claimed it possessed great power. Perhaps it would serve as an excellent choice? This thought flickered momentarily before he suppressed it. Now was not the time. He needed to delve deeper into the repercussions of soul rending, to find a means to mitigate the pain. Thus, he began a frantic search for relevant tomes, from the ethical controversies of soul rending to the modern evolution of dark magic, even perusing forbidden experimental records from the Fairy Rebellion period. Most texts condemned Horcruxes, decrying them as a desecration of the essence of life. Yet Tom focused solely on the passages documenting experimental data. In a 17th century manuscript, he read of someone using unicorn blood to alleviate the agony of soul-rending, only to transform into a mindless monster upon success. Another anonymous diary noted that repeated use of the oblivion charm could temporarily numb the mind, reducing perception during the tearing process, but at the cost of leaving permanent gaps in memory. Dust accumulated thickly in the niche, and Tom's fingernails were perpetually stained with indelible ink. He often lost himself in study until the first light of dawn broke. Dragging his numb legs back to the common room, Sylvanus would invariably emerge from the old robes by the hearth upon his return, coiling around his wrist, the cold scales pressing against his skin like a silent reminder. This morning, he encountered a crucial description in dark magic, advancements and breakthroughs. If one were to sacrifice another's life, the pain of soul-rending could be shared with the sacrifice's soul, and the fragments would be easier to control once sealed. A complex altar diagram adorned the page, the central depression perfectly sized for a person, encircled by grooves carved to channel blood. Tom's breath hitched slightly. The lives of others. He recalled the chubby boy from the orphanage who often snatched his bread, the pure-blood officials at the ministry who looked down their noses at him, and even Walburga Black's perpetually disdainful expression. Perhaps any of these individuals could serve as Tom's sacrifice? A familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind, like a stone cast upon a frozen lake. Tom abruptly slammed the book shut, his heart racing uncontrollably. That was Bader's voice, tinged with excitement, as if whispering in his ear, "I'll be back tomorrow, bringing you gingerbread made by the priest." He pressed his hand against his temple, his fingertips icy. The snow outside has begun to fall once more. Delicate flakes adhering to the glass, quickly melting into droplets, resembling trails of tears. The air within the alcove is stifling, almost suffocating, as the words concerning altars, blood, and the tearing of souls distort before his eyes, overlapping with Bader's smiling visage. At some point, Sylvanus has crawled into the alcove, gently nudging his hand with its head. Tom gazes into the serpent's silvery green eyes and suddenly finds that the easily attainable power and the longed-for immortality seem less significant. No, not insignificant. He simply requires greater caution. Tom replaces advanced and breakthrough in dark magic on the shelf, meticulously rearranging the other tomes to ensure that no traces of disturbance remain. By the time he exits the restricted section, dawn has arrived, and the sounds of the house elf sweeping echo down the corridor. He strides toward the common room, bathed in morning light, when Sylvanus suddenly raises its head, hissing towards the window. Following its gaze, Tom observes a tawny owl alighting upon the castle's windowsill. A bulging envelope tied to its foot, a letter from Bader, arriving a day earlier than anticipated. He stands still for a long moment until the owl, growing impatient, flutters its wings, prompting him to approach the sill. As his fingertips brush the envelope, he feels the rigid form within, likely a gingerbread piece, and catches a faint whiff of cinnamon. A stark contrast to the ink of the restricted section and the bloodiness of the forbidden forest. Perhaps, he reasons, he could wait a little longer. With that thought, Tom carefully opens the envelope. Chapter 28, a letter from Bader. The letter within carries a subtle plum blossom fragrance, written on the coarse paper Bader favors. Its edges neatly trimmed, evidently sheared with great care. Upon unfolding the paper, a few dried plum petals tumble out, landing on his hand. The pale pink edges are tinged with a hint of frost, likely plucked from the old plum tree in the churchyard, which Bader had mentioned in last year's letter, noting that it blooms later than others, resembling a heap of crushed snow in the winter. Tom. The opening script is round and childlike, reminiscent of a child drawing circles. The priest says this year's plum blossoms smell sweeter than ever. I picked a few and tucked them in the letter for you. Do you detect a sweet fragrance? He continues. Oh, and I have sent you a package containing gingerbread and freshly baked almond biscuits, along with a pair of knitted socklets to keep your ankles warm. Tom's fingers trace the characters for socklets, envisioning Bader knitting, his left pinky curling around the yarn while his right needle deftly weaves, sunlight cascading upon his golden hair, transforming the monotonous yarn into a resplendent golden hue. A crooked smiley face adorns the center of the paper, with two whimsical whiskers drawn beside it, labeled, "This is the priest. He trimmed the nails of a stray cat yesterday and got scratched, so now he eats with his left hand." The final paragraph's script abruptly shrinks, cramped into the corner of the page. Is Sylvanus eating well? Is the snake food I left sufficient? When I return, I shall bring you dandelion roots from behind the church, ground into powder to mix with its food. It will surely relish it. By the way, I think I've grown taller. When I return, let us see if I'm taller than your shoulder. Tom carefully folds the letter, placing it along with the plum petals into the inner pocket of his robe. The faint floral scent mingled with the sweetness of the almond biscuits creates a soft barrier, shielding him from the ink and bloodiness of the restricted section. He moves to the windowsill, watching as the owl flaps its wings and departs. The tips of its claws still dusted with the deep blue yarn that matches the ball of yarn Bader often slips into his pocket. He sets the package down beside the fireplace in the common room, waiting until evening to unwrap it. The gingerbread is adorned with a sugary sun, while the edges of the almond biscuits are slightly burnt, likely due to Bader misjudging the baking time. At the bottom lies a pair of deep blue socklets. The stitch is tighter than those of the scarf and gloves, with a delicate snowflake pattern knitted around the ankle. As Tom lifts the socklets, Sylvanus emerges from his old robe, coiling around his wrist and flicking its tongue against the edge of the socklets. The serpent's scales shimmer with a silvery green hue in the firelight, reminiscent of the color of Bader's eyes, which sparkle like stars whenever he smiles. There's no rush, Tom murmurs, his fingertips brushing against the snowflakes on the socklets. He will return tomorrow. Sylvanus hisses twice in response. Suddenly, Tom recalls Bader's words. This little creature understands him and Bader, yet remains indifferent to the voices of others. Just as he can effortlessly command the serpents of the forbidden forest, finding Lionel's sycophantic remarks irksome, and Bader, who can converse with the night steed and comprehend the grievances of plants, remains oblivious to the malice hidden beneath smiles. They are akin to two gemstones unearthed from disparate mines, yet fate has forcibly embedded them together. This notion compels him to seek verification of something. The following day, Tom refrains from visiting the restricted section or the forbidden forest. Instead, he immerses himself in the non-magical section of the library, poring over bound volumes of the Wizarding Weekly from 1926 to 1930, and scrutinizing the Ministry of Magic's records of pure-blood family lineages. The surname Riddle appears as if it has never existed within the magical realm, leaving no trace in any records. He even consulted the Muggle telephone directory, discovering only 3 Riddles residing in the suburbs of London, all ordinary dentists or bakers, utterly devoid of any magical connection. No family, no heritage. As if he had sprung forth from the crevices of stone, Tom sits in a corner of the library, repeatedly tracing the name Riddle with his fingertips, and suddenly, his vague obsession with his lineage crystallizes. He is not the Tom Riddle who was bullied in the orphanage. He should possess a more illustrious surname, one that would compel those pure-blood families to bow their heads. And what of Bader? He recalls Bader's ability to communicate with non-magical creatures, his innate talent for intricate handiwork, and the silver cross that he never parts with, gifted by the priest, reputed to dispel darkness. Bader's origins are even more enigmatic, devoid of any kin. Having grown up in the church since memory serves, like an angel abandoned by God in the mortal realm, Tom's fingertips sketch a small sun on the parchment, alongside a coiled serpent. Beside the sun, he writes Bader, and beside the serpent, Tom. The two names, juxtaposed, possess an uncanny harmony. He suddenly perceives that, rather than pursuing the elusive promise of immortality, unraveling the true identities of the two of them and the reasons behind their current existence might be far more intriguing. Immortality can wait. Wait until he is sufficiently powerful, until he comprehends all the risks, but Bader cannot wait. That golden-haired youth, who always smiles while offering him the sweetest almond biscuits, wraps him in the warmest scarves, and bestows upon him unreserved trust, must be held firmly in his grasp, along with the mystery of his lineage, to be fully understood. The flames in the fireplace gradually blaze brighter, casting Tom's shadow upon the stone walls, flickering in and out. He tucks the parchment away and retrieves the secrets of advanced dark magic from the alcove, returning it to the shelf in the restricted section. As his fingertips leave the spine of the book, a faint tremor lingers, yet he no longer regards it with the same urgency as before. Perhaps, as Bader's letter suggested, he has indeed grown taller. When that golden-haired youth returns, the first thing he intends to do is measure who stands taller. As for soul artifacts, eternal life, and those dark secrets, they can wait a little longer, at least until Bader truly grows to the height of his shoulders. Tom picked up the deep blue sock and slid it onto the opening of his boot. It fit perfectly, the warmth of the wool creeping up his ankle, dispelling all traces of chill. He looked down at the sock glowing in the firelight, and suddenly felt that this winter might not be so unbearable after all. Chapter 29, Alpheus Black. The fireplace in the common room blazed vigorously, casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. Tom pushed a tome entitled Genealogy of Pure-Blood Families in the Magical Realm towards Alpheus Black, the pages halting at the densely packed names in the black section. Entwined like vines, each name annotated with marital alliances and magical accomplishments. Next to Alpheus' name, however, there was but a simple asterisk, signifying his status as underage. "Are you certain you wish to assist me?" Tom's fingertips lightly tapped on the name Riddle, his tone devoid of emotion. He was aware that Alpheus was unlike the other conformist members of his family. This lad had a penchant for secretly studying Muggle mechanical watches. And he always carried in his pocket a forbidden book borrowed from the restricted section, non-traditional applications of magic, with a rebellious spirit akin to an untamed wildcat. Alpheus raised an eyebrow, his silver-gray eyes glinting in the firelight. He turned a page, pointing to a name obscured by ink. I will help you investigate Riddle. But you must teach me nonverbal magic in return. He paused, a sardonic smile curling his lips. It's far better than listening to my sister Walburga drone on about the glory of purebloods. Tom did not acquiesce immediately. He observed Alpheus push the genealogy book aside. Retrieving a Muggle magnifying glass from his robe, scrutinizing a yellowed page of the Wizarding Almanac with meticulous attention, his silver-gray hair falling over his forehead, lending him an air of seriousness. Sylvanus scuttled down Tom's wrist to Alpheus's side, flicking his tongue to touch the ink stains on Alpheus's fingers. Very well, Tom finally spoke. But do not meddle with my belongings. In the ensuing days, the two immersed themselves in the ancient texts of the library. Alpheus, leveraging the Black family's connections, procured several boxes of long-buried old documents from the Ministry of Magic's archives, filled with census records from the late 19th to early 20th century. Tom was tasked with sifting through the fragmented information scattered across various almanacs and newspapers, his fingers gliding over the blurred text, as if searching for gold in a sandbank. Riddle, riddle. Alpheus tapped the table with a quill, the documents beneath the magnifying glass growing brittle with age. In 1925, a wizard named Vinnie Riddle opened a sweet shop in Hogsmeade. It closed in 1927, and his whereabouts thereafter are unknown. Tom leaned closer to examine the document. The photograph obscured and indistinct, revealing only the silhouette of a tall, thin man sporting the fashionable hairstyle of the time. No, he shook his head. My father could never have owned a sweet shop. This marked the first time he mentioned his father in another's presence, his voice dry as sandpaper against wood. Alpheus did not press further. He merely set the paper aside and took up another roll of documents. The fire in the hearth gradually dimmed, and Sylvanus curled up atop the pile of papers, his silver-green scales glinting like a tranquil gem in the muted light. By the day before the school term commenced, all the leads they had uncovered had led to a dead end. The wizard named Vinnie Riddle had vanished without a trace. The Muggle Riddle family had no ties to the magical world, and even Ollivander's wand records failed to mention the name Riddle. Perhaps, Alpheus hesitated. Your father was a Muggle? Tom's fingers tightened around the quill, leaving red marks on his palm. He offered no reply, instead shoving the documents into a box with suppressed agitation. Alpheus wisely fell silent. Watching him push the box back into the corner, a flicker of complexity crossing his silver-gray eyes. Nonverbal magic, I will teach you tomorrow. Tom cast this remark over his shoulder as he exited the ancient text section. The wind in the corridor carried a chill, causing the silver T embroidered on Bader's scarf to glimmer faintly in the dim light, a silent comfort. On the morning of the school year, Tom unusually abstained from visiting the library. He stood at the far end of the Hogwarts Express platform, watching the bright red train slowly come to a halt in the morning mist, steam billowing like white satin, enveloping the cacophony emanating from within the carriages. Sylvanus coiled around his wrist, restlessly flicking his tongue, likely overwhelmed by the myriad unfamiliar scents. As the doors swung open, students surged forth like a tide. Tom's gaze navigated through the crowd, skimming over familiar and unfamiliar faces, until it alighted upon a dazzling golden-haired Bader, who, with a massive bag slung over his shoulder, was straining on tiptoe to see him. His golden eyes brightened instantly upon spotting Tom, as if two small lanterns had been ignited. Tom, Bader's voice pierced through the din. As he pushed through the throng, the bag clattering against his legs, I'm back. Tom watched as Bader approached, his golden hair tousled by the wind, his nose flushed from the cold, and still carrying the scent of the church's hearth. He had indeed grown taller since his departure, reaching nearly to Tom's shoulder, his eyes sparkling like they were adorned with stars. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Bader laughed, tilting his head back, gesturing with his hands. Am I almost taller than you? Tom offered no response. Instead, he reached out to adjust Bader's skewed scarf, a new one, light gray wool, its edges embroidered with tiny suns, evidently woven by Bader himself. His fingertips grazed the skin at Bader's neck, cool from the outdoors, yet somehow soothing to Tom's restless heart. The package arrived, Tom said, his tone softer than usual. The socks are very warm. Bader's eyes sparkled even brighter. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly noticed Alpheus not far behind Tom, leaning against a pillar, observing them with a scrutinizing gaze, his silver-gray hair glinting coldly in the morning light. Is that Alpheus Black? Bader whispered, inching closer to Tom with a hint of shyness. Yes, Tom nodded, offering no further elaboration. Alpheus raised a hand in acknowledgement. though it bore nothing but a mocking gesture, before turning to depart. Bader watched his retreating figure, then glanced back at Tom, bursting into laughter. He seems to dislike me. Pay him no mind. Tom grasped Bader's wrist, Sylvanus slipping from his arm to burrow into Bader's sleeve, eliciting a startled gasp from the boy. Let us head back to the castle. Your gingerbread is nearly all gone. Really? Bader promptly forgot about Alpheus, his steps light as he followed Tom back toward the castle. I just knew you would like it. By the way, the priest asked me to bring you a bottle of mead. He said it would warm you up. Let us sneak some tonight. Tom listened to Bader's incessant chatter, his gaze falling upon their intertwined hands. Bader's gloves were freshly knitted, light gray wool, perfectly matching his scarf, with traces of yarn clinging to his fingertips. Sunlight broke through the thin mist, casting elongated shadows of the two, resembling entwined vines. Sylvanus hissed a couple of times from Bader's sleeve, as if in agreement. A faint smile crept onto Tom's lips, as fleeting as smoke scattered by the wind. Chapter 30. The Plum Tree Wish. The mist at the edge of the forbidden forest had yet to dissipate, enveloping the morning chill like a delicate veil. Bader stepped forward, treading upon the damp, fallen leaves, droplets of dew clinging to his golden strands, glimmering in the dawn light like shards of gold. Abruptly, he halted, pointing towards the thicket ahead. Tom, look. In the midst of the swirling fog, a solitary plum tree stood in the clearing, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens. Adorned with clusters of pale pink blossoms, their petals still holding frost, resembling a dusting of crushed sugar. The fragrance wafted through the air, crisp yet subtly sweet, reminiscent of the old plum tree in the churchyard. There really are plum blossoms. Bader's eyes sparkled, his amber irises glistening like molten amber in the light. The priest had mentioned that plum blossoms thrived in cold places. It seemed the forbidden forest was no exception. Tom, standing behind him, gazed at the quivering flowers with his dark eyes. Morning dew cascaded down the petals, landing softly upon the dry leaves, producing a delicate sound, while the shadow of the plum tree stretched long upon the ground, resembling a subtle ink-wash painting. Suddenly, he recalled the plum petals tucked within Bader's letter, still faintly fragrant even in their dried state. Yet this vibrant aroma was more refreshing, as if it could cleanse the accumulated dust from his heart. I brought this. Bader produced a palm-sized wooden plaque from beneath his robe, upon which two names, Tom and Bader, were etched in wobbly silver lines, accompanied by a small sun and snake, the surface gleaming with varnish. I made this a few days ago, intending to find a place to hang it. He positioned a stone beneath his feet, rose onto his toes, and tied the plaque to the lowest branch. The plum branch swayed gently, shedding a few petals that fell precisely upon his golden hair. Now it won't be lost. Bader clapped his hands and stepped back to admire his handiwork, suddenly folding his hands in prayer, closing his eyes and murmuring softly. Tom observed his devout demeanor, the golden brown lashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyelids, lips moving, though the words remained a mystery. The wind rustled through the plum tree's branches, brushing petals against his cheek, while Bader's hair danced across his nose, carrying a hint of plum blossom fragrance. Won't you make a wish? Bader opened his eyes, noticing Tom merely standing there, and tilted his head in curiosity. Sunlight filtered through the mist and graced his face, rendering his amber pupils astonishingly bright, as if they contained warm orbs of light. Tom's gaze shifted from the plaque to Bader's face. Bader's lips bore a trace of pink, perhaps from the cold. His nose also flushed, resembling a small creature freshly emerged from the snow. Suddenly, he recalled Bader's earnest expression while making his wish, one that softened the heart. There's no need, Tom replied softly, yet he raised his hand to brush the petals from Bader's hair. His fingertips grazed through the soft strands, warmer than anticipated, akin to holding a thread woven from sunlight. Bader, however, grinned, revealing two tiny canine teeth. Why not? Perhaps it will come true. He leaned in closer, his pure gold eyes reflecting Tom's shadow. I just made a wish, hoping that we would always be like this, seeing each other every day, exploring the forbidden forest together for materials. Tom interrupted him, his ears tinged with warmth in the morning light. He averted his gaze, focusing instead on the names etched in silver on the wooden plaque, which shimmered in the sunlight, the sun and snake drawn closely together, as if they were destined to be united. Bader did not press further, merely reaching out to grasp Tom's wrist. Sylvanus peeked out from Tom's sleeve, flicking its tongue to touch Bader's fingertip, eliciting a soft laugh from him. We should head back. We have herbology class soon. Professor Sprout will undoubtedly check our mandrake. As they walked towards the forest's edge, Tom glanced back once more. The wooden plaque swayed gently on the plum branch, pink and white petals falling onto it, as if bestowing a gentle seal upon the two names. Bader's laughter carried on the wind, intertwining with the scent of plum blossoms, warming the otherwise crisp morning in the forbidden forest. Looking down at the wrist Bader held, Tom's lips curled slightly. A fleeting smile as elusive as smoke scattered by the wind, yet imbued with a softness he himself had not noticed. Chapter 31. Anxious Inquiry. The Slytherin dormitory always bore a hint of the coolness of a stone cellar. Even with the fireplace roaring, a thin layer of chill lingered in the shadowy corners. I sat cross-legged on Tom's bed, watching Sylvanus emerge from beneath his pillow, its silver-green scales shimmering in the firelight like flowing jewels. "Sylvanus," I poked the little snake's head, and it immediately flicked its tongue, entwining it around my finger. "You must tell me honestly, what has Tom been busy with while I was away during the holidays?" Sylvanus nudged my fingertip with its head, producing a soft hissing sound. Hiss. Tom went to the innermost room of the library. Hiss. The books there are locked. He opened them with a key. My heart sank abruptly. The innermost room of the library was the restricted section, was it not? Professor Slughorn had mentioned it contained dangerous items, forbidden to students. What could he possibly be doing there? I pressed on, my fingertips unconsciously tightening, while Sylvanus did not resist. Merely continued to flick its tongue. Hiss. He looked at a thick black book. Hiss. With red diagrams on it. He even cut his finger with a small knife. Hiss. Blood dripped onto the paper and began to move. The words blood diagrams pierced my heart like icicles. I recalled the illustrations I had seen in History of Magic last year, depicting dark wizards inscribing spells with blood, a sight so grotesque it sent chills down my spine. What else? My voice trembled slightly, yet I forced myself to continue. Sylvanus slithered up to my wrist, its tail tip curling around my sleeve and giving it a gentle tug. Hiss. He went to the forbidden forest. Hiss. Picked up a bone with bite marks. Poured green water on it, and the bone became a small hand that moved. Hiss. Tom said it was waste. The green water was mandrake juice. In an instant. I recalled when we last went to collect moonlight flowers. Tom had mentioned that mandrake juice could enhance the efficacy of spells, though he had never suggested it could be used with bones. No wonder he had refused to return to the church with me during the holidays. It turned out he had been engaged in these activities. What other books did he look at? I fixed my gaze on Sylvanus's eyes, which reflected the flickering firelight, resembling two small green flames. Hiss. The book cover had a snake. Hiss. It was about souls and such. Tom's fingers trembled while he read. Hiss. And later he hid the book in the wall's crevice. Soul. What? Was it a Horcrux? I had seen this term in the Dark Arts warning, which stated that it was a forbidden magic capable of tearing souls apart. Merely thinking of it made my skin crawl. How could Tom be involved with such things? He had clearly stated that they were merely fanciful tales. Sylvanus seemed to sense my distress, gently bumping its head against my chin. Hiss. Tom later looked at your letter. Hiss. And pressed the plum petals into the book. Hiss. Wore the socks you knitted. These words should have warmed me, yet the chill in my heart only deepened. I abruptly rose to my feet, the hem of my robe brushing against the blanket at the bed's edge, which still carried Tom's scent, mingled with a hint of ink and a faint trace of rust, just as Sylvanus had described. I'm going to find him. I snatched the scarf draped over the chair, and Sylvanus promptly climbed up my arm, coiling around my shoulder, its cool scales resting against my neck, bringing a measure of clarity to my thoughts. Tom was indeed in the library corridor, standing with his back to me by the window, holding a dried plum petal, likely the one I had tucked in my letter. The sunlight cascaded upon his raven-black hair, yet it failed to warm the chill that enveloped him, instead outlining his figure with a cold, white luminescence. Tom. I endeavored to keep my voice steady, but as I approached him, I couldn't help but clench my fists. Did you venture into the restricted section during the holiday? He turned to face me, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, merely offering me a fleeting glance. Who told you that? Sylvanus informed me. I lifted my chin defiantly, and the small serpent upon my shoulder hissed in agreement. It claims you perused books on dark magic and conducted experiments with mandrake juice and bones. Is that true? Tom raised an eyebrow, suddenly grasping my chin, his fingertips exuding a slight chill. Do you doubt me? His voice was soft, yet it pierced like a needle. Did he truly believe I would succumb to the allure of forbidden magic like those foolish dark wizards? I do not doubt you. I wrenched my face away from his grip, my cheeks aflame with urgency. But dark magic is perilous. The Dark Magic Compendium warns that reckless practice of the Bone Curse can lead to a backlash, and soul-rending spells can transform one into a monstrosity. You seem quite knowledgeable, Tom remarked with a sudden smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Are you studying these matters with Cecilia and the others? I am concerned for your safety. I grasped his wrist, the heat radiating from his skin startling me. Tom, those things are not to be trifled with. What if something goes awry? If you wish to learn more powerful magic, we could consult Professor Slughorn together or seek legitimate texts in the library. He fell silent for a moment, his dark gaze fixed upon me, before unexpectedly intertwining his fingers with mine. His palm was cooler than mine, with remnants of old ink still lingering on his fingertips. Do you think I will come to harm? I do not know, I murmured, biting my lip, my golden lashes likely dampened. But I do not want you to take risks. Tom held my gaze for an extended moment, long enough for me to believe he might be angered. Yet, he suddenly released my hand and turned, placing the fallen plum blossom into his robe. Understood. Understood what? I queried, bewildered. I shall refrain from touching those things. His voice was soft yet imbued with a reassuring certainty. I stood frozen, watching him stride toward the shelves. The hem of his dark robe cutting a sharp arc through the air. Sylvanus on my shoulder hissed softly, as if in laughter. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting our shadows long and intertwined upon the floor, as if they had never been apart. Then you must not deceive me again, I called after his retreating figure, my voice still tinged with lingering nasal tones. He did not turn back, merely raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, his silhouette fading into the shadows of the bookcase. Chapter 32, Avoidance. The Slytherin dungeon dormitory always felt as though it were submerged in cold water, with sunlight reluctant to penetrate its depths. Upon opening my eyes, I found the opposite bed already vacant, the covers meticulously folded as if untouched by human presence. Tom's wand was not in the silver box by his bedside, nor was his robe draped over the chair as was customary. He had departed early. The fire in the hearth had dwindled to mere embers, and as I touched the spot where he had slept, the sheets felt as frigid as ice. Sylvanus peeked out from beneath my pillow, his silver-green scales glinting in the dim light as he flicked his tongue against my hand. Hiss! Tom left before dawn, heading toward the library. I tucked the small serpent into my robe, the lingering chill of his touch still upon my fingertips. In truth, I could have surmised this without Sylvanus's input. He had been elusive of late, akin to a shadowy breeze. Despite sharing the same room, he was more difficult to find than if separated by the forbidden forest. During breakfast, I circled the long table with my pumpkin juice, yet I could not catch a glimpse of him. In herbology class, Professor Sprout had paired us to plant mandrakes, but when I turned around, his seat was already vacant, leaving only an open copy of the complete guide to poisonous plants. Even when the curfew bell tolled that evening, the familiar creak of the dungeon door was conspicuously absent. He was likely still in the library until the caretaker locked up. Or perhaps he had ventured to the edge of the forbidden forest to engage in activities unknown to me. It felt as though he was deliberately evading me. Vader, what are you daydreaming about? Cecilia nudged me with her elbow, her Ravenclaw robes brushing against the table. Is Riddle not sitting with you again? I cast a glance toward the Slytherin table, where Tom sat at the far end, surrounded by Abraxas Malfoy and Avery. Abraxas was displaying a piece of parchment to him, his platinum hair shimmering in the candlelight, while Tom tilted his head slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, an expression I rarely witnessed. Neither as aloof as he was with me, nor as frigid as he appeared to strangers, but rather akin to tepid water. I lowered my gaze, poking at my bowl of porridge with a spoon, the sweet milk clinging to the handle, a bit sticky in my grasp. Samuel adjusted his round glasses and whispered. I saw him speaking with Alpha de Black at the end of the corridor this morning. It seemed they were discussing family crests. I refrained from responding, though it was more than that. Last week in astronomy class, I had seen him standing at the edge of the tower, conversing with a boy from the Lestrange family about star charts, his robe billowing against the wind. Just yesterday afternoon, Wilburga Black had unexpectedly greeted him, her silver-gray eyes devoid of their usual disdain, replaced instead with a deliberate air of camaraderie. Even that stern-faced fellow, Axelsi, would nod at him as he passed. Those pure-blood scions who once flaunted their blood status now seemed to orbit him like moths drawn to a flame, as if they had discovered a rare treasure. What are they plotting? Cecilia murmured through a mouthful of honey biscuits, her voice hushed. I tightened my grip on the spoon. Plotting? Perhaps. Tom's fingertips began to bear the faint scent of perfume, an aroma unique to the Malfoy family, reminiscent of white roses, while the cuffs of his robes occasionally revealed delicate silver chains, a departure from his usual attire. Even his tone of voice had shifted, laced with an air of nonchalant arrogance, as though he were imitating the dialect of those pure-blooded young lords. One night, as I rose to relieve myself, I encountered him returning from outside, his robe adorned with something resembling flecks of gold, as if he had brushed against an opulent invitation. He paused upon seeing me, his dark eyes flashing with an emotion I could not decipher before he reverted to his usual aloofness. Awake? Yes. I gazed at his cuffs. Where have you been? Discussing potion recipes with Abraxas. He unwrapped his scarf, the silver tea I had embroidered shimmering in the candlelight. Professor Slughorn has asked us to prepare for next month's competition. I refrained from asking further. Yet that very night, I distinctly found a broken feather nestled in his pillow seam, emblazoned with the emblem of the Lestrange family. What troubled me further were the unexpected smiles that had begun to approach me. After last week's herbology class, a slick-haired Slytherin first year intercepted me, clutching an ornate little box. Divine, I am from the Carrock family, my father said. I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to. I sidestepped him and continued forward. Sylvanus emerging from my robe, flicking his tongue threateningly. He must have detected the same perfume on the boy that Tom had recently acquired. The next day, a Ravenclaw girl stopped me in the corridor, offering a beautifully wrapped chocolate. My mother said you and Senior Riddle are quite close. I do not know you. I pushed the chocolate back toward her, observing her smile freeze in place, suddenly feeling suffocated. They were not seeking friendship with me. They merely wished to use me as a conduit to reach Tom. Like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, they encircled me, their eyes glinting with the same avarice. When I shared this matter with Cecilia, she was deftly slicing a lemon with a silver knife, its yellow juice splattering onto the tablecloth. Pay them no heed. Those pureblood families are just like that. Their ability to adapt is more refined than their prowess with a wand. Samuel nodded beside her, his quill scratching erratically on the parchment. My father mentioned that the Carrick family and the Axley family have been getting quite close lately, seemingly currying favor with the Malfoy family. I gazed out the window, the outline of the forbidden forest looming in the twilight like a silent behemoth. Tom was likely mingling with those individuals again, perhaps discussing ways to best Gryffindor in the potion competition, or showcasing their family collections, or even plotting something more clandestine. The dormitory door creaked open, and Tom stepped inside, specks of snow dotting his black robes. He frowned upon seeing me. Why haven't you lit the lamps? I was thinking, I replied, adding a log to the fireplace. The flames crackled to life, illuminating the fatigue etched on his face. Were you with Abraxas again today? Yes. He shrugged off his robes, tossing them carelessly over the back of a chair, as he mentioned the upcoming Quidditch training schedule. Lamenting that Avery's batting stance was always off, I locked my gaze onto his eyes, which glimmered like two small flames in the firelight. Tom, do you no longer wish to be with me? His movement faltered, and as he turned, his dark eyes betrayed no emotion. What nonsense. But you keep avoiding me. My voice trembled slightly. You left as soon as I awoke this morning. You didn't sit with me in class, and you returned later than anyone. I have my responsibilities, he interrupted, pulling a copy of Advanced Potion Making from the bookshelf. Slytherin must excel in all competitions. We cannot achieve that through idle chatter. Suddenly, Sylvanus emerged from his robes, slithering to Tom's feet and nudging his boot. Hiss. Tom had a quarrel with Walburgai yesterday. Hiss, because she said Bader is Sylvanus. Tom's demeanor grew cold, and the little serpent promptly fell silent, curling into a silver-green ball. I observed the tension in his profile and suddenly understood. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with me. He was deliberately pushing me away, erecting an invisible wall that kept me outside. While he immersed himself in that bizarre pure-blood circle, as if he had transformed into another person altogether. I stood up and walked towards my bed. You carry on. He remained silent, but the sound of pages turning grew noticeably louder, as though he were concealing something. The fire in the hearth gradually blazed brighter, casting our shadows upon the stone wall, one seated, one standing, distanced as if separated by an invisible river. That night, I slept lightly, perpetually sensing Tom's gaze upon me. In a haze, I felt his fingertips brush against my hair, ever so gently, like a feather landing on snow. Yet, when I opened my eyes, the opposite bed was empty again, save for Sylvanus coiled beside my pillow, his silver-green scales speckled with unmelted snowflakes and remnants of Tom's robe from that morning. Identical in appearance. I caressed the cold scales of the serpent, suddenly yearning for the plum tree in the forbidden forest. I missed the way the petals fell onto his dark hair when we hung the wooden tags together, and I longed for how, despite his insistence that it was unnecessary, he would still brush the petals from my hair with his fingertips. In those moments, our shadows intertwined, unlike now, where they lay so distinctly apart, so cold and strange. Chapter 33, Stings. The summer breeze brushed against my face, carrying the scent of fresh grass, while the Quidditch stands resembled a scattering of colorful confetti. The silver-green banners of Slytherin clashed with the yellow and black stripes of Hufflepuff in the sunlight, dazzling to the eyes. My palms were slick with sweat as I gripped the broomstick, its bamboo handle scorching hot, as if I were clutching a small ember. Nervous? Cecilia called out from the Ravenclaw stands, her blue dress billowing in the wind. I bet you'll catch the snitch within 5 minutes. I smiled, about to respond, when Abraxas' voice cut through from behind. Riddle, don't let Hufflepuff's seeker get too comfortable. They slipped past us last year. Tom's dark eyes scanned the field, his wand twirling in his hand, his tone nonchalant. Understood. He wore the Slytherin team robe today, the silver and green fabric clinging to his lean, tall frame. The hem of his black robe fluttered in the wind, revealing a lining embroidered with serpentine patterns, likely a gift from Abraxas. As I had seen him receive a long box from Malfoy's owl last week. It had been a while since we stood side by side on the pitch like this. During practice, he always clustered with Avery and the others, strategizing while avoiding me, as if we were mere acquaintances. Yet, at the moment the referee blew the silver whistle and my broom soared into the sky, that inexplicable synergy returned. He veered left, and I instinctively knew to block right. He pointed his wand toward the clouds, and I understood that Hufflepuff's beater lay hidden there. The Hufflepuff captain was a tall redhead, rumored to have nearly shattered the school's scoring record last year. He rode the latest model of the Nimbus. Charging towards our goal with his chasers, their yellow and black robes a lively fire against the green pitch. Bader, to your left. Tom's voice carried over the wind. His black robes sweeping past me, the tip of his wand erupting with silver-green sparks as he expertly deflected the bludger aimed at the goalpost. I quickly shifted direction, the wooden handle of my broom vibrating in my grip, catching a glimpse of the golden snitch flickering in the distant clouds, akin to a star that had fallen from the heavens. I see it, I shouted, accelerating fiercely. The wind rushed into my ears, buzzing loudly, while the cheers from the stands surged like a tide, yet they could not drown out the sound of the Hufflepuff Seeker's broomstick right behind me. That fellow was tailing closely, the feathers at the end of his broom brushing against my boots, carrying the scent of cheap polish. Don't let him get close. Tom's voice suddenly grew much nearer. When I turned back, I saw his black robe billowing, the tip of his silver-green scarf, a scarf I had knitted, flashing momentarily. He was still wearing it. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the golden snitch suddenly dove, skimming the grass. I quickly lowered my broom, the blades of grass grazing my cheek, tickling painfully. The Hufflepuff Seeker also plummeted, our broomsticks nearly colliding with a sharp crack. Catch it! The stands erupted in deafening screams. I reached out, my fingertips brushing mere inches from the snitch, but it abruptly veered toward Tom. Tom! I cried, my heart racing as if it might shatter my ribcage. Tom seemed to anticipate this. He did not pursue the snitch but steadied himself in midair, his dark eyes locked onto the golden light. As the snitch neared his black robe, he suddenly pivoted, clearing a path for me, simultaneously giving my broom a gentle push with his wand. Not a spell, just a subtle force, propelling me forward with sudden speed. My fingertips finally made contact with the cool, hard shell. The golden snitch thrashed wildly in my palm, akin to a live golden beetle. I clutched it tightly, lifting my gaze towards Tom, the raucous cheers from the stands nearly threatening to tear the roof off. As the silver-green banners of Slytherin waved like a surging sea, I caught it. I shouted towards Tom, my throat dry and scratchy, yet I couldn't suppress a smile. The sunlight fell upon his dark hair, his black eyes gleaming astonishingly in the light, fixed intently upon me, with the corners of his mouth seemingly lifting ever so slightly. Before I could discern further, a throng of people surged towards him. Abraxas patted his shoulder, his platinum locks brushing against the fabric of his dark robes. Avery offered him a bottle of water, emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest. Even Walburga Black squeezed her way over, a handkerchief embroidered with serpentine patterns in hand, eager to dab the sweat from his brow. Riddle was truly remarkable. A first-year girl shrieked as she lunged towards him, attempting to wrap her arms around his, only to be playfully intercepted by Abraxas. More and more people gathered, offering water, presenting flowers, cheering, encircling him like a pearl ensconced in a silver-green shell. Clutching the golden snitch, I slowly dismounted from my broom. As soon as my feet touched the grass, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The snitch in my palm continued to vibrate, yet the ecstatic rush that had previously surged within me deflated like a punctured balloon. From the stands, someone called my name. Cecilia and Samuel were frantically waving at me, but my gaze remained fixated on the throng surrounding Tom, his profile slightly obscured in the sunlight. And he did not turn back. A girl clad in Slytherin robes squeezed her way to him, offering a patterned cup filled with water, her voice dripping with sweetness. Riddle, have a sip. I added honey just for you. Tom accepted the water, murmuring something in response, causing the girl to blush instantly, her eyes sparkling with delight. At that moment, my heart suddenly felt as though it had been seized by an unseen force, a sharp pain erupting within me, making me gasp and involuntarily emit a sound of distress. The golden snitch slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Bader? Cecilia's voice came suddenly close as she and Samuel rushed over, concern etched on their faces. What's wrong? You look awful. I wanted to say I was fine, but my throat felt constricted as the crowd began to swirl around me. Tom's dark robes, the silver-green banners, the yellow and black stripes of Hufflepuff merging into a hazy blur. Are you overheating? Samuel's voice trembled with urgency as he reached out to steady me. The summer sun is relentless, and you were flying so aggressively. Tom, I instinctively uttered his name, straining to pierce through the throng to locate that dark robe. The stabbing pain in my heart intensifying, as if an ice pick were stirring within me. He's over there. Riddle. Bader's unwell. Cecilia shouted into the crowd, her voice tinged with desperation. The crowd seemed to still for a moment. I saw the silver-green figures part slightly, Tom's dark hair emerging from the gap. He appeared momentarily taken aback before swiftly pushing through the throng, rushing towards me. His robes billowed wildly as he ran, the water bottle slipping from his hand, spilling its contents like shattered silver beads across the ground. Vader. His voice carried an urgency I had never heard before. His dark eyes were wide. The calm detachment that usually characterized him utterly vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Just before I lost consciousness, I fell into a familiar embrace. The scent of ink from his robes mingled with a delicate hint of white rose, alongside a faint aroma of plum blossoms, reminiscent of the petals tucked within my letters. His arms were tight, almost as if he were trying to meld me into his very being, and I could feel him trembling, as if fearing the loss of something precious. Don't sleep. His voice was a warm whisper against my ear, trembling slightly as he gazed at me. Vader. But my eyelids felt impossibly heavy, and I could only surrender to the encroaching darkness, which surged forth like a tide, enveloping me completely. The last image etched in my mind was of his eyes, filled with terror, akin to a lost child who had finally found the light they thought was lost. Chapter 34, The Infirmary. The white curtains of the infirmary filtered a soft, hazy light, mingling the scent of antiseptic with lavender, transforming the summer's oppressive heat into a soothing breeze. Upon opening my eyes, the first thing I beheld was the silver chandelier suspended above, dust speckling the glass like fragments of stars scattered in the light. His emotional turmoil was too intense, coupled with dehydration post-Quidditch match. He should be fine. A gentle female voice remarked nearby, laced with a hint of suppressed amusement. But Mr. Riddle, you must allow him to be so anxious anymore. This child's pulse races. Even in sleep, he furrows his brow. It was Nurse Pomfrey, the Hogwarts healer, always donned in a pristine white apron, her hair neatly pinned into a bun with silver hairpins, speaking as if soothing a small kitten. I tilted my head towards the source of the voice and saw Tom seated on a chair beside the bed, his posture impeccably straight. The sleeves of his robe rolled up to his forearms, bits of grass clinging to his wrist, likely from the earlier match. He did not look at me. His profile turned towards Nurse Pomfrey, his dark eyes devoid of expression, yet attentive. Understood. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. Does he need any medicine? No need, Nurse Pomfrey replied with a smile, her silver tweezers gripping a piece of gauze, dipping it into a potion. Just a bit of pumpkin juice to replenish his fluids. But you, when you rushed in carrying him, you looked positively pale. One might think you were about to dismantle my infirmary. Tom's ears seemed to redden slightly, yet he refrained from retorting. Suddenly, memories of the moments before my fainting spell surged back, his frantic dash through the crowd towards me, robes billowing, the panic in his gaze threatening to spill over. And that final, breath-stealing embrace when I fell into his arms. My heart began to flutter anew, this time not from pain, but from a tender, bittersweet sensation. You're awake? Tom suddenly turned his head, his dark eyes locking onto mine with precision. The calm demeanor that had just been present shattered in an instant, replaced by unmasked urgency. He immediately stood up, but did not approach the bed. Instead, he pulled a low stool from the window and positioned it within arm's reach. Nurse Pomfrey smiled knowingly as she tidied up the tray of potion bottles. It seems I needn't keep watch over you any longer. Mr. Diagon, please rest well. I shall fetch you some pumpkin juice. As she departed, she gently drew the curtains, softening the outside light, creating a tranquil little world just for us. Tom's hand reached out immediately, tenderly grasping my wrist, then sliding down my arm until our fingers intertwined, a firm yet careful grip, as if afraid to hurt me. I'm sorry, he began, his voice a mere whisper, the light in his dark eyes dimmed, yet I could discern the guilt within. I've been neglectful during this time. I blinked in surprise, wanting to say it was all right, but my throat felt constricted. In truth, I had long ceased to harbor anger. From the moment he had yielded to me on the pitch, from the instant he had recklessly run towards me. All the grievances accumulated from our distance felt like bubbles that had been popped, quietly dissipating. I shouldn't have ignored you, he continued, his thumb gently caressing my knuckles, his movements imbued with a clumsy tenderness. Abraxas and the others were merely people I had to deal with. I thought that by getting closer to them, I could uncover more about the Riddle family and hasten the unraveling of our origins. He still remembered that we were both searching for our roots, aware of the secrets hidden behind our surnames. Suddenly, the entirety of my name flashed in my mind, Vader Phoenix Diagon. The priest had said it was the name embroidered on the blanket when I was found. Phoenix represented rebirth, and Diagon meant light in ancient magic. Yet, I had never shared this with anyone, save for him. It wasn't intentional for me to ignore you, nor did I wish to be apart. His voice had grown even more hoarse, and his dark eyes seemed shrouded in a layer of mist. What you mean is that you believe yourself unworthy of Slytherin, said Walburga. I had quarreled with her, fearing that you would be saddened if you found out. so I intended to distance myself until I resolved those troubles. So that was it. The last remnants of my unease dissipated completely in my heart. I grasped his hand tightly, and his fingers momentarily stiffened before he returned the grip with greater fervor. Tom Riddle, I gazed into his eyes, where his golden brown irises shone like amber in the light. I am called Bader Phoenix Diagon. This must not happen again. His dark eyes widened in surprise at my sudden declaration of my full name, then gradually softened, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint arc. A tenderness that only I could comprehend. Very well, Bader Phoenix Diagon. He repeated my name, each syllable delicately articulated, promising that it would not occur again. The curtains were gently drawn aside, and Nurse Poppy entered, carrying a silver tray upon which rested a steaming cup of pumpkin juice and a slice of honey cake. It seemed our conversation had gone quite well. She set the tray on the bedside table, her gaze flitting over our intertwined hands, and she winked mischievously. I told you. How can a couple like you quarrel so silently, each more reticent than the other? We are not. My face flushed instantly, and I hastily attempted to withdraw my hand, only to find Tom gripping it tighter. He said nothing, but the mirth in his dark eyes deepened, his ears turning as red as cherries kissed by the sun. All right, not a couple, Poppy Nurse laughed, her eyes narrowing in delight as she handed me the pumpkin juice. Just best friends, is that acceptable? Hurry, drink something. You nearly frightened our Mr. Riddle half to death when you rushed into the infirmary, running faster than a seeker chasing a snitch. My cheeks burned hotter, and I lowered my gaze, sipping the pumpkin juice in small gulps. Its sweet, rich flavor slid down my throat, warming me from within. Tom still held my hand, his fingertips occasionally shifting gently, as if to reassure himself that I was truly awake and truly by his side. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden sheen upon our clasped hands, tinting his dark hair and my golden locks with a luminous edge. Laughter from other students drifted in from outside, and the distant sound of a Quidditch broom slicing through the air echoed softly. Everything returned to the way it once was. He was there, I was here, the sunlight perfect. Devoid of alienation, devoid of suspicion. I stole a glance at him. He was gazing out the window, the contours of his profile softened in the light, no longer encased in the usual cold, hard shell. Perhaps Nurse Poppy was right. We were not merely ordinary friends. But it seemed that not being a couple was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that Tom Riddle held Bader Phoenix Diagon's hand on that summer afternoon, earnestly declaring that it would never happen again. That was enough. Chapter 35, Cleaving Through the Mist. Outside the restricted section of the library, the oak table was gilded by the afternoon sun, dust motes lazily swirling in the beams. I pushed the final hefty tome, The Complete Genealogy of Wizarding Families, towards Tom. The tips of my fingers dusted with the residue of old pages, my golden brown eyes heavy with fatigue. Still nothing. Tom's dark gaze swept over the spread of parchment, where entries related to Riddle were inscribed in silver ink, sparse as winter branches. He remained silent, his long fingers pausing momentarily over the name Marvolo. The only record we had found that bore any semblance of relevance, yet it contained merely a single line. Graduated from Hogwarts in 1921, house unknown, occupation unspecified. Any news from Alpha? I popped a piece of chocolate frog into my mouth, the sweetness failing to dispel my disappointment. This morning, Tom had visited the Black family's boy, returning with a countenance darker than the statues in the restricted section. He said that in the ancient texts of the Black family, Riddle only appeared in 2 business records, utterly disconnected from the pure-blood families of the wizarding world. Tom's voice was cold, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a rhythmic beat on the table, useless. I stole a glance at him. Ever since we decided to uncover our lineage together, he had distanced himself from Abraxas and the others. Even the tone of his voice had lost some of its deliberate arrogance, resembling more the way we had been when we first met. Only now he was heavier, like a cloud charged with rain. Don't be angry. I nudged his arm, offering him another piece of chocolate frog. Perhaps the Riddle family was simply a small one, like the Samuel family, living peacefully without meddling in pure-blood disputes. Tom did not take the chocolate, but his dark eyes softened slightly as he reached out to ruffle my hair. Do you think everyone is like you, lacking any concept of family honor? It really doesn't matter, I mumbled, shoving the chocolate into his hand. Look at me, Bader Phoenix Diagon. My name is intertwined with light. Phoenix is a symbol of rebirth, and Diagon in ancient magical language means source of light, yet I still do not know whence I came. He paused, his fingers clutching the chocolate, before suddenly stating, Your talent is quite extraordinary. You can converse with all things. Even the mandrakes weep softly for you in herbology class. During the last Quidditch match, even the wind shifted to aid you. His dark eyes reflected the shadows of trees outside, and his hair and eyes. Only the most ancient bloodlines and pure-blood families would possess such golden hair and golden eyes. I was momentarily taken aback. instinctively reaching to touch my own hair. The priest had said that when he found me, the swaddling cloth bore a golden-threaded phoenix. Wrapped in a mantle adorned with jewels, hardly items one would associate with an ordinary family. But if I were pure blood, why abandon me at the church door? Tom said nothing, merely unwrapped the chocolate and placed it in my mouth. As the sweet, rich flavor melted on my tongue, inspiration struck me. Of course. The middle name. What? Your middle name is Marvolo. My eyes brightened, the golden-brown irises glowing like small flames in the light. Wizards often derive their middle names from their grandfathers or significant individuals. Searching for Riddle alone is futile. We should investigate Marvolo. Tom's dark eyes suddenly constricted as if stung by something. He almost immediately rose to his feet, his black robes sweeping across the floor, creating a gust of wind. Go check the 20th century pure blood directory. The index area of the library was permeated with the scent of old parchment as we crouched between towering bookshelves, our fingers swiftly gliding across the spines. When I extracted the volume with its gilded cover, the silver serpent emblem still glimmered faintly. It was a special loan from Professor Slughorn, said to contain records of all pure blood family members registered with the Ministry of Magic. Marvolo, Marvolo. My fingers traced the densely packed names. Tom's breathing quickening beside me, more hurried than usual. Suddenly, a line of text leaped into view. Marvolo Gaunt, current head of the Gaunt family, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, residing in Little Hangleton. My fingers halted. Tom leaned closer, his dark gaze fixated on the words descendant of Salazar Slytherin, his pupils dilating abruptly. Gaunt family. I had seen that name in Hogwarts, a history, which stated they were the most direct descendants of Slytherin. Known for their erratic nature, yet possessing the innate ability to speak Parseltongue, just like Tom. Parseltongue. Slytherin. Tom's voice was hoarse as his fingertips lightly brushed over the letters of Marvolo Gaunt, as if confirming their authenticity. So I am a descendant of Slytherin, I exclaimed, my heart racing as if it might shatter my ribs. No wonder he is so sensitive about the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. No wonder Sylvanus has been so familiar with him since their first meeting. No wonder he is inherently capable of understanding the language of snakes. Everything has its explanation. Tom remained silent, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions, reminiscent of the turbulent sea before a storm. Suddenly, he grasped my wrist with a force that caused a brief sting. Don't tell anyone. I understood. I tightened my grip on his hand in return. His palm was cool, yet his fingertips trembled slightly. This was our secret. He gazed at me for an extended moment, long enough for me to believe he might say something. Yet he merely released my hand and turned to place the roster back on the shelf. The shadow of his black robe fell across his face, half illuminated, half obscured, as if concealing two souls within. On our way back, silence enveloped us. The breeze at the edge of the forbidden forest carried a chill, tooling my golden hair. Tom suddenly halted, his dark eyes fixed upon me. Your lineage, take your time. I smiled, revealing my small canines. Perhaps my middle name holds a clue? Phoenix. Could I be a descendant of a phoenix? Tom chuckled at my jest, a soft smile gracing his lips, one that only I could witness, perhaps. Yet deep down, I knew it was far from simple. The gift to converse with all living things, the unmistakable traits of a pure blood with golden hair and eyes, and those precious items from my infancy, all seemed like markers of a deliberately concealed identity. But which pure blood family would abandon a child at the doorstep of a Muggle church? Was I some illegitimate offspring? Stop overthinking. Tom seemed to read my thoughts, reaching out to brush away the fallen leaves from my hair, his fingertips cool, yet reassuring. We'll find out. I nodded, watching the warm golden light of the sunset illuminate his profile. His lineage was clear, akin to a mountain emerging from the fog, while mine remained shrouded in dense mist, lacking even a discernible outline. Sylvanus popped his head out from Tom's sleeve, flicking his tongue against my fingertips. Sadler, don't be sad. SSS Tom will help you. SSS Tom said nothing, merely taking my hand. His palm was still somewhat cool, yet it offered more comfort than any words could convey. The setting sun elongated our shadows, intertwining upon the fallen leaves, resembling two travelers who relied on one another, one having found their way back, while the other still wandered, yet both steadfastly treading the same path. Perhaps this was not such a bad situation, I mused. At least we had each other, able to unravel the remaining mysteries. One by one. Chapter 36, The Snail Club Gathering. This year, the wind seems warmer than in years past, wafting through the Quidditch pitch with a hint of premature wisteria fragrance. I stood beside Tom, needing to tilt my head back to see his profile. Over these 2 years, it felt as though he had been subjected to a growth spell, his height soaring rapidly. He now towered over me by a head, standing at 185 centimeters. Like a stately black pine amidst the crowd. Lost in thought again, Tom looked down at me, amusement dancing in his dark eyes as he reached out to brush a wisteria petal from my shoulder. Are you planning to be late for Professor Slughorn's party? I stepped back slightly, evading his hand, my cheeks warming. Not at all. My fingertips instinctively brushed the cuff of my robe. This year's Slytherin team robes had been arranged with the help of Abraxas. The silver-green fabric was adorned with intricate serpent-patterned embroidery, fitting much better than last year. Speaking of Abraxas, he seemed to have transformed over these 2 years. Perhaps with Tom no longer deliberately distancing himself from me, Abraxas had gradually set aside his pure-blood airs, occasionally bringing me boxes of honeydew sweets under the pretext of fueling a future Quidditch star, while genuinely seeking to extract my thoughts. Divine, you truly don't remember anything from your childhood? After the last potions class, he leaned against the stone wall, his silver-blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. You must have some recollection, perhaps of your family crest? With your golden hair and eyes, it's evident you're not of ordinary blood. The priest said I was found wrapped in a phoenix-patterned blanket. I stirred the potion in my cauldron, dripping in some mandrake juice. Does that count? He raised an eyebrow but did not press further, simply remarking as he turned away, a phoenix, interesting. In truth, it wasn't just him. Even Avery, less strange. And others began to regard me differently. Their glances no longer held disdain, but rather curiosity and inquiry, and they would occasionally engage me in discussions regarding Quidditch tactics. Even when I faced harassment from younger Slytherin students, they would discreetly come to my aid. They only do it because of you. I once complained to Tom while he sat on the edge of my bed, polishing his wand, the ebony wood gleaming coldly in the candlelight. No, he didn't look up. His voice flat. They finally understand that being friends with you is more advantageous than being enemies. I was taken aback, observing his serious profile. I suddenly recalled the moment in 3rd year during the House Cup when I caught the golden snitch, amidst the cheers from Ravenclaw. I had noticed many Slytherins waving their silver-green banners, calling my name. Unbeknownst to me, I had long ceased to be the mere shadow trailing behind Tom. Professor Slughorn's party was held in his office, where the rich aroma of fire whiskey wafted from the fireplace, mingling with the scents of roasted pumpkin and cinnamon in the air. As Tom entered, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of upperclassmen, some discussing graduation trips, others inquiring about potion recipes. While the heirs of pure-blood families approached him to whisper about family affairs, he navigated the crowd with ease, his dark eyes perpetually adorned with just the right hint of a smile, occasionally glancing my way to ensure I was present before returning to the conversation. I stood by the bookshelf, holding a cup of pumpkin juice, watching him amid the throng, feeling both a sense of strangeness and familiarity. The strangeness lay in the increasingly potent aura he exuded, an invisible gravity that drew everyone towards him. The familiarity resided in the occasional furrowing of his brow, the expression he wore when dealing with bothersome matters, much like when we foraged for herbs in the Forbidden Forest, unable to escape Sylvanus's persistent antics. Hiding here alone, Abraxas approached, holding a glass of champagne, offering me a piece of gingerbread. Why not join Tom? Now, who doesn't he know that behind Slytherin's riddle stands a golden-haired shadow? Who is the shadow? I bit into the cookie, the sweet and spicy flavor exploding on my palate. I'm just waiting for him to shake off those nuisances. He chuckled softly, the silver-blonde lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. You two really are inseparable. His tone held an indefinable nuance, akin to both admiration and confirmation. I chose not to respond, my gaze drifting through the crowd to find Tom. He had just finished his conversation and was looking in my direction, his dark eyes shining brilliantly in the firelight, as if harboring a piece of the night sky. He raised his glass towards me, a slight smile curving his lips, a signal only I could decipher, indicating for me to wait. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, many eyes turning toward us, filled with curiosity, understanding, and an inexplicable envy. I realized what Tom meant by it being more advantageous to be friends than enemies. The way they regarded me had shifted from viewing an ordinary half-blood or muggle-born to recognizing someone who stood beside Tom, someone cherished by him. Let's go. Tom finally extricated himself from the crowd, stepping before me, naturally taking the empty cup from my hand. Professor Slughorn is about to introduce his collection. I followed him, weaving through the bustling crowd. The hem of his black robe occasionally brushed against my wrist, carrying with it a faint scent of ink. As I passed by Abraxas, he winked at me, his silvery golden hair shimmering like that of a cunning fox. Professor Slughorn was holding up a crystal vial, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the Felix Felicis within. Tom naturally positioned himself at the forefront, standing tall, his dark eyes intently fixed on the golden liquid in the vial. I stood half a step behind him, just able to glimpse the silver chain peeking out from the collar of his robe, a serpent woven from gold thread and black cord that I had crafted for him last year. And he was still wearing it. Suddenly, I recalled our first year, seated at the long Slytherin table, surrounded by a throng of pure-blood students. I had huddled in the corner, scarcely daring to sip my pumpkin juice. Little did I anticipate that 4 years later, I would stand so calmly behind him, watching as he was surrounded by even more admirers, my heart devoid of any unease. For I knew that regardless of how many people encircled him, or how resounding his name might be at Hogwarts, if I merely lifted my gaze, he would always lower his head, his dark eyes reflecting only my shadow. Just like now, when he suddenly turned his head and quietly asked, "Would you like a bit?" His fingers gestured towards the vial of Felix Felicis, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. I chuckled and shook my head, tugging gently at the hem of his robe. "The professor will notice." He laughed softly, the light in his dark eyes brightening even further. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away in an instant, leaving only a warm connection between us, akin to the flickering flames of a fireplace, quiet yet resolute. Perhaps this was sufficient, I mused. He stood in the light, the center of everyone's attention, while I remained behind him, simply watching. After all, not everyone needs to be at the forefront. It is a stroke of fortune to be the shadow that supports that beam of light. Chapter 37. Please rest assured. The notification letter for the OWLS examination was sealed with deep crimson wax, and I grasped the edges of the parchment, my fingertips trembling slightly. When I saw the line proclaiming outstanding, "Oh, marks," Tom's laughter echoed behind me. His results mirrored mine, with top grades in every subject. It seemed Professor Slughorn would be treating us to cake once more. He reached out to ruffle my hair, the sleeves of his black robe brushing against my shoulder. Carrying a hint of the scent of old books, the Slytherin common room erupted with jubilation, Avery brandishing a bottle of wine in cheer, while Lestrange slammed his notification letter onto the stone table, and even the usually composed Yaxley patted my back with a grin. Abraxas approached, his silvery golden hair swaying as he tossed me a box of Honeyduke sweets, exclaiming, "You're quite impressive, deviant. Next year's Quidditch Cup will still rely on me. Who wins and who loses remains uncertain." I smiled as I unwrapped the sweet, the tang of lemon candy exploding on my tongue. On the eve of summer vacation, Tom sat at the edge of my bed, polishing his wand, the candlelight casting shifting shadows across his face. "This summer, I cannot return to the church with you," he suddenly said, his voice lower than usual. "I have matters to attend to." My heart sank like a stone, as if encased in ice. "What matters?" I inquired. "I'll tell you later." He set down his wand, the depth of his dark eyes revealing an intensity. "You should return first. I will find you once I am finished." I nodded, refraining from pressing further. He always harbored many secrets, like stars hidden beneath a dark robe, seldom revealed. Yet that flicker of disappointment coiled within me like a vine, quietly wrapping around my heart. In past summers, we would huddle together on the small bed in the church loft, watching the moonlight cascade through the skylight onto Tom's dark hair, listening to him converse with Sylvanus in Parseltongue. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express shattered the morning fog as I helped Tom place his trunk onto the luggage rack. His suitcase was significantly heavier than last year, its locks adorned with unfamiliar engravings. "Be sure to write to me," I urged, my fingertips brushing against his sleeve. "I will," he replied, his dark gaze sweeping over the carriage connection. "I need to speak with Malfoy and the others." I settled into a window seat, watching him enter the adjacent compartment where Abraxas waved at him, with Gringotts and Yaxley also present inside. The return journey felt longer than the outward trip. I leaned against the back of my seat, counting the fleeting shadows of trees outside, the lemon candy in my pocket gradually dissolving, its sweetness unable to mask the emptiness within. It wasn't until the train pulled into King's Cross Station that I caught another glimpse of Tom. Dragging my suitcase across the platform 9, my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the Malfoy family's private compartment, its velvet curtains not fully drawn, revealing a familiar corner of a black robe. Silvery golden hair swayed within. It was Abraxas, and beside him sat a figure with dark hair cascading over his shoulders, his profile sharply defined in the light. It was Tom. My footsteps halted as if nailed to the ground. The wheels of my suitcase screeched against the floor, yet the occupants of the compartment seemed oblivious. Tom was turned towards Abraxas, attentively listening, a silver lighter spinning in his hand, his expression focused as if discussing something of great import. So, the business he had to attend to involved being with Malfoy and the others. I did not approach to greet them. Instead, I silently pulled my suitcase and turned away from the station. The sunlight of the Muggle world felt blinding as I squinted, suddenly aware that the lemon candy in my pocket tasted bittersweet. The church loft remained unchanged, the priest having placed a pot of sunflowers on the windowsill, their golden heads always turned towards the sun. I assisted the priest in cleaning the church daily, watering the roses in the garden, and at night, I would sit by the window with a book, occasionally writing a letter to Tom that I never sent. Sylvanus peeked out from my sleeve, flicking his tongue against my fingers. "Hiss, Tom will be here soon. Hiss, he is busy with family matters. Hiss." I poked the little serpent's head. "How do you know?" "Hiss, he told me to follow you." "Hiss, said not to let you overthink." Hiss. So he had considered even this. I smiled faintly, placing Sylvanus back in my pocket, the heaviness in my heart easing a little. Yet it still felt like a missing piece of a puzzle. One afternoon, halfway through the vacation, as I pruned the roses in the garden, I suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps at the church door. It was not the priest's wooden clogs, but rather a hurried sound echoing against the stone floor. I quickly looked up, the sunlight blinding me. Tom stood beneath the archway of the church, the hem of his black robe dusted with earth. Clutching a bulging paper bag in his hand, his dark eyes lit up upon seeing me, like a spark ignited. "Tom." I dropped the shears and dashed towards him, not caring that my hands were still stained with rose sap. Upon reaching him, I instinctively opened my arms, tightly embracing his waist. His embrace felt broader than I remembered. The scent of ink from his robe mingling with a hint of grass, and a trace of smoke lingered in the air. I buried my face in his chest and asked muffledly, "You're finally back. Where have you been? Did you think of me during all this time?" He paused for a moment, then wrapped his arms around me, the strength of his hold nearly melding me into his very being. Resting his chin atop my head, his voice was laced with a husky mirth. "I did. How much did you think of me?" I pressed further, nudging closer into his embrace. "From dawn till dusk," he replied, looking down at me, the light in his dark eyes soft as melting twilight. "I brought you honeydew sweets," he added, pausing to hand me the paper bag. "And I figured out some matters concerning the Gunner family." I accepted the bag, the candies pressing against my palm, their sweet aroma mingling with his essence. The sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the church, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon us, reminiscent of a toppled artist's palette. It turned out that waiting, no matter how long, was inconsequential, as long as he would eventually return, bearing sweets and smiles, standing in the sunlight with his hand extended towards me. "Come in quickly," I urged him as I pulled him into the church, while Sylvanus peeked out from my pocket, excitedly hissing at Tom. His black robe swept over the cobblestone path, leaving long shadows that intertwined with mine, as if we had never been apart. The remaining days of this summer suddenly felt exceedingly sweet. Chapter 38, Renovation. As the church bell tolled its third chime, I counted the last of the galley coins. The gold coins felt heavy in my palm, their edges polished to a shine. This was the accumulation of 5 years of pocket money, a significant portion exchanged for pounds, including the potion prize from Professor Slughorn and the stakes won from Quidditch matches. "Father, do you think this is sufficient?" I pushed the pouch of coins onto the oak table, the sunlight filtering through the stained glass, casting fragmented glimmers upon the gold. The priest, wiping the cross with a cloth, had trembling hands, his knuckles dotted with age spots. It's enough," he replied, raising his gaze, his murky eyes glistening with moisture. "Ball, I apologize for the inconvenience." "No need for apologies," I smiled as I helped him hang the cross back on the wall. "The attic was too damp. Your rheumatism would worsen. Renovating 3 new rooms would be just right, allowing Tom and me to sleep separately." Yet, I felt a tinge of reluctance. In previous summers, we had squeezed onto the small bed in the attic, able to hear Tom's even breathing, and occasionally, he would mumble in parcel tongue in his dreams, prompting Sylvanus to peek out from his sleeve, flicking his tongue in response. However, we had outgrown the small bed. The priest's cough had become more frequent, and I often heard him turning over in the adjacent room at night. I could no longer allow him to reside in the leaky old house. The day after Tom returned, the renovation crew arrived. As the Muggle craftsman hammered away, he leaned against the stone pillar at the church entrance, his dark eyes fixated on the hammer in the workers' hands, as if studying some novel form of magic. "Do you need assistance?" he suddenly asked, twirling his purple-hued wand between his fingers. A simple expansion spell could suffice. No, I replied, shoving a piece of sunflower gingerbread into his mouth. The priest insisted that the repairs be done the Muggle way to demonstrate sincerity, and besides, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school. He chewed the gingerbread, falling silent, merely watching as the craftsman lifted the beams with an impassive demeanor. I nudged his arm. He looked down at me, a flicker of amusement shining in his dark eyes. Standing at 188 centimeters. I had to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. Sunlight fell upon his black hair, giving it a sheen of dark gold. The new rooms were completed 2 weeks later. My room was painted a soft yellow, with the priest's newly planted sunflowers adorning the windowsill. Tom's room was a deep gray, featuring a hand-painted Slytherin crest that I had embroidered for him with silver thread. "Shall we go to London?" Tom asked one morning, suddenly presenting 2 Muggle train tickets. "To buy some new clothes." I hesitated, glancing down at my faded old shirt. In previous years, the priest had altered my clothes, adding patches to the sleeves. It was indeed time for a change. The department stores of London resembled a labyrinth, the suits in the glass cabinets shimmering with a soft glow. Tom chose a deep gray wool coat, and when he tried it on, the shop assistant's cheeks flushed. "This one suits you well," he remarked, scrutinizing his reflection with a slight frown. I picked a light beige knitted sweater, adorned with a small sun motif at the collar. Tom stood behind me, adjusting my collar, his fingertips brushing against the nape of my neck. 176 centimeters. You'll still grow. I straightened my posture, yet I only reached his chest. He chuckled softly, the light in his dark eyes bright. Yes, you'll grow slowly. On our way back, he carried a paper bag containing supplements for the priest, ginseng, bird's nest, and several cans of imported milk powder. Potions cannot be used by muggles, he explained, his voice softer than usual. I read that these should be somewhat helpful. I squeezed his fingers, his palm felt cool. In truth, he didn't understand that the priestess' health could not be mended merely by supplements. Just as he didn't grasp why the priest consistently prayed before the cross or why muggles held weddings in churches. Yet, he was willing to learn. Willing to clumsily please an old man who seemed inconsequential to him, which was commendable. At dinner, the priest drank half a bowl of bird's nest porridge, and indeed, his cough eased a little. He held Tom's hand, reminiscing about his childhood. When this child first arrived, he was so small, swaddled in a phoenix-patterned blanket. Crying throughout the night, he would quiet down as soon as he was held near the sunflowers. Tom listened intently, his dark eyes occasionally glancing at me with a hint of gentle amusement. I spooned the pumpkin soup in my bowl, suddenly feeling a warmth in my eyes. The new room was spacious, the new clothes fit well, yet the warmest presence was the light at this moment, and these two individuals who meant the most to me. As the night deepened, I heard Tom speaking softly in his room. Pushing the door open, I found him gesturing to Sylvanus. It's that kind of herb. The one that can ease breathing, something muggles can consume. The small snake flicked its tongue, as if shaking its head. Stop fussing, I leaned against the doorframe. The priest had said that this was the gift of time, not to be reclaimed with magic. Tom turned around, his dark eyes glinting coldly in the moonlight. Appearing somewhat angry, yet also somewhat helpless. He approached me, ruffling my hair gently. I just don't want to see you sad. I hugged his waist, burying my face in his wool coat, inhaling the faint scent of cedar. I know. He said nothing further, simply returning my embrace, his grip light, as if afraid to break something precious. Outside, the sunflowers swayed gently in the moonlight, the walls of the new room blocking out the storm and the clamor of the world. This summer seemed no different from the last, yet everything felt transformed. We had new rooms, new clothes, the priest's cough had lessened, and Tom's gaze remained tender. Perhaps this was enough, I thought. To grow slowly, to age gradually, with loved ones by my side, the sun shining through the windows each day, falling on the sunflowers and upon the shadows we cast together. Chapter 39, Concerns and Inquiries about Tom. The fireplace in the stone dormitory crackled with dancing flames, casting shadows upon the stone walls, like a troupe of silent dancers. Upon opening the door, I spotted Bader seated cross-legged at the edge of my bed, his fingers poking Sylvanus's head. The little snake obediently coiled around his fingers, its silver-green scales shimmering like poisoned gems in the firelight. Sylvanus, he said, his voice tinged with an urgency he attempted to suppress, his golden-brown eyes sparkling with intensity. Tell me honestly, while I was away during the holidays, what has Tom been up to? I paused at the entrance, the hem of my black robe sweeping over the cold stone floor without a sound. Sylvanus must have sensed my presence, suddenly rubbing its head against Bader's fingertip, hissing, hiss. Tom went to the innermost room of the library, hissing. The books there are locked, and he opened them with a key. Bader's shoulders visibly stiffened. He looked down at the little snake, his fingertips tightening unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. What was he doing there? Hiss, looking at very thick black books, hissing. They have red sigils drawn on them. He even cut his finger with a small knife, hissing. The blood dripping onto the paper made it move. Sylvanus, you foolish creature. I stood in the shadows, my dark eyes fixated on Bader's suddenly pallid face, observing the blood, as the words of the incantation pierced his heart like icicles. He always possessed an almost instinctual dread of the dark, akin to the flickering candlelight in a church, terrified of being extinguished by a gust of wind. And what else? His voice trembled, yet he compelled himself to inquire further, his golden-brown lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyelids, reminiscent of startled butterfly wings. He hissed into the forbidden forest. He hissed while collecting a bone marked with teeth, watered it with green liquid, and the bone transformed into a little hand that moved. He said it was waste. He also mentioned the mandrake juice. I furrowed my brow slightly, watching as Bader abruptly lifted his head, the light in his eyes shattered in half, leaving only disbelief and anxiety. He likely recalled our last excursion to gather moonlight flowers. Remembering my mention of the juice's ability to enhance spell potency without revealing my true intentions. What other books has he perused? He pressed, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible choke, as if forcing himself to tear open old wounds. There was a serpent on the cover, inscribed with something about souls. Tom trembled while reading it, and later concealed the book within the wall's crevice. Soul shard. The term pierced through Bader's final semblance of composure like a needle. He suddenly rose, the hem of his robe sweeping over the blanket at the bed's edge, which still bore my lingering ink scent. Mingled with the musty aroma of the restricted section, perhaps even the rust scent mentioned by Sylvanus. I shall seek him out. He snatched the scarf draped over the chair's back, a light gray woolen piece, its edges embroidered with tiny suns, the stitches crooked and uneven. Clearly crafted by his own hands. Sylvanus climbed along his arm, coiling around his shoulder, its cold scales pressed against his neck like an invisible shackle. I turned away from the doorway, making my way toward the library. The portraits in the corridor yawned, the oil painting of a noblewoman half concealing her face with a fan. Her gaze appraising me with a hint of curiosity, perhaps wondering why young Riddle was evading his roommate. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon the floor. I clutched the dried plum blossom petal, standing by the window. Its once vibrant crimson edges had faded, leaving only a pale pink, akin to those few petals nestled within Bader's letter. Tom. His voice called from behind, carrying a semblance of deliberately maintained calmness, yet unable to mask the tremor at its end. I turned to meet his gaze. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, while Sylvanus on his shoulder hissed softly, as if silently accusing. During the break, you ventured into the restricted section? Who told you that? I retorted, my voice as flat as a frozen lake. Sylvanus informed me. He lifted his chin, the flicker of stubborn fire igniting in his golden brown eyes, while the small serpent on his shoulder hissed in agreement, declaring, You perused books on dark magic and conducted experiments with mandrake juice and bones. Is that true? My brow arched. He was always like this. Even his questioning carried a hint of clumsy sincerity, unlike those from pure-blood families who spoke in riddles. I reached out, grasping his chin, my fingertips bearing the chill of the restricted section. Are you doubting me? Or do you think I would succumb to the folly of those foolish dark wizards, ensnared by forbidden magic? I am not doubting you. He wrenched my hand away, his cheeks flushing instantly, his golden brown eyes glistening with unshed tears. But dark magic is perilous. The dark arts warning states that reckless practice of the bone-reviving spell can lead to a backlash, and soul-rending magic could transform one into a monster. You seem well-informed. I chuckled softly. Though the mirth did not reach my eyes, the chill in my dark gaze akin to an icy lake's surface. What? Are you studying these with Cecilia and the others? I worry for you. He suddenly grasped my wrist, the heat of his palm searing, as if it were a flame intent on burning me. Tom, those things are dangerous. What if something goes awry? If you wish to learn more powerful magic, we could consult Professor Slughorn together, or seek legitimate books in the library. His fingertips pressed firmly against my wrist, tremulous with the urgency of someone fearing that if he released me, I would vanish into the shadows. I silently regarded him, observing the reflection of my own visage in his golden brown eyes, witnessing the waves of concern, fear, and urgency surge forth, nearly overwhelming him. This fool. He likely believed my pursuit of power was for some ethereal glory, unaware that I simply sought to grasp something, clutching the surname that could liberate me from the orphanage's shadow, grasping the strength that could prevent me from being bullied, grasping the worthiness to match the brilliance of his light. Do you think I would come to harm? I intertwined my fingers with his palm radiating warmth far greater than mine, infused with the scent of wool and sunlight. I do not wish for you to take risks. I gazed into his eyes for an extended moment, long enough for the sunlight to shift a half-inch on the floor, long enough to discern the flickering light within his pupils. Those dark thoughts, those obsessions with immortality, suddenly appeared grotesque and laughable before his eyes, pure as spring water. Understood. I released his hand, turning to place the plum blossom petal against my heart, where it nestled alongside the deep blue woolen sock he had knitted, adorned with faint snowflake patterns. Understood what? He asked, bewildered, the moisture in his eyes still lingering, resembling a mistreated little creature. To refrain from touching those things. My voice was soft, yet carried a hint of acquiescence I hadn't even recognized. At least, while you were watching. He stood frozen, bewilderment flickering in his golden brown eyes, soon replaced by a glimmer of incredulity, akin to a spark ignited. I turned and walked toward the bookshelf, the hem of my black robe tracing a graceful arc through the air, while Sylvanus emitted a sound that was half laugh, half snap behind me. Then you must not deceive me again, he called after my retreating figure, his voice still holding a trace of lingering nasal intonation, reminiscent of a rain-soaked kitten. I did not look back, merely waved my hand. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting elongated shadows of him and me upon the floor, intertwining like two vines growing together, neither able to escape the other. The plum blossom petal pressed against my heart, carrying a faint fragrance. Perhaps, occasionally concealing those dark secrets for a time was not such a bad thing. At least, before his light extinguished, I wished to behold those golden brown eyes reflecting my own. Chapter 40. Inescapable Tom 2. The chill in the stone dormitory was always heavier than elsewhere, even with the fireplace burning through the night. The shadows in the corners held an unyielding cold. Upon opening my eyes, the warmth of the opposite bed still lingered, as Bader curled beneath the blankets. His golden hair spread upon the pillow like a cascade of fragmented gold. He slept lightly, his lashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyelids. His breathing rhythmic as a breeze caressing the grass. I rose silently, my wand slipping into my palm from the silver box atop the bedside table. The hem of my black robe brushing against the floor without a whisper. Sylvanus poked its head out from my old robe, its silver-green scales glimmering in the dim light. Flicking its tongue against my ankle. Hiss, Bader has not yet awoken, hiss. Be quiet, I scolded softly, tapping its head with my fingertip. The little serpent immediately curled into a ball, but still playfully flicked the tip of its tail against my boot, as if to remind me of something. I glanced at Bader. He turned over, mumbling something, likely lost in dreams. The dawn had yet to break, and the only sounds in the corridor were the soft yawns of portraits. As I made my way to the library, the soles of my boots sank into the carpet, much like treading upon a thick blanket of snow. Nestled within my robes was a note that Alpheus had surreptitiously slipped to me the previous night. Inscribed in silver ink with the revelation that the Boggins shop contained artifacts from the Riddle family. The calligraphy danced across the page, culminating in a mocking smiley face, an unmistakable signature of that black boy, who always favored such gestures to signify his cooperation. At the far end of the long breakfast table, the delicate clinking of silverware resonated. Abraxas raised a silver goblet in my direction, his silvery gold hair glinting under the candlelight. Riddle. The batch of mandrake I mentioned last night has been delivered by my house elf. Just leave it in the cellar. I settled beside him, catching a glimpse of Bader standing at a distance with pumpkin juice in hand, flanked by Cecilia and Samuel, engrossed in conversation. His gaze swept over to me, those warm hazel eyes shimmering with the morning light, but quickly darted away, his lips pressed into a straight line. Why didn't you bring your little shadow along? Avery scoffed, prodding at the smoked meat on his plate. Isn't he always trailing after you? I chose not to respond, my grip on the cutlery tightening, knuckles whitening. Wolberg's words from the previous day echoed in my mind, cautioning me about associating too closely with a half-blood, as if I would tarnish the Riddle name. Her silver-gray eyes had brimmed with disdain, as though I were something filthy. Filthy? Perhaps. Bader carried with him an air of warmth reminiscent of a church's hearth. His fingers tinged with the scent of wool, and when he smiled, the corners of his eyes sparkled with light. A stark contrast to the cold glimmer of the pureblood circles. Yet it was this dissonant warmth that pricked at my heart. A fine thorn lodged in the softest part of my being, impossible to extract and too precious to remove. During herbology class, Professor Sprout instructed us to pair up. As I turned, I found Bader had already been taken by Cecilia, a pot of evening primrose before them, droplets of dew still clinging to the leaves. He lowered his head, fingers gently brushing the foliage, his profile illuminated in the sunlight like a shard of amber, and he no longer glanced my way. Deliberate? Alpheus leaned closer, toying with a family crest, the silver serpent's eyes adorned with emeralds. Afraid of Wolberg's tongue? Not your concern. I flipped through the pages of the Complete Guide to Toxic Plants, the ink blurring before my eyes, transforming into the silver T embroidered upon Bader's scarf, stitching crooked yet more glaring than any family crest. That evening, upon returning from Boggins, the hem of my robe dusted with gold leaf from an old frame, I found a yellowed photograph nestled within, depicting a man whose features bore no resemblance to mine. Labeled beneath as Veneri Riddle. As I pushed open the door, I discovered Bader seated by the fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow upon his cheeks. At the sight of me, his lashes fluttered. Where have you been? His voice was a mere whisper, as if afraid of disturbing something fragile. Discussing potions with Abraxas. I unwrapped my scarf, tucking the photograph into my inner pocket, the fabric scratching against my chest uncomfortably. He stared at my sleeve, where a silver chain clasp, forcibly bestowed by Abraxas, glimmered, a mark of what a pure-blooded gentleman should possess. Tom, do you not wish to remain with me? He suddenly queried, his golden brown eyes ablaze in the firelight, igniting like sparks. I turned away, organizing the bookshelf, my fingertips gliding along the spine of advanced potion making. The chill of the leather jolting my mind. Nonsense. But you always avoid me. His voice trembled, reminiscent of leaves quaking in a breeze. You leave before I wake. You don't sit with me in class, and you return later than anyone. I am busy. I interrupted, my voice as cold as ice in a stone cellar. Slytherin must secure first place, not through idle chatter. Suddenly, Sylvanus emerged from the folds of Bader's robe, gliding to my feet, nuzzling my boot. Hiss. Tom argued with Wolberga yesterday. Hiss, because she claimed Bader is. I hissed sharply, the coldness in my dark eyes nearly crystallizing. The little snake coiled in fright. While Bader abruptly raised his head, shock and disappointment etched across his face. I see. He rose, striding towards his bed, the hem of his robe brushing the carpet, leaving a faint trail. You carry on. The fire in the hearth crackled, a spark flying onto the stone floor, extinguishing swiftly. I watched his retreating figure. Golden strands of hair cascading over his neck, reminiscent of forgotten sunlight. The advanced potion making volume slipped from my grasp, thudding heavily against the ground. Echoing in the empty dormitory. In the dead of night, I approached his bedside. Moonlight streamed through the tall window, casting mottled shadows upon his face. His brow furrowed as if beset by nightmares, murmuring about plum blossoms, perhaps recalling the tree in the forbidden forest, remembering the wooden plaque we had hung upon its branches. My fingers instinctively reached out, yearning to smooth the creases between his brows. Just as I brushed the tips of his hair, he suddenly rolled over, his hand resting lightly upon my wrist, as gentle as a feather. I stood frozen, feeling the warmth of his palm, carrying the faint scent of wool, creeping up my skin, igniting a fervor in my chest. Tom, he murmured, his golden brown lashes trembling, don't go far. I remained still until the first light of dawn tinged the horizon, gently withdrawing my hand. Sylvanus coiled beside his pillow, silver-green scales dusted with snowflakes, remnants from my robe that had unknowingly found their way to him. As I exited, the portraits in the corridor remained in slumber. I moved towards the library, the photograph pressing painfully against my chest. Perhaps Wolberga was right. Some warmth was never meant to be touched. Yet the grip of Bader's hand around my wrist while he slept felt like an invisible chain, binding me firmly in place, preventing me from straying far, or from ever truly breaking free. The plum tree in the forbidden forest was likely nearing the end of its bloom. Once I uncover the clues pertaining to the Riddle family, once all these troubles are resolved, I shall return to him, to assure him that the plaque still hangs there. Just as he said, forever present. Chapter 41. Stings. The summer sun beat down mercilessly upon the Quidditch pitch, the scent of grass mingling with sweat enveloping me like a cup of heated lemon juice. I stood at the edge of the field, my fingers unconsciously stroking the wand's handle, my gaze drifting past the cacophony of the crowd, resting instead upon Bader. He was conversing animatedly with a girl from Ravenclaw. His golden brown hair tousled by the wind, a few strands clinging to his forehead, glistening with beads of sweat. His grip on the broom was tense, knuckles paling, a familiar sight before each match. He always proclaimed victory, yet his palms betrayed him, clammy with anxiety. Riddle, what occupies your thoughts? Abraxas nudged me with his elbow, his silver-gold hair shimmering in the sunlight. The Hufflepuffs bested us last year. We must reclaim our honor today. Understood, I replied, retracting my gaze from the orange-red robes across the field, my dark eyes devoid of emotion. Avery fidgeted with the quaffle nearby, the metallic sheen reflecting blinding rays. I've heard Hufflepuff Seeker has a new broom, remarkably swift. I remained silent. In truth, his words were unnecessary. I had already observed that fellow's broomstick, its handle etched with the latest runes, a model just released in Diagon Alley this year. Bader's broom was a second-hand purchase from the year prior, its bamboo handle polished from use, emitting a soft creak with each acceleration. As the referee's silver whistle pierced the air, Bader shot forth like an arrow. The wind stirred by the broom lifted the hem of his cloak, revealing a light gray sweater that he had knitted himself, with a few stray threads peeking from the cuffs. I followed closely on my broom, and as his dark robe swept above him, I caught a clear glimpse of the silver cross around his neck glinting in the sunlight. The captain of Hufflepuff charged forth with fierce determination, his orange-red figure darting like a flash of lightning towards our goal. I sidestepped his collision, sparks erupting from the tip of my bat as I deftly misdirected the quaffle, and in my peripheral vision, I noticed Bader soaring high above, his golden brown eyes fixed intently on the clouds as he searched for the golden snitch. Bader, to the left, I shouted, my voice fragmented by the wind. Almost immediately, he pivoted, his broom carving a smooth arc through the air like a gliding fish. Indeed, the Hufflepuff Seeker followed suit, his hand beneath the dark robe already gripping his wand, evidently intent on casting a jinx. Don't let him near. I accelerated sharply, erecting an invisible barrier just before he could utter his incantation. As the dark robe billowed, the scarf around his neck slipped to his shoulder. It was the one Bader had knitted, woven with silver-green yarn interspersed with strands of gold, reportedly saved for ages to acquire the golden thread. He often claimed it felt as though sunshine accompanied him. He truly adored the sun, much like his very essence. Bader glanced back at me, his golden brown pupils shining astonishingly in the light, resembling two flickering flames. It was this fleeting moment of distraction that allowed the golden snitch to burst forth from the clouds, trailing a dazzling glow as it dove towards the ground. Catch it! The cheers from the stands resounded, jarring my eardrums. I saw Bader suddenly lower his broom, the blades of grass grazing his cheek. Yet he showed no sign of slowing down. The Hufflepuff seeker relentlessly pursued him, their brooms nearly entangled, the crack of their wooden handles colliding audible from afar. The snitch abruptly veered towards me. I steadied my broom, my dark eyes locked onto the golden light. When it was just a few feet away, I sidestepped, gently nudging my wand behind Bader. Not a complex spell, merely a perfectly timed thrust, reminiscent of countless training sessions before. At the moment our fingertips brushed, I distinctly saw him grasp the snitch. The little creature trembled violently in his palm, yet he smiled like a child who had just received candy, his golden brown eyes brimming with sunlight. "I got it," he shouted to me, his voice nearly overflowing with joy. My lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Just as I intended to respond, a tide of people surged towards us. Abraxas clapped my shoulder with such force it felt as though he might shatter my bones. Avery offered a water bottle emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest, the silver serpent's eyes glinting coldly, and Wolberg squeezed to the front, brandishing a handkerchief embroidered with the Black family crest, attempting to shove it in my face. "Riddle is amazing," squealed the younger girls as they lunged forward, their voices saccharine to the point of nausea. I frowned, instinctively wanting to push through the crowd to find Bader, but Abraxas firmly held my shoulder. "Don't rush off. Let us celebrate." Just then, I heard Cecilia shriek. The panic in her voice pierced through the surrounding clamor like a needle. I forcefully shoved Abraxas aside, the silver-green crowd reeling from my collision, and through the gaps in the throng, I caught sight of Bader collapsing. The snitch fell from his grasp onto the ground, emitting a crisp sound. His golden brown hair spread across the grass like a pool of sunlight, yet his face was as pale as parchment. "Bader." I stumbled towards him, my dark robe snagging on something, pulling at askew, but I paid it no mind. The water bottle slipped from my hand, spilling across the ground, glistening in the sunlight like a string of shattered silver pearls. Cecilia and a bespectacled boy were supporting him, both of their faces drained of color. Tom's voice was faint as a feather, his golden brown eyes half open, his gaze lingering on my face for a long moment before finally regaining a flicker of familiarity. I enveloped him in my arms. He felt as light as a leaf, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The silver cross pressed between us, its cold metallic touch igniting a fierce heat within my heart. "Don't sleep." I leaned close to his ear, my voice trembling uncontrollably. "Look at me, Bader." He seemed to smile faintly, his lashes fluttering, yet he ultimately closed his eyes. I sprinted towards the hospital wing, my dark robe trailing across the grass, the wind mingling with the faint scent of wool on him, intertwined with a subtle hint of plum blossom, the fragrance of the petals he had tucked in his letters. The cheers around us had long ceased. Abraxas and the others were likely still stunned, but I could not afford to linger. The warmth in my arms was gradually ebbing away, as if it would carry off the last remnants of warmth in my heart. It dawned on me that from the very beginning, my gaze had never strayed from him. From the moment he stood at the edge of the field, nervously gripping his broom, to when he soared above, seeking the snitch, and then to when he smiled at me, raising the snitch high. Those deliberately maintained distances, the feigned indifference, all shattered in an instant when he fell, crumbling like bubbles in sunlight. As the white curtains of the hospital wing fluttered before my eyes, I realized my hands were trembling to the point where I could not even undo the ties of the curtain. Suddenly, the person in my arms stirred, emitting a faint murmur, like a startled kitten. "I'm here." I lowered my head, resting my forehead against his, the turmoil in my dark eyes yet to fade. "I'm right here." Chapter 42, The Hospital Wing. Tom 4. The lavender scent of the hospital wing mingled with the antiseptic aroma, reminiscent of sun-dried, old linen, imbued with a gentle, soothing quality. I sat on the edge of the chair beside the bed, my fingertips unconsciously brushing against the grass clippings on the cuffs of my robes, remnants from when I had cradled Bader while crossing the lawn, still carrying a hint of the bitter scent of sunburned grass. "But Mr. Riddle, you mustn't allow him to remain so anxious." Nurse Poppy's voice was gentle as a feather. "This child's pulse races. Even in his sleep, he furrows his brow." I lifted my gaze to the figure on the bed. Bader was sleeping restlessly, his golden brown lashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyelids, his brow tightly knitted, as if trapped in a terrible dream. His cheeks bore an unnaturally pale hue, his lips chapped and thinner than usual. "Understood." My voice was hoarse, likely from my earlier shouts on the field or from the hurried breaths I had taken while rushing him into the hospital wing. "Does he need any medicine?" "No need." Nurse Poppy replied with a smile, waving her hand. She dipped a silver tweezer into a potion, just some pumpkin juice to replenish his fluids. "But you looked as pale as a ghost when you rushed in here with him. I half thought you might dismantle my hospital wing." My ears suddenly burned. I averted my gaze, landing on Bader's wrist, peeking from underneath the blanket, where a faint red mark circled, evidence of my too tight grip. At the moment he collapsed. It felt as though an invisible hand had grasped my heart, shattering all calm, pretense, and the carefully maintained emotional distance into a fine dust. I couldn't even recall how I had pushed through the crowd. All I knew was that the person in my arms felt light. Yet his body temperature was gradually cooling, as if he were destined to dissipate along with that whiff of plum blossom. Upon bursting into the hospital wing, Nurse Poppy remarked that my eyes were as red as if they had been dipped in blood, but I had not noticed. My mind was consumed with a singular thought: don't let him fall asleep. Is he awake? Bader's eyelashes fluttered gently, and his golden-brown pupils gradually focused under the dim light, akin to a lost cub finally finding its way. I almost immediately rose to my feet, yet halted just a half step from the bed, opting instead to pull a low stool from the window and sit down, close enough to him without appearing overly eager. His gaze fell upon my face, initially blank, then gradually filled with a complex array of emotions, akin to fragmented glimmers of light. Without waiting for him to speak, I reached out, gently grasping his wrist. My fingertips could distinctly feel the steady and vigorous pulse beneath, like the rhythmic beating of a drum against the heart. I slid my hand down his arm, ultimately intertwining my fingers with his palm radiating the warmth of someone just awakening, significantly warmer than my own. I'm sorry. The words had rolled around in my throat for quite some time before finally spilling forth, my voice barely above a whisper, as though afraid of disturbing something fragile. The guilt in his dark eyes was likely impossible to conceal, especially given the distance that had grown between us, one that even Sylvanus could perceive. I have not been good during this time. Bader seemed taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing across his golden-brown eyes before softening slowly, like honey melting under sunlight. He opened his mouth, perhaps intending to say it was all right, but ultimately pressed his lips together, flecks of light caught upon his lashes. I should not have neglected you, I continued, my thumb unconsciously rubbing his knuckles, where a small callus had formed from years of wielding a broom and knitting. Abraxas and the others were merely individuals to contend with. I thought that by drawing closer to them, I could uncover more about the Riddle family, hastening the revelation of our origins. The moment those words escaped my lips, I felt a gentle jolt within a corner of my heart. Like me, he was someone unaware of his roots, yet he was fortunate in at least having a name in swaddling clothes, a vague divine to belong to. While I was left with the cold floor of the orphanage and the makeshift alias of Tom Riddle, I did not mean to ignore you, nor did I wish to distance myself. My voice grew hoarse, a mist clouding my eyes. Wolbga said you felt unworthy of Slytherin. I had a quarrel with her, fearing you would be saddened if you learned of it, so I chose to keep my distance until I resolved those troubles. In truth, I was afraid I could not protect him. The malice of those pureblood families felt like poisoned needles. I could endure them piercing my own skin, yet I could not bear to see them inflicted upon Bader. He, so pure, deserved to bask in sunlight, not to be ensnared in these sordid schemes. Suddenly, Bader tightened his grip on my hand, the pressure gentle but imbued with an undeniable resolve. His eyes gleamed like amber, reflecting my shadow, Tom Riddle. I am Bader Phoenix Devine. This must not happen again. My dark eyes widened in astonishment. He had never disclosed his full name to me, as if harboring a precious secret. Phoenix and Light, indeed, seemed a fitting name for him. The layer of ice encasing my heart suddenly fissured, warm currents flowing forth, imbued with a scalding heat. Very well, Bader Phoenix Devine. I repeated his name, each syllable delicately articulated, as though savoring some sweet fruit, never to be forgotten again. The curtains were gently drawn aside, and Nurse Poppy entered, bearing a silver tray upon which steaming pumpkin juice sat. The sweet aroma of honey cake mingling with hints of lavender wafting through the air. Seems you two have been enjoying a delightful conversation, she remarked, placing the tray upon the bedside table, her gaze flitting over our intertwined hands before mischievously winking. I told you, there are no couples who bicker quite like you two. Each one more adept at holding back than the other. We are not. Bader's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to clouds painted by the sunset, as he hurriedly attempted to retract his hand, yet I clutched it tighter, unable to suppress the mirth bubbling in my dark eyes at his flustered demeanor. Far more entertaining than the forced smiles of those pure-blooded lords. All right, we are not a couple. Nurse Poppy's eyes crinkled into crescents of delight as she handed the pumpkin juice to Bader. Best friends, is that acceptable? Now drink up. For you certainly frightened our Mr. Riddle. When you dashed into the medical wing, you ran faster than anyone seeking a seeker. Bader's cheeks burned even hotter as he lowered his gaze, sipping the pumpkin juice in small gulps, his long, thick lashes casting shadows over half his face like a delicate fan. I did not release his hand, my fingertips occasionally stirring, confirming that the warmth was real, that he was truly awake and by my side. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating our clasped hands, tinting his golden hair with a honeyed hue, while my dark locks were edged in gold. Laughter from other students echoed from outside the curtains and in the distance. The faint sound of Quidditch brooms slicing through the air resembled a lively background melody. I gazed out the window, yet my heart was vividly painted with Bader's image. He likely remained shy from Nurse Poppy's comments, his ears flushed like ripe cherries. In truth, the nurse was correct. We were not ordinary friends. What we were, perhaps, could not be articulated just yet, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was that Bader Phoenix Devine held the hand of Tom Riddle on this summer afternoon. Accepting a long overdue apology, I knew that this utterance would never be spoken again, forever etched within my heart like a signpost upon the plum tree in the forbidden forest. Impervious to the winds and the snow. That was enough. Chapter 43. Cleaving through the clouds, the oak table in the library was heated by the sun. Dust particles floating in the shafts of light, resembling countless diminutive golden snitches. Bader pushed the complete genealogy of wizarding families towards me. His fingertips dusted with the grime of old pages, his golden brown eyes veiled in a haze of fatigue. Still nothing. I scanned the spread of parchment. The entries related to the Riddle family painfully sparse, like a spiderweb ravaged by moths. Only a brief mention of Marvell Clare remained. Yet it was as cursory as a mere afterthought. Graduated in 1921, unknown college, profession unspecified. My fingers absently traced the rough texture of the text, as though mocking my futile search. Once again, it was the same. Each attempt to grasp something substantial culminated only in emptiness. The records from the orphanage were false. The name of the Muggle father was vague, and now even the magical world's records were as stingy as a miser. No news from Alfred then? Bader stuffed a chocolate frog into his mouth, the cloying aroma mingling with the mustiness of the old books, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel hoarding nuts. Pathetic, I muttered under my breath, lightly tapping my fingertips against the table, the rhythmic sound providing a semblance of order to my chaotic thoughts. Alfred Black's timid visage resurfaced in my mind, his eyes darting away like a thief caught in the act when mentioning that the Riddle family appeared only in 2 business records. Ancient texts from pureblood families? Merely stacks of paper meant for show. He claimed that within the Black family's ancient texts, the Riddle name had no significant ties to pureblood families. Bader discreetly glanced at me, his golden brown eyes reflecting my shadow, imbued with a hint of cautious concern. He always possessed this uncanny ability to precisely detect the fissures in my emotions without resorting to clumsy attempts at comfort. Since deciding to uncover our lineage together, I had deliberately distanced myself from the insincere niceties of Abraxas and his ilk, which felt as cheap as low-quality perfume in the face of the truth I genuinely sought. Perhaps in his eyes, I had reverted to the version of myself he first encountered, unaware that beneath this calm facade lay turbulent undercurrents. With each additional moment of uncertainty regarding my lineage, the fervor to prove myself intensifies, akin to the restless vines lurking within the forbidden forest, yearning to ensnare and shatter all who have belittled me. Do not be angry, he implored, prodding my arm and offering me another chocolate frog. The wrapper adorned with Nicole May's winking visage. Perhaps the Riddle family was merely a small clan, akin to the Samuels, living a tranquil life, untainted by the strife of pure-blood disputes. I refrained from accepting the chocolate, yet my dark eyes softened involuntarily. I reached out to tousle his hair. Golden strands as supple as threads woven from sunlight. Tranquility? Such a notion has never belonged to me. From the moment I pilfered bread at the orphanage, I understood that desires must be grasped tightly within one's own hands, even if it meant resorting to theft. Do you think everyone shares your oblivion toward family honor? It is of little consequence, he muttered, forcefully pressing the chocolate into my palm. The warmth of his fingertips seeped through the wrapper, and I observed him, Bader Phoenix Devine. His name, intertwined with light, for Phoenix signifies the mythical bird, while divine translates to the source of light in ancient magical tongues. Yet, I remain oblivious to my own origins. My fingers paused around the chocolate. He often spoke of his heritage with nonchalance, as though being abandoned at the doorstep of a Muggle church was a trivial matter. However, the unique gifts he possessed, understanding the weeping of mandrakes, bending the wind to his will, and his golden hair and eyes, were clearly hallmarks of an ancient pure-blood lineage. How could an abandoned child wield a wand imbued with a phoenix feather core? How could he innately comprehend the language of all living things? His very existence was a paradox, reminiscent of a sun obscured by clouds, containing light, yet ensnared in dust. Your talents are remarkable, I ventured, my voice more subdued than anticipated. Perhaps it was envy, or perhaps something else. I found myself compelled to remind him that he was not without worth. What? He blinked, a flicker of confusion illuminating his golden brown eyes. You can converse with all beings. Even the mandrakes weep softly for you in herbology class. during the last Quidditch match. Even the wind seemed to conspire in your favor. I gazed into his eyes, which resembled pools of molten amber, and noted that such golden hair and eyes were traits found only in a select few of the most ancient bloodlines. He instinctively ran his fingers through his own hair. The gesture tinged with uncertainty. But if I am pure blood, why was I left at the church? I remained silent, unwrapping the chocolate and thrusting it into his mouth. He bit down on the sweet confection, and suddenly he slammed his hand on the table, his eyes alight as if ignited by a spark. Of course. Your middle name. What? Your middle name is Marvolo. He leaned closer, his golden brown eyes dancing in the light. Isn't a wizard's middle name usually derived from their grandfather or someone of great significance? We focused solely on Riddle. Why not investigate Marvolo? My heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an unseen force. The name Marvolo, which I had heard throughout my childhood, now sounded strange and sharp. The headmaster of the orphanage often scolded me using that name, claiming it bore a sinister connotation. It dawned on me that I had been carrying a clue all along, yet had foolishly overlooked it. Blood coursed through my veins, imbued with a mix of excitement and trepidation. If Marvolo were indeed a clue, what would it lead to? A lineage of glory? Or perhaps a deeper mire? I nearly sprang to my feet, my black robes billowing as I turned towards the index section. Let us consult the 20th century pureblood directory. The towering shelves in the index area loomed like city walls, the scent of aged parchment thick in the air. We crouched between the shelves, our fingers swiftly skimming over the spines, Bader's breaths audible beside me, tinged with an urgency he attempted to suppress. When he extracted the volume with its gilded cover, the silver serpent emblem shimmered faintly. Professor Slughorn had lent it to us, reportedly containing records of all registered pureblood members. Marvolo, his fingertips traced the densely packed names, his voice quivering. I leaned in closer, my gaze following his fingers, my heart pounding as if urging me to find the answer. Until, at last, those words leapt into view. Marvolo Gaunt, current head of the Gaunt family, descendant of Salazar Slytherin, residing in Little Hangleton. My blood seemed to freeze in that instant. Gaunt family, descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Parcel tongue. Those clues I had deliberately ignored now fit together like pieces of a puzzle. No wonder I understood Sylvanus's words. No wonder the Slytherin crest evoked a sense of belonging within me. No wonder the taunts from pure-blood families concealed an unrecognized fear. So it was revealed. I was not the offspring of a muggle, nor a stray from the orphanage. I was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. A surge of ecstasy threatened to overwhelm my reason, yet a deeper doubt anchored me. How could a scion of Slytherin find himself in such dire straits? What unseemly truths lay hidden within such noble blood? Parcel tongue, Slytherin. I spoke, my voice hoarse as I gently touched the words Marvolo Gaunt. The cold texture of the paper akin to a branding iron. So I am indeed a descendant of Slytherin, Bader exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, his golden brown eyes shining brilliantly. No wonder you are so attuned to the Chamber of Secrets. No wonder Sylvanus felt such a kinship with you from the very first meeting. I abruptly grasped his wrist, the force causing him to flinch. My dark eyes bore into him, emotions roiling within, a tumult of shock and fear. Do not tell anyone. This secret felt too weighty, like an unignited bomb. Should it be revealed, I could scarcely fathom the covetous schemes it would incite. I was unprepared, still too weak to guard this truth. I know, he replied, tightening his grip on my hand, the heat of his palm searing against mine. This is our secret. I studied him for an extended moment, long enough to discern my own reflection in his pupils, a familiar yet strange visage, the shadow of a Slytherin descendant. There was no trace of greed or fear in his eyes, only pure joy, akin to a child who had received a coveted treat. Ultimately, I released his hand and turned to return the directory to its shelf. The shadow of my black robes cast across my face, splitting it between light and dark, reminiscent of two souls locked in a struggle. One was the Slytherin descendant yearning for glory, the other was Tom Riddle, mired in the muck, both battling within me for dominance. As we made our way back, silence enveloped us. The wind at the forest's edge carried a chill, tooling Bader's golden hair, resembling a flickering flame. I suddenly halted, my dark eyes locking onto him. Your lineage. If I could uncover the truth, perhaps I could assist him as well. This thought emerged unbidden, imbued with an unexpected certainty. Take your time, he smiled, revealing two small canine teeth, sunlight glinting off the tips of his hair, dazzling to the point of blinding. Perhaps my middle name hides a clue as well? Phoenix. Could I be a descendant of the Phoenix? His words elicited a laugh from me, the corners of my mouth curving into a faint smile. This fool, always managing to introduce levity amidst the gravest of circumstances. Perhaps, I replied, though deep down, I knew it was not so simple. The ability to converse with all things, the golden hair and eyes characteristic of pure blood lineage. and the precious items concealed within swaddling cloth all seemed to suggest a deliberately hidden identity. Yet, which pureblood family would abandon their child at the doorstep of a Muggle church, unless it harbors a secret far more shameful than that of an illegitimate offspring? Perhaps a castaway of the family, or the product of some forbidden union. This thought made me frown, akin to witnessing a precious gem obscured by dust. Stop overthinking. I reached out to brush away the leaves tangled in his hair. The coolness of my fingertips might rouse him slightly. We will surely find a way. He nodded, gazing at my profile, bathed in the warm, golden light of the setting sun. My own heritage felt like a mountain shrouded in mist, while his remained ensnared in a dense fog. Sylvanus poked his head out from my sleeve, flicking his tongue against his fingertips. Don't be sad, Bader. Tom will help you. I remained silent, merely clasping his hand. The warmth of his palm seeped through my skin, more comforting than any words could convey. The sunset stretched our shadows long, intertwining upon the fallen leaves, resembling two travelers reliant upon one another. Perhaps this isn't so bad, I mused. At least we have each other. No matter what secrets lie within his lineage, I shall assist him in uncovering the truth. Just as he clutched my hand now, without a hint of retreat, and the bloodline of Slytherin, the filth of the Gaunt family, all became inconsequential. What truly mattered was that, from this day forth, I was no longer alone. Chapter 44. Fourth Year Slug Club. Gathering the wind of the fourth year whisked through the air, carrying the fragrance of wisteria past the Quidditch pitch. Bader stood beside me, the tips of his hair swaying gently, akin to golden ears kissed by sunlight. When he tilted his face to look at me, his lashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes. He had grown to 175 centimeters over the past 2 years. Yet before me, he still resembled a sunflower that required bending down to admire. Lost in thought again, I reached out to brush away the petals resting on his shoulder, my fingertips grazing his flushed ear. Are you planning to be late for Slughorn's party? He stepped back slightly, his golden hair dazzling. Of course not. His fingertips unconsciously stroked the sleeve of his Slytherin robe, the silver-green serpentine patterns shimmering under the light. This year's robe was tailored to his measurements by Abraxas, who had insisted that one cannot allow a Riddle to wear ill-fitting clothing when it was delivered. The aroma of fire whiskey mingled with cinnamon and roasted pumpkin wafted through Slughorn's office, reminiscent of a toppled spice box. As I entered, Elias Greengrass approached with a champagne flute in hand, his silver-gray hair impeccably styled. Riddle, I heard you've improved the formula for the Wolfbane potion in advanced potions? I merely reduced the quantity of Sneezewort by 3 portions, I replied, taking the chilled crystal goblet from him. The glass is cool as winter snow. The side effects may be lessened, but the duration has been shortened by 2 hours. Impressive indeed, chimed Scabier, who sidled over, the Slytherin prefect badge gleaming on his black robe. Professor Slughorn was just praising your potion-making talent, claiming it surpasses that of any previous student. Bader leaned against the bookshelf, holding a cup of pumpkin juice, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames of the fireplace. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Abraxas sauntering towards him, his silver-gold hair glinting in the firelight. That fellow had taken to conversing with Bader over the past 2 years, ostensibly out of curiosity regarding his origins. Yet I knew he was probing for my attitude towards this golden-haired boy. Did the little daughter of the Parkinson family achieve an O in herbology? I turned to Isabella Parkinson, who was stabbing at a slice of lemon cake with a silver fork, her deep brown curls cascading over her shoulders. I heard you cultivated a color-changing mandrake? It merely emits a blue glow in moonlight, she replied, raising her eyes, her lashes glimmering with flecks of light. Compared to Senior Riddle's expertise in ancient runic, it paled in significance. My father mentioned that the Department of Magical Artifacts is inquiring about your translation of the Slytherin manuscript. Just some basic spell annotations, I said, taking a sip of champagne. The bubbles burst upon my tongue as I heard Bader and Abraxas laughing. Turning my gaze, I found Abraxas shoving a ginger biscuit into Bader's hand, his silver gold lashes nearly brushing against Bader's golden hair. I subtly frowned, and just then, Scabier offered me a piece of chocolate, providing a timely distraction. By the way, Scabier lowered his voice. My father heard news at the ministry that the Gaunt family has been causing a stir in Little Hangleton recently. No one knows what they're up to. My fingertips hesitated. The name Marvolo Gaunt felt like a needle, pricking lightly at my temple. Not interested, I replied flatly, my gaze sweeping over the bookshelf. Compared to the trivialities of decaying families, I was far more concerned about the upcoming OWL's exams. Elias Greengrass promptly interjected. My brother saw the exam questions at the History of Magic Professor's office. Their essay section on medieval alchemy that is said to be quite challenging. Not difficult. I countered dismissively. As long as you remember the transmutation formula in Chapter 3 of the Origins of Alchemy. Bader had assisted me in organizing notes for that section. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the bookshelf. Bader was laughing so hard he was nearly doubled over, and upon hearing my words, his hazel eyes widened in surprise. Like a startled fawn, I raised my glass to him, a subtle smile playing on my lips. It was a signal only we understood, urging him to come over. He hesitated for a moment, then made his way through the crowd, pumpkin juice in hand. As he passed Abraxas, the latter deliberately bumped his shoulder, whispering something that instantly turned Bader's ears crimson. Slughorn is about to demonstrate the Felix Felicis. I naturally took the empty cup from his hands, my fingertips brushing against his palm as he stood beside me. Just as Bader settled in, Isabella Parkinson curiously scrutinized him. Is this the illustrious Senior Duvin? I heard you can make your broom avoid obstacles during Quidditch practice? Just lucky, he replied, his voice a bit strained, golden locks falling over his forehead, as if to shield his face. Not merely luck, I interjected, turning my head to meet his gaze, for he could understand the murmurs of the broomstick's wood grains, just as I could comprehend the language of snakes. The surrounding chatter quieted momentarily. Elias Greengrass regarded Bader's golden hair thoughtfully. Senior Duvin's hair color is quite unique, reminiscent of the feathers of the phoenix described in ancient texts. The priest claimed he was found swaddled in phoenix feathers. Abraxas chimed in, having crept closer, twirling a silver goblet in his hands, perhaps a remnant of some ancient lineage. Bader's fingers tightened around the hem of his robe. I gently touched his wrist, signaling him to remain calm, then turned to the gathering. Heritage does not matter. What truly counts is his ability to memorize the growth cycles of any herb within 3 seconds, to predict wind direction during torrential rains. These skills are far more valuable than any family crest. At that moment, Professor Slughorn approached, holding a crystal vial, the golden Felix Felicis swirling within, resembling solidified sunlight. Riddle, how much do you think this vial is worth in galleons? 100, I replied, gazing into Bader's eyes, which reflected my shadow. Yet to some, it would be utterly worthless, like him. Bader blinked in surprise, then grasped my robe's hem, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Laughter erupted around us, and Elias Greengrass remarked, the synergy between Senior Riddle and Senior Duvin is truly enviable. I remained silent, merely tilting my head, whispering to Bader, would you like a taste? I gestured towards the Felix Felicis, a mischievous glint dancing in my eyes. He shook his head with a smile, his fingertips gently pinching my wrist. The professor will find out. The crackling flames of the fireplace cast our shadows upon the stone walls. Bader's shoulders barely reached my chest, standing in the crowd like a golden ear of wheat sheltered by a black pine. Suddenly, I recalled his first year, huddled in the corner of the Slytherin long table, afraid to drink more than a sip of pumpkin juice. Now, he stood beside me, accepting the scrutiny of all gazes, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of unease. For he knew that, regardless of how many people surrounded us, my attention would always first be drawn to him. Just like now. While Slughorn rambled on about the Felix Felicis, my focus remained solely on the sunlight glinting off his hair, a comfort surpassing any flattery from pureblood families. Chapter 45. Rest assured, Tom, as I stepped out of the compartment on the Hogwarts Express, Abraxas's silver gold hair swayed in the steam, making me dizzy. Aren't you coming with us to Malfoy Manor? He patted my shoulder, the serpent-embroidered cuff brushing against my black robe. My father managed to procure a bottle of 1943 fire whiskey. No, I can't, I replied, picking up my suitcase, the purple wood wand slightly warm in my sleeve. It's pale. 13.5-inch shaft quivered as it drew closer to the direction of the Gaunt family. I'm heading to Little Hangleton. Abraxas raised an eyebrow. Trouble with the Gaunts? Just paying a visit, I said, offering no further explanation as I turned toward the corner of the platform. Bader's compartment was right next door. I caught a glimpse of his golden brown hair peeking through the curtain as he bent down to examine something. I lingered in the shadows for a moment until the train's whistle urged me onward, stepping into the throng of muggles. The air in Little Hangleton was thick with the scent of damp earth. The old house atop the hill resembled a decayed molar, askew amidst the overgrown grass. The serpent carvings on the wooden door swelled from the rain, and shattered glass left dark, hollow windows that resembled blind eyes. Is this where the descendants of Slytherin reside? I stood outside the fence, my purple wood wand turning in my palm, its pale tip gleaming coldly in the dreary weather. A moldy black robe hung from the eaves, its collar embroidered with a crooked, gaunt family crest, the stitches coarse like a muggle-esque patchwork. Muffled voices erupted from within, mingled with the hissing of Parcel tongue, Marvolo Gaunt, and a voice that sounded like his son. Their crude curses against muggles and half-bloods splattered like filth upon Salazar, Slytherin's lineage, churning my stomach. As I turned to leave, the sole of my boot scraped against a rusted tin, emitting a jarring sound. The bickering inside ceased abruptly, followed by hurried footsteps. I did not look back. Striding across the overgrown slope, my purple wood wand vibrating more intensely in my fingertips, seeming to disdain this tainted bloodline. When I returned to the Muggle station, the rain had intensified. I purchased a gingerbread shaped like a sunflower, the oiled paper bag wrinkled in my hand from the downpour. Bader always remarked that the sunflowers at the church entrance looked like little suns, and he would squat in front of them, conversing for ages. Halfway through the holiday, I finally pushed open the church door. Bader was in the courtyard, pruning roses. His golden brown hair shimmered in the sunlight, his profile gilded with a golden edge. His white wand was tucked askew in his apron pocket, its 13.5-inch silver shaft etched with sun motifs, the phoenix feather core buzzing softly as he approached me. Tom. He dropped his shears and rushed over, the fragrance of roses enveloping him like a small sun leaping into my embrace. Instinctively, I opened my arms. Feeling his forehead pressed against my chest, along with his slightly aggrieved question, "Where have you been? Did you miss me during all this time?" Dust from my black robe brushed against his hair as I reached up to cradle the back of his neck, pulling him closer. "I did," I murmured, my voice rougher than anticipated, as my purple wood wand quieted in my sleeve, perhaps finally accepting this warm belonging. "How much did you miss me?" He nuzzled against me like a cat that had basked in the sun for too long. From dawn till dusk, I gazed down at his upturned face, his golden brown pupils reflecting my shadow, far brighter than the sunlight in Little Hangleton. I handed him the paper bag, the Honey Duke candies pressing against my palm, along with a slightly deformed sunflower gingerbread. "I went to Little Hangleton. We'll discuss the Gaunt family affairs later." He snatched the paper bag and tugged my hand, pulling me into the church, his white wand slipping from his pocket, its sun motif glimmering in the sunlight. "The priest baked pumpkin pie. Sylvanus said you would definitely come and had been pestering me for it since morning." Sylvanus peeked out from his sleeve, hissing at me with his forked tongue, silver-green scales shimmering like flowing jewels in the light. I allowed Bader to pull me across the cobblestone path, my black robe sweeping over the shadow he left behind, suddenly feeling that the filth of that old house in Little Hangleton ought never to have touched this place. When his white wand leaned against my purple wood wand, the resonance of the phoenix feather core sang a silent melody. One was the sun, the other the shadow, yet in the sunlight of this church, they found the most stable equilibrium. Chapter 46. Restoration. As the wooden floorboards of the church creaked beneath my feet, Bader was bent over the table counting galleons. The crisp clinking of coins sounded like shattered ice. His golden brown lashes hung low, his profile tinted lilac by the stained glass light. "The money we've saved over these 4 years is enough to renovate the entire church 3 times over. Father, do you think this is sufficient?" He pushed the pouch of coins forward, his fingertips dusted with a hint of dirt, as if he had just dug up herbs from the forbidden forest. The old priest's hands trembled greatly. The cloth he used to wipe the cross swayed in midair, and the glimmer in his eyes reminded me of the muddy bogs of Little Hangleton, sticky, meaningless. 2 new rooms would be just right. As Bader helped the old priest hang the cross, his voice was as light and joyous as a fluttering ray of light. "Tom and I can finally sleep separately." I leaned against the doorframe in silence. The dampness of the attic had indeed worsened the old priest's cough, but the notion of sleeping apart, listening to his steady breaths in the night, was more effective than any sleeping charm. However, the expectation in his eyes shone too brightly. Like sunflowers always turning towards the sun, the words of denial rose to my lips, but were swallowed back down. On the day the restoration team arrived, the Muggle's hammers struck with thunderous noise. I stood beside the stone pillar, gripping my purple wood wand, its 13.5-inch pale shaft gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The expansion charm could have saved half of this clumsy labor, yet Bader handed me a piece of sunflower gingerbread, saying, "The priest insists on using Muggle methods to demonstrate sincerity." As the sweetness of the gingerbread mingled with the taste of grain melted on my tongue, the craftsmen were straining to lift the beams. I discreetly waved my wand, and the heavy timber, which had felt like a boulder, suddenly became as light as a feather. Bader nudged my arm, his golden brown eyes sparkling with mischief. At 176 centimeters tall, he barely reached my chest, looking up at me like a young creature that had discovered a secret. On the day the new rooms were painted, he insisted on turning the pale yellow walls into sunflower hues. On the windowsill sat the flowers the old priest had recently planted, their petals turning toward the sun. Foolish yet persistent. My room had been laid with a deep gray carpet, and the walls adorned with the Slytherin crest he had embroidered with silver thread. The stitches tight, yet more comforting than any pure-blood family's emblem. "Let's go to London." I slapped a Muggle train ticket into his hand. "We need to buy clothes." He looked down at his faded shirt, fingers picking at the patched cuffs. Over the past 4 years, he has grown considerably. The old clothes that envelop him seem to shrink, and it is high time for a change. In the glass display of the department store, the sun motif on the light beige knit sweater dazzles the eye. When Bader dons it, his golden hair melds seamlessly with the fabric, as if bathed in sunlight. I adjust his collar, my fingertips brushing against the heat radiating from the nape of his neck. He's reached 176 centimeters. He still has room to grow. He straightens his chest, his crown barely reaching my collarbone. I chuckle softly and turn to select a deep gray wool coat. The shop assistant's face flushes a vivid red, her fingers trembling as she hands over the tie. The etiquette of the Muggles is indeed cumbersome, yet Bader insists that it lends an air of elegance. So we shall wear it. On the way back, the paper bag I carry contains the supplements recommended by Professor Slughorn. Ginseng, bird's nest, powdered milk. These potions bear little efficacy for Muggles, yet these herbs and roots ought to possess some merit. Bader squeezes my fingers, his palm radiating an astonishing warmth. Thank you, Tom. In truth, I don't comprehend. The cycle of life, from birth to aging and death, is a natural law. The old priest's cough is merely the imprint of time. And supplements seem a futile attempt to erase wrinkles, absurd and ineffective. Yet the worry in Bader's eyes weighs heavily, like dark clouds pressing upon a sunflower, compelling me to press the supplements into his embrace even tighter. At dinner, the old priest consumes half a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Indeed, his cough has lessened somewhat. He holds my hand, rambling. When Bader first arrived, he was so small, swaddled in a phoenix-patterned blanket. The moment I held him by the sunflower patch, he fell silent. Bader, engrossed in his pumpkin soup, has ears as reddened as cherries kissed by the sun. I listen to the priest's indistinct words, my dark eyes occasionally glancing at his phoenix-patterned swaddle and the innate gift he possesses to converse with all living things, his golden hair and eyes. One day, I shall grasp it all. Yet, for now, gazing at his flushed cheeks, warmed by the soup, somehow makes the urgency dissipate. Awakened in the dead of night by the shrill cry of Sylvanus, I find myself gesturing to the little snake. Are there any Muggle-friendly herbs for lung health? The snake shakes its head, its silver-green scales glinting coldly in the moonlight. Bader pushes open the door, clad in a loosely fitting cream-colored nightgown, revealing even his collarbone and Merlin's socks. Stop fussing. The priest says this is a gift from time. I turn away, my purple wood wand spinning gently in my palm. He probably thinks I do not understand. The sorrow of watching a cherished one wither is a profound pain. Yet I perceive the melancholy in his eyes, reminiscent of a sunflower's drooping petals, listless and weary. I do not wish to see you distressed. I reach out to tousle his hair, which is softer than I had imagined. Suddenly, he embraces my waist, burying his face against my chest, his breath blazing like a small flame. I understand. I return his embrace with a gentleness as if fearing to shatter something precious. Outside, the sunflowers sway lightly in the moonlight. The walls of the new room mute the priest's cough, yet cannot sever the warmth of the one in my arms. This summer seems no different from the last, yet it feels as though everything has changed. The separate sleeping quarters, the new fabric of his clothes, the old priest's cough easing a bit, and Bader's increasingly warm body temperature. Perhaps this is quite sufficient, I muse, watching him grow to my eye level, observing the sunflowers turning toward the sun each day. Witnessing the priest's cough gradually lessen, those unresolved matters can wait. After all, time is abundant. He will always be beside me, like sunlight perpetually gracing the sunflowers, effortlessly and naturally. Chapter 47. Return to School, the Order of Elpis Knights. The update for this chapter serves as a delightful little Easter egg, perhaps, at 12:31 a.m. Or shall we say 0:31? I am accustomed to the 12-hour clock, and now one may commence playing the honor bows to me from Red and Black as background music. The day of patricide and fratricide approaches. Oh, how exhilarating. The September breeze, carrying the fragrance of golden osmond thus, sweeps across the platform, where the old priest stands at the church entrance, his stooped back waving as his gray hair flutters wildly in the wind. His cough is fragmented by the gusts, and Bader turns back to glance after 3 steps, his hazel eyes veiled with a layer of moisture, akin to sun-kissed sunflowers. Let us depart. Tom lifts 2 suitcases, the purple wood wand vibrating gently within his sleeve. Sensing Bader's grip on the hem of his clothing tightening, his knuckles whitening. This child always speaks of parting as though it were a matter of life and death, when in reality, they shall reunite in 3 months. Bader embraces the priest one last time. The elder's embrace is as frail as dried wheat, the faint scent of sandalwood lingering upon his black robes. Remember to drink the bird's nest porridge. His voice is somewhat hoarse, his fingertips brushing against the elder's mottled hand. The supplements Tom purchased, I have affixed a note to the jars. Understood, my little son. The priest pats Bader's back, his murky eyes turning towards Tom. Mr. Riddle, I entrust Bader to your care. Tom nods, saying nothing, yet as Bader turns away, he discreetly casts a cleaning charm, brushing off the osmundus petals from his shoulder. Bader looks up at him, his height at 176 centimeters barely reaching Tom's collarbone. and the disappointment in his eyes resembles damp cloth that has not been thoroughly dried. Evoking memories of the leaky old house on Hangerton Street, some things are not easily mended, even by magic. In the Malfoy family's private booth, the aroma of champagne bubbles fills the air. Abraxas leans casually against the velvet sofa, his silver blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. Upon their entrance, he whistles playfully. Ah. The two busy bees have finally arrived. Lucilla Black sits by the window, her deep green gown embroidered with silver family crests. Upon seeing Tom, her previously straight posture bends slightly, radiating a near-reverent respect. Beside her, Walburga Black adopts a cooler demeanor, her dark eyes scanning Bader. A barely perceptible smirk appearing as she observes the golden-haired lad glaring at Tom, far more amusing than the rumors suggested. Lestrange and Yaxley sit opposite, whispering among themselves. Upon Tom's arrival, they immediately fall silent, their gazes filled with greater awe than the previous year. Bader burrows into the corner of the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the sun motif on his knit sweater. He had only heard from Sylvanus last night that Tom had formed a group called the Order of Elpis Knights, and he, his closest friend, was the last to know. Are you angry? Tom inquires, turning towards him, the shadow of his black robe casting over his face, his dark eyes concealing a touch of gentle persuasion. He can feel the low pressure surrounding Bader, akin to the ominous rumble before a storm. It is not that he intended to conceal the truth. He merely felt the time was not yet ripe. Yet Bader's sulky demeanor reminds him of that moment in first year when the last piece of honey cake was snatched away. Bader turns his face away, ignoring him. Abraxas lets out a derisive laugh, swirling his champagne glass. Riddle, it seems your nightly order is missing its most crucial piece. His words are both a jest and a reminder. Everyone knows that Bader holds a significance in Tom's heart far surpassing that of these pureblood heirs. Tom refrains from responding, instead retrieving a silver badge from his pocket, engraved with entwined serpents and a flower from the other shore, the emblem of the Order of Elpis Knights. He thrusts the badge into Bader's hand, his fingertips intentionally grazing over his heated palm. I formally invite you to join. Bader clutches the badge, the chilling silver seeping through his skin. He perceives the gaze of everyone in the booth upon him, curiosity, scrutiny, and even the nearly envious gaze of Lucilla Black. The fire in his heart suddenly diminishes, yet he still retorts stubbornly. Who would want to join your pathetic society? That being said, the fingers gripping the badge tightened even further. Walburga suddenly let out a soft laugh, her voice resembling the sound of cracking ice. Bader, is it? I distinctly recall witnessing you knock Goyle off his feet last year at the Quidditch pitch. She paused, her dark eyes shifting toward Tom. Riddle, your judgment is rather astute. This marked perhaps the first instance of Walburga Black displaying goodwill towards a non-pureblood. Bader blinked in surprise, his cheeks flushing crimson, rendering his earlier petulance akin to a child's playful pouting. Tom chuckled softly, reaching out to tousle his golden hair, the gesture so instinctive it felt like breathing. Only before Bader would he shed that layer of icy exterior, revealing a warmth characteristic of youth. Let's discuss business. Axley cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. News from the ministry indicates that next year's graduation assessments may include practical defense against the dark arts. Just in time. Tom's dark eyes sparkled, the purple wood wand spinning deftly at his fingertips. The knights were indeed in need of practical experience. When he spoke of the club, his tone exuded an authority that made Lestrange instinctively straighten his back. This was no longer the half-blood boy who sought to curry favor with purebloods. His presence was more formidable than any family crest. Lucilla suddenly recalled something, speaking softly. Oh, by the way, Walburga got engaged to Orion last week. The Black family announcement has already been dispatched. Bader's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flickering in his hazel gaze. Orion Black was Walburga's cousin, a notion almost unimaginable in the Muggle world. Yet, upon seeing Walburga's composed demeanor, he quickly reconciled himself with the fact that the customs of pureblood families were indeed different from those of Muggles. Congratulations, Tom raised his glass, the smile in his dark eyes perfectly measured, neither overly familiar nor impolite. He comprehended the significance of such family unions, akin to his own approach towards these pureblood heirs. Essentially a transactional arrangement where both parties sought mutual benefit. But witnessing Bader's naive expression, a ludicrous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Thankfully, they were not bound by such traditions. Walburga reciprocated with a toast, her dark eyes sweeping over Bader with newfound understanding. She finally grasped why Tom regarded this unknown golden-haired lad with such favor. In the eyes of those shackled by the weight of pureblood lineage, Bader's vibrancy and innocence resembled unbroken sunlight, perfectly illuminating the depths of Tom's unfathomable shadows. As the train entered the tunnel, the compartment was engulfed in brief darkness. Bader felt Tom's hand gently resting on the back of his own. The coolness of the purple wood wand evident. He did not withdraw, but rather subtly clasped back, slipping the silver badge into Tom's palm as a tacit acknowledgement of his acceptance. Tom's fingertips froze momentarily before he tightened his grip. The pressure was light, yet seemed to signify a confirmation of sorts. In the darkness, no one noticed the faint curve of a smile at the corner of his lips, save for Sylvanus, who poked his head from Tom's sleeve, flicking his tongue toward Bader's pocket as if celebrating this secret reconciliation. When the light from outside flooded back in, Bader was listening to their plans for the future. Abraxas aspired to join the Ministry's Department of Law. Lestrange was determined to reform the Wolfsbane potion, and Lucilla intended to start planning her wedding immediately after graduation. Meanwhile, Tom simply listened in silence, the depth of his dark eyes inscrutable, as though concealing an uncharted abyss. Bader suddenly felt that joining this knight's group might not be such a bad idea after all. At the very least, it would allow him to remain by Tom's side, witnessing him stir up his own storms, just as he had done countless times over the past 5 years. The train rattled rhythmically along the tracks, carrying a compartment full of ambition and dreams toward Hogwarts. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting flickering patches of light upon their clasped hands. Chapter 48, The Girls' Lavatory, Basilisk. The cold mist of late autumn hung heavily over Hogwarts, enveloping the spires as if drenching them in icy fabric. The cheers from the final Quidditch match had not fully dissipated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest when Tom walked alone through the empty corridor, the hem of his black robe brushing against the stone floor, producing a delicate sound akin to a silent proclamation. His pace was unhurried, the purple wood wand vibrating slightly within his sleeve, its 13.5-inch pallid shaft glinting coldly in the dim light. The portraits lining the corridor had long since grown accustomed to the sight of this exemplary Slytherin roaming the halls at night, promptly closing their mouths in discretion. Except for Phineas Nigelis, whose portrait could not help but mutter that night wandering was not the behavior of a good student, only to pull the velvet curtains shut when confronted by Tom's fathomless black eyes. The memory of discovering the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets remained vivid in his mind. It was on a similarly frigid winter night that he had navigated the castle's plumbing system, whispering in Parseltongue before the sink in the second-floor girls' lavatory, when the cold stone walls slowly parted to reveal a staircase leading into darkness. Even he was taken aback by the surge of ancestral blood pulsing within him. Salazar, Slytherin's legacy awaited him. He had confided in no one, not even Bader. This secret was too weighty, like a serpent coiled in the shadows, meant to be tamed solely by him. Sylvanus had been left in the dormitory. The little snake's curiosity was strong, yet it could never comprehend the profound significance behind this chamber. Bringing it along would only add another set of watchful eyes. A chill emanated from the staircase below, carrying with it the scent of ancient dust and a hint of blood. Tom descended the steps, his robe sweeping against the damp stone walls, leaving fleeting shadows in his wake. The deeper he ventured, the thinner the air became, and the sound of a slick, slithering movement echoed in his ears, reminiscent of enormous scales scraping against rock. "Open," he commanded, addressing the stone door at the tunnel's end, his Parseltongue hissing reverberating through the empty corridor, laden with undeniable authority. The stone door creaked open, and a waft of even more pungent odor assaulted him. Tom raised his wand, the tip igniting with a ghostly blue flame that illuminated the towering stone columns of the chamber, where thick layers of dust lay undisturbed on the floor. In the center of the chamber, a dark pool housed a beast colossal enough to eclipse the sky. The basilisk scales glimmered in inky green in the dim light, reminiscent of the oldest obsidian, each scale the size of a shield. Its eyes were tightly shut, long fangs drooping from its jaws, the tips glistening with amber venom that dripped onto the surface of the water, creating tiny ripples. As Tom's footsteps approached, the massive head of the basilisk lifted slightly, nostrils flaring, releasing 2 puffs of vapor that carried an air of menace. Tom halted, his dark eyes betraying no hint of fear. Instead, a fervor akin to madness ignited within him. This was the guardian of Salazar Slytherin, the embodiment of the primal power coursing through his veins. He could sense the basilisk's emotions, a swirling mass of darkness, both wary and imbued with an instinctual submission. It recognized the Slytherin blood within him. "Silence," he commanded once more in Parseltongue, the authority in his voice causing the basilisk's massive form to tremble slightly. The creature gradually closed its mouth, resting its head upon its robust forelimbs, though its tightly shut eyes still radiated a dangerous aura. Tom understood that even a mere glance from those eyes could spell instant death for any living being. This was its most lethal weapon, a cruel testament to Slytherin's power. He circled the dark pool slowly, his fingertips gliding over the icy stone walls. The ancient serpent script etched upon the surface chronicled the origins of the hidden chamber. The enmity of Slytherin towards those of Muggle descent, and the creature's mission to eradicate all unworthy of wielding magic within Hogwarts. A flicker of complex emotion danced in his dark eyes. He despised the hypocritical blood purity doctrine. Yet he could not deny the allure of the power that stemmed from Slytherin. It resembled a double-edged sword, capable of severing the shackles that bound him while simultaneously dragging him into deeper darkness. "Someday, you will serve my purpose," Tom whispered to the basilisk, his voice soft as a sigh, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. The creature offered no reply, merely stirring its immense form in the dark pool, sending ripples across the surface. Tom was aware that it understood. As he departed the chamber, the stone door slowly closed behind him, sealing away that realm of darkness and secrets once more. He ascended the staircase, the cold mist still clinging to him, yet it felt as though an invisible armor had been added. The portraits in the corridor remained silent. Only the moonlight streaming through the stained glass cast dappled shadows upon his dark robe. Upon returning to the common room, the flames in the hearth were nearly extinguished. Bader lay curled upon the sofa, asleep, cradling a miniature Quidditch trophy, his golden hair aglow with the firelight, resembling a small sun quietly burning. Sylvanus poked his head from Tom's sleeve, and upon seeing him return, eagerly flicked his tongue. Tom tread lightly, and with a gentle flick of his wand, reignited the flames in the hearth, filling the room with warm light in an instant. He gazed at Bader's peaceful profile, the golden brown lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, his lips slightly upturned, as if he were dreaming sweetly. The cold hardness in Tom's eyes softened ever so slightly. This foolish boy, likely still reveling in the victory of the Quidditch match, would never know the darkness from which Tom had just emerged. Perhaps it was best that he remained forever in the sunlight, while Tom would be the one standing in the shadows, shielding him from all storms. He removed his black robe and gently draped it over Bader, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the boy's warm cheek. Bader stirred in his sleep. Like a cat seeking warmth, Tom sat beside him, his dark eyes fixed on the flickering flames, yet his mind echoed with the serpent script from the chamber, resonating with the heavy breaths of the basilisk. His path had only just begun, and this secret would be his sharpest weapon. Chapter 49, The Unexpected Death of Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Tom stood upon the marble floor of the girls' lavatory on the second floor, his fingertips gliding over the cold edge of the sink. Parcel tongue brewed between his teeth, the commands surging from his blood since his last encounter with the basilisk. The desire to fulfill Slytherin's legacy entwining around his rationality like rampant vines. Open. As the hiss fell to the ground, the stone wall silently slid open once more, revealing the staircase that led into darkness. This time, his steps were more resolute than before, the pale glow of his wand lighting the way, illuminating the damp stone walls adorned with mottled moss. Salazar Slytherin's ideals were like an anchor submerged in water, pulling him deeper into the darkness. Those wizards of Muggle descent had no right to tarnish the purity of this school, and purging them was his duty as the heir. The stench in the depths of the chamber was more pungent than before. As Tom reached the edge of the dark pool, he heard a violent rustling of scales, and a massive shadow rose from the water's surface. The basilisk opened its eyes, its amber-slit pupils glinting with deadly light, its long body stirring the dark waters, sending murky splashes into the air. It seemed even more exhilarated than before, its head lowering toward him, venom dripping from its fangs to sizzle on the ground at his feet. "Excellent," Tom whispered in Parcel tongue, his dark eyes reflecting the basilisk's immense form. It was time to make those unworthy disappear. His original plan had been to let the basilisk lurk in the castle's pipes, silently completing its cleansing task. Yet as the creature glided up the staircase, he found himself unable to suppress a hidden thrill, as if witnessing his weapon finally being drawn. However, an unforeseen event occurred around the corner of the corridor. A girl clad in Ravenclaw robes knelt on the ground, clutching a shattered mirror, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were crying. Her hair was a dry yellow, and she wore round spectacles, her eyes behind the lenses red and swollen, utterly oblivious to the shadow approaching from behind her. "Who is there?" The girl instinctively turned at the sound of sliding scales. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The girl's body stiffened suddenly, her pupils dilating, and in the next moment, she collapsed, the mirror clattering to the floor, shattering into a myriad of stars. Tom stood at the end of the corridor, watching the lifeless form that had abruptly lost its vitality, his heart constricting sharply. This was not what he had intended. He sought a calculated purge, not this sudden accident. The corpse felt like a searing brand, burning his fingertips. "Back!" He hissed sharply at the basilisk, his voice betraying a panic he hadn't even realized he felt. The basilisk seemed to sense his turmoil, snorting in displeasure, its massive body slowly retreating back into the chamber. The stone walls sealed once again, enclosing that darkness and secret, yet the scent of death lingered in the corridor. Tom's gaze remained fixed on the girl on the ground, the eagle emblem on her robes glaringly bright in the dim light. Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. He recognized her as the girl who always sat alone in the library, a witch of Muggle lineage. This realization slightly quelled his panic. Perhaps this was not an entirely unforeseen event. He bent down to pick up the shattered mirror, the glass still holding the remnants of the girl's last terror. The traces must be dealt with. He could not allow anyone to trace it back to the chamber, nor to him. Yet the news spread like wildfire throughout the castle. When Myrtle's body was discovered, Hogwarts was plunged into a state of panic. Students whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the identity of the murderer. And as the label of Muggle descent was repeatedly mentioned, more and more began to believe that some force was targeting those of non-pure blood. The school might be shut down. Abraxas murmured in the common room, his silver blonde hair falling over his forehead. The Board of Governors was already discussing the matter. Tom sat by the hearth, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest. Shut down? He would not permit it. Hogwarts was his domain, his stage for ambition. How could it come to a halt because of an accidental death? A scapegoat must be found, a perpetrator who would convince everyone. He thought of Hagrid, that half-giant half-breed. Always dealing with various dangerous creatures, reckless in nature, and particularly curious about the castle's secrets. Placing the blame on him would be quite fitting. However, before he could implement his plan, an unexpected figure intercepted him. That evening, Tom was ascending the spiral staircase leading to the astronomy tower alone, his black robe trailing a long shadow on the stone steps. Dumbledore suddenly emerged from around the corner, his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles gazing at him calmly, as if penetrating all facades. Riddle. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet carried an unavoidable weight. May I speak with you? Tom halted, a carefully measured confusion rapidly building in his dark eyes. Certainly, Professor. Regarding the demise of Myrtle, Dumbledore approached him, his fingertips delicately caressing the handle of his wand. What are your thoughts? I am utterly astonished, Professor, Tom replied, lowering his gaze, his tone imbued with an age-appropriate trepidation. Everyone is speculating that it must be some dark magical creature responsible, especially considering her Muggle origins. He deliberately emphasized the last few words, as if to echo the circulating rumors. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, a flicker of sharpness gleaming in his blue eyes. What creature do you envision it could be? Perhaps a werewolf? Tom raised his head, his dark eyes reflecting the dim light of the staircase. I have heard tales of werewolves lurking in the Forbidden Forest, and those beasts Hagrid tends to could very well be involved. He noticed a barely perceptible furrow in Dumbledore's brow. Hagrid? Dumbledore reiterated the name, his voice devoid of emotion. What leads you to that conclusion? He has always associated with perilous beings, hasn't he? Tom lowered his head, as if fearing his words might stir trouble. Moreover, I have heard whispers that he has recently taken to secretly nurturing a giant acromantula, a creature deemed exceedingly dangerous. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, the only sound within the staircase being the wind whispering through the window. Riddle, he suddenly spoke, his blue eyes locking onto Tom's with intensity. There are certain powers in the magical world that are exceedingly perilous, particularly when wielded to inflict harm upon others. Tom's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his composure. I understand, Professor. Good, Dumbledore replied with a slight nod, turning to leave with a final admonition. I hope you will always remember this. As Tom watched Dumbledore's figure vanish at the top of the staircase, he clenched the handle of his wand, his palms slick with cold sweat. What did Dumbledore suspect? Or was he merely probing? He dared not ponder too deeply, feeling as though that gentle gaze was akin to a spotlight, nearly illuminating the secrets he concealed beneath his dark robes. I must hasten, he thought. Hagrid must become the scapegoat. Everything must be quelled swiftly. The shadows of the staircase enveloped him, the hem of his cloak sweeping across the stone steps like the scales of a serpent gliding through a dark pool. Silent and menacing, Salazar Slytherin's plan must not falter, even if this path was now stained with the blood of the innocent. From the moment he resolved to open the Chamber of Secrets, there would be no turning back. Chapter 50. The Innocent Scapegoat, Rubeus Hagrid. Tom Riddle's gaze was as fixated as an insect ensnared in a spider's web, firmly locking onto Hagrid's hut. Ever since Myrtle's death, panic had spread throughout the castle like a moldering fungus, and the scapegoat he required was clumsily grooming that gigantic hound in the yard. Blissfully unaware he had been ensnared in a meticulously woven trap. For 3 consecutive days, Tom had circled Hagrid's hut under the guise of taking a stroll. He witnessed Hagrid stealthily dragging back enormous spider legs from the Forbidden Forest in the moonlight, heard him murmuring to a sack in the corner, and even, on a stormy night, saw a furry black claw protruding from the sack's seam, startling an owl that crashed into a hedge in fright. That was an acromantula, a creature so perilous that even the Ministry of Magic explicitly forbade its keeping. capable of rendering any accusation irrefutable. This is it. Tom stood amidst the shadows of a nearby tree, his cloak drenched by the rain, yet he felt no chill. A calculating glint sparkled in his dark eyes as his fingertips unconsciously traced the shard of mirror he had picked up beside Myrtle's corpse. Hagrid's recklessness and obsession with dangerous creatures crafted a script tailor-made for this frame-up. He began to subtly disseminate rumors. While chatting with classmates in the corridors, he would casually mention Hagrid's recent excursions into the Forbidden Forest, shrouded in mystery. During class, when questioned by professors, he would inadvertently reveal that he had seen enormous spider silk behind Hagrid's hut. These fragmented clues acted like seeds, rapidly taking root in the soil of panic. As more and more began to cast suspicious glances at the ever-cheerful half-giant, at last, the day to ensnare had arrived. Tom accurately predicted that Hagrid would venture into the Forbidden Forest that day to feed the acromantula. He preemptively alerted Professor Flitwick, adopting an anxious and worried tone as he recounted seeing Hagrid enter the Forbidden Forest with a peculiar sack, claiming he even heard dreadful screams. When the professors arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, following Tom, they found Hagrid crouched on the ground, carefully feeding a creature the size of a carriage, a monstrous acromantula. Its 8 eyes glimmered in the darkness, its pincers smeared with webbing, looking both ghastly and terrifying. "Hagrid, what are you doing?" Professor Flitwick shouted, his beard bristling with indignation, wand aimed directly at the giant spider. Hagrid spun around, his smile vanishing in an instant. He hurriedly shielded the acromantula with his body, his voice thick with urgency. "No, it's not what you think. Aragog is harmless. He won't hurt anyone." "Harmless?" Tom seized the moment to step forward, his face adorned with just the right amount of fear. "But Myrtle was killed by a creature just like it. We all saw you keeping it." Whispers erupted among the surrounding students, fear and anger spreading like wildfire through the crowd. Hagrid gazed at the accusatory stares, his face flushed with desperation, unsure how to defend himself. He could not possibly reveal that the giant spider was a creature he had rescued from a traveling merchant in his youth. Nor could he admit that it was as docile as a large cat. "I didn't tea. Aragog has never left the Forbidden Forest. He won't go to the castle." Hagrid's voice grew louder, tinged with a sob, but no one believed him. When the Ministry of Magic officials arrived, chaining Aragog and forcibly escorting Hagrid away, the half-giant's towering frame seemed to lose its very bones. He glanced back toward the castle, his eyes brimming with anguish and confusion. Yet all he could do was hoarsely cry, "It wasn't me. I swear." Tom lingered in the back of the crowd, observing Hagrid's figure as he was led away, a nearly imperceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. No one noticed the shard of mirror in his pocket reflecting the fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. He had eliminated an obstacle while perfectly cloaking himself in shadow, a sensation more intoxicating than any spell could provide. The wind through the Forbidden Forest carried the scent of damp earth, as if quietly applauding this perfect act of framing. Chapter 51, The Dance Partner. The corridors of Hogwarts were suffused with the scent of pine needles and hot cocoa, as the posters for the Christmas ball cast a warm golden glow against the stone walls. Bader clutched his leather Quidditch training gloves, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the worn spots. With only a week until the ball, Cecilia had strolled past him yesterday, linking her arm with Samuel's, waving at him with her silver bell-adorned dancing shoes, while his own list of potential partners remained conspicuously blank. Why the long face in your 6th year? A passing house elf offered him a gingerbread cookie, concern evident in its round eyes. Bader took a bite of the gingerbread, the sunflower-shaped frosting melting on his tongue, sweet to the point of being cloying. He had initially intended to consult Tom, but after 3 laps around the library, he had found no trace of that familiar black robe, only the musty scent of old books swirling in the air. Turning to head toward the Slytherin common room, he unexpectedly collided with a patch of shadow around the corner. Stumbling back a step, he looked up to find Alpheus Black standing before him, his deep green robes impeccably pressed, silver-gray hair glinting coolly in the light, standing at 181 centimeters. Bader had to tilt his head slightly to catch the faint smile at the corner of Alpheus's lips. "Dewey." Alphard's voice was akin to ice infused with honey, gentle yet concealing an indefinable resilience. "Do you find yourself without a dance partner as well?" Bader hesitated, instinctively nodding. His fingers dug into the wrist guard with increasing intensity. The members of the Black family always possessed an inscrutable gaze, as if intricate gears were hidden within, rendering their intentions unfathomable. Alphard, in particular, was quieter than Vorpal and his peers, yet he appeared at the most unexpected moments. How fortuitous! Alphard stepped forward, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Bader. "I, too, find myself in need of a dance partner. Might you be inclined to grace me with your presence?" Bader's pupils constricted slightly. He sensed the weight of Alphard's gaze resting upon his crown, imbued with a peculiar focus, akin to admiring a finely polished gem. Alphard's stance was impeccable, his fingers hovering delicately at his side, and the very tone of his invitation exuded an exquisite gentlemanly charm. Yet, for reasons unknown, Bader was left with a nagging feeling that beneath that serene facade lay turbulent currents. But we are both boys. He instinctively recoiled slightly, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his golden brown eyes. Invitations to dance with a partner of the same gender were not unheard of. Yet Alphard's luminous gaze reminded him of the phosphorescence in the depths of the forbidden forest, beautiful, yet subtly fraught with danger. The rules do not stipulate that a dance partner must be female. Alphard chuckled softly, his voice radiating warmth as if deliberately cultivated. And surely, it is preferable to stand in the corner alone, is it not? He spoke the truth. Bader lowered his gaze to his own shoes, the hesitation within him dissipating like dandelion seeds blown by the wind. After all, it was merely a dance. If Tom were to discover it, he would only tease him lightly. With this thought, he raised his head, his golden brown eyes glinting in the light. Very well. Alphard's eyes sparkled momentarily, as swift as an illusion. He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against Bader's wrist, his motion restrained yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Then I shall collect you on Friday evening. Bader nodded, watching Alphard's retreating figure, suddenly sensing a lightness in his stride that was unusual. The corridor's breeze carried a hint of chill, causing a shiver to run down the nape of his neck. In his pocket, Sylvanus suddenly flicked out its tongue to brush against his fingers, as if expressing some form of unease. What is it? He prodded the little serpent's head. It's merely a dance. Yet Sylvanus stubbornly coiled its tail around his fingertip, its silver-green scales reflecting a faint glimmer beneath the fabric. Bader chose not to press further. But the vague sense of dissonance grew increasingly pronounced. The look in Alphard's eyes had not seemed like a mere invitation. It resembled that of a hunter who had finally laid eyes on its coveted prey, brimming with a resolute determination to possess. He made his way towards the common room, his steps gradually slowing. Where could Tom be? Would he object to Bader accepting Alphard's offer? This thought flickered into his mind, but was swiftly suppressed. Tom had seemed quite busy lately, often solitary, and had attended fewer gatherings of the Elpis Knights. At the end of the corridor, a suit of armor suddenly stirred, producing a soft metallic clank. Bader looked up, sunlight filtering through the stained glass, casting fragmented patterns upon the ground, mirroring his current tumultuous emotions. Perhaps seeking Alphard as a dance partner was not such a bad idea after all. At the very least, he would avoid being a wallflower at the ball. He reassured himself, unaware that Sylvanus, nestled in his pocket, emitted a low, discontented hiss directed towards the direction Alphard had departed. Chapter 52. Who is your dance partner? Tom. Bader, who is your dance partner? Smiling, clenching his fist, thinking, how dare you covet what belongs to me? Count the days. Author's note. A fierce contest is about to unfold. As Tom pushed open the door to the dormitory, the hem of his black robe swept across the dust on the floor, stirring up tiny shafts of light. After 3 consecutive days spent in the secret passage at the edge of the forbidden forest, tracking the movements of the basilisk, the pale shaft of his purplewood wand had gathered dark stains, resembling congealed blood. He sat on the edge of his bed, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples, when his gaze fell upon the gold-embossed Christmas ball poster above the fireplace, reminding him of this trivial matter. Bader. The name washed over him like warm peppermint, momentarily dissipating his fatigue. He recalled last Christmas, when Bader, clad in a sweater knitted by a priest, shyly offered him mead beneath the mistletoe, snowflakes adorning his golden hair. This year, perhaps a different approach was in order. Tom rose, straightening his slightly disheveled robe, standing at 189 centimeters. He could easily spot that flash of golden hair in the corridor, but it took him a full turn around the common room before he finally spotted his target, Bader, seated by the window, clutching a quill, staring blankly at a piece of parchment, his profile illuminated by the setting sun. What are you up to? He inquired. His dark eyes softened with deliberate gentleness. Bader jumped slightly, nearly dropping his quill. Upon recognizing him, his golden brown eyes brightened momentarily before dimming slightly. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about the ball. How fortuitous. Tom settled beside him, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest. The Christmas ball. Would you consider being my dance partner? He anticipated seeing the familiar spark of excitement or a feigned blush. However, Bader merely blinked in surprise before awkwardly scratching his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Tom, I already have a dance partner. I already have a dance partner. Those 5 words struck him like an icicle, catching him utterly off guard. Tom's expression stiffened momentarily, too swift to be captured, as a flash of crimson surged deep within his gaze, reminiscent of a basilisk's narrowed eyes when its territory was encroached upon, only to be swiftly suppressed, settling into a deeper darkness. Who? he asked, his voice steady as a frozen lake, betraying no hint of emotion. Alphard Black, Beta replied, grinning foolishly. He invited me yesterday, and since I had no one else, I agreed. Alphard Black. Tom's fingers clenched tightly, the knuckles beneath his robe turning white. That boy, who always lurked behind Vorpal, with a predatory gleam in his eyes. He recalled an earlier gathering of the knights, when Alphard had regarded Bader with an intensity akin to a hungry wolf stalking a lamb. At the time, he had merely found it bothersome, never anticipating that he would dare to reach out. How delightful. Tom managed to smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, remaining merely a facade. The members of the Black family were surely well versed in the protocols of the ball. Bader remained oblivious to the undercurrents, nodding eagerly. Yes, he said he would teach me how to waltz. Teach him to waltz? A glimmer of coldness passed through Tom's dark eyes, like a dagger laced with venom. He could almost envision the scene at the ball, Alphard holding Bader's waist, his fingertips grazing that familiar skin, drawing closer as they twirled, breath cascading over golden locks. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, yearning to drag that oblivious boy into the forbidden forest to feed him to the acromantula. Yet he refrained. He simply gazed at Bader's blissfully unaware smile, his fingers gradually loosening, returning to their usual calm. Well, enjoy yourselves. He stood, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. I have matters to attend to. As he turned to leave, the hem of his robe brushed against the chair leg, producing a soft sound. Tom did not look back, but each step felt like treading upon a dormant volcano, ready to erupt. The armor in the corridor reflected his cold, hard profile, the swirling emotions in his dark eyes threatening to overflow. Badel was a treasure he held dear to his heart, akin to the sunflower on the church windowsill that only turned toward him when had it come time for others to covet what was his. The treasure bore no guilt. He silently recited this in his mind, his nails digging deep into his palm. The culpability lay with those who coveted the treasure. Alpha de Black. Tom savored the name within his thoughts, akin to tasting a slow-acting poison. The ball had yet to arrive, and time was abundant for him to grasp that some things demanded a price when touched. The shadows at the end of the corridor swallowed him whole, leaving only those unfathomable black eyes reflecting the deepening twilight outside, as if brewing a silent storm. Chapter 53, Dance Practice. Alpha does unspeakable affection. Alpha da pushed open the door to the lounge, and there was Badel, bent over the table sketching dance steps, his pure golden hair cascading onto the paper, as if each strand emitted a soft glow. He approached, lightly tapping the table, and Badel abruptly lifted his head, his hazel eyes shining like they were soaked in sunlight. Alphada, you've arrived just in time. I've just sketched the steps I remembered. Do they look correct to you? Alphada's gaze fell upon his ink-stained fingertips, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing. Let us head to the empty classroom. No matter how accurately it is drawn on paper, it is far better to walk through it in practice. His voice was lower than usual, tinged with an unrecognized huskiness. The empty classroom was bathed in perfect sunlight, casting elongated beams on the floor through the high windows. Alphada stood opposite Badel, raising a hand to adjust his collar, feeling an electric current surge through him as his fingertips brushed against that warm skin. Place your left hand on my shoulder, he instructed, pausing as he gently grasped Badel's wrist, guiding it to rest on his waist. Yes, relax a bit. There's no need to be so tense. Badel's fingers curled slightly, his hazel eyes reflecting his shadow. I'm always afraid of stepping on you. It's all right if you do. Alphada's gaze swept over his slightly trembling eyelashes, his Adam's apple moving again. Just follow my rhythm. As the music began, he deliberately slowed their steps. Initially, Badel stumbled a bit, his golden hair swaying with each motion like a flustered little creature. Yet after merely 2 repetitions, his steps gradually steadied, even managing to return accurately to face Alphada while spinning, excitement shimmering in his hazel eyes. You learn remarkably quickly, Alphada praised, genuine admiration lacing his tone. Upon hearing the compliment, Badel's smile brightened, akin to a sunflower basking under the sun, exuding a warm, inviting aura. Just then, as Badel turned, his hair brushed against the side of Alphada's neck, carrying a faint scent of vanilla. Alphada's breath hitched, and those suppressed thoughts surged forth once more, yearning to embrace that golden hue, wishing those sparkling eyes would gaze solely upon him, even contemplating more daring actions. He clenched his hand tightly, his nails digging into his palm, deliberately averting his gaze amidst the spinning motion. Sunlight danced upon Badel's hair tips, each golden strand teasing his nerves. This youth was too pure, so pure that his hidden desires felt particularly tainted. Shall we practice that turn again? Alphada diverted his gaze, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tension. Badel, oblivious, obediently nodded. As he spun once more, he accidentally collided into Alphada's embrace. At the moment of contact, Alphada's mind went blank. He could distinctly feel Badel's heartbeat, rapid and urgent, resonating through the thin fabric between them. The boy in his arms resembled a startled fawn, gazing up at him with those innocent, fearful hazel eyes. "I'm sorry. It's fine." Alpha nearly bit down on his teeth to utter those words, quickly releasing his hold and stepping back. He feared that if he embraced him further, he might lose control. Yet Badel assumed he was angry and murmured, "I'll practice a few more times. I promise I won't bump into you again." With that, he resumed practicing, his golden figure twirling in the light, like a flower blooming in the sunshine. Alpha stood rooted, watching the vibrant gold, his throat constricting. He knew he should not harbor such thoughts. Badel was pure and deserved to be cherished. Yet that desire coiled like a vine, silently tightening its grip, leaving him breathless. "That's enough," he suddenly interjected, interrupting Badel's movements. "Let us call it a day." Badel paused, looking at him in confusion. Alpha averted his gaze, straightening his attire. "I have something to attend to." As he turned to leave, he heard Badel's soft inquiry behind him, but dared not look back. The sunlight remained bright. Yet Alpha felt the shadow within his heart expand slightly. He hastened out of the empty classroom, as if something were pursuing him, though in truth, it was merely his unspoken desires, tarnishing his notions of purity. Chapter 54, The Dress. The corridors of Hogwarts were entwined with Christmas lights, transforming them into a vibrant tunnel of light. The scent of mistletoe mingled with the savory aroma of roasted turkey, weaving a warm net in the air. With only 3 days remaining until the ball, Badel had just completed his herbology practical when a long, rectangular gift box was thrust into his arms. The deep blue velvet bore the embossed silver emblem of the Black family, heavy and substantial, as if he were concealing a piece of magical crystal. He looked up and collided with Alpha's smiling eyes. The 181 centimeters tall youth stood beside a column, his deep green robe's collar adorned with a silver-gray scarf, exhibiting an extra touch of deliberate elegance. "This is for you." Alpha nudged the gift box into his embrace, his fingertips grazing Badel's wrist with an undeniable insistence. "You can't wear an old sweater to the ball." Badel paused, his hands momentarily frozen at the ribbon. The corner of a platinum suit peeked from the box, shimmering softly under the light, revealing its considerable value. The silk-blend fabric featured intricate golden embroidery on the cuffs, and even the collar was adorned with a small moonstone button. He instinctively recoiled, his hazel eyes filled with reluctance. "It's too extravagant. I can't accept it." His old sweater, knitted from wool by a priest, had frayed cuffs but was warm and comforting. Last year's suit, purchased by Tom in London, was a simple light beige knit paired with khaki trousers, comfortable yet unpretentious. Such a lavish outfit felt like an ill-fitting armor, oppressively heavy on his shoulders. However, Alpha seemed to anticipate his refusal, a faint smile playing on his lips, his tone imbued with the characteristic insistence of the Black family. "You are my dance partner. I cannot afford to lose face for the Black family." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Badel's worn cuffs. "Wearing this will also bring me honor." The implication of honor felt like an invisible shackle. Badel tightened his grip on the gift box, recalling the serious expressions of Walburga when discussing family honor and the incessant reminders from Bellatrix about blood purity. He did not wish for Alpha to be ridiculed by his family because of him, nor did he want to be whispered about as a half-blood clad in rags by those pure-blooded young men. "Then, thank you." He ultimately accepted the gift, his voice barely above a whisper. As his fingertips brushed against the velvet fabric, his heart felt as if it were stuffed with damp cotton, suffocatingly heavy. If it were Tom, he would likely have thrown the dress back at Alphada, then dragged him to Diagon Alley to pick out something he truly liked. Wouldn't he? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly suppressed it. Tom had been so preoccupied of late that he had become a mere phantom, absent even from 2 nights' meetings, leaving no time to concern himself with a ball gown. Alpheus observed him clutching the gift box tightly, a fleeting smirk of triumph flickering in his eyes, as swift as a meteor streaking across the night sky. He raised his hand, intending to tousle Bader's hair as he had done previously, but halted just before his fingertips grazed the strands, opting instead to pat his shoulder. "Remember to iron it before the ball. I shall come to collect you." Bader nodded, cradling the gift box as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. The velvet box pressed against his chest, the cold moonstone button digging into his skin, as if to remind him of the considerable weight behind this gift. Suddenly, the armor in the corridor emitted a soft clank. He looked up, catching a glimpse of a shadow cloaked in black robes flitting past at the far end of the empty hallway. The dormitory door was not properly shut, and as Bader pushed it open, he was met with the sight of Tom seated by the edge of his bed, his dark wand spinning rapidly at his fingertips. The figure, standing at 189 centimeters, was ensconced in shadow, his profile as cold and unyielding as a frozen lake, with veins throbbing at his temples, as if something tumultuous lurked beneath his skin. "Tom." You're here. Bader placed the gift box on his bed, attempting to infuse his tone with nonchalance. Alpheus sent me a gown. What do you think? Before he could finish, Tom tightened his grip on the wand, producing a sharp crack that suggested it might snap at any moment. He did not glance at the gown, but instead fixed his obsidian gaze upon Bader. Emotions roiling within him like turbulent seas before a storm, suppressed yet betraying an undercurrent of icy hostility. Alpheus. The name passed through Tom's teeth, laced with venomous chill. His eyes locked onto the gift box adorned with the Black family crest in Bader's arms, akin to witnessing a venomous serpent entwining itself around his sunflower. How dare that boy present gifts, extend invitations to dance, and even invoke family honor to ensnare Bader right under his nose? Did he truly believe Tom lacked the time to deal with such petty clowns? His fingers dug deep into his palm, nails piercing the skin and drawing blood. Yet he felt no pain. Bader was his, from the moment they shared a loaf of bread in the church loft. From the instant he embroidered the Slytherin crest in gold thread, from the moment he held him close and said, I know. He could only ever belong to Tom. What was Alpheus Black, after all? A worthless wretch who flaunted his family name, daring to lay a hand on what belonged to Tom. Quite fitting. Tom's voice was as frigid as ice, each word seemingly extricated from between clenched teeth. The Black family's gown suits your status as a dance partner. Bader was taken aback by Tom's sardonic tone, confusion flashing in his golden brown eyes. What's wrong? Are you unwell? He took a step closer, concerned whether Tom had been burning the midnight oil studying dark magic again, only to be abruptly halted by Tom's raised hand. It's nothing. Tom turned his face away, the hostility in his black eyes forcibly subdued, leaving only an unfathomable darkness. I have matters to attend to. I must depart. As he rose, his robes brushed against the gift box at the foot of the bed, stirring a gust of wind that nearly sent it tumbling to the ground. Bader instinctively steadied the box, looking up to see Tom's silhouette vanish through the doorway, his pace swift as if fleeing from something. Yet he distinctly perceived a barely contained fury emanating from that retreating figure. What had transpired in recent days? Bader stared at the firmly shut door, his confusion snowballing. Tom's animosity towards Alpheus, his inexplicable coldness, and the barely contained rage at this moment. Was it because he had accepted Alpheus's invitation? Yet, Tom had previously expressed approval. He cast his gaze upon the platinum-hued gown, suddenly finding the color almost blinding. Chapter 55, The Ball. On the day of the Christmas ball, the Hogwarts Great Hall appeared as if enchanted by a charm of revival. 12 towering Christmas trees stood against the walls, adorned with golden bells and crimson ribbons, while thousands of candles floated above, resembling a star-studded night sky. The long tables were laden with roasted turkeys, honeyed hams, and heaps of raspberry tarts, while house elves in red uniforms embellished with silver bells scurried between the tables. Bader stood before the dormitory mirror, fretting over the platinum gown. The pressed silk clung to him, outlining the slender yet upright form of youth, the moonstone buttons at the collar glinting with scattered light. Even his hair had been meticulously styled, each strand of gold reflecting the light. Yet, he felt something amiss, tugging at his tie, an accompanying piece specially sent by Alpheus. The platinum silk embroidered with the Black family crest, constricting against his neck. Too formal, he mumbled to his reflection, discomfort evident in his golden brown eyes. Sylvanus peeked from his pocket, flicking his tongue against Bader's wrist as if to offer comfort. Bader poked the little serpent on the head. Do you think Tom will laugh at me, like a canary stuffed in a cage? Sylvanus hissed softly, as if to say he would. When a knock echoed at the door, Bader took a deep breath and opened it. Alpheus appeared, clad in a black and gold suit, his silver-gray hair meticulously styled, with an obsidian brooch pinned at his collar, lending a sharper edge to his pale visage. Upon seeing Bader, his eyes brightened, his voice brimming with unreserved admiration. It suits you perfectly. The platinum gown made Bader's golden hair resemble melted sunlight, his amber-hued eyes glimmering under the light. He stood there like a youthful deity emerging from an ancient mural. Alpheus's throat involuntarily swallowed, suppressing the urge to conceal this gleaming figure. He had indeed made the right choice. This version of Bader deserved nothing less than the most splendid attire. Shall we? He extended his arm, exuding the elegance of a true pure-blood gentleman. Bader hesitated momentarily, but gently took hold of his arm. The cool sensation of Alpheus's suit fabric against his fingertips reminded him of Tom's deep gray woolen coat, always carrying a hint of cedar-like chill, yet somehow more comforting than this silk. As they entered the hall, many eyes were drawn toward them. Cecilia, donned in a pink poofy dress, linked arms with Samuel, winking at him with a teasing glint that seemed to say, you finally came to your senses. Lucilla stood beside Walburga, her lips curving slightly at the sight of Bader's gown, as if to imply that the Blacks indeed had an eye for quality. Lestrange and Yaxley, holding flutes of wine, exchanged glances between Bader and Alpheus, their expressions mingling curiosity with a subtle hint of wariness. Bader felt increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny, instinctively wanting to retreat behind Alpheus, only to feel the latter gently press down on the back of his hand. Don't worry, they are merely admiring. Admiring? Bader felt even more uncomfortable. He would have preferred to sit in a corner with Tom, munching on gingerbread, rather than being observed like some exhibit. Just then, a small commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Bader looked up, his heart missing a beat. Tom had arrived. He was clad in a black and silver suit, the black fabric embroidered with dark silver serpentine patterns, exuding a subtly luxurious sheen under the candlelight. The tie was impeccably knotted, and his dark wand rested at his side, the pale shaft harmonizing beautifully with the silver embroidery. His towering height of 189 centimeters rendered him strikingly conspicuous in the crowd, and as his dark eyes surveyed the scene, they bore an innate sense of authority, yet abruptly halted when they landed upon Bader. Bader's breath caught in his throat. The interplay of the black and silver suit against his own platinum attire resembled the ethereal mingling of moonlight and sunlight, a deliberate harmony of night and day. He turned sharply to Tom, his golden brown eyes wide with astonishment. When had Tom prepared such a splendid ensemble? Was he? Tom, however, did not linger upon him for long. The emotions swirling in his black eyes were akin to a frozen lake, revealing no ripples of sentiment. He strode through the throng, heading towards a girl not far off. The young lady, clad in a deep green evening gown, her brown curls cascading over her shoulders, flushed a deep crimson upon seeing Tom, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. "Miss Caro, are you ready?" Tom's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet to Bader, it felt colder than the winds of the forbidden forest. The girl nodded eagerly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm ready, Riddle." "Miss Caro?" Bader's mind raced to recall the name. Dolores Caro, a fifth-year Slytherin student, always seated in the front row of the classroom, her notes immaculate, reputed to excel in potions. When had Tom grown so familiar with her as to invite her as a dance partner? Ah, Riddle has finally come to his senses? Abraxas's voice chimed in beside him. He held a glass of champagne, his silver blonde hair glistening in the candlelight, his gaze flitting between Tom and Bader, his tone brimming with playful mockery. "Had I known you were seeking a partner, I would have ensured our dear Alpha had not beaten you to it." Bader's face flushed fiercely, as if scorched by flames. He glanced at Tom, searching his expression for any hint of reluctance or irritation, anything to alleviate the current atmosphere of serene indifference. Yet, Tom merely extended his hand to Dolores Caro with an elegance that seemed straight out of a textbook, as if Bader and Abraxas were mere inconsequential backdrops. Bader parted his lips, intent on voicing something, but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within him was doused, as if by icy water, leaving only a pervasive ache in its wake. It seemed he had overestimated his significance. The black and silver attire was merely coincidental. Tom had likely secured his dance partner long ago, perhaps even chuckling at him for reveling in his attire. Abraxas sensed the tremor in the hand linked to his arm and glanced down at Bader, noticing the sheen of moisture in his golden brown eyes, reminiscent of a sunflower drenched by rain. A strange sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a secretive delight. It appeared Riddle was not as unshakable as he presumed. "Pay them no mind." Abraxas softened his tone, a deliberate attempt to soothe. "Shall we venture over there for a drink?" Bader nodded, allowing Abraxas to guide him toward the refreshment table. As they passed by Tom, he deliberately lowered his gaze, unable to meet those fathomless black eyes. Yet, from the corner of his vision, he caught a glimpse of Tom tightening his grip on Dolores Caro's hand, his knuckles pale, as if suppressing something. Chapter 56, Jealousy. As the fanfare heralding the commencement of the ball resounded, the band struck up a waltz. Tom enveloped Dolores Caro's waist, stepping into the center of the dance floor with impeccable precision. The girl's cheeks bloomed like ripe apples, her gaze darting away in shyness. Yet her feet moved in perfect time under his guidance. "Senior Riddle, you dance splendidly," Dolores murmured, her voice laced with admiration. Tom merely acknowledged her with a noncommittal hum, his gaze transcending her head, fixating intently on Bader at the opposite end of the dance floor. Bader was being twirled by Abraxas, his platinum attire shimmering in the candlelight like a butterfly in flight. He was quick to learn, his steps increasingly assured, yet his expression remained devoid of joy. His golden brown eyes occasionally glancing toward Tom, akin to a lost pup seeking its master. Abraxas's hand rested on Bader's waist, his fingers almost sinking into the silk fabric, exuding an air of possession that was quite nauseating. A flash of crimson flickered in Tom's black eyes, fleeting as an illusion. He could sense Dolores's hand trembling slightly, could hear the murmurs of Abraxas and Walburga nearby, but all sounds seemed muffled, as though filtered through water. In his world, only the glimmer of that platinum figure, and the audacious young black who dared covet his treasure remained. Treasure is innocent. It is the covetous who are guilty. He silently chanted, his fingertips digging into his palm until they drew blood. The black and silver attire sent by Lucius was a deliberate choice. The platinum gleamed too brightly, necessitating the black to provide contrast, just as Bader required his protection. Yet now, his sunflower was being plucked by another, leaving him to stand idly by, playing the role of an indifferent dancer. This had been his plan, to deliberately distance himself, to feign seeking a partner, to lower Abraxas's guard. He meant for Bader to see that the gentleness of those pure-blooded lords was mere pretense. Only he truly cared for him. Yet, witnessing Bader offer even the slightest smile to Abraxas ignited a primal urge within him to rush forward and sever that boy's hand. Across the dance floor, Bader twirled with Abraxas again, stirring up a breeze. His gaze, once more uncontrollably drawn to Tom, met those black eyes. Tom's gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth, even tinged with mockery, as if to say, see, you can find a partner apart from me. Bader's heart jolted, pricked by a sudden pain. He quickly turned his face away, offering Abraxas a strained smile. Shall we change our steps? Abraxas hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. He sensed Bader's despondency but attributed it to Tom's partner, his own secret desire flaring once more. If Bader could continue to depend on him, perhaps he might forget Riddle. He tightened his embrace, yearning to draw Bader closer. At that moment, Bader's footing faltered unexpectedly, as if tripped by an unseen force, stumbling sideways. Abraxas instinctively reached out to steady him, only to be repelled by an invisible force as Bader fell into a familiar embrace. The faint scent of cedar enveloped him, accompanied by the coolness of a yuan. Bader looked up, colliding with Tom's penetrating black gaze. Tom had somehow approached them, while Dolores Caro stood at a distance. Her expression, one of confusion. You dance poorly. Tom's voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, the emotions swirling within his black eyes now uncontainable, anger, grievance, and a hint of panic he himself had not recognized. You can't even remember the basic steps? Bader froze, taken aback by Tom's outburst, and then his own temper flared. His golden brown eyes widening in indignation. I am not lacking. You startled me by suddenly appearing. If I hadn't appeared, how long would you have continued to stumble? Tom grasped his arm with a force that suggested he feared Bader would flee. Or were you simply content to lean into his embrace? Those words pierced Bader like a thorn, instantly reddening his eyes. What do you mean? You found a partner yourself. Am I not allowed to dance with joy? I sought a dance partner because Tom's words lodged themselves in my throat. Gazing into Bader's reddened eyes, all plans and facades crumbled into oblivion. He yearned not to explain, nor to feign. He simply wished to convey to Bader that he was consumed by jealousy, an overwhelming madness that rendered him unable to bear the thought of anyone laying even a fingertip upon him. The music around them had inexplicably ceased, and all eyes were fixated upon their confrontation. Abraxa whistled, holding his glass aloft as if to bask in the drama. Walbaga furrowed his brow, pondering the impropriety of this dispute under pure-blood etiquette. Lycurgus lowered her head, yet a smile tugged at her lips. Althard stood motionless, pallid, his dark eyes glinting with a malevolence that signaled his defeat, utterly and irrevocably crushed. Bader beheld Tom's face, mere inches away, where tumultuous emotions swirled in his black orbs, threatening to engulf him. Anger, indignation, and an incomprehensible dread. Yet to Bader, these emotions appeared absurd. On what grounds do you say such things? His voice was as frigid as ice freshly extracted from the forbidden forest, his golden brown eyes devoid of warmth. Did you consult me when you sought a dance partner? Now, witnessing me dance with another, you come to unleash your fury? Tom faltered at his inquiry, the emotions in his eyes freezing instantaneously. He longed to declare that he sought a partner solely to provoke Bader, that he donned the black and silver attire to compliment him, that from the very beginning he had only wished to dance with him. Yet, these words were ensnared in his throat as if bound by an unbreakable charm, rendering him voiceless. Observing Tom's silence ignited Bader's fury further. He despised Tom's habit of burying his feelings so deeply, expressing his concern in the most hurtful manner. Release me. His voice, though scarcely above a whisper, resonated with an unmistakable finality. Tom remained unyielding, clutching Bader's arm with an iron grip, his knuckles paling as if fearing that the moment he loosened his hold, Bader would vanish entirely. Bader's patience had worn thin. For the first time, he turned a cold shoulder to Tom, expressionless as he raised his hand, excruciatingly slowly prying apart Tom's fingers. Tom's fingertips were icy, calloused from years of wielding a wand. As the last finger was freed, Bader distinctly sensed the tremor in Tom's fingertips, akin to the quivering wings of a dying butterfly. Yet he did not look back. Instead, he pivoted, seizing Althard's wrist with a force that nearly crushed the bones. We are leaving. His voice was unyielding, pulling Althard towards the exit of the banquet hall. Althard stumbled slightly, but complied without hesitation. The warmth radiating from Bader's grip sent ripples of heat coursing through Althard, igniting his heart. He glanced back, catching sight of Tom. Frozen in place, his black robe cascading at his side. Those eyes, usually brimming with control, now appeared hauntingly vacant, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. A faint, ephemeral smile curled at the corner of Althard's lips, fleeting like a mirage. He silently mouthed words of gratitude towards Tom, his gaze laden with triumph and provocation, piercing Tom's heart like a venomous thorn. Chapter 57, Triumph. The wind in the castle corridors carried snowflakes, stinging against Bader's face. He dragged Althard along, dashing through the halls. His tie askew, the hem of his platinum attire dusted with debris, yet it did not impede his speed. Only when they had distanced themselves from the cacophony of the banquet did he come to an abrupt halt, his chest heaving, gasping for breath. The frigid air coursed down his throat like icy water, clearing the fog in his mind. What had he just done to Tom? Bader gradually released Althard's wrist, his fingertips still tinged with warmth, yet this warmth inexplicably filled him with dread. He recalled the moment Tom's fingers were pried apart, the vacant expression in his eyes, the stillness of his form, and the fleeting sense of shatteredness that flickered in his dark gaze. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, aching to the point of suffocation. Did I overstep? Bader's voice emerged dry and cracked. Althard observed the redness in his eyes, a glimmer of calculation flashing beneath his gentle exterior. If I were in his position, I too would be enraged at such words. He paused, raising a hand to smooth Bader's wind-tousled hair. Forget it. Let us sit over there. Bader did not flinch, allowing Althard's fingers to brush against his hair. Yet remorse surged within him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. He yearned to return to the banquet hall immediately, to find Tom, to assure him that his intentions had been misconstrued, that he had no desire to dance with Althard, that he had only awaited him from the very start. The moment this thought emerged, he turned to retrace his steps, but at that instant, warmth suddenly enveloped the nape of his neck. Althard had kissed him. It was a gentle kiss, imbued with a hint of minty freshness, yet it struck him like thunder, reverberating through Bader's mind. His pupils dilated, his golden brown eyes wide with disbelief. His blood felt as though it had congealed in that moment. He stood frozen, akin to a statue petrified by a curse. Even forgetting to breathe, Althard could distinctly feel the rigidity of the person in his embrace. He did not deepen the kiss, merely brushing his lips against Bader's before slowly withdrawing. Observing the astonishment etched across Bader's face, he swallowed hard, the depths of his gaze brimming with suppressed longing. He had finally touched this ray of sunlight, if only for an ephemeral moment. Look, he pointed above them, his voice trembling imperceptibly. Mistletoe. Bader stiffly raised his head, indeed spotting a small cluster of mistletoe hanging from the arch of the corridor, its white berries shimmering eerily in the moonlight. However, this realization did nothing to alleviate his turmoil. Instead, it churned his stomach with unease. You. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to articulate a complete thought. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor's end. Tom's figure emerged under the moonlight, his black robe billowing in the wind, a towering 189 centimeters silhouette radiating wrath, as if he had returned from the depths of hell. He had instinctively pursued them. Upon witnessing Bader pull Althard away, a singular thought consumed him. He could not allow them to be alone. As he spotted the mistletoe overhead, Althard's retreating lips, and Bader's frozen stance, the suppressed fury within him finally broke free. Let him go. Tom's voice sliced through the air like a knife, laden with a chill that could freeze blood. He lunged forward, swiftly pulling Bader behind him, his movements as rapid as lightning. Bader stumbled, colliding against Tom's solid back. The familiar scent of cedar enveloped him, imbued with the coolness of his purplewood wand, providing a fleeting sense of comfort. Yet, the next moment, he heard the dull thud of a fist striking flesh. Tom's punch connected with Althard's face. Althard did not evade, absorbing the blow. He staggered back, his fair complexion instantly reddening, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet in his gaze towards Tom, there was no anger, only a fleeting grin of triumph. Swift as a shooting star across the night sky. Tom, what are you doing? Bader rushed from behind Tom, arms outstretched as if to shield Althard, like a protective beast. He gazed at the crimson streaks at the corner of Althard's mouth, feeling a tumult of anger and anxiety within him. How could one resort to violence when there were words to be exchanged? Tom's obsidian eyes were fixed intently on Bader, the fury within nearly boiling over. Am I to remain passive? Shall I wait until he lures you into his bed? What utter nonsense. Bader's face flushed a deep crimson, a blend of indignation and distress, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Althard is not that kind of person. At that moment, Alphard, concealed behind Bader, gently tugged at his shirt hem, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Bader, let it go. Senior Riddle is merely overly agitated. As he spoke, 2 tears rolled down his cheeks, landing on the back of Bader's hand, scalding as though they were branding him. He even leaned in closer, cautiously wrapping his arms around Bader's waist, burying his face in the crook of his shoulder, resembling a wounded giant dog. It doesn't he hurt, truly. Bader's heart softened at this display. He turned to glare at Tom, his tone laden with unprecedented disappointment. How could you act this way, Tom? Resorting to violence without discernment and uttering such harsh words. From a vantage point that Bader could not see, Alphard slightly tilted his head, provocatively meeting Tom's gaze with his dark eyes, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately brushed against Bader's golden hair, the gesture intimate and natural, as if to assert his claim. Tom, witnessing this scene, trembled with rage. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Bader was actually defending this hypocrite. Could he not see that Alphard's pitiable facade was but a guise? Me? Huh. Tom scoffed, incredulous. The fury in his dark eyes was palpable, almost material. Am I unreasonable? Look behind you at the one who clings to you. Wipe your eyes and see clearly what he truly is. Bader was taken aback by Tom's outburst, instinctively turning around. Yet, the moment he did, Alphard immediately retracted his earlier provocation, reverting to his sorrowful demeanor, even shrinking further into Bader's embrace, as if fearing Tom. Bader observed his swollen cheeks and tear-streaked eyes, then glanced at Tom, whose anger was palpable, and once again, his internal balance tipped in favor of Alphard. Tom, witnessing this, felt the veins in his forehead throb. He suddenly realized that Alphard's acting skills were so commendable that it was a pity he had not pursued a career in theater, perhaps even deserving of a Merlin Award. Drawing a deep breath, he abruptly raised his hand and began to clap towards Alphard. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed mockingly in the empty corridor, accentuating the sarcasm. Well played. Tom's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes glinting with unmasked derision. The young master of the Black family should truly consider auditioning for a Muggle drama school. Alphard's body momentarily stiffened before he relaxed, though the smirk deepened at the corners of his mouth, still nestled against Bader's shoulder. Drawing in a breath, he relished the sensation of being enveloped by sunlight. This was precisely the effect he desired, to transform Tom into an incomprehensible madman in Bader's eyes, ensuring Bader's complete disdain for him. Bader was bewildered by Tom's sudden behavior, even feeling a twinge of anger. Tom, what on earth do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Tom's gaze shifted from Alphard to Bader, disappointment almost drowning him in his obsidian depths. I want you to see clearly what kind of creature you are currently protecting. He stepped forward, attempting to pull Bader from Alphard's embrace, only to be met with a forceful shove from Bader. Don't touch me. Bader's voice quivered with tears, his golden brown eyes brimming with emotion. Tom, how did I not realize before that you are this kind of person? You have disappointed me greatly. Tom stumbled back, as though struck by a boulder, pain constricting his breath. He watched Bader defend Alphard, noting the smugness in Alphard's eyes hidden behind Bader's back, and suddenly, an absurdity washed over him. What was he doing? Like a foolish jester, he was here, consumed with jealousy, only to be reprimanded by the one he held dear. Tom began to laugh, the sound laced with self-mockery. He raised a hand to rub his aching forehead, the anger in his dark eyes gradually fading into a chilling silence. Very well, he said, fixing his gaze on Bader, each word deliberate. Since you have such unwavering faith in him, I have nothing further to say. He turned away, not casting them another glance, striding purposefully toward the corridor's end. The fabric of his black robe billowed in the wind, his silhouette resolute, as if severing all past ties. Bader watched as Tom vanished into the darkness, his heart feeling as though a piece had been hollowed out, leaving him gasping for breath. He longed to say something, to chase after him, yet Alphard's warm breath against his neck felt like a constricting serpent, binding his feet to the ground. He is gone. Alphard's voice bore an imperceptible hint of elation as he gently patted Bader's back. Do not be disheartened. He is not worth it. Bader remained silent, slowly extricating himself from Alphard's embrace. He regarded Alphard's swollen face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, yet felt no sympathy. Instead, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. I wish to be alone. His voice was weary, as if he had just completed a marathon, and he turned to walk in another direction. Alphard observed Bader's dejected figure, the smile in his eyes gradually waning, replaced by a glimmer of malice. He raised his hand, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Did it hurt? Of course it did. But this slight pain was trivial compared to what he was about to gain. He possessed all the patience in the world, waiting for Bader to fully uncover Riddle's true nature, waiting for Bader to willingly step into the web he had woven. Chapter 58, Trepidation. Tom wandered aimlessly within the castle, his black robe sweeping across the cold stone floor, producing a soft, fragmented sound. He was uncertain of his destination and unclear about his intentions, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. Bader's words, "You have disappointed me greatly," echoed like an incantation in his mind, each repetition akin to a knife carving yet another wound into his heart. Had he truly erred? The thought barely surfaced before he forcefully extinguished it. He was not in the wrong. The fault lay with that hypocrite, Alphard, and with Bader, that fool who could not see the truth. Yet, the disappointment and dread surged within him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. For the first time, he felt that his once prized control was utterly fragile in the presence of Bader. He arrived at the entrance to the second-floor ladies' lavatory and, almost unconsciously, pushed the door open. The icy marble floor radiated a chill, reflecting his pale and disheveled face in the mirror, his dark eyes bloodshot, veins in his forehead pulsing, a trace of self-mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Open," he instinctively whispered in Parseltongue. The stone wall slid open soundlessly, revealing a staircase leading to the hidden chamber. A chill gust enveloped him, carrying familiar scents of dust and blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Tom descended the steps. In the center of the dark chamber, the serpent's massive form coiled atop the surface of the water, raising its head slowly upon hearing his footsteps. The pair of amber vertical slits gleamed with a lethal glint in the dim light, yet upon seeing Tom, all hostility dissipated, resembling a docile pet. "Only you would never betray me, would you?" Tom whispered to the basilisk, a hint of vulnerability lacing his voice. The basilisk emitted a low hiss, as if responding to his words. Its massive head gently nudged against his dark cloak, the rough texture of its scales bringing a chill. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Tom closed his eyes. He could feel the basilisk's breath enveloping him, could hear the gentle ripples of water in the dark pool. These familiar sounds gradually calmed his tumultuous heart. He would not yield. Bader belonged to him, and he always had. If Alpheus Black sought to seize what was his, he would pay the price. When Tom opened his eyes, the fragility in his gaze had vanished, replaced by a cold resolve and a frenzied ambition. He caressed the basilisk's coarse scales, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Just wait. Soon everything will return to its rightful course." Bader sat on the stone steps at the top of the astronomy tower, his legs dangling in the air. The biting cold wind whipped snowflakes against his face, a chilling reminder of the winter's grasp. In his hand, he clutched the silver emblem of the Elpis Knights, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the entwined serpent and the flower of the other side. Had he truly misjudged Tom? This thought took root in his heart, growing wildly like a seed. He recalled the pain that flickered in Tom's dark eyes when he saw him dancing with Alpheus. He remembered Tom in that black and silver ensemble, which was unmistakably complementary to his platinum attire. He thought of Tom's resolute yet desolate silhouette as he turned to leave. His heart ached anew. "Sylvanus, do you think I am foolish?" he murmured, glancing down at the small serpent in his pocket. Sylvanus flicked his tongue, nuzzling against Bader's fingers, offering a silent consolation. Taking a deep breath, Bader stood up. Snowflakes fell upon his platinum attire, melting instantly into droplets, resembling crystalline tears. He needed to find Tom, to apologize. Regardless of whether Tom would forgive him, he must clarify that he never wished to lose him, not ever. Bader turned and rushed down the stairs, his footsteps urgent and determined. Snowflakes adorned his golden hair, glimmering faintly in the moonlight like scattered diamonds. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a shadow at the top of the astronomy tower unveiled Alpheus, who observed Bader sprinting away with a chilling smile. Seeking Riddle? Too late. He retrieved a small silver whistle from his pocket and blew a sharp note. The piercing sound reverberated through the night sky, and soon a silver owl emerged from the forbidden forest, landing gracefully upon his shoulder. Alpheus produced a scroll of parchment from his robe, hastily scribbling a few lines before binding it to the owl's leg. "Deliver this to my sister," he instructed the owl, signaling the commencement of their plan. The owl let out a soft hoot and soared into the night sky, quickly vanishing amidst the swirling snow. Alpheus remained at the astronomy tower's summit, watching the flurry of snowflakes, his smile deepening. This game had only just begun, and he was determined to claim victory. Chapter 59, Crimson Gold Blood. The snowfall had ceased unnoticed, and the moonlight, like shattered silver foil, blanketed every inch of Hogwarts rooftops. Bader's boots crunched in the snow, the sound crisp and clear, while the hem of his platinum attire soaked up the melting snow, numbing his fingertips with the cold, yet he felt no chill, as the turmoil within his heart was far more intense than the frost that enveloped him. He needed to find Tom. This thought blazed within him like a fire, igniting a fervent heat that coursed through his veins. As he raced down from the astronomy tower, his mind fixated on a singular destination, the plum tree at the edge of the forbidden forest. Last winter, Tom had tied a red ribbon for him there, and the wooden plaque bore the misshapen engraving of Bader's name. Whenever they quarreled, standing beneath that plum tree would always summon Tom, who would approach him, cloaked in shadow, offering a piece of chocolate warmed by his body heat. But tonight, the area beneath the plum tree was desolate. The branches, however, were adorned with blossoms so vibrantly red they resembled blood, the petals dusted with unmelting snow that shimmered eerily in the moonlight. Yet the engraved plaque was gone, and the red ribbon that once clung to the branches had vanished, as though all those warm memories had been completely buried by the heavy snowfall. Bader reached out, yearning to touch the vivid petals, but his fingers halted midair. His heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an unseen force, causing him to bend over and cough violently. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat. He clamped his mouth shut, but warmth still seeped through his fingers. He knew what it was, yet he dared not look, just as he dared not acknowledge that Tom might indeed not wish to see him anymore. Sylvanus, is he truly angry with me? He whispered to the serpent nestled in his pocket, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Sylvanus flicked his tongue, pressing his cool scales against Bader's palm, yet could not warm the bone-deep chill within him. Bader straightened, wiped his mouth, and turned to run towards the castle. If he could not find the plum tree, he would go to the library. He recalled Tom mentioning that within the dark recesses of the third row in the restricted section lay a rare tome documenting ancient serpent language, a book he had recently been drawn to. The heavy wooden door of the library creaked ominously behind him as he entered, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows. The air in the restricted section was thick with the musty scent of old books. Guided by memory, Bader navigated to the third row of shelves, his fingers gliding over the cold spines until he suddenly encountered a gilded book nestled in the dark recess. It was indeed the tome Sylvanus had spoken of. As he pulled it free, a dried plum blossom fell from its pages, stark red against the pale paper. Bader's heart lurched, the metallic taste surged forth again. And this time he could not suppress a fit of coughing that echoed through the empty restricted section, laced with a broken sob. He opened the book, revealing faint writing on the title page, unmistakably in Tom's handwriting. All things have cracks. That is where the light enters. He recalled Tom reciting this line once while he had been dozing on the herbology classroom desk. The gentle tap of Tom's wand against his skull accompanied by a hint of unperceived tenderness. Yet now, those words felt like thorns, stinging his eyes. Liar. Bader buried his face in the pages, inhaling the faint cedar scent that lingered, nearly imperceptible, yet causing his heart to ache sharply. You had promised me that the light through the cracks would only shine for me. Suddenly, Sylvanus in his pocket began to writhe violently, emitting a sharp hiss. Bader paused. Realizing it was a warning, Tom was not here. He hastily returned the book to its hiding place and dashed out of the library. The fireplace in the Slytherin common room still crackled, the green flames illuminating the family crest upon the wall. Yet the familiar figure in black robes was nowhere to be seen. Abraxas sat on the sofa with a drink in hand, raising an eyebrow at the suspicious red stains on Bader's platinum attire. Looking for Riddle? He just headed to the dormitory. Bader's heart raced, and he muttered a quick thank you before sprinting toward the dormitory. The suits of armor lining the corridor glimmered coldly in the moonlight, while his boots echoed urgently against the stone floor, as if in pursuit of something on the verge of vanishing. The dormitory door was unlocked. He pushed the door open, revealing a cold fireplace, and Tom's bed lay desolate, devoid of even his cherished purplewood wand, which was usually kept at the bedside. Bader's footsteps faltered, his platinum attire appearing like a forgotten ray of sunlight in the vacant room. No, still no. It dawned on him that Tom was deliberately avoiding him. This was not a mere Cold War born of childish quarrels. He genuinely wished to evade his presence. Bader approached the fireplace, trembling as he ignited the flames. The flickering orange flames licked at the wood, producing a soft crackling sound, the warm glow illuminating his pale face, yet failing to penetrate the void of his golden eyes. He sank onto the carpet before the hearth, leaning against the frigid stone wall, clutching an old cloak of Tom's that bore the scent of cedar and dust, his last grasp at warmth. Time became an abstract concept as he sat there, the flames gradually dwindling, and the chill creeping back into the room. Bader's eyelids grew heavy, the stabbing pain in his heart intensifying, as if a dull knife were relentlessly slicing within. He attempted to lift his gaze to the window, only to find his vision blurring, the metallic sweetness rising in his throat finally spilling down the corners of his mouth. Tom, he murmured, his fingers reaching for something elusive, but only brushing against the cold carpet. Red droplets fell onto the platinum fabric, resembling crimson plum blossoms blooming in the snow, glinting with an eerie golden sheen, an unmistakable trace of the magic unique to his blood, manifesting only during moments of emotional upheaval. Yet he could afford no further thought. His eyelids felt leaden, his body swayed, and he collapsed entirely onto the carpet, consciousness sinking into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 60, Regret. When Tom pushed open the dormitory door, a gust of cold air swept in. He had spent a considerable time in the chamber, the hissing of the basilisk failing to quell the restlessness within him. It was not until the first light of dawn began to break that he felt somewhat composed. He had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind for their encounter. Perhaps Bader would weep and apologize, or awkwardly offer him a piece of candy, or even sulk with his face buried in a pillow, ignoring him. He had even prepared his retorts, whether to coldly ask if he understood his wrongdoing or to feign indifference while presenting a potion for alleviating stomach pain. Yet, the moment he opened the door, all his plans shattered. The fire in the hearth had gone out, leaving only a pile of ashes. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a pale glow on the carpet, where a curled golden form lay. The platinum attire was crumpled, its hem stained with dried dark red marks, resembling a painting crumpled in despair. Bader's face was buried in the carpet, his golden hair splayed chaotically, his wrist resting at his side, remnants of glaring red still lingering between his fingers. Bader? Tom's voice cracked, as if rasped by sandpaper. He rushed forward, kneeling on the carpet, and when his fingertips brushed against Bader's skin, the icy touch sent a shiver through him. He carefully cradled Bader in his arms. The boy's body felt as light as a feather, his head resting limply against Tom's shoulder, his breath faint to the point of near imperceptibility. Only then did Tom notice the dark red stains on the attire, which glimmered with a golden sheen. Blood splattered as if golden red powder had been scattered upon white velvet, an otherworldly sight that made his heart stop. Why was there blood? Why this color? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, yet Tom had no time to ponder. He wrapped Bader tightly in his black cloak and dashed toward the infirmary, his figure racing down the corridor, the cloak sweeping against the stone walls, producing a rustling sound akin to a wild beast out of control. The person in his arms felt so light, yet it was as if he was cradling a burning iron, searing his arms, while his heart sank deeper, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss of ice. He regretted it. This thought struck him with an overwhelming force, pounding at his temples. He should not have uttered those hurtful words, should not have turned away, should not have abandoned Bader alone in the corridor. That was his little son, the sunflower eternally turned towards him on the church windowsill. How could he allow him to fall into such a plight? Don't sleep, Bader, wake up, he murmured, his voice trembling with an unrecognized fear. I'll take you to the infirmary. It will be all right soon. The person in his arms did not respond. Only the lashes at his neck fluttered gently. Like a dying butterfly, Tom ran faster, his boots slipping on the stone tiles, nearly colliding with the armor at the corridor's end. He had never loathed the corridors of Hogwarts so much. They felt interminably long, and he despised himself for not returning sooner. He burst through the infirmary door, Madame Pomfrey brandishing her wand as she emerged. Upon seeing Bader in his arms, her expression shifted instantly. Merlin's beard. Riddle, what happened? He collapsed and is bleeding. Tom's voice was as dry as sandpaper, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as he laid Bader on the hospital bed. You must help him. Madame Pomfrey swiftly waved her wand over Bader, silver light flashing, and gradually, color returned to the boy's pale face. She exhaled in relief, retracting her wand. It's merely a surge of magical disturbance triggered by emotional turmoil, compounded by exposure to the cold. It's nothing serious. That blood is merely a sign of magic overflow. Alarming in appearance, but harmless. Tom stood at the bedside, gazing at Bader's serene visage, his taut body slowly relaxing. Yet, his heart still felt obstructed, as though something were suffocating him. He reached out, intending to brush Bader's damp forehead, but his fingers halted midair. He had almost lost him. Madame Pomfrey brought him a cup of hot tea, observing the bloodshot veins beneath his eyes, and sighed. Young people often have quarrels. It's quite normal. But don't take it too seriously. Tom tightened his grip around the teacup, the scalding liquid burning his palm, yet he did not release it. Was Bader murmuring his name? Was he cursing him, or merely thinking of him? This question pricked at his heart, gnawing at him throughout the sleepless night. He sat in the chair beside the hospital bed, watching as the sky outside transformed from pale dawn to warm golden hues. Witnessing the first rays of sunlight alight upon Bader's golden hair, casting a gentle glow. He struggled to discern whether his feelings for Bader stemmed from possessiveness. Surely they did. From the first moment he beheld that golden hue in the orphanage, he longed to lock it away, preventing anyone from coveting it. Yet when he had seen Bader collapsed in a pool of blood, the overwhelming panic and the impulse to bear all his suffering in his stead, was that merely possessiveness? He recalled the first time Bader had smiled at him, his golden brown eyes sparkling like fallen stars. He remembered him thrusting a burnt cookie into his hand, saying the priest had taught him that sharing brings joy. He remembered him tying red ribbons beneath the plum tree, his nose flushed from the cold. These images flickered in his mind like fragments, piecing together a self he scarcely recognized. And what of Bader's feelings for him? Was it dependence, habit, or something else entirely? If it was merely dependence, why had he been angered by Tom seeking a dance partner? If he genuinely cared, why had he followed Alpheus and protected that hypocrite? Tom raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, his dark eyes swirling with confusion and ire. He could not comprehend these convoluted emotions. He only knew one thing. Alpheus Black must pay a price. Those who dared to harm him, those who allowed Bader to bleed in such a manner, should be prepared to be crushed. Chapter 61, Schemes. Meanwhile, in the corner of the Slytherin common room, Alpheus leisurely sliced an apple with a silver knife. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting a dappled light upon his face, half illuminated and half shadowed, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted portrait. He had enjoyed a restful slumber the previous night, even indulging in a delightful dream where Bader donned the platinum-hued attire he had gifted him, smiling without the haunting shadow of Tom Riddle in his eyes. "Sir, Riddle sent Master Dwayne to the infirmary last night," a younger Slytherin ventured, his tone laced with a hint of sycophancy. "I heard there was blood involved." Alfie, pausing mid-slice of an apple, registered a flicker of surprise before a faint smile graced his lips. "Is that so? What a pity." "A pity? Not in the slightest." The more Bader mourned for Riddle, the clearer the man's true nature became to him. Volatile, obsessive, and possessive, utterly unworthy of such pure brilliance. His plans had long been laid. Walburga had consented to assist him by spreading rumors that Riddle had resorted to dark magic to harm Bader out of jealousy, and securing the testimony of a few students indebted to the Black family. Riddle's reputation at Hogwarts would plummet. In due time, Bader would discern who truly cared for him. By the way, Alfie casually offered a slice of apple to the younger student, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. "Do you know what Master Dwayne fears most?" The young Slytherin's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. "I heard he is afraid of the dark. Last year he cried for a long time in the dark classroom during detention." Alfie's smile deepened. "Afraid of the dark? How splendid." He intended to gradually dismantle the foundations of Riddle's presence in Bader's heart, peeling away layers of reliance and habit like an onion, revealing the hollow core within. Then, he would fill that void with gentleness, patience, and all that Riddle could not provide, ensuring Bader would never want for anything else. As for Tom Riddle, merely a stepping stone in his grand design. Once Bader was entirely his, he would take his time to settle the score for that punch. Alfie bit into an apple slice, the sweet, crisp juice exploding on his tongue. He could almost envision the conclusion. Bader, clad in the attire he gifted him, standing beside him, with only his reflection in those golden eyes. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle would remain in the shadows, watching his own sunshine extinguish completely. The sunlight in the infirmary grew increasingly warm. Bader's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes to find Tom's face looming over him, magnified and intense. He sat in a chair beside the bed, his dark robe slightly disheveled, bloodshot eyes betraying a swirl of complex emotions, akin to a tempest-tossed sea. Upon noticing Bader's awakening, Tom's body stiffened momentarily before he averted his gaze, his voice rigid. "Awake?" Bader parted his lips, his throat parched and aching. Tom immediately rose, pouring a glass of warm water, offering it to him with a somewhat clumsy yet unmistakably caring gesture. The warm liquid slid down his throat, providing some comfort. Bader observed Tom's tense profile, guilt washing over him like a tide. "Tom, don't speak," Tom interrupted, his dark eyes tumultuous. He feared losing control. "Madame Pomfrey said you need to rest." Bader fell silent, merely watching him. Sunlight danced upon Tom's hair, gilding the tips, and Bader suddenly realized that this boy, who often wore a stern expression, could also exhibit vulnerability. Perhaps he didn't truly wish to push him away. As this thought emerged, Bader gently grasped Tom's hand resting on the bedside. His fingers were icy, calloused from years of holding a wand. Yet at the moment of contact, Tom's hand trembled sharply. Tom turned to face him, astonishment etched in his dark eyes. "I'm sorry." Bader's voice was barely a whisper, his golden brown eyes reflecting Tom's image. "I shouldn't have lost my temper. Shouldn't have run out with Alfie. Nor should I have worried you." Tom gazed into the sincerity of Bader's eyes, and the icy sea within him suddenly cracked open. He wished to say that it was good he recognized his mistakes, to insist that he must not associate with Alfie, to articulate 1,000 words. Yet, what escaped his lips was a mere fool. Bader's eyes lit up, sparkling like ignited stars. Tom turned away, concealing the redness in his eyes. He remained perplexed about his feelings for Bader and uncertain of their future. However, he knew that from the moment he saw Bader collapsed in a pool of blood, some essence had irrevocably changed. He would never let go again. Whoever dared to attempt to take his sunflower away would learn the true meaning of devastation. Sunlight streamed through the infirmary windows, warming the hands intertwined between the two. Outside, a silver owl soared past in the corner. Author's note: Most author notes contain character interpretations, future plot developments, emotional shifts, and beautiful illustrations, of course, along with my casual musings. Chapter 62. Christmas Tom. Christmas is truly a splendid time for patricide. The Hogwarts of the Christmas holiday felt as though it had been cast under a silencing charm. The snow weighed heavily upon the branches of the forbidden forest, and the only sounds within the castle corridors were the occasional creaks of armor shifting. Tom stood before the oak doors, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the frost-bitten stone steps, his 190 centimeters frame casting a long shadow in the morning light. Are you really leaving? Vader stood behind him, clutching a freshly knitted dark gray scarf, his knuckles pale from the exertion. The 177 centimeters youth wore a thick woolen coat, specks of snow adorning his golden locks, resembling a sprinkling of crushed diamonds. When Tom turned around, he was met with the reluctant expression in Vader's eyes, akin to a small creature abandoned by its pack. The tender spot in his chest, recently scabbed over, suddenly ached anew as memories of the infirmary and those misty golden brown eyes flooded back. He should remain at Hogwarts, keeping Vader within his line of sight, guarding against the relentless specter of black. Yet, the news from Little Hangleton had lodged like a thorn in his heart for too long. The Riddle name, a namesake of his, and its alleged ties to the Gaunt family beckoned him to tear open the rift of truth. Tom's voice was stiff, his gaze sweeping past the castle's second-floor windows where he spotted Alfie, smirking provocatively and uttering something. Return before the holiday ends. Vader extended the scarf toward him, their fingers inadvertently brushing against each other, the cold sensation halting them both momentarily. This will keep you warm, he said, his tone somewhat muffled, golden brown eyes averted. Try not to dress so lightly. The scarf bore a faint lavender scent, a calming herb he had secretly infused. The stitches were considerably neater than last year's, the edges adorned with a tiny sunflower, hidden within the dark gray yarn, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Tom accepted the scarf, his fingers grazing the concealed sunflower, causing his throat to constrict. He wanted to admonish Vader not to let Alfie near him, to remind him to securely lock the dormitory door every night, but instead, the words that emerged were a clumsy, "You too." Vader watched as Tom turned and walked toward the carriage, the black robe leaving a dark trail in the snow, and only withdrew his gaze once the carriage disappeared down the mountain path. In his pocket, the Sylvanus gently brushed against his palm, as if to offer solace. Yet the hollow ache within him remained unquenchable. On the evening of Tom's arrival in Little Hangleton, a chill rain fell from the sky. He stood upon the stone bridge at the town's entrance, observing the raindrops dampening the remnants of ice on the river's surface, while the hem of his black robe splashed with mud, failing to obscure the sharpness in his dark eyes. The townsfolk spoke of the Riddle family residing in a manor, led by a notoriously cantankerous old bachelor and his two sons. As Tom tread the muddy path towards the estate, the soles of his boots crunched over the frozen grass stems, producing a faint sound. He lingered behind a hazel tree outside the manor, watching the old man on the porch reprimanding a maid with a furrowed brow, his thin, cold lips and the arc of his hand flicking away ash reminiscent of a blurred mirror reflecting his own shadow. His heart constricted abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. In the depths of that old man's gaze, he discerned disdain, arrogance, and a certain vile essence akin to that of the Gaunt family. Was this truly his kin? As he turned to leave, the rain intensified. He did not return to the inn, but instead followed the memories towards the Gaunt residence. The dilapidated wooden shack lay hidden deep within the valley, the stench of decay mingling with the musty scent of the orphanage from his recollections. "You little bastard." Morphin Gaunt emerged, brandishing a rusty pitchfork, his murky eyes bloodshot. "Get out. You're not welcome here." Tom remained unmoved, his cold black eyes regarding him as one might a noisy insect. He recognized the gnarled hawthorn wand in Morfin's hand, its core exposed like a piece of rotting bone. That was the mark of the Gaunt family, an indelible stain upon his bloodline. "I seek the address of the Riddle family." Tom's voice was as frigid as ice, the purple heart wand within his sleeve vibrating softly. Yearning for the taste of blood, Morphin laughed, spitting as he spoke. "Riddle, what business do you have with that wretched family? They deserve to rot in hell." Suddenly, he leaned closer, his yellowed fingers poking Tom's face. "You bear a striking resemblance to that old fool who abandoned Merope." Tom's pupils dilated in shock. Merope? His mother's name. Before Morphin could react, the silvery curse struck his chest. The old Gaunt collapsed into the mud like a rag, a foolish grin lingering at the corner of his mouth. Tom bent to retrieve the hawthorn wand, its rough texture causing a wave of nausea to surge within him. He knocked on the door of the Riddle Manor with Morfin's wand, presenting himself as a courteous visitor. When old Riddle opened the door, the haughty expression on his face froze at the sight of Tom, as if he had seen a ghost, retreating a step. Tom bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. "Who are you?" "A debt collector." Tom smiled, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. That night, amidst the rain, the scent of blood mingled in the air. Tom stood in the center of the Riddle family's parlor, gazing at the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood, the stains on the hawthorn wand resembling an eerie bloom. He pried a ring from Morfingaunt's finger, the dark gemstone at its center radiating a lifeless gleam in the firelight. He recognized the stone from History of Magic. It was the emblem of the Peveril family, the fabled resurrection stone capable of summoning the dead. Tom stuffed the ring into the pocket of his robe and exited the manor. The raindrops striking his face provided a chilling clarity. He had left his mark at the scene with Morfingaunt's wand, implanting a false memory in the unconscious Morphin with the Obliviate charm, executing it flawlessly. Yet, the ring in his pocket felt like a branding iron, searing his skin with pain. He stood upon the stone bridge, watching the crimson ripples in the river gradually disperse, suddenly reminded of the scarf Bader had gifted him, a deep gray knit concealing a sunflower, like a flame that would not extinguish. Why did he recall that fool? Tom tugged irritably at his collar, his dark eyes swirling with malice. Bader should be within his sight, akin to a sunflower, eternally turning toward his sole source of light. Yet he was now at Hogwarts, sharing the same castle with that damned Black. Alpheus Black. Tom ground his molars, the hawthorn wand warming slightly in his palm. When he returned, he would ensure that the imbecile understood the true meaning of despair. Chapter 63. The First Horcrux, the Resurrection Stone Ring. In the Hogwarts library, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Bader dozed over magical herbs and fungi, his nose nearly touching the pages. Golden strands of hair cascading down to obscure his long lashes. Still poring over herbology? Bader jolted awake, colliding with a pair of smiling gray-blue eyes. Alpheus leaned casually against a bookshelf, clad in a light gray knit sweater, a paper bag in hand, the faint aroma of butter wafting through the air. Alpheus? Bader rubbed his eyes, momentarily bewildered. He had arrived at the library at dawn. How had he encountered him again? Are you staying at school? Yes. It's too noisy at home. Alpheus smiled naturally, placing the paper bag on the table. Freshly baked cookies, care to try? Inside the bag were irregularly shaped cookies, their edges slightly burnt, sprinkled with coarse sugar. Bader picked one up and took a bite, the sweet buttery flavor exploding on his tongue, crisp yet perfectly balanced. Far superior to the charred ones he had baked last time. Delicious, he praised sincerely, his golden brown eyes brightening. A fleeting gleam of pride flickered in Alpheus's eyes. Almost like an illusion, he had secretly spent 3 days in the kitchen learning from the house elves to perfect these cookies. Suffering several burns on the back of his hand in the process, he understood that Bader adored sweets, relishing this warmth imbued with the essence of life, something that the cold-hearted Tom Riddle could never provide. I'm glad you like them. Alpheus seated himself opposite Bader, picking up a copy of Magical Defense Theory, though he did not open it, his gaze frequently drifting towards Bader's face. The boy's profile glowed softly in the sunlight, his cheeks puffed as he chewed the cookie, resembling a little hamster pilfering a treat, evoking an urge to ruffle his hair. But he refrained. The kiss beneath the mistletoe had already engendered a layer of wariness in Bader. Though the boy hadn't voiced it, Alpheus could sense the slight distance in Bader's gaze. It mattered not. He possessed ample patience. Alpheus turned the pages of his book, his lips involuntarily curving upward. He retrieved a small cloth bag from his pocket and slid it across the table to Bader. This is for you. Inside the bag was a star crafted from colored glass, sunlight refracting off it, casting tiny specks of light. I found it in the attic yesterday and thought you might like it. Bader picked up the glass star, his fingertips brushing its cool surface. Feelings within him swirling in complexity. Alpheus was far gentler than Tom, remembering his fondness for sweets and presenting him with these seemingly trivial yet heartfelt trinkets, akin to a true friend. However, that last kiss felt like a tiny thorn, constantly pricking at his heart. Thank you. He tucked the star into his bag, his voice barely above a whisper. I really like it. At least for now, he was willing to regard Alpheus as a friend. Such serendipitous encounters became a norm throughout the holiday. As Bader tended to the mandrake in the greenhouse, he would discover a pair of pristine gloves adorned with delicate ivy embroidery at the entrance, placed there by Alf. He had mentioned that the sap of certain plants could cause burns, and that wearing the gloves would provide protection. During one occasion, while Bader was sending a letter to Tom in the Olery, Alf happened to arrive to feed the owls, a can of mealworms in hand, cheerfully remarking, "It seems your owl has quite the fondness for these." On another occasion, while Bader assisted the house elf in kneading dough in the kitchen, he turned to find Alf, apron tied around his waist, clumsily flipping pancakes at the stove, flour dusted across his face, resembling a comical large black dog. "What are you doing here?" Bader was momentarily taken aback. "I heard you enjoy honey pancakes," Alf replied, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. as he placed the burnt pancakes onto a plate. Looking somewhat defeated, Bader gazed at the unappetizing stack and suddenly chuckled, his golden brown eyes curving into crescent moons, brimming with sunlight. Let me teach you. First, you need to melt some butter. He stood beside Alf, guiding him hand in hand to adjust the heat, their fingertips occasionally brushing against each other, causing them to retract as if electrified. Yet, unbeknownst to them, that sense of wariness had considerably diminished, akin to snow gradually melting under the sun's warm embrace. Bader began to knit a scarf for Alf, selecting a silver-gray yarn he knew Alf favored. Sitting before the fireplace, he crafted each stitch with meticulous care, the craftsmanship resembling a work of art. Sylvanus lay across his lap, observing the yarn ball in his hands as if supervising the endeavor. Why are you making me a scarf? One afternoon, when Alf found him in the library, he noticed the unfinished piece sprawled across the table. You mentioned your neck gets cold in winter, Bader replied, his cheeks flushing slightly as he hastily rolled up the scarf, eager to finish it. What he didn't mention was that he had also knitted a new scarf for Tom, thicker and warmer than this one, with a silver snake embroidered along its edge, something Tom had always adored. Alf's eyes sparkled as if illuminated by starlight, gazing at Bader's flushed ears, his throat constricting. I look forward to it. On Christmas Eve, a magnificent Christmas tree adorned with bells and colorful baubles stood in the great hall of Hogwarts. Few students remained at school, scattered in small groups around the long tables, unwrapping gifts, their laughter ringing like silver chimes. Bader nestled in a corner, cradling a small velvet box. Inside was Alf's gift, a silver-gray scarf accompanied by a silver snake brooch, its eyes crafted from 2 small obsidian stones. Materials he had purchased with his saved pocket money and polished for half a month. He had also fashioned a sunflower brooch, more intricate than the one he had given Tom previously, its petals meticulously glued with gold leaf, and a tiny ruby embedded in the center, reminiscent of a droplet of congealed blood. Additionally, he had a deep gray scarf, thicker than the last, edged with a silver snake and embellished with golden thread. These were all intended for Tom. He envisioned Tom's expression upon receiving the gifts. Would he still wear that frosty demeanor, yet secretly pin the brooch to his black robe as he turned away? What are you thinking about? Alf approached with 2 cups of hot cocoa, setting one before Bader. His face slightly flushed. Nothing. Bader quickly closed the velvet box, feeling flustered, merely contemplating a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alf replied as he sat beside him, retrieving a small box from his pocket. This is for you. Inside was a necklace, its pendant shaped like a sprig of mistletoe, crafted from silver, with intricate patterns etched along the edges. Don't misunderstand, he added, his voice slightly hurried, as if fearing rejection. I just thought it looked nice, nothing more. Bader gazed at the necklace, recalling the kiss they had shared in the corridor, his heart racing. Yet, seeing Alf's anxious expression, the words of refusal lingered on his lips, but were swallowed back. Thank you, he said as he placed the necklace in his bag. I really like it. At least for now, he did not wish to disturb this rare tranquility. Tom had spent 10 days at Little Hangleton. He had transformed the ring into a Horcrux, with Bader inscribing a secret confession within its inner band. As the dark magic surged into the ring, he felt the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart. Yet he laughed like a child who had received candy. Finally, he possessed something that would not fade away. He had acquired a weapon against death. However, standing before the ruins of the gaunt house, gazing at the lifeless ring, Tom unexpectedly longed for home. Not this dilapidated wooden shack, but the dormitory at Hogwarts. The golden figure napping in front of the fireplace, cradling his old cloak. When he used apparition to return to Hogwarts, it was already late at night. The castle was eerily quiet, save for the occasional soft hoots from the Ollery. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, Tom found Bader asleep at the table, still clutching a knitting needle, 2 finished scarves, and 2 exquisite brooches beside him. The silver-gray scarf bore the initials AB, its stitches delicate as a masterpiece. The adjacent silver snake brooch glinted coldly, its obsidian eyes resembling 2 chilling stars under the moonlight. The other deep gray scarf was embroidered with a silver snake, and the sunflower brooch beside it displayed a ruby that glimmered warmly in the moonlight, akin to a drop of fresh blood. Tom's dark eyes dimmed slightly. He picked up the silver-gray scarf, his fingertips brushing over the letters, akin to touching ice. Alf Black had indeed been industrious, managing to have Bader knit him a scarf and gift him brooches. He placed the scarf back on the table and approached Bader. The boy's face rested on the yarn ball, leaving a faint red mark, golden locks cascading down to obscure his long lashes. Tom reached out, intending to touch his hair, but his fingertips hesitated midair. The resurrection stone ring in his pocket radiated a chill, as if reminding him of the power he now possessed to combat death. Yet he still could not grasp this fleeting ray of sunshine before him. Tom turned and walked to the window, observing the snowflakes dancing outside. a tumult of complex emotions stirring in his dark gaze. He recalled the 3 cold corpses at the Riddle house, Morphin Gaunt's foolish face, and the deep gray scarf Bader had gifted him, concealing a sunflower within, like an unspoken secret. He would not allow Alf to triumph. Never. Tom's fingertips traced through the snow on the windowsill, leaving deep imprints, akin to a silent vow. He would reclaim Bader from that hypocrite, ensuring the sunflower bloomed solely for him. As for those who sought to encroach upon his possessions, Tom's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of crimson flickering in his dark eyes. They would pay dearly for their transgressions, in the most excruciating manner. The flames in the fireplace danced gently, casting light upon Bader's serene visage and illuminating Tom's cold, hard profile, creating a portrait that was half warm, half frigid. Tom tenderly lifted Bader back into bed, careful not to awaken the sleeping boy in his arms. Finally, he placed a kiss upon Bader's forehead, watching him for an extended moment. On the first day of the new year, Hogwarts was bathed in the brilliance of the morning light, the snow reflecting a myriad of glimmers from the castle's spires, as though strewn with diamonds. Bader stood in the corridor, cradling a wicker basket. His golden hair, illuminated by the sunlight streaming in through the window, shone even more brightly, and his golden eyes sparkled with a flicker of warmth. The basket contained the cookies he had painstakingly baked overnight, housed in 20 glass jars, each adorned with a ribbon of varying hues, the recipients' names elegantly inscribed in silver ink upon the labels. "Good morning, Bader," Cecilia called out as she sprinted over, clutching several tomes of history of magic, her red curls flying behind her. "I heard you baked cookies? I've been waiting forever." Bader smiled and handed her a jar tied with a pink ribbon, honey-flavored, with a hint of chamomile, perfect for soothing the nerves. He recalled how Cecilia had been burning the midnight oil in preparation for her owls, the faint shadows beneath her eyes betraying her fatigue. Cecilia opened the jar and inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling like 2 rubies. "It smells divine, better than what the house elves make." She continued, "By the way, Samuel is waiting for you in the Great Hall. He mentioned he wanted to ask you for the plain-flavored ones. That's his only flaw. He always prefers the most ordinary flavors." Bader's cheeks flushed slightly as he passed her another jar, this one tied with a blue ribbon. "Could you please give this to him? I appreciate it." "Not a bother at all." Cecilia winked at him, her gaze darting behind him. "Speaking of which, when do you plan to deliver to those 2? I heard someone spotted Senior Riddle near the dormitory last night." Bader's ears turned crimson, a twinge of panic flickering in his golden eyes. "Soon, I'll go right now." He turned abruptly, clutching the basket as he hurried away, resembling a rabbit startled at its soft underbelly. Cecilia chuckled at his hasty retreat, but soon collided with Samuel's inquisitive gaze. "What's so amusing?" he inquired, holding a book titled Principles of Transfiguration, his brown eyes brimming with curiosity. "Nothing much," Cecilia replied, shoving the blue jar into his hands. "Here, your plain cookies. And do be careful not to indulge too much in Bader's antics, lest Riddle decides to transfigure you into a toad." Samuel rubbed his nose, watching Bader's figure vanish around the corner, and thoughtfully took a bite of the cookie. Indeed, it was to his liking, the simple buttery flavor infused with a hint of Bader's unique warmth. Bader lingered outside the Slytherin common room for quite some time. The green flames danced in the fireplace, casting flickering shadows upon the family crest adorning the wall. Abraxas was seated on the sofa with Lestrange, puffing on cigars, while Goyle and Crabbe hunched over the table, gnawing on chicken legs. Yaxley and Avery were engaged in a game of chess, the sound of pieces clattering resonating pleasantly. "Ah, is that not our little sunbeam?" Abraxas was the first to notice him, a playful smirk curling at his lips as he exhaled a puff of smoke that spiraled lazily into the air. "What delightful surprise do you bring us?" Bader steadied himself and approached, presenting the jars one by one. "For you, Senior Abraxas. A rum-flavored cookie with a touch of cinnamon, perfect for enjoying with a hot drink on winter days." He remembered Abraxas had a penchant for sipping rum infused with honey on snowy days. Abraxas arched an eyebrow as he accepted the jar, opening it to taste a cookie, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. "Not bad at all. Your skills surpass those of my house elf." Lestrange leaned in, extending his elegantly knotted fingers. "What about mine? Don't tell me you forgot. After all, I did retrieve your herbology book from the edge of the Forbidden Forest during the last Quidditch practice." Bader quickly handed him a jar tied with a black ribbon. "Rum-soaked cherries. As you mentioned, you enjoy desserts with a hint of alcohol." Lestrange chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing against Bader's hand intentionally. "You do have a heart after all." As he opened the jar, he caught Abraxas casting him a knowing glance, and they exchanged a smile laden with mischief. Unaware of their subtle exchange, Bader continued distributing jars to Goyle and Crabbe, offering them a double butter nut crumble flavor suitable for their hearty appetites, and to Yaxley, a lemon-flavored one reportedly invigorating for chess games, and a cranberry-flavored jar to Avery. After he finished, only 2 jars remained, one tied with a deep gray ribbon, labeled Tom, containing chocolate cookies dusted with cocoa powder, bittersweet. The other tied with a silvery gray ribbon, labeled Alphard, filled with almond-flavored cookies adorned with a delicate layer of icing, a flavor he remembered Alphard cherished. Is Riddle not here? Bader inquired, glancing at the empty corner where Tom usually sat, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just stepped out, said he was heading to the Ollery, Avery interjected, pausing his game. Blake, however, is upstairs. I saw him heading in the direction of your dormitory just a while ago. Bader's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of hesitation passing through his golden eyes. He clutched the 2 jars and made his way to the staircase, and upon reaching the second-floor landing, he unexpectedly encountered Alphard. The young man was clad in a gray shirt, his 185-centimeter stature appearing particularly striking in the morning light, his gray-blue eyes reflecting just the right amount of surprise. Bader? What a coincidence! His gaze fell upon the silver-gray jar in the basket, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Is this for me? Bader extended the jar towards him, his voice barely above a whisper. Almond-flavored. I hope you like it. Also, this is a Christmas gift I forgot to give you yesterday. He retrieved a velvet box from his pocket, revealing a silver-gray scarf and a silver snake brooch. As Alphard accepted the box, his fingertips lingered against Bader's palm, the warmth of the contact causing Bader to pull back instinctively. I love it, Alphard said, opening the wooden box to behold the intricately stitched scarf, his eyes sparkling with delight. This is the best gift I have ever received. He stepped forward and gently embraced Bader's shoulder, the touch as light as a feather, yet it sent a pang through Bader's heart. And no, it's nothing, Bader stammered, retreating a half-step while clutching the remaining deep gray jar. I must go find Tom. I'll be off now. Alphard watched him dash away, a calculating glimmer in his gray-blue eyes. He lowered his gaze to the silver-gray scarf, his fingers tracing the AB initials embroidered upon it, a cold smile slowly spreading across his lips. No worries, the real show is just beginning. Bader eventually found Tom in the Ollery. The young man stood by the window, his tall frame bathed in the golden light of dawn, the black robes fluttering gently in the cold breeze. He was tenderly feeding a snowy owl, his fingertips moving with surprising gentleness, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. Tom, Bader called softly, his heart racing as though it contained a rabbit. I brought you cookies and a Christmas gift. Tom turned, his dark eyes falling upon the deep gray jar in Bader's arms, a fleeting ripple of emotion crossing his countenance. Chocolate-flavored? He recalled Bader understood his fondness for bittersweet confections. Yes, with a hint of dark cocoa, Bader replied, passing the jar to him. He then produced another small wooden box. And this, a scarf and brooch, both newly made. As Tom opened the box, his fingertips paused over the silver snake embroidered on the scarf. The deep gray yarn interwoven with subtle silver threads glimmered softly in the light, thicker and warmer than the one from the previous year. The sunflower brooch, adorned with layers of gold leaf petals, and the ruby flower center shimmered in the light like a pulsating heart, exquisite enough to captivate one's gaze. Do you like it? Badel nervously clutched the hem of his garment, his pure golden eyes brimming with anticipation. Tom remained silent, merely picking up the brooch and fastening it to the collar of his black robe. His movements lacked finesse, yet were imbued with an undeniable seriousness. I accept your gift, he stated, his voice still rigid, though a fraction of the frost in his dark eyes began to thaw. Badel gazed at the sunflower brooch at his collar and suddenly smiled, his golden eyes reminiscent of a sky filled with stars. I shall take my leave now. Remember to eat the cookies and do not let them spoil. Tom watched the retreating figure of Badel, his gentle demeanor swiftly replaced by an icy wrath. He withdrew a resurrection stone ring from the folds of his robe, the black gemstone exuding a morbid aura in the light. It was time for certain individuals to learn who truly held the exclusive position beside Badel. Here are some songs suitable for the 2 ghostly protagonists. The author suggested Soda Music. I cannot vouch for other platforms. 1. The Time Has Not Come by Tao Jiu 2. Twisted Tongue by Wang Zijian 3. See Him Call Asamalm by Team of 4. Soundtrack for Your Backseat by Sundiver CA 5. Animals by Jlansa Duo 6. Love Curse by Bai Ling and Zhu Chong 7. Judgment Day by Little Moo, Music Producer 8. Thank You for Dears, Oriental Melody by Loli S. That will suffice for today. I am quite exhausted. Chapter 65, Rumors and Sandwich Cookies. The rumors began circulating during afternoon tea. A younger Slytherin girl, weeping in the corridor, claimed she had witnessed Tom experimenting with dark magic at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and that Badel had intervened, only to be struck by a backlash of magic and taken to the infirmary. Senior Riddle is so terrifying. He even said he would make Senior Diagon obey him forever. These words took flight, quickly spreading throughout the castle. Hufflepuff students frowned and murmured among themselves, while Ravenclaws consulted dark magic, origins, and development to study the so-called magical backlash. A few reckless Gryffindors even rolled up their sleeves, declaring their intent to confront Tom. At that moment, Bardel was in the greenhouse repotting the mandrakes. His golden eyes instantly turned cold, like sunlight tempered by ice. He discarded his gardening gloves and sprinted down the corridor, Sylvanus twisting angrily in his pocket, emitting furious shrieks. This is not true. He burst into the most crowded corridor, his voice trembling with agitation. Tom did not use dark magic. I ended up in the infirmary due to my own chaotic magic. It has nothing to do with him. The gathered students fell silent, gazing at the golden-haired youth before them, his cheeks flushed and his eyes filled with determination, not indicative of a liar. But someone saw. The tearful girl murmured weakly, her gaze evasive. What did you see? Bardel pressed. Did you see me accidentally knock over the mandrake pot? Its cries causing my magic to spiral out of control? Or did you see Tom carry me to the infirmary, trembling? His voice was quiet, yet resonated clearly throughout the corridor. Everyone remained hushed. The Gryffindor boys scratched their heads, embarrassed and lowering their gazes. Just then, Alfred pushed through the crowd, wearing a perfectly calibrated expression of surprise and regret. So that is how it is? My apologies, Senior Riddle. I heard the rumors too and thought. He leaned closer to Bardel, his gray-blue eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. You won't be angry, will you? Bardel was about to reiterate that Tom was not that sort of person when a sudden grip seized his wrist. He turned to find himself staring into Tom's fathomless black eyes. The boy had appeared behind him, towering at 190 centimeters, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tom ignored Alfred and pulled Bardel into his embrace, securing his head with one hand while the other protectively encircled his waist, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. As if proclaiming ownership. It's all right. Tom's voice was low and gravelly, laced with a hint of restrained fury. His black eyes swept coldly over Alfred. It is natural for people to harbor prejudices. After all, we are Slytherins. Bardel felt slightly breathless in Tom's hold, confusion swirling in his golden eyes. He could smell the familiar cedar scent emanating from Tom, oddly comforting. Not far away, around the corner, Abraxas nudged Lestrange with his elbow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Lestrange chuckled softly, whispering only for them to hear. Staying behind at school was indeed a wise choice. What a spectacle we are witnessing. Abraxas scoffed, his fingers flickering with a cigar. Just wait, the best is yet to come. Alfred observed Tom shielding Bardel in his embrace, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his gray-blue eyes before he donned a guise of gentleness. He extended his hand, gently pulling Bardel from Tom's arms, then encircled the youth's waist, resting his chin on Badel's shoulder. Bardel, do not be upset. I understand you are trying to defend Senior Riddle. His breath brushed against Badel's neck, carrying a hint of minty toothpaste, but his voice dripped with poisoned honey. However, Senior Riddle ought not to take it too seriously. It was merely a misunderstanding. He smiled provocatively at Tom, his gray-blue eyes filled with a challenge. Bardel felt uncomfortable being held so tightly, wanting to break free. Yet Alfred's grip only tightened. He sensed Tom's body tense instantaneously. The hand around his waist trembled slightly, as if struggling against something. P.S. Bardel is caught in the middle. Then, unexpectedly, Tom smiled. It was a faint smile, yet it radiated an icy chill. He gazed at Alfred, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his black eyes, his lips moving silently. Before Bardel could comprehend, he felt Alfred stiffen beside him. The arms encircling his waist suddenly lost their strength. Alfred's gray-blue eyes filled with terror and disbelief, his body frozen as if under a petrification curse. Let us go. Tom gently grasped Badel's wrist, his tone calm as if nothing had transpired. It is too noisy here. Bardel glanced back at Alfred, who remained frozen in place, still holding the embrace, his face frozen in a ridiculous smile, resembling a comical statue. He is fine, Tom interrupted, loosening his grip slightly, yet not releasing him. He will be all right in a few hours. What he did not mention was that this silent petrification curse had been intensified enough to ensure Alfred remained in this absurd position under the gaze of many until dawn. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tom locked the door behind him. The fireplace flickered to life, its orange flames licking the wood, casting dancing shadows across their faces. Bardel sat on the carpet, watching Tom stand by the window, his back to him, the hem of his black robe swaying gently with each breath. He yearned to inquire why you had cast the petrification curse upon Alpha, and to question the reason behind your earlier embrace. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, they morphed into a mere whisper. Have you eaten your cookies? Tom turned away, the malice in his dark eyes having faded, leaving only a tinge of complexity. He squatted before Bardel, retrieving a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, he revealed the resurrection stone ring, its black gemstone gleaming with a profound light in the fire's glow. Extend your hand, he instructed softly, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. Bardel hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out. His fingers were long and fair, the nails meticulously trimmed, and the back of his hand bore traces of soil from the greenhouse. Tom took the ring and gently slid it onto his ring finger. It fit perfectly, the cold metal resting against his skin, imbued with an inexplicable warmth. His fingertips brushed along Bader's finger, from the base to the tip. The calluses from years of wielding a wand rendering the touch slightly coarse, yet it caused Bader's heart to skip a beat. Bader gazed at the ring on his finger, his pure golden eyes brimming with confusion. "It's mine." Tom's voice was low and husky, reflecting the flickering flames in his dark gaze. "And now it belongs to you." He refrained from divulging that this ring concealed fragments of his soul, that it served as his weapon against death, and that the wearer would be eternally bound to him, in life and beyond. Instead, he simply observed the reflection of himself in Bader's golden eyes, suddenly realizing that the immortality procured through dark magic might pale in comparison to the warmth of this moment. Bader scrutinized the black gemstone on the ring, suddenly perceiving it to be less lifeless than before. In the firelight, it shimmered with a gentle radiance, resembling a star harboring secrets. He moved his finger slightly, and the ring emitted a faint sound, as if responding to him. "Is it beautiful?" Tom's fingertips lingered on the back of his hand, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Bader nodded, a flicker of amusement lighting up his golden eyes. "It is beautiful." The crackling flames in the hearth elongated their shadows, intertwining like a painting that would never be separated. Outside the window, the snow continued to fall silently, while the warmth within the dormitory was sufficient to melt away the chill of winter. Unbeknownst to them, the resurrection stone ring subtly glimmered with an eerie red light in the fire's glow, akin to congealed blood. Chapter 66. The frog in warm water. As spring yielded to summer, the ivy enveloped the stone walls of Hogwarts, and the dandelions at the edge of the forbidden forest danced in the wind. Throughout the past 6 months, the atmosphere within the castle had been permeated by a subtle tension. On the surface, Tom Riddle and Alpha de Black maintained their facade as exemplary Slytherin students, but beneath, the competition slithered like a venomous serpent, silent and unceasing. At the center of it all sat the golden-haired youth, diligently sketching herbology diagrams by the window in the library. Bader's golden locks cascaded over the pages, creating a delightful contrast with the warm yellow of the parchment. His fingers gripped a quill, its tip dipped in dark green ink, tracing the twisted roots of the mandrake on the paper. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a soft glow upon him, lending a painterly quality to his pure golden eyes. Across the table, Alpha casually flipped through magical potions and elixirs, his 6 feet 3 inches frame slightly leaning forward, his gray-blue eyes occasionally glancing at Bader's profile. His ebony wand rested on the table's edge, its 13.5 inches gleaming with a cold, hard sheen. The core of dragon heartstring subtly flickering in the sunlight. This wand, like its master, concealed an explosive power beneath its sturdy exterior. "Here, you've made a mistake." Alpha suddenly reached out, his fingertip landing on the mandrake leaves that Bader had drawn. "The edges should be more serrated, as seen in the original illustrations." His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet his fingertip lingered on Bader's hand for a brief moment, the warmth causing the boy to instinctively draw back. Bader lifted his gaze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his golden eyes. "Oh, thank you." He re-dipped the quill in ink, modifying his drawing as Alpha suggested. Although a sense of unease settled within him. Over the past 6 months, Alpha had consistently been this way, gentle and considerate, like a cup of warm water, but the occasional touch would invariably remind him of that unexpected kiss in the corridor. Alpha observed the seriousness etched on Bader's profile, satisfaction flickering in his gaze. He understood that Bader responded better to gentleness than to force. Tom Riddle's icy possessiveness would eventually push this sunflower further away. All he needed was patience, more patience, to gradually make Bader accustomed to his presence and reliant on his tenderness. At that moment, the library door creaked open, ushering in a gust of wind. Tom's figure appeared in the doorway, his towering height of 6 feet 3 inches making him conspicuously stand out in the crowd. The hem of his black robe sweeping the floor, exuding an air of forbidding chill. His gaze landed precisely on the table's edge where Bader and Alpha were sitting closely, and his dark eyes instantly darkened, as if encased in ice. Alpha felt the weight of that icy gaze immediately. Rather than retracting, he allowed his smile to deepen. He reached out, brushing away the dandelion fluff from Bader's shoulder, his movements so natural they seemed rehearsed. "Just returned from the courtyard? You've picked up quite a bit of grass seeds." Before Bader could respond, his wrist was seized with force. Tom had approached the table, his dark eyes fixed intently on Alpha's hand resting on Bader's shoulder, his voice cold as ice. "It's time for defense against the dark arts." Bader stumbled slightly as Tom pulled him, the quill slipping from his fingers and ink splattering onto the parchment, creating a small stain. "Tom," he protested, irritation flashing in his golden eyes. "You hurt me." Tom loosened his grip slightly, but did not release him, instead lowering his gaze to Bader. His dark eyes swirling with complex emotions, anger, grievance, and an unrecognized panic. He despised Alpha touching Bader, detested the sight of Bader smiling at that guy, and loathed the cautious distance that had crept into Bader's gaze when he looked at him over the past 6 months. "Let us go?" Tom's voice was clipped as he dragged Bader out of the library, completely ignoring Alpha behind them. Alpha watched their retreating figures, the last remnants of warmth in his gray-blue eyes evaporating, leaving only cold calculation. He bent to retrieve the fallen quill, his fingers brushing against the residual ink, the kind Bader often used, faintly scented with lavender. A soft smile graced his lips as he tucked the quill into his pocket, as if claiming a trophy. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was located on the 3rd floor, and the corridor was crowded with students hurrying to various classes. Tom pulled Bader through the throng, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Bader could feel the tremor in his fingertips, as if he were struggling against something profound. "What is wrong with you?" Bader halted, attempting to free his wrist. "Alpha was merely helping me with my notes." "Helping you?" Tom scoffed, the hostility in his dark eyes nearly spilling over. "He covets you. Do you think his tender attentions are meant for anyone else?" Bader's face flushed crimson, his golden eyes wide with shock and anger. "Tom, how can you say that? Alpha is my friend." "Friend?" Tom burst into laughter, recalling the incident from last week at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where he had witnessed Alf surreptitiously feeding Bader's owl with a mix of sleeping herbs concealed within a can of mealworms. Had he not discovered this in time, Bader's letter to him would likely have remained undelivered forever. "The silver snake brooch he gifted you is embedded with a tracking charm, did you know?" Bader was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching the brooch at his collar, a gift he cherished and had pinned to his robes. "You're talking nonsense." Tom, observing his bewildered expression, felt his anger intensify, yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. He yearned to reveal the entire truth to Bader, to help him see Alf's true nature, but the words that escaped his lips transformed into even more hurtful accusations. "Am I talking nonsense? Just wait until he betrays you while you help him count the coins." Bader's eyes instantly glistened with tears, the golden hue of his irises clouded with moisture. He forcefully shook off Tom's hand and dashed towards the classroom, exclaiming, "I don't want to deal with you anymore." Tom watched as he retreated, reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp something, only to clutch at empty air. The students in the corridor cast him sidelong glances, their whispers piercing his ears like needles. Clenching his fists, with nails digging into his palms, he realized he had once again messed up. After the afternoon herbology class, Bader trudged towards the greenhouse, cradling a pot of mandrake, his mood plummeting to its nadir. Tom's words pricked at his heart, inciting a mixture of anger and unease within him. He recalled the little gifts Alf had bestowed upon him, the seemingly coincidental encounters, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. "What are you thinking?" Alf's voice suddenly broke into his thoughts from behind, laced with amusement, his face contorted into a comical expression. Turning around, Bader saw Alf holding a paper bag containing almond-flavored cookies, his favorite. "It's nothing," Bader replied, his voice muffled as he instinctively averted Alf's gaze. Yet Alf, seemingly oblivious to his detachment, stepped closer and naturally took the mandrake from his arms. "Let me carry this. Its cries are far too loud." His ebony wand trembled lightly within his sleeve, the core of dragon heartstring emanating a faint magical aura. He had just added a touch of calming herbs to the paper bag, as Bader appeared to be sleeping poorly of late. Bader studied Alf's profile, suddenly reminded of Tom's words, and felt a tumult of emotions within him. "Alf," he hesitated before asking, "is there something wrong with the brooch you gave me?" Alf's steps faltered, then he turned, his gray-blue eyes filled with hurt and confusion. "Bader, how could you think that? I made it with my own hands, merely wishing to gift you something." His voice held a hint of injured sincerity. "Did Riddle say something to you?" Bader, observing the redness around Alf's eyes, felt his doubts dissipate significantly. He lowered his head in remorse. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you." Alf gazed at him with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, yet he spoke gently. "It's all right. I know you didn't mean it. But it seems that Riddle doesn't particularly like me, so perhaps it's best if I keep my distance from you to avoid misunderstandings." "Don't say that." Bader quickly waved his hands. "It's not your fault. It's Tom, he's just overly concerned about me." Alf chuckled softly, reaching up to ruffle Bader's hair in an affectionate and casual manner. "Then we are still friends, right?" Bader nodded in response to Alf's gentle smile, though a weight settled heavily in his chest. Chapter 67, A Duel. That night, Tom waited in the empty classroom for a long time. Moonlight filtered through the broken window panes, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He knew Alf would come. Earlier in the corridor, he had deliberately spoken in Parcel tongue to Sylvanus, saying, "Midnight, the empty classroom awaits. And he had already discovered that Alf's pet ferret could comprehend simple snake speech. Sure enough, at the stroke of midnight, the door to the empty classroom creaked open. Alf stood in the doorway, his 187 centimeters frame appearing particularly tall under the moonlight, his gray-blue eyes glinting with unabashed provocation. "Riddle, you seem more impatient than I anticipated." Tom remained silent, merely drawing out his purplewood wand. The wand gleamed coldly in the moonlight, its phoenix feather core exuding a dangerous aura. "It's time to settle the score for what you've done to Bader." Alf chuckled softly, drawing forth his ebony wand as well. The 13.5-inch wand carved a ghostly arc in the air. "Settle the score? I fear I shall disappoint you. Bader trusts me now more than he does you." The tempestuous tyrant. "Stupefy." Tom struck first, a red beam shooting from the tip of his wand with lethal intent. Alf had anticipated this, sidestepping gracefully while countering, "Disarm." Silver light clashed with red in the empty classroom, producing a deafening sound. The two engaged in a fierce duel. Tom's spells were vicious and precise. Fueled by an unyielding ferocity, each attack aimed at Bader's vulnerabilities, while Alf's spells were agile and cunning, adept at narrowly evading Tom's strikes while seizing counterattack opportunities. Initially, Tom clearly held the upper hand. His magical prowess was deeper, and his combat experience far richer. He had cornered Alf several times, the tip of his wand nearly touching Alf's throat. However, Alf was progressing rapidly. It seemed he had thoroughly analyzed Tom's fighting style, consistently predicting his spells. In his hands, the ebony wand appeared almost alive, at times as unyielding as iron, and at others exhibiting an odd elasticity, always managing to avert disaster at crucial moments. "Do you think this will lead to victory?" A flicker of crimson flashed in Tom's black eyes. "Bader is mine. He has always been." "Is that so?" Alf chuckled softly, executing a complex maneuver with his ebony wand. "Not necessarily. Look at you now, like an enraged beast. How could Bader possibly like that?" As he spoke, he suddenly uttered an obscure incantation, unleashing a dark green beam aimed directly at Tom's chest. Tom's pupils constricted, hastily raising his wand to block. The green light collided with his protective shield, producing a tremendous sound that forced him back several steps, his hands tingling. He stared at Alf, astonished. That spell was a curse from ancient dark magic, one that ordinary Slytherin students would never encounter. It seemed the Black family's library was more extensive than I had anticipated. Tom licked his cracked lips, the fire of battle igniting even stronger in his black eyes. Yet he knew this was still insufficient. Taking a deep breath, the purplewood wand trembled violently in his grip, radiating a powerful aura. Alf's expression shifted slightly, the levity fading from his demeanor as he pointed his ebony wand at Tom, the gravity in his gray-blue eyes palpable. The two spells clashed once more, this time red and green light wrestling in the air, the immense magical force shaking the empty classroom's walls, dust cascading down. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the taut lines of their faces and the deep intensity of their obsession with Bader. This duel ultimately ended in mutual injury. Tom's left arm bore a wound deep enough to expose bone, his black robe soaked in blood, yet he gritted his teeth, making no sound. Alf had a gash on his forehead, blood streaming down his cheek, staining his silver-gray robes, yet excitement glimmered in his gray-blue eyes. Both individuals bore wounds of varying sizes. "Next time, I shall ensure you lose him completely." Alfred pressed his forehead, his voice tinged with breathlessness, yet brimming with provocation. Tom remained silent, merely pointing his purplewood wand at him, the icy coldness in his obsidian eyes capable of freezing blood. It was only after Alfred turned to leave that he staggered against the wall, coughing violently. The pain from his wounds surged. Yet the anguish within his heart was far more acute. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure this, or whether Bader would one day truly be taken from him by Alfred. He cast his gaze down at his wounds, blood pooling on the floor like a vibrant flower, reminiscent of a forbidden garden. Suddenly, he recalled Bader's blood, a gilded crimson, as if sunlight had melted within it. He could not afford to lose that glimmer of sunshine. He simply could not. Tom used his wand to perform a rudimentary treatment on his injuries, dragging his weary body towards the dormitory. The corridor resonated with the echo of his footsteps, starkly empty. As he passed the library, he inexplicably stepped inside. Under the moonlight, Bader lay asleep at a table, a herbology book sprawled before him and a half-eaten almond cookie beside him. His pure golden hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, and his long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Tom sat beside him, reaching out to touch his hair, but his fingertips halted midair. He recalled how Bader had run away with red-rimmed eyes during the day, remembering the hurtful words he had uttered, his heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, aching to the point of nearly suffocating him. From his pocket, he retrieved a small vial containing a calming elixir he had meticulously concocted. He carefully dripped a few drops into Bader's cup, his movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. After completing this act, Tom rose and gently lifted Bader. Exiting the library, his black robe swept across the ground, emitting a soft rustle, akin to an undisclosed secret. The moonlight continued to filter through the glass, gracing Bader's face with a gentle halo of light. Chapter 68, 6th Year, New Student Sorting. Hogwarts in September was shrouded in morning mist, the castle's spires appearing ethereal in the soft golden sunlight. In the great hall, furlong tables were filled with children clad in new student robes. Nervously clutching their wand boxes, their wide eyes fixed upon the tattered sorting hat perched atop a high stool by Professor Dumbledore. Bader sat at the Slytherin table, his golden hair illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window. In front of him lay a slice of pumpkin pie, yet he had little appetite. His fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the resurrection stone ring on his ring finger, a gift from Tom last winter that he had never been allowed to remove. In truth, he could not remove it. Are you nervous? Abraxas's voice broke through beside him, clad in a crisply ironed dark green robe, a silver prefect badge pinned at his sleeve. Each year, witnessing the sorting felt akin to observing his own past. Bader smiled faintly, his golden-hued eyes shifting to the anxious new students. A bit. Look at that red-haired girl. Her hands tremble like leaves in an autumn breeze. She will be fine, Lestrange remarked nonchalantly, a quill between his teeth. Children from pureblood families are born to learn to conceal their fears. His gaze swept across the Gryffindor table at the other end of the hall, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he observed the new students huddling together for reassurance, akin to fledglings yet to be weaned. Axley adjusted his glasses, flipping through his copy of History of Magic. This year, there are 3 new students from ancient wizarding families, the youngest daughter of the Caro family, and... He suddenly paused, his gaze drifting past Bader's shoulder to the entrance. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bader turned to see Alfred and Tom striding in together. Alfred donned a silvery gray robe, a prefect badge similarly adorning his chest, his 187 centimeters stature distinctly prominent among the crowd. His gray-blue eyes scanned the long table, brightening upon spotting Bader, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing a lake's surface. Beside him, Tom, towering at 191 centimeters, slightly eclipsed Alfred, his black robe impeccably fastened, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable like an abyss. His gaze also fell upon Bader, devoid of warmth, imbued instead with a heavy possessiveness that coiled around Bader like a vine, causing him to involuntarily straighten his spine. The prefects have finally graced us with their presence. Abraxas chuckled softly, nudging Bader with his elbow. It seems this year's Slytherin will be quite lively. Bader remained silent, watching the two approach the professor's table at the end of the long table. Alfred was conversing with Tom, a smile dancing on his lips, appearing intimate, whereas Tom's expression was inscrutable, offering only a slight nod when Alfred mentioned a name, his dismissive demeanor suggesting a disinterest in trivial pleasantries. The sorting ceremony commenced swiftly. The sorting hat began to sing a dissonant tune atop the new students' heads, intermittently calling out names of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff until a blond boy was sorted into Slytherin, prompting a sparse round of applause from the table. That's the youngest son of the Avery family, Lestrange commented. Look at him. He seems timid. He's likely to be bullied by the Gaunt twins. Axley adjusted his glasses. Not necessarily. The Avery child is known for playing the fool to catch the tiger. Bader listened to their idle chatter, his fork absently poking at the pie on his plate. He could feel Tom and Alfred's gazes occasionally landing upon him, like 2 invisible beams of light, rendering his back unbearably warm. The sensation of being simultaneously scrutinized by 2 individuals reminded him of a winter day last year, witnessing them casting spells against each other in an empty classroom. Despite their apparent enmity, they always seemed to reach an uncanny understanding when it came to their attention on him. What are you thinking? A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, radiating a warm touch. Bader jumped, turning to find Alfred had approached unbeknownst to him, a smile dancing in his gray-blue eyes. I just became a prefect and was summoned by Professor Slughorn for a lecture, hence my tardiness, he said, naturally taking a seat beside Bader, offering him a slice of strawberry cake. For you. I know you like this. Bader accepted the cake, his fingertips brushing against Alfred's hand, causing him to flinch as if electrocuted. Thank you. Congratulations on becoming a prefect, he added softly, genuine sincerity reflected in his golden pupils. After all, Alfred's achievement was indeed commendable. Alfred's smile widened, ready to say more when another hand suddenly landed on Bader's opposite shoulder. This hand, with prominent knuckles and fingers bearing the calluses of long-held wands, exerted a bit more pressure than Alfred's, radiating an undeniable presence. Seems someone has beaten me to charming our little herbologist. Tom's voice resounded above, his deep tone revealing no discernible emotion. He seated himself on Bader's other side, his dark eyes scanning the cake in Alfred's hand, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his depths. You slipped away right after the sorting ceremony. What of your prefect duties, Black? Alfred maintained his smile, yet a trace of mockery flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Better than some, who treat their prefect badge as mere decoration. Yesterday, Senior Riddle practiced dark magic on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, nearly incinerating the Whomping Willow. I trust this incident hasn't slipped your mind? Tom's obsidian eyes darkened in an instant, his hand resting on Bader's shoulder tightening slightly. Compared to certain individuals who resort to tracking charms to spy on their classmates, my modest practice hardly qualifies as outrageous. Caught in the middle, Bader felt as if he were wedged between two boulders, their hands pressing down on his shoulders. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Alpheus's smile froze on his face, while Tom's black eyes churned with barely contained anger, the air around them thick with an explosive tension. Bader attempted to break the silence by raising the slice of cake in his hand, proclaiming, "This cake is delightful. Thank you both." Tom and Alpheus simultaneously averted their gazes to him, their eyes meeting briefly before parting, as if jolted. "If it's delicious, do indulge further," Alpheus remarked first, softening his tone as he affectionately tousled Bader's hair. "Professor Slughorn is hosting a party tonight to celebrate our ascension as prefects. You will attend, won't you?" Before Bader could respond, Tom interjected, his black eyes fixed on him with an air of undeniable authority. "Of course he will." Observing the banter between the two, Bader felt a twinge of exasperation, yet was inexplicably relieved that they had not erupted into a confrontation on the spot. Chapter 69. Congratulations to the two prefects. The club classroom was resplendently decorated by evening. Green flames danced in the fireplace, silver streamers adorned the walls, and house elves weaved through the crowd with trays brimming with pumpkin juice and an array of exquisite pastries. Professor Slughorn stood beside the hearth, raising his goblet and engaging in jovial conversation with the students, his round face jiggling with mirth. "Our two shining stars," he exclaimed upon spotting Tom and Alpheus entering. Waving them over enthusiastically, "Come, come. Allow me to toast to you both. This year in Slytherin, with you two as prefects, is indeed a blessing." Tom and Alpheus stepped forward, clinking their glasses with Slughorns. The red wine rippled in the crystal goblets, casting an almost surreal glow upon their smiles. "It is thanks to your guidance, Professor," Alpheus replied, his demeanor warm and his gray-blue eyes suffused with the right amount of humility. "I have much to learn compared to Senior Riddle." Tom nodded slightly, his black eyes devoid of emotion, yet laced with standard decorum. "Prefect Black is far too modest. Your potion scores surpass even my own." They exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions teetering on the edge of insincerity, yet maintaining a facade of harmony, akin to actors donning exquisite masks. "Speaking of which, where is Bader?" Slughorn glanced around, unable to locate the familiar golden-haired figure. "I specifically asked the house elves to prepare his favorite honey cakes. Where could that boy be?" "He's over there, enjoying the pastries," Alpheus indicated towards a corner table, his tone casual, as if discussing his own affairs. "He isn't particularly fond of crowds." Tom followed his gaze and indeed spotted Bader seated at the table, laughing with Abraxas and others. The pure golden strands of his hair gleamed softly in the firelight, and he held a pie in his hand, cheeks puffed out like a content little hamster. A flicker of warmth passed through Tom's black eyes, quickly replaced by vigilance as he observed Abraxas leaning in close to Bader, eliciting laughter from him. The intimate exchange made Tom's fingers tighten slightly. "Shall we go see?" Alpheus suggested, a calculating glimmer in his gray-blue eyes. Having not missed Tom's earlier tension, Tom did not object, leading the way, his black robes trailing a shadowy path across the carpet. "So my father has decided. The engagement ceremony will be held next month," Abraxas declared nonchalantly, a cigar perched between his lips. "Viola Caro, I trust you all are familiar? Dolores' sister. Far gentler than her sibling." Bader's eyes widened in surprise, filled with delight. "Congratulations, Senior Abraxas. Viola is very kind. You two are a perfect match." Lestrange whistled. "Finally, someone capable of reigning in your wild spirit. Speaking of which, Bader, what about you?" He winked mischievously. "Surely, young Lord Dwayne, you cannot remain single forever?" Bader's cheeks flushed crimson as he hastily bit into his pie, mumbling, "I'm still young." "Young, you say?" Ackerley adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. "By the time I was your age, my mother had already begun arranging matches for me. A talent like yours cannot be squandered." Viola Caro had approached unnoticed, dressed in a pale lavender robe with her long hair elegantly styled into an updo. Upon hearing their conversation, she chimed in with a smile. "If Bader has a favored maiden, he must certainly inform me. I know many well-bred and gentle witches who would suit your taste." Bader felt increasingly flustered, eager to escape the scrutiny, when suddenly a weight settled upon his shoulders. He looked up to find Tom and Alpheus standing behind him, each resting a hand on his shoulder, gazing down at the group with an imposing presence. Tom's towering stature of 191 centimeters cast a formidable shadow, his expression inscrutable yet imbued with an unspoken intimidation. Such matters can wait. Alpheus's touch was lighter, his gray-blue eyes glimmering with mirth. Yet his tone mirrored Tom's. Bader is still quite young. Matters of romance are far too premature. Their voices harmonized in eerie synchrony, as if rehearsed, creating an unsettling understanding. Bader, caught between them, looked up to see Tom's lips pressed into a firm line and Alpheus's chin slightly raised, his heart racing unexpectedly. The table fell silent. Abraxas and Lestrange exchanged glances, both harboring a glimmer of anticipation. Viola raised an eyebrow, seemingly about to speak, but accurately interjected. Indeed, no rush. No rush. He quickly smoothed over, raising his glass of pumpkin juice. Let us discuss the duties of prefects. The new students this year seem rather mischievous. I witnessed someone casting prank spells in the hallway just yesterday. He rambled on, attempting to steer the conversation away. Tom and Alpheus ceased speaking, yet their hands remained firmly on Bader's shoulders, their gazes locking above the table, only to split apart like daggers. Bader nibbled on his pie, the sweetness of honey melting on his tongue, while his thoughts swirled chaotically. He felt Tom's fingertips exert a gentle pressure, as if claiming ownership. He sensed Alpheus's breath brushing against his neck, laden with a subtle, teasing curiosity. The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows of everyone on the walls. As Bader felt the weight of Tom and Alpheus's gazes upon him, he suddenly realized that this celebration of prefects resembled a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. And he was the coveted ground. He discreetly squeezed the ring on his ring finger, the cold metal grounding him momentarily. His pure golden eyes flitted between Tom and Alpheus before resting on the dancing flames in the hearth. He was uncertain how long this contest would endure, or which side he would ultimately favor. All he knew was that the hands upon his shoulders radiated an undeniable warmth, akin to twin flames, threatening to engulf him in this vortex of concern. Chapter 70. 7 is the most enigmatic number. The revelry of the party ebbed like the tide, leaving behind only scattered streamers and half-filled goblets in the Slytherin common room. The house elves moved silently to tidy the remnants, while the emerald flames flickered in the fireplace, casting elongated shadows of Tom. Bader stifled a yawn, his golden locks slightly disheveled, a hint of weariness lingering in his eyes. Just as he popped the last honey tart into his mouth, a gentle grip encircled his wrist. Come on, let me escort you back to your dormitory. Alfie's voice was imbued with mirth as his 187 centimeters frame leaned slightly, naturally draping an arm over Bader's shoulder and guiding him towards the door. His slate blue eyes traversed over Bader's head, locking onto Tom's gaze with an unmistakable challenge, as if to convey that he was taking Bader away now. Bader stumbled slightly under Alfie's embrace, instinctively glancing back at Tom. The boy remained seated in the armchair by the fireplace, the folds of his black robe shimmering coldly in the firelight, his 191 centimeters stature resembling a silent statue. His obsidian gaze settled heavily upon the overlapping shoulders of the two, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of a crystal goblet, yet he uttered not a single word, appearing utterly indifferent to the silent provocation. Bader yearned to speak to Tom, but Alfie interrupted. He is the prefect. He probably has matters to discuss with the professor. Alfie smiled gently, giving Bader's shoulder a light squeeze that brooked no refusal. We'll be off now. Good night, Riddle. Tom continued to keep his head lowered, merely responding with a faint, almost apathetic hum, reminiscent of a stone cast into a deep pool, creating no ripples whatsoever. As Bader was half-assisted, half-dragged out of the common room by Alfie, he cast one last glance over his shoulder. He witnessed Tom raising his goblet and draining the remaining red wine in one swift motion, the pronounced movement of his throat under the firelight appearing particularly stark. Bader felt an unsettling disquiet in Tom's silence, one that seemed far more foreboding than any wrath. The door to the common room was gently closed, the last echoes of footsteps fading into the corridor. Finally, Tom lifted his head, the tranquility in his dark eyes shattering instantaneously, replaced by a swirling tempest of malevolence. He slammed the crystal goblet onto the table, the resounding clash against the wooden surface reverberating harshly in the empty room. Alfie's insatiable demeanor felt like a venomous thorn embedded in his heart. Bader's lingering concern as he turned back felt like a faint warmth, loosening the grip of his clenched fist. Still here? Professor Slughorn's voice came from beside the fireplace, where he was dabbing his round face with a handkerchief. Having assumed Tom was lost in thought over his goblet, perhaps inebriated, Tom rose to his feet, his robe sweeping across the carpet, stirring a gust of air. Approaching Slughorn, he bowed slightly, his tone unexpectedly respectful, yet laced with an undeniable pressure. "Professor, I have a rather profound inquiry. I believe this question can only be posed to you." Slughorn raised an eyebrow, setting down his handkerchief with a smile. "Oh? Our riddle faces an insurmountable dilemma. Pray, do share, as long as it is within my knowledge." "I shall divulge all." He had always been unreserved with his most prized student, even somewhat indulgent. Tom narrowed his dark eyes, surveying the surroundings to confirm their solitude before he spoke in a hushed tone, as though fearing to disturb something sacred. "Once, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing area of research in the restricted section." "The restricted section?" Slughorn's smile faded somewhat, yet curiosity still danced in his eyes. "What could possibly concern our genius prefect so?" Tom swallowed hard, uttering two words that dripped with cold clarity. "Horcruxes." Slughorn's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if he hadn't heard correctly, prompting him to repeat, trembling. "What did you say?" "Horcruxes," Tom reiterated, his black eyes betraying no emotion, as if discussing a mundane academic term. "I wish to know everything about them." Slughorn abruptly rose from his armchair, his corpulent frame quivering with agitation. He pointed a finger at Tom, then, as if recalling something, hastily withdrew his hand, lowering his voice, laced with dread and warning. "Oh, dear child, this is exceedingly sinister. Horcruxes are the most malevolent form of magic. You understand the cost of creating one, do you not?" Tom regarded his panic-stricken expression with a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as though he had anticipated this reaction. He nodded, his voice chillingly calm. "Of course, it requires murder." "Indeed. Yes, it demands murder." Slughorn's voice escalated sharply, only for him to quickly cover his mouth, glancing around before continuing. "This entirely contravenes the laws of nature. Through murder, one can fracture the soul, subsequently encasing the divided soul within a vessel, safeguarding the vessel. Thus, the portion of the soul residing within can achieve immortality." When he uttered the word immortality, his tone was imbued with a blend of fear and a secret yearning, as if discussing a forbidden myth. Tom listened intently, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his dark eyes, swift and elusive. He recalled the scent of blood from that night with Hennington, the fragment of his own soul within the resurrection stone. This was the beginning of the division. "Then, Professor," Tom inquired suddenly, his tone bearing an almost naive curiosity, as if genuinely engaged in academic discourse, "what is the maximum number of times a Horcrux can be divided? Would 7 suffice?" "7. Slughorn gasped, shaking his head repeatedly, the flesh on his face quivering. "Ah, 7 is indeed the most potent number, no doubt about that. However, the cost of splitting a Horcrux would render one devoid of sanity, perhaps even transform them into a monster. No one has ever attempted to divide a soul 7 times. Child, no one." He gazed at Tom with apprehension, even a hint of pleading. "This is merely academic inquiry, is it not? You do not genuinely wish to attempt it, do you?" Tom's dark eyes were unfathomable as he nodded slightly, his tone earnest like a compliant student. "Of course, Professor. I am merely curious." Slughorn exhaled in relief, patting Tom's shoulder, his tone softening. "Curiosity is commendable, yet some taboos are best left untouched. You are a genius, Riddle. Your future is limitless. Do not allow these dark matters to ruin you." "I understand, Professor." Tom lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting cold glimmer in his eyes. As he left the common room, the suits of armor in the corridor cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Tom's black robe swept over the frigid stone steps, producing a soft, fragmented sound, akin to a conspiracy taking shape. He had acquired the answers he sought. 7 Horcruxes, the most potent number, sufficient to ensure the perpetuity of his soul, enabling him to defy that accursed death. The first fragment of his soul lay securely hidden within the resurrection stone, worn by Bader. That was the most clandestine and secure location, for no one would suspect that his most treasured Horcrux had been entrusted to the one he cared for most. And what of the second? Tom's steps halted at the corridor's bend, his dark eyes contemplating the direction of Bader's dormitory. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass, casting a blurred floral shadow upon the wall, reminiscent of the sunflower brooch Bader had gifted him. He recalled Bader seated before the fireplace, weaving a scarf, his golden locks cascading over the yarn, fingers deftly threading the golden strands, meticulously embroidering the sunflower, as if completing a sacred ritual. The brooch, still imbued with his warmth upon the gilded petals, concealed his shadow within the ruby disc. Utilizing it as a vessel appeared to be the most judicious choice. A flicker of resolve passed through Tom's obsidian eyes. He extracted the sunflower brooch from the depths of his robe's pocket. In the moonlight, the gold leaf petals glimmered with a harsh sheen, while the ruby disc resembled a droplet of congealed blood. He gently traced the patterns on the petals, where the remnants of Bader's warmth lingered, To conceal fragments of his soul within this sunflower was akin to leaving a part of himself forever by Bader's side, both safe and a constant reminder of who his singular light truly was. As for the target of the impending murder, a flash of crimson crossed Tom's dark eyes. Alpheus Black appeared to be an excellent choice, capable of eliminating obstacles while simultaneously achieving the second split of his soul, a dual victory. He returned the brooch to his pocket. The cold metal against his fingertips ignited a surge of fervent energy coursing through his veins. It was a yearning for immortality, an obsession with absolute control, and an almost frenzied possessiveness over Bader's golden essence. From the orrery at the corridor's end came a few soft hoots, prompting Tom to gaze up at the night sky. The clouds were dispersing, revealing a full moon, akin to a frigid eye observing all that transpired within the castle. The vessel for the second fragment of his soul had been determined. All that remained was to await the opportune moment. Tom stepped forward, his black robe casting a long shadow in the moonlight, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the corridor. A nearly satisfied cold smile lingered at the corner of his lips. His path to immortality had only just begun. Chapter 71. The pinnacle of existence. The night was as deep as impenetrable ink, with the towers of Hogwarts casting silent silhouettes under the moonlight. When Tom pushed open the door to the dormitory, the soft glow emanating from the tip of his wand illuminated Bader's face. The boy curled up on the inner side of the bed, his pure golden hair splayed across the pillow, reminiscent of shattered sunlight. He slept soundly, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly ensnared in some unsettling dream. His breaths as gentle as feathers brushing through the air. Tom stood by the bedside for a long while, the hem of his robe nearly brushing against the carpeted floor. His dark eyes swirled with a complex array of emotions, embers of the fervor from their earlier discussions about Horcruxes, the icy malice toward Alpheus, and predominantly, an almost greedy softness. He could discern the faint shadow beneath Bader's eyelids, a testament to the late nights spent poring over books. He could scent the familiar lavender wafting from his hair, mingling with the earthy aroma unique to the apothecary. He slipped off his shoes, his movements as silent as a cat, cautiously lying down on the outer side of the bed. The bed was not particularly wide, a mere fist's distance separating them. Yet it felt like an invisible river flowed between them. Tom hesitated for a moment before finally extending his arm, gently pulling Bader into his embrace. The boy's body was light. Through 2 layers of nightclothes, Tom could feel his warm temperature and steady heartbeat. Resting his chin atop Bader's head, he inhaled deeply. The air was saturated with Bader's essence, clean, warm, and imbued with a reassuring strength. This scent served as a barrier, temporarily severing the dark thoughts surrounding Horcruxes, murder, and immortality, leaving only the slow, almost unfamiliar cadence of peace rising within his chest. Bader stirred in his sleep, nuzzling closer, akin to a small creature seeking warmth. Tom tightened his embrace, his fingertips unconsciously brushing through the hair at the nape of his neck, his dark eyes shining brilliantly in the darkness. He recalled the sunflower brooch hidden in his pocket, the impending offering he was to prepare for it, and his heart raced before calming once more under the comforting warmth of Bader's presence. It would be fine. Soon everything would be resolved. Once the dust settled, Bader would belong to him forever, free from any threats. As the first rays of morning light filtered through the stained glass, Tom had already awakened. Bader remained asleep in his arms, lips slightly parted, emitting soft breaths, his golden lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyelids. Tom carefully withdrew his arm, his movements so gentle that they failed to disturb him. As he rose, he slowed the breeze created by his robe intentionally. He donned a clean black robe, fastening the collar meticulously, concealing the remnants of the previous night's malice deep within, leaving only his customary calm composure. Upon exiting the dormitory, the corridor lay desolate, the only sound being the occasional creaking of armor, the frost upon the stone floor yet to be melted by the heating, leaving behind faint footprints. The great hall was even more cavernous, the long table laden with breakfast still steaming, house elves diligently polishing the silverware. Tom made his way directly to the Slytherin table, picking up a woven food box and methodically filling it with 2 honey pastries, Bader's favorite, a small jar of strawberry jam, perfect for spreading on toast, and a freshly baked croissant, its crust crisp, recalling how the boy enjoyed tearing it apart bit by bit. "Good morning, Senior Riddle," a younger Slytherin girl exclaimed as she passed, startled upon seeing him, hastily lowering her head to greet him, her cheeks flushing crimson. Tom offered a slight nod, his voice even and composed. "Good morning." This was perhaps the first time he had displayed such gentleness toward a younger student. The girl paused, her steps faltering. By the time she regained her wits, Tom had already walked past her, his posture tall, yet devoid of his usual icy demeanor. Along his path, he encountered a few early risers, Hufflepuffs tending to plants in the greenhouse. Ravenclaws hurrying to the library with books in hand, who were taken aback upon seeing Tom, but still extended their greetings. "Good morning, Senior Riddle. You're up quite early today." Tom responded to each, his tone not overly warm but sufficiently polite, even reaching out to steady a first year who nearly toppled the food box from his hands, softly advising, "Be careful." The first year stared wide-eyed at Tom's retreating figure, lost in disbelief. Was this truly the infamous Senior Riddle known for his aloofness and severity? Upon returning to the dormitory, Bader had just awakened. He lay sprawled on the bed, his hair tousled, his golden eyes half-lidded, bearing the confusion of one just roused from slumber, resembling a kitten yet to fully open its eyes. Noticing Tom enter, he stifled a yawn, his voice thick with sleep. "Tom, why are you up so early? I didn't see you return last night." Tom placed the food box on the small table beside the bed, and as he approached, he affectionately tousled Bader's hair, his fingertips deliberately grazing his earlobe, sending a cool sensation through him. "I had to attend to some matters with the head of house. You were fast asleep when I returned." He opened the food box, presenting the croissant to Bader. "Wake up and have some breakfast. It's still warm." Bader stared blankly at his gestures, blinking slowly. Tom's fingers lingered in his hair, the motion natural and intimate. His dark eyes shimmering with a softness Bader had never witnessed before, as if the thin ice covering a lake had suddenly begun to melt. "Oh, all right," Bader replied, accepting the croissant and taking a bite, the crisp shell crumbling onto the blanket with a soft crack. In the days that followed, Bader noticed a change in Tom. He would assist in organizing Bader's backpack before morning classes, ensuring even the gloves needed for herbology were neatly arranged on top. He would notice Bader frowning during potions and proactively offer a parchment inscribed with the revised steps. And when Bader casually mentioned a craving for the pumpkin pie from the kitchens, Tom would return after class, silently bearing an entire platter. Even remembering Bader's aversion to overly sweet treats, ensuring the house elves had added less sugar. Once, during a rainstorm, as neither of them had an umbrella, Tom resolutely removed his black cloak and draped it over his head, exposing one shoulder to the downpour. He softly admonished the other not to run, cautioning him to watch his step. On another occasion, while engrossed in a book, he inadvertently fell asleep, only to awaken to find Tom's cloak covering him, the sunflower brooch pinned at the collar. Tom sat beside him, absorbed in his reading, his dark eyes occasionally lifting to rest on his face, imbued with a barely perceptible warmth. Bardel cradled a warm mug of pumpkin juice, observing Tom, who was diligently organizing his class notes. A fleeting sense of dissonance glimmered in his golden-hued eyes. The care Tom bestowed was overwhelming, akin to a meticulously choreographed performance, gentle enough to induce a slight unease within him. He found himself yearning for the earlier version of Tom, cold yet awkwardly carrying him to the infirmary when he was injured, or clumsily offering him a piece of chocolate when he was upset. Yet, he remained silent. Tom's kindness was well-intentioned, and that sufficed. The two remained inseparable, occupying a window seat in the library, watching the sunset from the Ollery in the evenings, and sharing desserts at the Slytherin table. However, they frequently encountered Alf along the way. What a coincidence! Alf, clutching several tomes on defensive magical theory, brightened at the sight of them and naturally positioned himself beside Bardel, accompanying them to class. Bardel smiled and shifted aside, making room for them. To his surprise, Tom also turned slightly, his dark eyes meeting Alf's with an unexpected warmth. Nodding as he remarked, "Your paper, Professor Slughorn mentioned it was quite well written." Alf paused momentarily, a flicker of wariness crossing his gray-blue eyes. He sensed Tom's gaze upon him, calm as if considering an ordinary classmate, yet beneath that placid facade lurked an unsettling undercurrent. "Thank you," Alf managed, a stiff smile gracing his lips, aware that he paled in comparison to the elder Riddle. The three walked side by side in the corridor, Tom and Alf flanking Bardel, creating an unsettling equilibrium. Tom would instinctively brush off the dust from Bardel's shoulders, while Alf promptly offered an almond cookie. When Tom reminded Bardel to bring Mandrake for their afternoon herbology class, Alf added, "I brought an extra pair of earplugs for you." Sandwiched between them, Bardel listened to their harmonious exchange, bewilderment clouding his golden eyes. He sensed something amiss. Tom's demeanor towards Alf had noticeably softened, yet the atmosphere between them felt more charged than during their earlier confrontations. There was undoubtedly a scheme afoot. During the lunch break, Alf leaned against an oak tree at the edge of the forbidden forest, quietly conversing with his pet ferret. The small black creature nestled within his sleeve, gently nudging his wrist in response to his words. Alf's gray-blue eyes brimmed with caution. Who was Tom Riddle? He was the kind of lunatic who would use a silent curse to send him tumbling down the stairs for merely touching Bardel's hair. A cold-hearted fanatic whose gaze could freeze one in place. Had he suddenly transformed? Had his demeanor shifted to one of congeniality? This was far more chilling than a direct assault with a wand. Like the eerie calm before a storm, the more tranquil the atmosphere. The more violent the impending tempest would be. Alf's fingers brushed against the polished surface of his ebony wand. Its dragon heartstring core and 13.5 inches of cold, unyielding wood. He raised his gaze towards the castle, envisioning Tom, perhaps at that very moment, seated with Bardel in the library, whispering tender words to him. Planning something sinister? A cold smile crept upon Alf's lips, a glint of fierceness flashing in his gray-blue eyes. They would see who would ultimately emerge victorious. He would not allow Riddle to triumph. Bardel belonged to him. The kindness Bardel had shown him since their sorting, coupled with that first kiss beneath the mistletoe on those soft lips, had sealed their fate. Chapter 72. The Full Moon Duel. The corridors of Hogwarts were filled with the faint scent of ink, sunlight filtering through stained glass, casting vibrant patches of light upon the pages of potions and elixirs. Bardel lay atop a long table in the library, the quill swiftly gliding across parchment. His golden hair fell across the title of a revised potion formula. The date for their owls loomed above them like an hourglass, each grain of sand falling a reminder of the dwindling time left. The dosage here is incorrect. Tom's voice resonated nearby, imbued with undeniable certainty. His finger pointed to the daffodil root powder Bardel had inscribed, his dark eyes reflecting the text on the parchment. 3 ounces. Not 2. Bardel lifted his gaze, meeting Tom's proximity, warmth creeping into his cheeks. For the past few months, Tom's presence had become the backdrop of his life. The morning dew scent while tending to mandrakes in the greenhouse, the sulfuric tang of verifying formulas in their potions class, the inky aroma of sharing a copy of ancient runic dictionary late at night in their dormitory. Their grades had remained steadfastly at the O level, yet as graduation approached, the inexplicable dissonance within Bardel became increasingly pronounced. I understand, he murmured, erasing and rewriting, the sound of his quill slicing through the silence of the library resonating sharply. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Tom poring over his herbology notes, his lashes casting soft shadows upon his eyelids. The contours of his profile gentler than usual, yet the depths of his dark eyes still concealed an inscrutable abyss. The wind at the edge of the forbidden forest carried the scent of damp earth. The full moon hung like a silver disk in the indigo sky, distorting the shadows of the trees. Tom stood beneath an ancient oak, his black robe swaying gently in the breeze. His 191 centimeters frame exuding an unsettling calm in contrast to the moonlight. His fingertips traced the patterns of his purple heart wand, the phoenix feather core quivering slightly in the moonlight. This was the carefully chosen resting place for Alf, the full moon night in the forbidden forest, where tales of werewolves roamed, capable of concealing any trace. 15 minutes past the appointed time, footsteps finally echoed through the woods. Tom lifted his gaze, his dark eyes narrowing at the sight of the approaching figure. Alf led the way, his gray-blue eyes sparkling under the moonlight. Standing a bit taller at 188 centimeters than their last encounter, his ebony wand casually nestled in its sheath at his waist. Behind him, Bardel carried a woven basket, his golden hair tousled by the wind, an expression of concern etched on his face. Tom, Alf exclaimed, are you going to gather moonwort? Bardel hurried forward, extending the basket towards him. I brought bags and scissors, as well as protective gloves. The full moon's forbidden forest is too dangerous. We should find it together and return quickly. Tom's gaze lingered on Alf's face, who returned a seemingly innocent smile, his gray-blue eyes concealing a challenge that spoke volumes. Tom pressed his fingertips hard against his wand, his nails almost embedding into the wood, his plans disrupted, but he swiftly subdued his rising ire. As he accepted the basket, he affectionately tousled Bardel's hair, replying, yes. I need it in a bit of a hurry. He refrained from mentioning the bags, but Bardel had already retrieved several burlap sacks from the basket, rising on tiptoe to stuff them into his arms. I knew you would forget. The boy's fingertips casually brushed against Tom's hand, the coolness of the herbology room lingering in the air, like a small stone cast into the calm waters Tom had so deliberately maintained. Alfard leaned against the trunk, observing their natural interaction, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gray-blue eyes. He had anticipated Tom's nefarious intentions, that so-called sparring was merely a guise for hunting. Fortunately, he had concocted a pretext to accompany Bader in reviewing herbology, effectively bringing along this little canary. With Bader present, Tom could hardly strike at him. The trio had ventured not far into the depths of the forbidden forest when Bader crouched down to identify a moonlight flower. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed from afar, slicing through the tranquil night like the screech of a rusty blade. He sprang to his feet, panic flooding his pure golden pupils. It was a werewolf. Tom's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, a flicker of calculation flashing in his dark eyes. He glanced at Alfard, who was frowning in the direction of the howl, his gray-blue eyes betraying the trouble ahead. This was indeed an opportune moment to eliminate him. Amidst the chaos, a rogue werewolf could easily slay the Slytherin prefect. A most plausible scenario. To the edge, Alphard reacted first, reaching out to pull Bader behind him, his 188 centimeters frame acting as a barrier, not particularly broad, yet undeniably steadfast. Werewolves fear flames. We must depart swiftly. Tom remained motionless, his dark eyes gleaming under the moonlight. His fingers gripped his wand, with a mere incantation of silent bone powder. He could render Alphard defenseless beneath the werewolf's claws. Tom, we must go. Bader's voice trembled, a hint of desperation as he clutched Tom's sleeve. His fingertips turning pale from the exertion. Tom lowered his gaze, seeing the fear in the boy's eyes like shattered stars. And the flicker of murderous intent within him was swiftly extinguished. He grasped Bader's wrist, his voice deliberately steady and slow. We shall move. They had scarcely run a dozen paces when a second howl echoed ominously close, followed by a third and a fourth. For pairs of eerie green eyes glinted from behind the underbrush, drool dripping from their sharp fangs. The sound of heavy footfalls on fallen leaves resounding like a hammer striking the heart. Armor up. Bader's voice, though trembling, rang clear. A pale golden shield erupted around the trio, repelling the first werewolf that lunged, sending it crashing into a tree with a dull thud. His arms trembled, yet his wand remained unwaveringly pointed ahead, his golden pupils radiating a resolve not to falter. Tom's brow furrowed tightly. Bader's shield obstructed not only the werewolf's assault, but also Tom's opportunity to strike at Alphard. Before his little son, he could not resort to those unspeakable dark arts. Fall down. Alphard's spell shot forth first, a scarlet light grazing the edge of the shield, striking a werewolf attempting to flank them. The beast whimpered as it collapsed. But three more immediately surged forward, their claws scratching against the shield with a piercing sound. Tom inhaled deeply, his purple-wood wand aimed skyward. Inferno. An orange-red flame lashed out like a whip, forcing the nearest werewolf back, the scent of singed fur permeating the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Alphard sidestepping a werewolf's attack, his ebony wand slicing through the air with silver light. Expertly striking the creature's hind leg, this fellow had improved tremendously since 6 months prior. This way, Alphard urged, pulling Bader behind a sturdy oak, turning to shout at Tom. Use fire to separate them. Tom did not reply but unleashed a more vigorous blaze, driving 2 werewolves to the left. Just then, a third werewolf suddenly redirected its charge toward Alphard, its claws poised to rend his robes. A glimmer of something imperceptible flickered in Tom's dark eyes as he conjured a binding spell. Disarm you. Bader's incantation unexpectedly shot forth, though it missed its target, striking the werewolf's foreleg instead. The creature yelped in pain, momentarily halting, and Alphard seized the opportunity to evade, his ebony wand retaliating with a petrifying spell, freezing the beast in place. Thank you, Alphard called out to Bader, yet his gray-blue eyes shifted towards Tom, holding a hint of mockery that seemed to say, I know what you intended. Tom's temples throbbed more violently. He watched as Bader struggled to maintain the shield, his golden hair damp with sweat clinging to his forehead, the tension within him nearly reaching a breaking point. Bader, retreat to the edge, Tom shouted, simultaneously casting a flame to repel the advancing werewolves. Alphard, and I will hold them off. Bader shook his head, gritting his teeth as he cast a second protective shield, reinforcing their defenses. We leave together. His voice, though not loud, was resolute, the light at the tip of his wand illuminating his stubborn profile like a sunflower refusing to bow in a tempest. Alphard chuckled softly, his ebony wand unleashing a scarlet bolt that struck another werewolf. Did you hear? No one gets left behind. His movements became more rapid, the vigilance in his dark eyes morphing into palpable combat fervor, even if he had to be wary of the venomous snake behind him. They needed to first resolve the wolves before them. Tom remained silent, intensifying the flames. The purple wood wand danced in his hand, each spell precise and fierce. Yet he adhered to the principle of avoiding fatal harm. Several times, Alphard found himself cornered by a werewolf's fangs. He could have delayed his spells, but they always veered away at the last moment. Bader's gaze was like an invisible shackle, binding him to the light amid the encroaching darkness. We're almost at the edge, Bader suddenly exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice. The shadows of the trees grew increasingly sparse ahead, revealing the lights of the castle towers. The last werewolf emitted a reluctant howl, tripped by Alphard's obstacles, and Tom seized the moment to unleash a flame, driving it back into the depths of the forest. As the trio burst from the forbidden forest, they panted heavily. Bader's shield finally faltered, the pale golden light dissipating like bubbles, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by Tom and Alphard's simultaneous reach. Are you all right? Both their voices echoed, then paused in unison. Tom's hand rested on Bader's side. Feeling his rapid heartbeat, Alphard's hand rested on his shoulder, fingertips brushing against a recent scratch from a branch. Under the moonlight, their gazes clashed, laden with residual animosity and an inexplicable weariness. Bader shook his head, shaking off their hands, rummaging through his bag for healing salve. Standing on tiptoe to apply it to Alphard's arm. "You're bleeding. Hurry and wipe it off." Turning to Tom, he noticed the tear in his black robe, a shallow cut on his skin, and quickly offered the salve. "You should apply some too." Tom accepted the salve, his fingertips brushing against the cool tin tube, suddenly feeling as if the recent struggle had been an absurd dream. He watched Bader tiptoeing to tend to Alphard's wounds, the soft glow of his golden hair illuminated by the moonlight, and the remnants of murderous intent and calculation within him were washed away by the sight. Alphard observed the fleeting bewilderment in Tom's eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through his gray-blue gaze. He reached out to ruffle Bader's hair, his tone unexpectedly calm. "Let us go home." The three of them walked toward the castle, the moonlight stretching their shadows long, occasionally intertwining, resembling a temporary truce. Bader walked in the middle, still chattering about reinforcing the shield with a strengthening spell for tomorrow, oblivious to the tension lingering between the two men beside him, who, though no longer at odds, remained taut like two drawn bows. Everyone knew this contest was far from over. Tom, this man deserves to perish. Chapter 73, Graduation. The summer of 1945 arrived with an unusual swiftness, the ivy at Hogwarts gleaming under the sun, while the remnants of graduation dance streamers fluttered in the courtyard. Bader clutched his report card, the pure gold of his pupils shimmering astonishingly in the sunlight as the 12 subjects marked with excellence danced like vibrant musical notes, causing a slight tingle in his fingertips. "Congratulations," Tom's voice resonated beside him. His report card mirrored Bader's almost identically, yet his dark eyes lacked any exuberance, merely gazing down at Bader as though admiring a treasure finally polished to perfection. Bader looked up and smiled at him, about to speak when a gentle embrace enveloped him. Alpheus's breath carried a hint of cedar's cool fragrance, his arms wrapped around Bader's back, firm yet imbued with a sense of reverence. "I am truly happy for you, Bader." Alpheus's voice whispered in his ear, his gray-blue eyes brimming with candid joy. 12 subjects, all outstanding, you truly deserve it." Bader blinked in surprise, then raised his hand to lightly pat Alpheus's back. From some unknown moment, the doubts regarding the brooch and the tracking charm, the anxieties stirred by Tom's warnings, had gradually dissolved in the gentle warmth of Alpheus's presence over time. In that embrace, it felt like the most natural farewell among friends, the last remnants of tension in his heart dissipating like mist under the summer breeze. "You too," Bader replied with a smile as he gently pushed Alpheus away, his golden hair tousled by the wind. "Your accomplishments are equally impressive." Alpheus chuckled softly, raising his hand to smooth Bader's wayward strands, the gesture intimate and effortless. "What are your plans after graduation? The ministry's invitation should have arrived at your dormitory by now." At the mention of this, Bader's smile dimmed slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his report card. "I plan to return home first." He paused, his voice softening. "The priest is getting older. His last letter mentioned that rheumatism has flared up, making it difficult for him to walk. I want to spend more time with him. There isn't much time left." Alpheus hesitated for a moment, then smiled as if nothing were amiss. "You should indeed spend more time with the elderly. By the way, the gardens at Black Manor are in full bloom. Would you care to stay for a while? Consider it a celebration of your graduation." His gray-blue eyes held a glimmer of anticipation, as if waiting for a response he had long predicted. Bader shook his head apologetically, his eyes curving in a smile. "No, thank you, Alpheus. After I spend some time with the priest, perhaps I will visit." "Very well," Alpheus replied, his smile remaining warm, though a trace of imperceptible disappointment flickered in his gaze. "I will wait for you." A silver owl from the Ministry of Magic landed on the windowsill, carrying a gilt-edged envelope. As Bader opened the letter, Tom stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed towards the forbidden forest. "Are you planning to go?" Bader raised the invitation letter in his hand. The position at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was one that countless wizards aspired to attain. Tom turned back, his dark gaze settling on Bader's face. "If you do not go, what purpose would my attendance serve?" He walked over to Bader, picked up his own letter, and crumpled it without a glance, tossing it into the fireplace. The flames crackled as they devoured the silver paper entirely. Bader blinked in astonishment, a flicker of surprise crossing his golden pupils. "But this is the ministry. Nothing is more important than you," Tom interrupted, his tone as flat as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather, yet he gently grasped Bader's wrist, his fingers brushing against the resurrection stone ring on Bader's ring finger. "I have applied to Professor Dippet for the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. Professor Mellis is set to retire." Bader's eyes brightened. "Really? That's wonderful. That way we can still..." His words were cut short by a shadow that flitted across Tom's eyes. "Nothing is decided yet." Tom's voice grew heavier. The headmaster mentioned that this position requires a more experienced wizard. What he did not disclose was the ambiguous hesitation in Dippet's tone when he refused him, as if he could perceive the darkness that lay hidden in Tom's depths. Bader observed the tension in Tom's profile and suddenly wrapped his arms around his own, like a small creature seeking solace. It's all right. Even if it doesn't work out, it's fine. We can return to the priest together. His apple pie is delicious. You will surely love it. Tom looked down at the soft golden crown of Bader's head, feeling the surging bitterness from rejection smoothen out under this unexpected intimacy. He reached up to ruffle Bader's hair, a complex glimmer passing through his dark eyes. The thought of returning to that Muggle priest's home? He had never considered it. Yet, if it were with Bader, it seemed tolerable. At the end of the graduation ceremony, the graduates tossed their caps into the air. Bader's hat traced a golden arc before being caught securely by Tom. Alpheus stood not far away, watching them exchange smiles, the last warmth in his gray-blue eyes extinguishing. He approached once more, extending his hand to Bader. Take care, Bader. You too, Bader replied, grasping his hand with genuine warmth. Do keep in touch. Alpheus smiled softly, saying nothing further, and turned to blend into the departing crowd. His silhouette stretched long under the sunset, like an actor finally taking his bow, concealing all the unspoken lines. Tom watched him fade away before tightening his grip on Bader's hand, his dark eyes filled with unmistakable possessiveness. Let us go? All right, Bader nodded, allowing Tom to lead him towards the bus station. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm orange hue over their intertwined hands, dyeing the edges of Tom's black robe and Bader's golden hair alike. Bader was unaware that Tom concealed a sunflower brooch in his pocket, its gilded petals pressing against his palm like a searing secret. He also did not know that Alpheus, in the carriage leaving Hogwarts, crushed the silver serpent emblem in his hand, his gray-blue eyes swirling with an obsession rivaling Tom's. In the summer of 1945, the cicadas sang incessantly, the sun blazed intensely. Chapter 74, Abraxas's Wedding. The Malfoy Manor, in mid-July, was transformed into an ocean of white and gold, white roses entwining the ornate railings, while a champagne tower refracted delicate beams of light under the sun. Abraxas, clad in a silver-gray suit adorned with the family crest, accompanied Viola Caro as they graciously accepted the guests' blessings. Her wedding gown trailed behind her like unfurling moonlight, her smile gentle and fitting. Bader stood in a corner of the terrace, holding a glass of champagne, his golden hair warmed by the afternoon sun. Today, he wore a light gray suit, custom-made. The tie impeccably knotted, accentuating the softness of his profile. Surrounding him, pure-blooded ladies in lavish gowns cast curious glances, their whispers fluttering through the air like butterfly wings. Mr. Devine, I never expected to see you here. A girl in a pink dress approached, balancing a platter of pastries, the lace on her skirt swaying gently with her steps. I thought someone of your brilliance would dive straight into research post-graduation. Bader smiled politely, his fingertips lightly touching the cool surface of the glass. Just taking a temporary respite to spend time with family. His gaze traversed the shoulder of the girl, landing squarely on Tom, who stood in the center of the banquet hall alongside Augustus Malfoy, their figures standing out conspicuously amidst the crowd of exquisitely dressed guests. Yet their presence remained unyielding and commanding. Mr. Riddle is truly remarkable. Another girl with chestnut hair leaned in, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I just witnessed him discussing the reforms of magical law with Aloan Yaxley, his arguments articulated with such clarity that one could not help but admire him. I heard the Ministry of Magic has extended invitations to him multiple times, all of which he has declined. Bader nodded, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his mind. The Tom at the banquet was a stark contrast to the one he remembered from Hogwarts. He navigated effortlessly between the elders of various families, his words sharp as he spoke of the current state of the magical world, yet tempered with a prudent caution when discussing the future of pureblood families. The calm and incisive depth of his dark eyes resembled a sword sheathed in velvet, both elegant and perilous. Apologies, I am not accustomed to such a cacophonous environment. Bader inclined his head slightly to the ladies who had gathered around him before turning to the dessert table. He picked up a slice of lemon tart, the flaky pastry mingling with the sweet scent of cream wafting into his nostrils, alleviating the tension he had felt from the earlier encounter. What are they talking about? A gentle voice chimed beside him. It was Viola, who had approached unbeknownst to him, a half-eaten macaron in her hand. Those young ladies didn't frighten you, did they? They are merely curious, thinking you and Mr. Riddle are quite special. Bader's cheeks flushed slightly as he shook his head. No, they are very friendly. He took a bite of the lemon tart, its sweet and sour flavor unfurling on his tongue. The wedding is quite grand. Congratulations, Senior Viola. Viola smiled, her gaze drifting back to Tom in the center of the hall before returning to him. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Alphard, the young man from the Black family. In quite some time. He seems to be avoiding people lately. Upon hearing that name, the surrounding ladies immediately perked up. The girl in the pink gown blinked and curiously asked, Alphard Black? Is he also a Slytherin? Diagon, you must know him well. What kind of person is he? Bader pondered for a moment, a gentle smile blossoming in his golden-hued eyes. He is a very kind person, quite attentive. Back in school, he often helped me. Help you with what? A familiar voice suddenly interrupted from behind, laced with amusement. Bader jumped, nearly dropping his lemon tart. He turned to find himself gazing into Alphard's slate-blue eyes. He was clad in a deep blue suit, the cuffs adorned with an exquisite family crest. Leaning in slightly with a smile and his eyes reminiscent of shattered starlight. Alphard, when did you arrive? Bader's heart skipped a beat, instinctively straightening his posture. Alphard raised a hand and gently patted his shoulder, the warmth of his fingertips seeping through the fabric, carrying a familiar comfort. Just now. His gaze swept over the surrounding ladies, his smile still warm, yet somehow rendering the atmosphere more subdued. I heard someone was praising me behind my back. Bader's sentence was cut short by a gentle embrace. Alphard's arm encircled his back with a lightness akin to a casual fondness between friends, drawing the attention of those nearby. I have missed you, Bader. Alphard whispered in his ear, a hint of unnoticeable grievance lacing his tone. It feels like ages since graduation. Though it has only been a few days. Bader felt a bit uncomfortable in the embrace and pushed lightly against his arm. It's only been a few days. Didn't you write last time saying you were dealing with matters at the estate? Alphard chuckled softly, his slate-blue eyes brimming with indulgence as he released him. No matter how busy I am, I must attend to Brax's wedding and by chance see you. The surrounding ladies exchanged glances, as if they understood something, and promptly sought excuses to disperse. The terrace quieted instantly, leaving only the two of them and the distant strains of music. They seemed to have misunderstood. Bader observed the retreating figures of the ladies, scratching his head in mild exasperation. Misunderstood what? Alphard raised an eyebrow, his tone innocent. We are friends, are we not? He offered a slice of strawberry cake. Try this. The Malfoy family's pastry chef is said to have won a golden award in the magical realm. Bader accepted the cake and took a small bite. The cream sweetened perfectly. The two leaned against the terrace railing, engaging in casual conversation about the blooming white roses at the Black Estate, the good harvest of moonwort at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and trivial topics from a recent herbalism publication, yet it provided Bader with a sense of relaxation. Until a figure obstructed their view, emanating a familiar, chilling aura. What are you discussing? Tom's voice rang out, his dark eyes resting on the hand Alphard had placed on the railing, the atmosphere tightening palpably, devoid of any emotion. He held 2 glasses of champagne, and as he offered one to Bader, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of his hand, as if proclaiming something. Alphard's smile dimmed slightly, and as he straightened, he adjusted the cuff of his suit. Nothing much, just reminiscing about school days with Bader. He glanced at Tom, a flicker of barely perceptible provocation flashing in his slate-blue eyes. It appears Mr. Riddle is quite busy, having just extricated himself from Mr. Augustus. Tom did not respond to his remark, merely inclining his head towards Bader. Abraxas is looking for you. He wishes to introduce you to some experts in herbalism. Bader paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. He smiled at Alphard. I will go over first then. Go ahead. Alphard waved him off. Watching as Bader followed Tom into the banquet hall, the last remnants of his smile gradually fading from his slate-blue eyes. He picked up the unfinished lemon tart that Bader had left behind, his fingertips tracing the impressions left on its surface, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold smirk. Tom Riddle, this game is far from over. Inside the banquet hall, Tom's hand rested firmly against Bader's waist, a grip that brooked no refusal. He lowered his head, his dark eyes reflecting the sheen of Bader's golden hair, his voice low and menacing. Stay away from him. Bader looked up at him, a flicker of confusion crossing his golden-hued pupils. Why? Alphard is merely, he means no good. Tom interrupted, his tone imbued with a rare urgency, his dark eyes swirling with emotions Bader could not comprehend. One day, you will understand. Bader fell silent, merely observing Tom's taut profile, the vague sense of incongruity within him resurfacing quietly. Chapter 75. The Second Horcrux, the Sunflower Brooch. As the church bells resonated through the morning mist, Bader was carrying a basket of freshly baked honey cakes, intending to visit the priest. Upon reaching the street corner, however, he was halted by a cacophony of voices. A group of passers-by clad in coarse garments had gathered at the alley's mouth, pointing and murmuring at a figure shrouded in a white cloth on the ground, the air thick with the stench of cheap alcohol and a faint, chilling essence that sent shivers down his spine. Have you heard? The old drunkard, Ned, has just up and died. No injuries at all. Perhaps he drank himself to death? How tragic. I saw him in the tavern yesterday, drinking on credit. Bader's golden pupils narrowed slightly, instinctively taking a step back. He could sense the darkness lurking within that essence, reminiscent of the chilling aura that occasionally seeped from Tom's fingertips during his late-night dealings with dark magical artifacts. He clenched the basket in his hand, his knuckles paling, a fleeting absurd thought crossing his mind. It couldn't be. Tom had been with him these past few days. How could it be? Upon returning to their dwelling, Tom sat by the window in a chair, the collar of his black robe loosely hanging open, his complexion as pale as if dusted with ash. His fingertips rested on the windowsill, trembling slightly, his dark eyes reflecting an inescapable weariness, yet harboring an odd exhilaration, reminiscent of a priest who had just completed some arcane ritual. "You're back," Tom said, his voice raspy, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. Bardel placed the cookies on the table and hurried to him, reaching out to feel his forehead. He wasn't feverish, but his skin was notably cooler than usual. "Your complexion is dreadful," Bardel said, worry lacing his voice, his golden eyes filled with concern. "Haven't I told you not to stay up late studying those things? It's harmful to your health." Tom gazed at Bardel's face, so close that his lashes cast shadows over the tumultuous emotions swirling beneath. He could smell the scent of cream on Bardel, mingled with the aroma of sunlight, a purity that made his heart race. Last night in the alley, Ned's screams echoed in his ears. The searing heat of the blood-soaked sunflower brooch still lingered in his palm. It was Bardel's first gift to him, now holding a part of his soul that would never fade. "I'm a bit tired," Tom admitted, grasping Bardel's wrist, the chill of his fingertips causing Bardel to flinch. He buried his face in the crook of Bardel's neck, inhaling deeply, greedily absorbing that clean scent. "Let me lean on you for a moment." Bardel hesitated briefly, then gently lifted his hand to pat Tom's back, as one would soothe an injured beast. "I baked your favorite honey cookies, with walnut bits," he said softly. "Eat them and rest for a while. I'll keep watch over you." Tom said nothing, merely tightening his embrace. Bardel's warmth seeped through the thin fabric of his clothing, comforting his cold limbs, numbed by the use of dark magic, and temporarily suppressing the agitation born from his fractured soul. He thought to himself, this is enough, as long as Bardel is by his side. He could forever safeguard this flicker of light amidst the darkness. Before long, Tom informed Bardel of his intention to work at the Borgin and Burke's shop in Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley. Bardel, who was preparing a potion for the priest, dropped the spoon with a clatter, scalding liquid splattering and reddening the back of his hand. "That place is rife with dark magical artifacts and ill-intentioned individuals. What do you plan on doing there?" Tom sat across from him, polishing the sunflower brooch, and raised his gaze, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. "There are things I need." He paused, then added, "Mr. Borgin appreciates my abilities, and I can access more ancient magic." But before Bardel could voice his concerns, Tom interrupted, "Don't try to dissuade me." His tone had grown colder, his fingertips brushing against the gilded petals of the brooch. "This is something I must do." Bardel regarded Tom's tense profile, the words he had prepared fading away. He understood Tom's temperament. Once he had made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Yet, the very notion of Nocturne Alley unsettled him. Merely hearing the name sent shivers down his spine. He envisioned Tom navigating through those shadowy shops, dealing with wizards bearing predatory glares, and his heart clenched painfully. On the day Tom began working at Borgin and Burke's, Bardel accompanied him. The air in Nocturne Alley reeked of decay, the graffiti on the walls twisted and eerie, and the wizards they passed scrutinized them with wary eyes, as if appraising prey. "I'm leaving," Tom said, stopping at the shop's entrance, glancing back at Bardel. "Okay," Bardel nodded, pulling a cloth bag from his pocket and offering it to Tom. "I baked cookies. Eat them if you get hungry." After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't resist adding, "Come back early and be careful." Tom accepted the bag, their fingertips brushing, lingering for a moment before he turned and walked into the shop. The figure in the black robe vanished into the shadowy doorway, like a shadow consumed. Bardel remained rooted in place until Tom was out of sight, then turned to leave. The sunlight warmed him, yet it could not thaw the chill in his heart. From that day forth, Bardel baked treats daily, having an owl deliver them to Borgin and Burke's. Sometimes it was butter cookies, other times jam tarts, each a flavor Tom adored. He would occasionally venture to Nocturne Alley to see him, holding his breath as he hurried through the ominous shops, fearing he might draw the attention of something sinister. "Come back with me, Tom." On one occasion, Bardel, noticing the dust and mysterious stains on Tom's black robe, couldn't help but plead again. "We could go to the priest's place or find a quiet little town. If you wish to study magic, I can help you find resources. It doesn't have to be here." Tom, polishing a box adorned with black gemstones, paused at his words, impatience flickering in his dark eyes. "I've told you not to dissuade me." He turned to face Bardel, looking down at him. "There are things here you cannot comprehend, things that are very important to me." Bardel observed the obsession in Tom's gaze, akin to witnessing a wild beast spiraling into chaos. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. exhaling a soft sigh instead. Then take care of yourself. Tom remained silent, yet as Bardel turned to leave, he discreetly tucked the box of treats into his own robe. Later, Tom began to operate under the name Voldemort in Nocturne Alley. He did not confide in Bardel, just as he did not reveal that he was seeking vessels for more Horcruxes. Every night, he returned home, weary and haggard, only to find Bardel waiting by the fireplace. A book in hand, eyelids heavy with fatigue, yet he still persevered. "You're back?" Bardel startled awake, his drowsiness swiftly replaced by concern. He rose to pour hot water. "Are you tired today? I saved some soup for you. Just warm it up." Tom watched Bardel's busy figure, his golden hair glowing softly in the firelight. The bitterness that had festered within him due to dark magic gradually dissipated. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Bardel from behind, resting his chin atop his head. "I'm not tired." Bardel stiffened momentarily, then relaxed into the embrace, allowing Tom to hold him. "Is something happening in the alley?" he asked softly. "Today I heard from the owl that a wizard disappeared near Borgin and Burke's. It's none of my concern." Tom's voice was low and muffled. "Don't listen to those rumors." Bardel chose not to press further, simply grasping Tom's hand. Tom's hand was cold, his fingertips calloused, bearing the marks left by contact with dark magical artifacts. Bardel could feel the steady rhythm of Tom's heartbeat, calm yet subtly chaotic, as if harboring countless secrets. As night deepened, the flames in the fireplace dwindled. Bardel lay in bed, listening to Tom's even breathing from the next room, yet sleep eluded him. He knew Tom was changing, becoming increasingly unfamiliar, increasingly dangerous, yet he couldn't bear to let go. Each night, he waited for his return, leaving a lamp lit and a bowl of hot soup, praying that one day he would find the boy from the Hogwarts library who patiently helped him revise potion recipes. Chapter 76, Hepzibah Smith. In the depths of Nocturne Alley, an antique shop perpetually reeked of mothballs, where Hepzibah Smith sat in a velvet-upholstered armchair, her emerald ring glistening in the dim light. The first time she encountered Tom, he was standing before the display case, his black robe accentuating his tall stature, with a well-measured astonishment gleaming in his dark eyes as his fingertips lightly tapped the glass encasing a pendant box belonging to Slytherin. A discerning young man, Hepzibah's voice, tinged with the distinct rasp of age, carried a hint of self-satisfaction. This pendant box was indeed her treasure, a relic of Salazar Slytherin. Tom turned, inclining his body slightly in a gesture that was elegantly reminiscent of a true pure-blood gentleman. "I apologize for the intrusion, madam. However, the craftsmanship is so exquisite that I could not resist lingering a moment longer." His dark eyes reflected the shadow of the pendant box, and his tone of admiration seemed genuine. To possess such a rare artifact, you must possess remarkable taste. Hepzibah, flattered by his praise, smiled, her plump cheeks crinkling with wrinkles. "You do have a good eye. I have even finer items, you know. Have you ever seen Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup?" Tom's eyes brightened momentarily before he subdued his eagerness, adopting a perfectly measured curiosity. "Is that true? That is a legendary treasure. Might I have the opportunity to behold it?" Just a glance would suffice. From that day forth, Tom became a regular patron of the antique shop. He always managed to find the most timely topics to discuss, sometimes delving into the history of ancient magical artifacts, at other times extolling Hepzibah's discerning eye for collection, and occasionally bestowing upon her small, thoughtful gifts, a box of imported chocolates, a beautifully carved quill, trinkets that were modest yet heartfelt. He would patiently listen to her reminisce about her youthful escapades, offering her a clean handkerchief whenever she coughed, his gentle demeanor akin to warm water, gradually eroding the elderly woman's defenses. Hepzibah found herself increasingly reliant on him. She began to anticipate his daily visits, going to lengths to present herself neatly, even venting her frustrations regarding the boorish wizards who frequented her shop in his presence. Tom would always offer a cup of hot tea at just the right moment during her complaints, his voice deep and soothing. "Do not let those people trouble you, madam. Someone as elegant as you deserves far better." That afternoon, Bader, carrying a basket of freshly baked gingerbread, made his usual way to Borgin and Burke's to find Tom. However, as he passed by Hepzibah's antique shop, he caught sight of Tom standing at the entrance, slightly bowed, holding Hepzibah's hand and placing a gentle kiss upon her aged knuckles. Sunlight streamed through the shop window, casting a golden hue upon the edges of his black robe, his posture radiating a tenderness akin to a painting. Yet it pierced Bader's eyes like a shard of glass. The basket in his hands fell with a thud, gingerbread scattering across the ground. Bader's eyes widened in disbelief. His golden irises filled with incredulity, his heart constricted as if gripped by an icy hand, tightening painfully to the point where he could scarcely breathe. Both Tom and Hepzibah turned to look at him. A flicker of panic crossed Tom's dark eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by an unsettling calm. A calm that felt like a thin veneer over a torrent of emotion that Bader could not decipher. Bader dared not linger any longer. He hastily retrieved the fallen basket and fled. He did not even venture into Borgin and Burke's, stumbling instead through Nocturne Alley, where the dim, grotesque graffiti twisted before his eyes, and the cacophony of sounds morphed into a dull buzzing. Upon reaching his dwelling, he leaned against the door, gasping for breath. His stomach roiling as he succumbed to dry heaves against the wall. His mind was a tumult of the earlier scene, Tom's bowed head, the flush upon Hepzibah's cheeks, and the kiss that graced her frail hand. He recalled the spells Tom had shielded him from at Hogwarts. The meticulously organized notes Tom had prepared for him late at night, and last winter, when Tom had slipped the resurrection stone ring onto his fourth finger, insisting he wear it and never remove it. Those images intertwined with the earlier scene, like a dull blade, carving into his heart with each pass. "I like that, Bader," he murmured, his voice trembling. He had seen Hepzibah before. The portly old woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, was slightly older than the priest. How could Tom possibly kiss her? The pain in his chest sharpened, like a needle pricking insistently. He approached the mirror, gazing at the dark silver ring upon his fourth finger, its intricate patterns glinting coldly in the light. This ring, Tom had once declared, was meant to be worn forever. A wave of inexplicable grievance and anger surged within him. He reached to remove the ring, his fingertips digging hard at its edge. Yet it felt as though it had fused with his flesh, refusing to budge. The more he strained, the tighter it became, his knuckles reddening with pain. "Take it off. Take it off." Bader's voice cracked with a sob, tears finally cascading down his cheeks, splattering onto the ring and creating a small, damp patch. But no matter how hard he tried, the ring remained steadfast, a mocking insignia of his despair. Time slipped away, and as dusk fell and the fire in the hearth nearly extinguished, Bader sat on the sofa, cradling his knees in a daze. His tears had dried, leaving his face numb and cold. In the dead of night, Tom returned. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Bader curled upon the sofa. Facing away from him, his golden hair a tousled mess, radiating an aura that demanded distance. Tom hesitated, a whirl of complex emotions flickering in his dark eyes. He yearned to speak, to clarify the events of the afternoon, but as words formed on his lips, they dissolved into silence. He understood that Bader had seen, and any explanation at that moment would seem feeble. He merely stood at the threshold, watching Bader's silhouette until the last spark in the hearth flickered out, before retreating into his own room. Separated by a wall, neither of them found respite in sleep. Bader could hear the faint rustling of pages from the other side. It was Tom, yet the silence that filled the room remained unbroken. Tom could smell the lingering aroma of gingerbread mingled with the faint scent of tears, a thorn pricking at his heart. He caressed the sunflower brooch in his pocket, his dark eyes sparkling in the shadows. For immortality, for power, what was this trivial sacrifice? Yet, why did the mere thought of Bader's dulled golden eyes cause his heart to ache as if cleaved by a horcrux? It dawned upon him that this so-called eternity had always been destined to tread upon the very things he cherished, a transaction of the most ruthless nature. Love and exploitation, tenderness and calculation. These dualities could seamlessly coexist within the same vessel, like the two sides of a coin, leaving one in perpetual uncertainty as to which side would reveal itself first, delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 77, The Third Horcrux, the Slytherin Pendant Box. The autumn wind swept through the trees, rattling the window panes as Bader sat beside the priest's bed, his fingertips gently tracing the wrinkles etched upon the old man's hand. The priest's breath was as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind, each rise and fall tugging at Bader's heart. He had lain in this state for half a month, his cough evolving from a sporadic disturbance into a harrowing rasp, his once gentle eyes perpetually half closed, seemingly devoid of the strength to fully open. "Father, would you like some water?" Bader's voice was barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the fragile balance of life. He lifted a cup, carefully bringing it to the elder's lips with a small spoon. Warm water spilling over the edges as he quickly dabbed it away with a handkerchief, his trembling fingers betraying the panic churning within. The priest slowly opened his eyes, his murky pupils reflecting the sheen of Bader's golden hair, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Do not worry, young Bader. All must eventually depart." Bader's eyes brimmed with tears, and he grasped the priest's hand, the warmth of his palms startling in its intensity. "You will recover, I promise you. I have already summoned the physicians from St. Mungo's, who merely remarked, 'Foolish child.'" The priest gently patted the back of his hand, his voice barely a whisper. "I am well aware of my frail condition. Yet, I cannot let go of you." Bader lowered his head, tears drenching his hand, sending tiny droplets splashing. He dared not disclose to the priest that he and Tom had not spoken for over half a month. Their once intimate bond lay frozen beneath the autumn frost, hard and cold, leaving only silence to stretch between the two. Tom returned late every evening. Sometimes he was already asleep, while at other times he lay awake, merely listening to the sounds from the other side of the wall, too miserly to offer even a simple greeting. He had even begun to dread encountering Tom. The mere thought of the scene he witnessed outside the antique shop made his heart feel as though it were being suffocated, aching painfully. The ring, which he could not remove, pressed against his finger like a silent mockery, reminding him of the trust and tenderness that had been betrayed. Meanwhile, at Smith Manor, a starkly different atmosphere permeated the air. Tom reclined on an opulent velvet sofa, cradling a cup of red tea offered by Hepzibah, his dark eyes radiating a gentle warmth that was neither aloof nor overly familiar. Riddle, do you not agree that the patterns on this pendant box appear even more lustrous than before? Hepzibah held the Slytherin pendant box aloft like a child showcasing a treasured gem, her plump face beaming with pride. After months of interaction, she had come to trust Tom implicitly, even entrusting him with a key to the manor, under the pretense of allowing him ease of access to view her collectibles. Tom leaned in for a closer look, his fingertips gliding over the serpent patterns on the box, his voice deep and sincere. Indeed, it has acquired a greater sheen. Madam, you care for it splendidly. It has truly come to life in your hands. Hepzibah beamed with delight at his praise and hastened to retrieve Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup, exclaiming, "And this? I had it polished anew. Observe its brilliance." Tom's dark eyes sparkled momentarily at the sight of the cup, but he quickly suppressed that greedy impulse. Intent on listening to Hepzibah's ramblings, he had discerned the old woman's temperament, vain, suspicious, yet yearning for attention. A few well-placed compliments could disarm her defenses entirely. On an evening in early November, Tom arrived at Smith Manor as usual. Hepzibah sat at the dining table, a platter of pastries before her, while the house elf, Hokey, stood nearby, head bowed, clutching a silver teapot. "Tom, you have arrived." Hepzibah beckoned him to sit. "Today I've had Hokey prepare your favorite almond biscuits. Do try some." As Tom sat down, he seemingly innocently brushed against Hokey's arm. The little elf flinched and quickly retreated, her large eyes filled with trepidation. A flicker of coldness passed through Tom's dark gaze, quickly replaced by a gentle smile as he picked up a biscuit. "Thank you, madam. Hokey's skills have improved remarkably." Hepzibah's joy intensified as she lifted her glass to sip the imported red wine Tom had brought, proclaiming it the best pairing with biscuits. Unbeknownst to her, as she raised her glass, Tom's fingers moved with lightning speed, allowing a drop of colorless, odorless liquid to silently fall into the cup. "By the way," Hepzibah set down her glass, a hint of mystery in her expression, "I intend to draft a will, bequeathing this pendant box and the golden cup to you. Those distant relatives are all coveting my treasures. Only you appreciate their true worth." A fleeting glimmer of triumph flickered in Tom's dark eyes before he donned a mask of feigned gratitude. "Madam, you do me too much honor." "I speak sincerely," Hepzibah insisted, patting his hand, her gaze brimming with reliance. "Once I have departed this world, you shall safeguard these items. That will give me peace of mind." Tom lowered his head, concealing the coldness within him. He observed as Hepzibah took another sip of her wine, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The poison he had meticulously concocted would not be fatal immediately. Rather, it would silently halt her breathing in her sleep, leaving no trace of foul play, merely attributed to the frailty of old age. "Madam, you appear somewhat fatigued today. Might you wish to rest?" Tom's voice was as soft as a feather. "Allow me to tidy away the pendant box and the golden cup." Hepzibah indeed felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She nodded, bracing herself against the table as she stood. "That would be most kind of you, Tom." He assisted her toward the bedroom, his dark gaze devoid of warmth. Watching her recline upon the bed, he noted how swiftly she succumbed to slumber due to the poison's effects, her breaths gradually growing faint. The moment he confirmed her passing, Tom did not hesitate. He turned and strode into the study, using the key Hepzibah had given him to unlock the safe containing the Slytherin pendant box and the Hufflepuff golden cup. He stuffed the two treasures into his robe and turned to face Hokey, who stood trembling at the door. The little elf had evidently sensed something amiss. Her wide eyes brimmed with terror as her mouth opened in a silent gasp. "Look at me, Hokey." Tom's voice turned icy, his dark eyes swirling with dark magic's wrath. "It was you who accidentally allowed Madam to drink the spoiled wine, was it not?" Hokey shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her large ears. No, it was not Hokey. It was you, sir." Tom interrupted her, raising his wand, the tip emanating a chilling green light. "It was your clumsy hands that harmed Madam. You are frightened, and thus you wish to flee, do you not?" The power of dark magic forcibly invaded the little elf's mind, distorting her memories. Hokey's expression gradually dulled, the initial resistance giving way to panic as she huddled on the ground, crying out, "It is Hokey's fault. Madam is dead. Hokey will be punished." Tom observed this with satisfaction, retracting his wand as he turned to exit Smith Manor. The night wind billowed his dark cloak, resembling a bat unfurling its wings. carrying 2 treasures stained with sin, vanishing into the thickening darkness. Chapter 78. The priest's unfulfilled last words. Upon returning to his lodgings, Tom secluded himself in his chamber. He sat at the table, gazing at the Slytherin pendant box, his dark eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. He retrieved a silver dagger from the drawer, unhesitatingly slicing open his arm, letting droplets of blood fall upon the pendant box, hissing as they struck. Dark incantations whispered from his lips, the air thick with the scent of blood and malevolence. The pendant box absorbed his blood, as well as the fragment of his fractured soul, the serpent patterns glowing red, writhing as if imbued with life. At the moment the ritual concluded, Tom panted heavily, yet wore a bizarre smile. He caressed the cold pendant box as if it were a harbinger of his immortal future. The death of Hepzibah, the unjust plight of Hoki, were, in his eyes, mere stepping stones on the path to success, utterly insignificant. The priest's condition continued to deteriorate. Bader remained vigilantly by his bedside, tending to him, administering medication, and enduring sleepless nights. His once golden hair had lost its luster, bloodshot eyes surrounded by dark circles, his frame frail as if a gust of wind could topple him. On a morning in mid-November, the priest suddenly awakened. His gaze grew unusually clear, signaling for Bader to help him sit up and then requesting that he summon Tom. Bader hesitated for a considerable time before finally approaching Tom's door, gently knocking. "He wishes to see you." When Tom opened the door, his black robe remained neatly in place, though a hint of weariness lingered in his eyes. He gazed at Bader's pale visage, opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet swallowed his words. Merely nodding, "I understand." As the two entered the bedroom, the priest leaned against the headboard, his breath faint yet remarkably steady. He looked at Tom, then at Bader. His clouded eyes filled with a pleading expression. "Take care of Riddle and Bader. He is still young and somewhat fragile." Tom silently nodded, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his dark eyes. The priest turned to Bader, his voice barely above a whisper, like a sigh. "Do not be willful. Riddle is a good child, and you must support one another." Tears welled up in Bader's eyes, rendering him speechless. He could only nod fervently. The priest smiled gently, extending his hand to grasp Tom's, then Bader's, intertwining their hands together. His palm was icy, yet possessed an undeniable strength. "Take care," were the priest's final words. His hand fell limply, his eyes closing forever. "Bader." A heart-wrenching cry escaped Bader's lips, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, aching so painfully he could scarcely breathe. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat. He suddenly bowed his head, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, splattering the pristine sheets in a stark red, interspersed with flecks of gold, reminiscent of shattered starlight. "Bader." Tom's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to support the staggering youth. The boy's body was burning yet rigid, a trace of gilded blood staining his lips, his eyes shut tight, consciousness slipping away. Tom's heart plummeted, a wave of unprecedented panic engulfing him. He disregarded everything else, swiftly lifting Bader in his arms and racing towards St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. His black cloak billowed behind him as he ran, the weight of the boy feeling as light as a feather yet scorching with urgency. The golden streak of blood at Bader's mouth was seared into his memory, a lasting imprint he could not erase. For the first time, he realized that his obsessions with immortality and power paled in comparison to Bader's safety. At St. Mungo's, the medical staff hurried about, casting various diagnostic spells upon Bader. Yet no ailment could be discerned. His bodily functions appeared normal. He was merely ensnared in a deep coma, as if merely asleep. Tom sat by the bedside, observing Bader's pallid face, the pure golden lashes resting serenely, devoid of any tremor. He reached out, intending to touch that cold cheek, but halted midair, his fingertips trembling. He recalled the priest's final gaze, the crimson and gold stains on the dress robes before the fireplace at school, the golden blood Bader had just coughed up, their silence over the past month, their initial encounter, and suddenly, his heart felt as if it were suffocating, aching with despair. He had always believed he was in control. Yet in the end, he could not even fathom why Bader had fallen to such a state. The ward was enveloped in silence, save for the soft beeping of the machines. Tom remained by the bedside, for the first time realizing that those soul artifacts he treasured and the power he had obtained through any means were insignificant compared to the steady rhythm of the boy's breath. Little did he know that some fractures, once formed, could never be mended, just as the wound he had inflicted upon Bader's heart would leave a permanent scar, even if it healed. Chapter 79. Take care of yourself, Riddle. The acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the bitterness of potions, saturating the corridor with an oppressive atmosphere. As Alpheus burst into the room, Tom sat at the bedside, his fingers hovering above Bader's pale cheek, cloaked in shadow like a silent statue. "Riddle." Alpheus's voice was laced with urgency, his gray-blue eyes narrowing at the sight of the dark red at Bader's lips, piercing Tom with a gaze as sharp as ice. What have you done to him? Tom slowly lifted his gaze, suppressed rage swirling in his dark eyes, yet he remained silent. He felt unqualified to defend himself. Bader's condition was a burden he could not escape. Speak. Alpheus strode to the bedside, his tall frame radiating a tempestuous energy as he seized Tom by the collar of his cloak, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. He just became like this after the priest left? Didn't you promise him you'd take care of him? Your promise is nothing but a pile of rubbish. Tom violently wrenched himself free, his cloak disheveled, cold fury nearly spilling from his dark eyes. This is between him and me. You have no right to interfere. Your affair? Alpheus scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his laughter tinged with fury. He lies here, unaware of anything, and you act as if everything is fine. You are not worthy to be by his side. He leaned closer to Tom, unmasked loathing evident in his gray-blue eyes. I warned you long ago that you were unreliable. Your kindness is merely a facade. You only care for yourself. Let him go. Tom's hand had already grasped the wand hidden within his sleeve, the wood trembling slightly in his grip. The chill of the purple heart wood permeated the air, clashing with the scent of cedar emanating from Alpheus. What? Do you wish to resort to violence? Alpheus sneered, producing his ebony wand in an instant, its tip aimed directly at Tom's throat. Here? With dark magic? Do you dare? The air between them thickened, the tension causing the surrounding instruments to quiver. A patient in the adjacent bed emitted a frightened whimper, and nurses rushed in, deterred by the palpable hostility. What are you doing? The head nurse's sharp voice sliced through the standoff, her wand waving as a pale blue barrier formed between the two. This is a hospital. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Alpheus did not lower his wand, his gray-blue eyes fixed on Tom, as if attempting to bore holes through him with sheer intensity. He inhaled deeply, abruptly turning, and carefully lifted Bader from the bed. The boy felt as light as a feather, his golden hair cascading in Alpheus's embrace, his face devoid of color. Bader, I will take you away. Alpheus's voice softened, a stark contrast to his earlier rage, as he leaned down, his lips nearly brushing against the top of Bader's head, radiating unmistakable tenderness. Put him down. Tom's voice was low, filled with a possessive intensity that felt almost tangible. Alpheus, cradling Bader, turned to look down at Tom, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Put him down? Allow him to remain by your side, tormented to the brink of death? He paused, a glimmer of pity flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Black Manor has the finest healers, and Professor Slughorn has promised to brew potions for him personally. As for you, he scoffed disdainfully. Riddle, take care of yourself. Before the words had faded, Alpheus strode past Tom, deliberately colliding his shoulder against Tom's with a resounding thud, striking at their frayed nerves. Tom stumbled slightly, but did not reach for his pained shoulder. He merely stood there, watching as Alpheus carried away that radiant golden figure, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Bader's fingertips hung limply from Alpheus's arms, a dark silver ring glinting coldly under the harsh lights, a silent mockery. The scent of disinfectant in the corridor suddenly became overpowering. Tom stood for a long while, until the nurse's complaints faded into the distance, before slowly raising his hand to press against the shoulder that had been struck. Beneath the black robes, the skin throbbed with a faint ache, yet it paled in comparison to the hollow numbness in his heart. He had lost, utterly defeated in front of the one he cherished most. The carriage of Black Manor jolted along the winding path, the curtains fluttering gently in the breeze. Alpheus sat within the carriage, carefully cradling Bader upon his lap. The youth's head rested against his chest, his breaths as faint as threads in the wind. Alpheus extended a hand, his fingertips softly brushing against Bader's pallid cheek, the gesture tender as if handling a fragile treasure. Panic surged within his slate-blue eyes, for he had never witnessed such vulnerability in Bader, so fragile that it seemed. With the slightest pressure, this glimmer of gold might entirely fade away. As the carriage entered the manor, the butler approached with a respectful demeanor, only to be halted by a mere glance from Alpheus. He held Bader close, ascending the spiral staircase step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the vast corridor, imbued with an almost reverent weight. His chamber lay at the pinnacle of the tower, adorned with ancient oil paintings, and the windowsill bore fresh sunflowers, Bader's favorite bloom. Alpheus laid Bader upon the velvet-draped bed, tucking him in with a soft blanket, before using magic to ignite the fireplace. The orange glow transformed the youth's golden hair into a warm amber hue. After completing these tasks, he retreated to the bedside, slowly kneeling to gaze upon Bader's slumbering visage. Suddenly, a drop of scalding liquid fell unexpectedly onto Bader's hand, akin to a melting star. Alpheus froze, raising a hand to touch his own cheek, only to discover that tears had begun to cascade forth without warning. He had never cried since his earliest memories. As the heir to the Black family, he had been taught from a tender age to be strong, to be indifferent. Tears were a symbol of weakness, the most worthless of commodities. Yet at this moment, gazing at the lifeless boy upon the bed, all the fears, anger, and heartache he had long suppressed surged forth as scalding tears, rushing uncontrollably from his eyes. Batter. He choked out, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. Please wake up. He recalled the soft lips he had first kissed beneath the mistletoe, the slender figure that had shielded him in the forbidden forest, the sincere embrace at graduation. Those memories pierced his heart like shards, causing him to nearly gasp for breath. It is my fault. I should not have let you face this alone. Alpheus rested his forehead against the bed's edge, his shoulders trembling violently. The muffled sobs resonating in the silent room, intertwining with the crackling of the firewood, creating a heart-wrenching melody. He had always believed he could protect Batter, that he could take him away from Tom. Yet in the end, he had allowed Batter to endure so much suffering. Tears flowed more fiercely, soaking the sheets and dampening Batter's fingers that hung over the edge of the bed. The ring glimmered softly in the firelight, as if silently conveying something profound. Alpheus reached out, gently clasping Batter's icy fingers, burying his face against the back of his hand like a lost child. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass, casting colorful patterns on the floor. The boy remained in peaceful slumber, while the man beside him wept like a fool, regardless of who emerged victorious or who succumbed. It was always the most innocent and cherished who bore the deepest wounds. Chapter 80. Gellert. Dumbledore, who else would love you? The morning mist at Black Manor carried the chill of winter, condensing upon the stained glass, creating a hazy white veil. Alpheus stood by the bedside, tucking the covers around Batter for the last time, his fingertips brushing against the youth's still pale cheek. Having slept for nearly a month, Batter's lashes had not fluttered even once. Only his steady breathing attested to his continued existence. Master, the carriage is ready, came the voice of the house elf, Kriaker. At the door, his back slightly hunched, large eyes filled with trepidation, fearful of inciting the ire of his increasingly irritable young master. Alpheus did not turn around. His gaze fixated on Batter's golden strands, his voice gravelly as if shrouded in dust. Listen, Kriaker. He turned, his slate-blue eyes imbued with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, Batter shall be the second master of the manor. You must fulfill all his wishes, even if he demands the stars from the heavens. Kriaker trembled visibly, his ears drooping. But, master, he is a muggle-born wizard. The words lodged in his throat, silenced by Alpheus's frigid gaze. He is my lifeline, Alpheus interrupted, his fingertips digging into his palm from exertion. If upon my return he has lost even a single hair, or if you dare to show him any semblance of negligence, he paused, the menace in his tone chilling the air. You may as well throw yourself into the manor's snake pit. Kriaker bowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thud. Kriaker dares not. Kriaker will take good care of the second master. Alpheus nodded in satisfaction, casting one last deep glance at Batter, as if etching his likeness into his very bones. He turned swiftly and exited the room, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the corridor's carpet, stirring a rush of wind. As he descended the stairs, the butler presented him with the already packed suitcase, which he seized without a backward glance as he rushed out of the manor. He must return to complete his studies. Yet with each step he took, his heart felt as though it were being pulled tighter by invisible threads, constricting with a dense ache. Within the carriage, Alpheus pulled back the curtain, watching as the spires of Black Manor gradually vanished into the morning mist, his hand unconsciously clenching the contents of his pocket, a dried specimen of moonlight flower, gathered with Batter on the edge of the forbidden forest the previous year. He lowered his head to kiss the fragile petals, whispering softly, "Wait for me." The European continent in December lay cloaked in snow and wind. The forbidden forest of Hogwarts blanketed in a thick layer of white, while in the distance, Godric's Hollow was poised for a duel that would alter the course of magical history. Dumbledore stood in the clearing at the valley's heart, his silver-blue eyes piercing through the snowstorm with startling brightness. His opponent, Grindelwald, stood opposite him, his black robes billowing in the wind, a mocking smile still gracing his face, though a hint of fatigue lurked in the depths of his gaze. Between them, the blood pact hovered in midair, the crimson liquid within the glass orb resembling congealed blood, quivering slightly. It was the oath they had sworn in their youth, pledging never to harm one another. Yet now, this emblem of friendship and love had transformed into the shackles binding them. Albus, Grindelwald's voice sliced through the storm, laced with a peculiar seduction. Do you truly wish to stop me? For those foolish muggles? For this decaying world? Dumbledore did not respond. He simply raised his wand. The song of the phoenix, Fox, echoed behind him, the warm golden light stark against the surrounding tempest. He understood the necessity of his actions, not for the sake of so-called justice, but for redemption, for Ariana's death, for the innocents sacrificed at the altar of Grindelwald's grand ambitions. The red and green lights shot forth from their wands, clashing in midair and erupting into a blinding radiance. The storm was stirred by the force of their magic, spiraling into a vortex that engulfed them both. Their spells intertwined and collided, each clash infused with cataclysmic power, yet instinctively yielding as they approached the blood pact, a promise engraved upon their souls, a brand that, even in enmity, continued to ache. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, when Dumbledore's disarming charm collided with Grindelwald's Avada Kedavra, the blood pact emitted a sharp crack, its glass casing shattering into fragments, the crimson liquid within evaporating instantly in the biting wind and snow. In that moment of liberation, Grindelwald's spell veered off course, grazing Dumbledore's shoulder before striking the hawthorn tree behind him. The branches snapped in response, snow cascading down in delicate flurries. Grindelwald gazed at the shattered blood pact, his smile finally freezing into a mask of disbelief. He staggered back a step, looking at Dumbledore, his silver blue eyes revealing for the first time a sense of confusion, akin to a lost child. "You have triumphed, Albus," he murmured, his voice devoid of anger, imbued instead with a profound weariness as if the dust had settled. Dumbledore's hand, clutching his wand, trembled, a tumult of emotions flashing through his blue eyes. Joy of victory, the thrill of revenge, and an ineffable sorrow. He stared at the man who had once occupied the entirety of his youth, suddenly feeling that everything had lost its significance. Grindelwald suddenly laughed, the sound cutting through the snowstorm like a knife. "Dumbledore, what does it matter that you have won the world?" He approached menacingly until their faces nearly touched, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Who will love you now?" That sentence struck like an ice-coated dagger, piercing through Dumbledore's most vulnerable place. His pupils constricted sharply, his grip on the wand tightening, knuckles whitening. Grindelwald observed his anguished expression with satisfaction, turned away, and raised his hands to the approaching ministry officials, declaring, "I surrender." No one knew that in the moment he was led to the prison cart, Grindelwald glanced back at Dumbledore, his gaze as complex as a deep pool. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood rooted in place, allowing the wind and snow to blanket his shoulders, his blue eyes hauntingly hollow. After Grindelwald was imprisoned in the highest cell of Nurmengard, the entire wizarding world erupted in celebration. People hailed Dumbledore as the greatest white wizard, the ministry showered him with numerous accolades, and some even proposed he assumed the role of Minister for Magic. Yet, Dumbledore declined all honors and positions. He returned to Hogwarts, continuing his role as Professor of Transfiguration, as if the earth-shattering duel had never occurred. Until one day, the head of the Chocolate Frog Company visited him, hoping to immortalize his likeness on a chocolate frog card, the highest recognition in the wizarding world for a great wizard. The official presumed he would refuse, especially since this white wizard had just turned down the ministry's invitation. However, Dumbledore smiled, a glimmer of childlike mischief flashing in his blue eyes. That would be acceptable. The official paused, hastily producing a contract. "Do you have any requests? Perhaps regarding the pose for your portrait, or the accompanying text?" Dumbledore shook his head, gazing out towards the forbidden forest, softly replying, "No specific requests." He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips, adding, "As long as the children see an old man who appears reasonably happy when they unwrap the packaging." Though the official was puzzled, he respectfully acquiesced. When the chocolate frog cards bearing Dumbledore's likeness circulated throughout the wizarding world, people beheld a gentle-faced elder, his blue eyes radiating wisdom and tolerance, with the accompanying text reading, "Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard, who defeated Gellert Grindelwald." Yet, no one knew that in the solitude of his office at night, Dumbledore would quietly unwrap a pack of chocolate frogs, gazing at the smiling face on the card, recalling Grindelwald's final words, "Who will love you?" He would gently stroke the image on the card, softly assuring himself, "Many people do." However, the loneliness in his voice was such that even the song of Fawkes the Phoenix could not dispel it. The greatest victories often accompany the deepest solitude, much like the shattered blood pact, which, while breaking the bonds, forever lost its former warmth. Chapter 81, The Wedding of Olympe and Walburga. 3 years was ample time for the roses of Black Manor to entwine the newly constructed stone walls, and sufficient for Alphard Black to transform from a somewhat flamboyant Slytherin graduate into the iron-fisted head of the entire family. Within the first month post-graduation, he had swiftly purged the internal opposition within the family. The uncle who had once mocked him for his fascination with Muggle-born wizards was found one fateful night, having mysteriously fallen from the manor's tower, clutching a letter that attempted to usurp power. Everyone knew who was behind it, yet no one dared to speak. Alphard occupied the head seat at the family meeting, his gray-blue eyes sweeping over the silent relatives. his fingers idly tapping on the armrest. The honor of the Blacks shall not suffer the slightest taint. His voice, though soft, chilled the air. Over 3 years, he had assimilated 3 rival families from Gringotts, expanding the family's magical artifact business across the European continent, even resorting to somewhat unsavory methods to undermine 2 ancient pureblood families. Wizards in the magical community whispered that the new master of the Black family had no regard for sentiment, only profit. His smile concealed a blade. Toasting with you one moment, and the next, rendering your business utterly bankrupt. When he announced his formal ascendancy as head of the family before the family crest, no one dared voice dissent. He stood on the terrace of Black Manor, observing the bowing relatives below, his gray-blue eyes betraying no emotion. Power was the finest armor, capable of protecting those he wished to safeguard while deterring those who coveted it. Yet, in the solitude of the night, he would open the box containing the moonflower specimen, his fingertips brushing over the withered petals, revealing a fleeting softness in his gaze. Olympe and Walburga's wedding was set for early summer, and Black Manor was once again adorned in lavish splendor. Pure white roses entwined with intricately wrought iron, the crest of the pureblood family glimmering in the sunlight. With prominent figures from the wizarding world, such as Abraxas Malfoy and the Yaxley Patriarch, in attendance. Their conversations by the Champagne Tower filled with compliments for the flourishing Black family. Alphard, clad in a well-tailored black suit with the family crest pinned to his chest, effortlessly navigated among the guests. His smile was perfectly balanced, exuding the authority of a head while retaining the warmth of a gracious host. Yet in the fleeting moments of turning, a flicker of detachment would cross his eyes. Alphard, congratulations, Abraxas Malfoy approached with a wineglass, followed closely by a familiar figure. When Alphard's gaze landed on that person, his smile momentarily froze. Tom Riddle appeared, dressed in a deep gray suit. Having long since exchanged his black robes for attire more fitting for pure-blood social occasions, the malice in his dark eyes well concealed, replaced by an almost indifferent calm. Mr. Riddle? Alphard's voice held just the right note of surprise, as if genuinely astonished by his presence. What an unexpected guest. It seems the invitation did not reach you? Tom nodded slightly, his tone flat and undisturbed. I heard of Olympe's wedding and came to offer my congratulations, alongside Abraxas. His gaze drifted past Alphard, seemingly searching for something, but quickly returned. Abraxas, attempting to smooth over the tension, smiled. It was I who invited Riddle. After all, we are acquaintances from Hogwarts. Alphard forced a smile. Raising his glass, since you are a friend of Abraxas, please, make yourself at home. He spoke no further, turning away to venture elsewhere. Yet a chilling intensity lingered in his gray-blue eyes. Tom Riddle had ultimately arrived. Throughout the entire wedding, Alpheus had deliberately evaded any encounter with Tom. It was only when the guests began to dance that he found an excuse to retreat alone to the terrace on the 2nd floor. The evening breeze, carrying the fragrance of roses, brushed against his cheek as Alpheus retrieved a silver cigarette case from his pocket, extracted a cigarette, and lit it. The flickering flame danced at his fingertips, the smoke obscuring his profile. Leaning against the railing, he gazed beyond the treetops of the estate, directing his gaze towards the distant Hogwarts castle, to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where he and Bader had once gathered moonlight flowers, and where he had argued vehemently with Tom. Back then, Tom's ambition was unmistakable in his eyes, and he would scowl at Bader for merely speaking a word too many. At that time, Alpheus would intentionally draw closer to Bader in Tom's presence, taking secret delight in observing Tom's restrained demeanor. How laughable it was. What he once perceived as a contest was merely childish folly. For true warfare was far more brutal than he had imagined. What are you thinking? A low voice emerged from behind him. Alpheus extinguished his cigarette and turned around, finding Tom had quietly joined him on the terrace. Leaning against the doorframe, his dark eyes appeared particularly profound in the twilight. Mr. Riddle? Avoiding the dance floor to catch the breeze? Alpheus's tone dripped with sarcasm. Tom paid no heed to his animosity, merely inquired, how is Bader? At the mention of this name, Alpheus's body tensed instantly, an icy glare flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Thanks to you, he spat through clenched teeth, his forced smile shattering completely, barely maintaining composure. The last few words escaped him like a sigh, betraying his long-suppressed anguish. What he refrained from articulating was that Bader's hair grew lighter with each passing day. Once a dazzling golden brown, it now seemed to have been washed of its luster by time, fading first to a warm honey gold, and now a pale wheat blonde, nearly devoid of shine under the sunlight. Strangely, his appearance remained unchanged, as youthful as he had been at graduation, with delicate skin and long lashes. As if time had come to a standstill for him, the healers at St. Mungo's and Professor Slughorn were at a loss, only able to assert that his bodily functions were entirely normal, while his soul appeared to be ensnared in a deep slumber. Tom's black eyes narrowed slightly. his hands instinctively clenching at his sides. He could envision Bader's current state, that once bright golden hue now slowly dimming. "May I see him?" Tom's voice was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible plea. Alpheus stared at him, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions, anger, loathing, and a hint of hesitation he was reluctant to acknowledge. He yearned to refuse immediately, to ensure Tom would never lay eyes on Bader again. Yet the near-desperate longing reflected in Tom's gaze sparked a memory of 3 years prior at St. Mungo's, when this man had silently observed Bader being carried away. The two locked eyes for a prolonged moment, as if engaged in a silent duel. Ultimately, Alpheus let out a barely audible sigh and nodded. "Do not disturb him," he cautioned, his voice as frigid as ice. "Once you have seen him, you must leave." A flicker of relief passed through Tom's dark eyes. He nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. As dusk deepened, amidst the shadows of the terrace, the two men, each deeply enamored with Bader, reached a fragile consensus for the first time. Yet they both understood that this war concerning love and protection was far from over. Chapter 82. When will the return come? In a tower room of Black Manor, sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting fragmented patterns upon the carpet. Bader lay on the bed, breathing evenly like a slumbering butterfly. His hair, a soft shade of wheat gold, cascaded over the pillow, its length now surpassing his waist, shimmering gently in the light. When Tom pushed open the door, he treaded lightly, as if fearing to disrupt this fragile tranquility. He stood at the bedside, his dark eyes fixed intently on the figure before him, a tumult of emotions swirling within, guilt, heartache, and a thread of indescribable panic. Over the past 3 years, he had wished countless times to see Bader, yet Alpheus's warnings and his own cowardice had held him back. Only now, witnessing that faded hue of gold, did his heart feel as if gripped by an invisible hand, aching painfully, nearly rendering him breathless. Without hesitation, he slowly knelt down. His knees touched the carpet with a soft sound. He reached out, gently clasping Bader's hand, which still radiated warmth, though thinner than he remembered. The calluses of yesteryears now gone, leaving only a soft touch. Tom lowered his head, resting his face against the back of Bader's hand, inhaling deeply. The air was infused with a subtle lavender scent, the calming fragrance that Alpheus had specially crafted for Bader, yet it could not mask the boy's clean scent, reminiscent of sunlight. He closed his eyes, his lashes fluttering slightly, as 3 years of restraint, scheming, and bloodshed converged into a deep ache within his heart. If only he could trade those so-called immortality and power for the return of that Bader who would smile at him and worry about his late nights. He placed a gentle kiss in the palm of Bader's hand, the gesture solemn, as if performing a sacred ritual. At the moment his lips brushed against Bader's skin. The tips of Bader's fingers twitched almost imperceptibly, only to return swiftly to stillness. Tom's heart raced, then sank. Was it merely an illusion? Not lingering any longer. He carefully tucked the blanket around Bader, ensuring every inch of skin was enveloped in warmth. He then rose, casting one last glance at the figure on the bed, his dark eyes brimming with emotions as dense as unyielding ink. He said nothing, turned, gently closed the door, and departed Black Manor, not uttering a word to anyone. His dark-robed silhouette vanishing along the estate's tree-lined path, without looking back. When Alpheus entered the room, the air still bore a faint, almost imperceptible chill that belonged to Riddle. He frowned, waving his hand to magically disperse the lingering scent before approaching the bedside. He sat at the head of the bed for a long time, his gray-blue eyes unwaveringly fixed on Bader. For the past 3 years, he had come here daily to tend to Bader, cleansing his body, changing his clothes, and grooming his hair. Bader's hair had grown rapidly. Alpheus had never considered cutting it, instead nurturing it like a precious treasure, meticulously massaging his scalp with a special magical oil, using a silver comb daily. Even the strands that naturally fell away were carefully collected in a velvet box, hidden deep within a drawer. "It's time to comb your hair," Alpheus murmured softly, as if speaking to someone awake. He gently lifted Bader, adjusting him into a comfortable position against the sofa, with soft cushions supporting his back. His movements were practiced and tender, as if he had performed this countless times before. He retrieved the intricately carved silver comb from the vanity, starting at Bader's crown and working his way down. The wheat gold strands slipped through the comb's teeth, flowing as smoothly as liquid moonlight. Occasionally, Alpheus's fingertips would brush against Bader's scalp, sensing that faint warmth, which brought a slight solace to his heart. "Look, it has grown so much," he whispered, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "When you awaken, you can let it grow as long as you desire, as long as it pleases you." After meticulously smoothing down all his hair, he began to weave a braid. His nimble fingertips danced between the strands, intricately intertwining the delicate golden locks into a tight and orderly braid, secured at the end with a white ribbon. Over the past 3 years, he had mastered various hairstyles, All because he had once overheard Bader casually remark that braiding hair seemed quite enjoyable. Once the braid was complete, he approached Bader, crouched down, and gazed at his sleeping face. The youth's features remained exquisitely delicate, with long lashes resembling tiny fans, yet his complexion was still pale, devoid of any hint of color. No matter what he did, Bader did not respond, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Alpha's heart felt as though it were constricted by some unseen force, causing a dull ache. Slowly, he knelt down, resting his head gently on Bader's lap, wrapping his arms around his waist like a child seeking comfort. Time flowed quietly by, sunlight shifting from the window to the carpet, gradually fading into the twilight. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth. Alpha closed his eyes, greedily absorbing the warmth and breath of Bader, as if to confirm that he was still there, not vanished. It was only as the night deepened that he slowly rose, carefully lifting Bader back into bed and tucking him in. He lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss on Bader's forehead, as tender as kissing a fragile feather. "Good night, Bader," he whispered, his voice tinged with an imperceptible catch. Then, he quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him, leaving the slumbering golden figure and the profound silence in his wake. The light in the corridor stretched his shadow long, solitary like an isolated island. Chapter 83. The Fourth and Fifth Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's Golden Cup, Ravenclaw's Diadem. The small, attic-laden house in the Muggle world had once been the abode of Bader and the priest. The wooden floor creaked softly beneath his footsteps, and in the corner, a sunflower pot was in full bloom, its golden face eternally turned towards the sunlight outside. It was Bader who had planted it, declaring that sunflowers resembled little suns, radiating warmth. Tom stood in the center of the room, his fingertips brushing over Hufflepuff's golden cup resting atop the bedside table. The intricate patterns on the cup glimmered coldly in the dim light, containing yet another fragment of his torn soul. On the night he created the Horcrux, Bader had been vigilantly watching over the priest's bedside. He had not dared to let the youth sense even a hint of bloodshed. He concealed the golden cup beneath Bader's bed, as if hiding an unspeakable secret, yearning to keep this Horcrux close to Bader, believing that it might imbue that portion of his soul, tainted by greed and murder, with a touch of purity. After Bader fell into a coma, Tom moved into this room. He slept in the very bed Bader had once occupied, covered by the sun-warmed blanket, seeking solace in the remnants of his presence. Yet as days turned into weeks, the sweet scent of honey and baked cookies that clung to the boy gradually faded beneath the shadows of his dark robes, until it vanished entirely. When the last vestige of longing was extracted, Tom finally packed his belongings. On the day he departed, he glanced back at the sunflower pot on the windowsill, its head drooping, petals curling and darkening, completely withered. In the following years, Tom seemed to evaporate into thin air. No one in the magical realm saw the once ambitious young man again. Only the old colleagues at Borgin and Burke's would occasionally mention that shop assistant named Riddle, who had a penchant for inquiring about ancient relics. He traveled to many places, from the icy plains of Scandinavia to the deserts of Africa, in search of dark magic that would empower him further, while simultaneously gathering items suitable for creating Horcruxes. His hair grew darker, his gaze colder, and the tenderness of his youth had long since been ground into unyielding ice by the passage of time and bloodshed. In the forests of Albania, he discovered the fabled hollow tree. Moonlight spilled through the leaves, illuminating the dusty diadem of Ravenclaw that lay within the tree hollow. Helena Ravenclaw had not deceived him. He brushed the dust from the diadem, the gems glimmering in the darkness as if beckoning him. Before leaving the forest, he passed a Muggle farm. The dilapidated wooden house emitted a warm glow from its yellowed lights, accompanied by the laughter of a family of three, so ordinary and comforting that it pierced Tom's heart like a thorn. Without hesitation, his dark robe flickered in the night, and the laughter within abruptly ceased. As the scent of blood filled the air, he raised his wand, infusing the diadem with the power of dark magic. The diadem absorbed the essence of fresh life, its gems glowing even more eerily. Holding it, Tom's black eyes betrayed no emotion. This was his fifth Horcrux, bringing him one step closer to immortality. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he gazed at the extinguished lights of the farm in the distance, his heart felt as though pricked by something, aching faintly. He recalled the warmth of Bader's palm, the sight of the wilting sunflowers, and the eternally slumbering youth. Those suppressed feelings of softness occasionally resurfaced like ghosts amidst the intervals of murder. Tom turned and walked deeper into the forest, his black robe merging with the shadows of the trees. He understood that he could never return. From the moment he crafted his first Horcrux, from the instant he chose darkness, he was destined to tread this solitary path until eternity. Yet within that eternity, the warmth of sunlight had long since dissipated. Chapter 84. The Position That Cannot Be Retained. Ivy clung to the stone walls of Hogwarts, draping them in the hues of late autumn, while the castle's spires etched a stark silhouette against the twilight sky. Tom stood outside the headmaster's office, his fingertips caressing the intricate patterns of his robe's cuffs. He was no longer the youth who had once looked up to Dumbledore. Beneath his black robe lay a fragmented soul harboring the power to shake the very foundations of the magical realm. "Come in," Dumbledore's voice resonated from within, gentle yet imbued with an unmistakable sense of distance. Tom pushed the door open to find the silver-bearded elder seated behind his desk, the phoenix fox perched on his shoulder, its ruby eyes alertly scrutinizing the visitor. Dumbledore's blue eyes lingered on him for a moment, devoid of surprise, only a calm understanding of the situation. "Mr. Riddle," he acknowledged, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface of the desk. "After many years, I can surmise your purpose for visiting." Tom inclined his head slightly, maintaining his elegance. Though the concealment in his black gaze had faded, "I wish to assume the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts." He paused, adding, "The theories of dark magic taught here are woefully outdated. I can provide the students with more practical knowledge." Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Hogwarts does not require your practicality, Riddle." His silver blue eyes sharpened suddenly. "The darkness within you will taint this land." Tom's dark gaze instantly deepened, the curve of his lips hardening like ice. "You remain as obstinate as ever, Professor." He refrained from saying more, turning to leave. The rejection had been anticipated, for he had come for more than just a position. After exiting the headmaster's office, Tom's figure seamlessly melded into the shadows of the castle. He traversed the deserted corridors with familiarity, arriving at the tapestry depicting the giant troll on the 8th floor. Quietly reciting the incantation for a place that would never be discovered, a stone door materialized on the wall, revealing the room of requirement. He stepped inside the cluttered chamber, brushing away a thick layer of dust from the deepest shelf, placing the diadem of Ravenclaw atop it. The gem glimmered with an ethereal glow in the dim light, starkly contrasting the surrounding decay. This was his most clandestine Horcrux, concealed in the safest sanctuary of the magical realm, a most fitting abode. After departing from the room of requirement, he detoured to the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor. There, he found the weeping Myrtle huddled in a corner, stifling her sobs at his sudden appearance. Tom disregarded her fear and hissed softly at the serpent-shaped faucet above the sink. "Open." The stone slab slowly shifted aside, revealing a deep passage leading to the hidden chamber. Descending the damp stone steps, a chill enveloped him. At the chamber's base, a massive serpent coiled upon a stone pillar, awakening with a sudden flare of its slit pupils, its tongue flickering ominously. "Silence, my friend," Tom uttered in Parcel tongue, locking his dark gaze with the creature's golden eyes. Here, for the moment, was safety, but vigilance was paramount. The serpent emitted a low hiss, as if in agreement. Not lingering further, Tom turned to leave, casting a concealment charm at the washroom entrance that would render it undetectable to all but those who spoke in Parcel tongue. As he exited the castle, night had fallen. Standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, he gazed toward the classroom of dark arts, a flicker of malice crossing his dark eyes. He raised his wand, murmuring an ancient curse, as dark magic coiled like vines around the classroom, seeping into every crevice of the stone walls. "This position shall never be securely held by anyone," he whispered, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. "No one shall bask in triumph where I have faltered." From that day forth, the name Voldemort began to spread through the magical world like a plague. The first to flock to him were the fallen pureblood families, clutching their increasingly devalued surnames. Trembling in the new magical order, desperately seeking the protection of a formidable power, Tom unfurled his dark wings, welcoming these sycophantic followers, trading their loyalty for a chance at survival. Next came the ambitious, drawn to the power Voldemort wielded, like sharks scenting blood, eager to partake in the game of power. He bestowed upon them the prestige they craved, adorning them in robes emblazoned with the dark mark, letting them lord over muggles and mudbloods alike. Lastly, there were the inherently cruel, attracted by Tom's extreme ruthlessness, as if they had found kindred spirits among beasts. Tom imparted to them more advanced torture curses and insidious methods of murder, allowing them to revel in bloodshed. These individuals became his sharpest instruments. Within a mere few years, the ranks of the Death Eaters swelled to astonishing proportions. When their dark mark illuminated the night sky, the entire magical realm trembled in fear. However, amidst this tide of darkness, the Black family remained an isolated island, resolutely refusing to capitulate. Alphard Black sat in the study of the manor, perusing intelligence reports delivered by a spy, his gray-blue eyes as cold as ice. The ring upon his finger reflected a glimmering light, a talisman forged from strands of Barty Crouch's hair. Head of the family, the Malfoy family has openly declared their support for Voldemort, the butler reminded him quietly. "We should remain observant." "There is no need," Alphard interrupted, casting the report into the fireplace, where flames instantly devoured the pages. The blacks never followed darkness, especially not that which had harmed Barty. He gazed out the window. The lights in the tower room glimmered like a solitary star. There, Barty's hair had grown longer, now a moonlit gold, resembling strands of light solidified by the moon. As long as there was light there, he would never allow darkness to encroach. Voldemort's influence expanded, yet he had never dared to touch the Black Manor. Much like the tender corner of Tom's heart reserved for Barty, no matter how the darkness spread, it could never completely consume it. Chapter 85, Sleeping Beauty. The first time I laid eyes on the uncle residing in the tower, I was perched in a sycamore tree, foraging for bird nests. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the windowsill of the tower's topmost room, where sat a figure whose golden hair shimmered like moonlight, cascading down to his waist, its ends curling gently, resembling flowing fragments of gold. Real look. I tugged at my brother's sleeve. He was gazing up at me, his jet-black hair tousled against his forehead. Regulus followed my gaze, his small mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. That was the person who lived in the tower. Uncle Alphard never allowed us near, claiming he was the manor's most precious treasure. Yet the more he forbade us from seeing, the more my curiosity burgeoned like wild grass. He always sat by the window, sometimes leaning against a cushion, at other times reclining, perpetually with his eyes closed, long lashes casting delicate shadows upon his eyelids. His breathing so light it resembled a feather's whisper. Shall we go see him? I winked at Regulus, who timidly clutched my sleeve. But Uncle will be angry. What is there to fear? I reassured him, patting his shoulder as a true warrior would. I will lead you through the secret passage behind the staircase. No one will notice. The passage was a hidden discovery of mine, narrow enough for only a child to squeeze through. Regulus followed closely behind, his little shoes crunching on the dust, tightly gripping my clothing in nervous anticipation. Upon reaching the tower's entrance, I could hear the gentle sound of breathing from within, akin to a spring breeze caressing petals. I pushed the door ajar, my heart racing as if it might burst. He lay upon the bed, his moonlit golden hair spilling across half the mattress, its length having long surpassed his waist, the ends curling naturally. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, illuminating his face. Skin as pale as fine porcelain, even his lips a soft pink. He resembled an angel. Regulus's voice was as faint as a whisper, his eyes sparkling as if they contained stars. I, too, was entranced. Though he lay in tranquil repose, the very atmosphere around him seemed transformed. The dust accumulated from our clandestine passage, and my mischievous thoughts felt as if they had been filtered away, leaving only a pristine softness. I scarcely dared to breathe loudly, fearing to disturb this serene moment. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. I turned abruptly to find my father, Orion, standing at the end of the corridor, his expression as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Regulus let out a startled cry, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Sirius Black, my father's voice thundered, as he seized the scruff of my collar and yanked me out. I struggled to reach for Regulus, but he pinned me against the long bench in the corridor, delivering sharp slaps to my backside, causing me to wince in pain. Who allowed you to come here? Your father's voice boomed, making my ears ring. I told you not to approach the tower. Regulus wept more fiercely, his small hands clinging desperately to the doorframe, tears and snot marring his face. Daddy, don't hit my brother. I gritted my teeth, refusing to cry. I was the elder brother, and I couldn't shed tears in front of Regulus. But the pain on my backside intensified, as if it might shatter my bones. Just then, Uncle Alphard's voice rang out, calm as a still pond. Orion, cease. My father's hand froze in midair, turning to look at Uncle. Alphard approached, his dark robes sweeping across the floor, first kneeling to embrace Regulus. Wiping away his tears with his sleeve, his voice gentle. Fear not. Real, it is all right. Then he turned to me, his gaze devoid of anger, only a profound weariness lingering within. The father was still in a fit of anger. Alphard, these two little rascals are utterly audacious. It is quite normal for children to possess curiosity. Uncle interrupted him and turned to enter the room. I limped after him, finding him seated at the edge of the bed, his fingertips gently gliding through the long hair of that uncle, the moonlight's golden strands slipping through his palm like melting moonbeams. His name was Bader. Uncle's voice was soft, akin to speaking to us, yet seemingly to himself, for he was someone of great importance to Uncle. Sunlight illuminated Uncle's profile, and for the first time, I noticed the fine lines forming at the corners of his eyes. As he spoke moments before, his Adam's apple bobbed, and the sorrow in his gaze was as heavy as waterlogged cotton, suffocating in its weight. When Regulus was carried away by the butler, he was still sobbing. I stood at the doorway, watching Uncle tenderly tuck the blanket around Bader, his movements gentle as if he were cradling a fragile dream. That night, while my bottom still ached faintly, my thoughts were consumed by Bader in the tower. Why was he still asleep? Did Uncle's sorrow have something to do with him? Regulus, curled beneath the covers, softly inquired, "Brother, when will that uncle wake up?" I patted his head, gazing out towards the tower, where a solitary lamp shone like an unquenchable star. "He will wake," I said, though my heart held little conviction, believing one day he would indeed awaken. Chapter 86, Permit of Passage. I was nearly beside myself with joy. When Uncle mentioned that he would come to the tower whenever he wished, I seized Rel's arm and dashed down the stairs, breathless and disregarding any concerns. After all, I no longer had to crawl through that suffocating secret passage, nor fear my father's hand chasing me. The feeling of boldly crossing the threshold into the tower was more exhilarating than discovering the largest bird's nest. Bader still lay on that bed, draped in velvet, his moonlit golden hair having grown longer since the last time I saw him, the ends curling as if meticulously tended, scattered across the pillow like a handful of melted moonlight. I tiptoed closer and noticed a celadon vase beside him, adorned with several sunflowers, their golden heads facing him like little suns. Rel tugged at my sleeve, his voice a mere whisper. "Brother, look at his eyelashes." I certainly noticed. Long and thick. Like butterfly wings kissed by morning dew, they cast delicate shadows beneath his eyelids. His breathing was as light as a feather, the rise and fall of his chest more tranquil than the petals of the sunflowers on the nightstand. Strangely, he appeared more vibrant than before, as if the floral scent of sunshine had truly seeped into his skin. Uncle leaned against the window, observing us, twirling a silver lighter in his hand, the flint clicking twice. "Do you like the flowers at his bedside?" he suddenly asked, startling Rel, who shrank back behind me. I quickly nodded. "The sunflowers. Just like in the painting." Uncle smiled, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes crinkling together, making him appear more congenial than usual. "He loves these. He often says, sunflowers turn with the sun, and one must follow the light." I had not quite understood those words, too engrossed in examining Bader's fingers, where I noticed a faint scar on his knuckle, as if it had been scratched by something sharp. Just as I was about to reach out to touch it, Rel suddenly stepped on my foot, his gaze fixated on Uncle. Only then did I realize Uncle was intently studying us, his gaze flitting between our faces as if comparing some peculiar curiosities. His eyes could not be described as cold, yet they did not resemble those of a typical uncle. They bore a resemblance to the way Father looked at old photographs in the family tree, filled with inquiry and an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Later, there was a time when Father came to the tower to find us, about to scold me for bringing Rel here again, when Uncle suddenly interrupted with a smile. "Arin, why not have these two boys adopted by me?" I was nearly startled into knocking over the sunflowers at Bader's bedside. Adopted? Did that mean I could live in the tower every day? Father furrowed his brow, rubbed his hands against his trousers, and after a moment, managed to utter, "No." His voice was muffled, sounding less like a refusal and more like a struggle with himself. Uncle did not press further, merely retrieving 2 fruit candies from his pocket and tossing them to Rel and me, the wrappers glinting in the sunlight, matching the color of Bader's hair. Rel smoothed the candy wrappers and tucked them into a book, and before bedtime, he suddenly poked my arm. "Brother, don't you think Uncle's gaze towards us is strange?" He shifted closer to me, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he were afraid of being overheard. I turned away to face the wall, a sudden unease gripping my heart. Wasn't it so? The last time I deliberately brought the sunflower closer to Bader. Uncle had been standing nearby, his gaze resting on the petals, yet it seemed as if he were seeing something else entirely through the flower plate. A smile lingering on his lips that resembled both laughter and tears. Now, as Rel mentioned it, I recalled the sunflowers beside Bader's pillow, standing tall in the sun and drooping in the shade. No matter how joyfully we bounced around the tower, whenever Uncle's gaze swept over us, it felt as though it were shrouded in mist, hiding something behind it. But who cared? As long as I could visit Bader every day and breathe in the fragrance of the sunflowers, nothing else mattered. I nudged Rel's back. "Why ponder so much? When Bader wakes, I'll take him to see the sunflower fields, the vast ones." Rel said nothing, merely clutching the book with the candy wrappers tighter. Chapter 87, Humiliation. The raindrops fell like icy needles, striking the black iron railings of Black Manor, sending up tiny splashes. Alphard stood at the edge of the terrace, his gray-blue eyes fixated on the figure in the distant fog. Tom Riddle, or rather, the Voldemort whom everyone in the magical world now feared, was slowly making his way through the waterlogged courtyard, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the damp grass and stirring a series of dark ripples. The negotiation was set to take place in the study of the manor's west wing, once Alphard's domain for handling family affairs. However, the flames in the fireplace now flickered weakly, casting distorted shadows of the 2 men upon the wall. "Blake, let us get straight to the point," Tom began, his dark eyes devoid of warmth, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the snake-patterned ring on his ring finger. "Hand Bader over to me." Alphard was seated in an armchair, a cigarette burning down to the end in his fingers, causing him to flinch slightly as it scorched him. He extinguished the cigarette in a crystal ashtray. His voice as frigid as the rain outside. What makes you think I would give him to you? In his current state, only I can awaken him. Tom stepped forward, the wind from his cloak scattering the papers on the table. You've cared for him all these years. Do you not wish to see him open his eyes? With dark magic? Alphard scoffed, rising with his ebony wand now in hand, its tip glinting coldly. Like you did with those Horcruxes? Riddle. You shall not lay a finger on him. Tom's dark eyes instantly darkened, his violet wand appearing out of thin air. Aimed directly at Alphard's throat. It seems we have nothing left to discuss. Before the words could fully escape his lips, two spells clashed in the center of the study. Tom's piercing curse surged forth with a sharp whooshing sound, the green light akin to a serpent's tongue, lapping at every inch of the air. Alphard had anticipated this, rolling sideways to evade the onslaught, while simultaneously retaliating with a bone-crushing spell. Amidst the flying debris, the marble surface of the fireplace shattered instantaneously. This was not their first confrontation, yet it had never been this perilous. Tom appeared resolute in his intent to force Alphard into submission, unleashing a barrage of curses, each one infused with the capacity to rend the very soul. Alphard's figure darted and evaded within the confines of the study, the dark robe torn by the residual waves of spells, leaving a long gash from which droplets of blood cascaded down his arm, staining the carpet with deep, darkened marks. He was acutely aware that Tom refrained from casting the most lethal of curses, the Avada Kedavra, seemingly intent on forcing him to succumb to excruciating agony. Yet retreat was not an option. Should he falter, Bader would plunge into the abyss of darkness embodied by this individual before him, rendering those years of slumber and vigilant protection utterly meaningless. Do you believe this will compel me to compromise? Alphard gasped, dodging yet another piercing curse, retaliating with a barrier that momentarily pushed Tom back. His left arm had been grazed by a spell, searing pain coursing through him like electric currents. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Tom's assaults intensified, bookshelves collapsing in the study, ancient tomes scattered across the floor, ignited by flames that crackled ominously. When another piercing curse was unleashed, Alphard could not evade it in time, the green light striking him fiercely in the back. Agonizing pain enveloped him instantaneously. As though countless searing irons were stirring within his very marrow, he staggered forward, dropping to one knee on the unforgiving floor, the hard surface numbing his knee. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, his vision blurring, yet he clung desperately to his wand, his knuckles turning pale as parchment. Give him to me. Tom advanced toward him, wand still aimed at the nape of his neck, a subtle tension lacing his voice. Alphard lifted his gaze, his slate-blue eyes bloodshot, yet remarkably bright. He offered no reply, merely resisting with a silent defiance, his eyes brimming with anger, loathing, and an unwavering guardianship. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the only sounds being the rain outside and the crackling of the fire in the hearth, weaving a stifling backdrop. Tom regarded the man kneeling before him, observing the unwavering spine that remained erect even in the face of profound agony, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his dark eyes, surprise, derision, or something else entirely. Even he could not discern. After an interminable pause, Tom gradually lowered his wand. Clap, clap, clap. He began to applaud softly, the sound reverberating harshly in the vast emptiness of the study, tinged with admiration. He hesitated, the coldness in his gaze receding slightly. I admire your tenacity, Black. Alphard did not raise his head, exerting every ounce of strength to support himself against the floor, gradually rising to his feet. The excruciating pain in his back made every movement feel as though he might shatter, yet he stood tall, like a resilient pine refusing to bend in the tempest. Tom cast one final glance at him, the emotions in his dark eyes thick and impenetrable like unfading ink. He turned and walked toward the door, his robe sweeping past the scattered pages, uttering not another word. The instant the door closed behind him, Alphard could no longer maintain his composure. Sliding down to the floor with his back against the wall, he looked down at his trembling hands, the mingling of blood and sweat in his palms creating a disquieting stickiness. Yet he smiled, a smile more grotesque than tears, for at least this time. He had held his ground. The flames in the hearth finally extinguished, leaving only ashes swirling in the cold breeze. Outside, the rain continued to fall, tapping against the glass like an endless elegy.